Well, good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell live from Texas Star Grill Shop right here at Shepherd and Southwest Freeway and 59, 69, whatever you call it. If you're from here, you call it 59. It's 59, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I've been here long enough to say 59. Okay. A lot of people are mistakenly saying 69. We will continue to say 59 at Shepherd, where the Texas Star Grill Shop, where we – I don't know how many years ago it was, Lance. When was our first broadcast here? We were in the little corner by the bathroom over there in the back. It was He had that wasn't even a half of this story. It was less than that.
Probably would have been 2009, 2010 in that area somewhere like that. Probably about 2010, I think.
Yeah. And in the it was crazy. I mean, did you double this store or triple it?
It's
triple.
Yeah, it's triple.
Yeah, it wasn't
size.
even. It was a third of what this store is today.
Look at the little brick pan. Brick. That's how much space I think has been added. It's it's amazing how much bigger it is, filled with barbecue. I mean, I started speaking for Rick. Actually, I started using the Traeger before. I knew
you had the first Traeger I ever heard of.
I know. Michael Pete's Fine Meat said, "Hey, Rick," and he was telling me about Rick and Michelle, and Rick was. Working with Badia Spice and this, that, and the other. And then he goes, yeah, Rick's got this grill. You got it. That's all he was cooking with. Michael was Pete's Fine Meats and was smoking turkeys. And he had some there, and I got one from him, and the rest is history. And I went through the time of people, you're using an electric smoker. It's not an electric smoker. And people learned. And then Traeger started winning Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Cookout, the cook-off stuff, and then Rick and Michelle here at Texas Star Grill Shop got bigger and bigger and bigger, more and more. There used to be 3 or 4 main grills that I knew about. I mean, of course, Green Egg is still here, Traeger, but I mean, now you look at all the different Weber, all the different brands and everything they have. They have a big Memorial Day sale coming up, and
this weekend.
Just griddles and pizza ovens and the things that are so specialized now. So even if you got a new grill 2 or 3 years ago, do you have your tabletop pizza oven like that one right there? Do you have your griddle that you can make your smash burgers?
Delicious stuff.
It's
No. There's nothing that they don't have. They have multiple locations. They got a warehouse, free delivery, all of this stuff. But this weekend is a huge sale. This is the start of summer, Memorial Day. Mm-hmm. So we are here today, and this is the one thing that if you smoke your meat, you have to come to Texas Star Grill Shop, one of their locations, because it's only $4.99 per bag this weekend only.
For post oak
normally $12 a bag, $4.99 for post oak cooking wood. So if you're out there and you're a smoker, you know that this is an unbelievable deal. It's the Texas Star Grill brand of post oak, but it's the same as the other one, same manufacturer, that they put it in the bags and they just have the Texas Star Grill. But you have to get to Texas Star Grill Shop this weekend, because if you go to one of these, even a sports store, and you buy your wood, your post oak wood over there, it's $12.
No one's going to touch that rate. So if you're a smoker, if you're a serious griller, and don't forget, it is Memorial Day. Here's the grilling season. Memorial Day, you got the big days. Memorial Day, 4th of July will be coming up as well.
Well, you want it all in place already for that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Then Labor Day.
Come out today and then Labor Day. Right. So not to mention all summer. So make sure you come on by, see us. And while you're here, even if you just want to browse and you're on your way to work, just see what's available, because I'm always blown away at what the new things that they have here every single time. And, I mean, just for people who like, televisions and sound systems, they love going and seeing what the newest stuff is. If you love barbecuing and grilling, you've got to see what the newest stuff is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Rick did my DCS outside for my outdoor kitchen, and it's just fantastic. I love it. I use it all the time, and it's the perfect grill for me. You find your perfect grill here at Texas Star Grill Shop. All right, I went to the game yesterday. And our Astros
lose a series to the Angels at home.
I mean, they just beat the Rangers too. I mean, it's not a horrible. Well,
we've been saying
team,
they were a horrible team.
They're bad. I mean, the record is bad, but they're playing much better baseball right now. It's the time you catch these teams You know, we caught the A's were better earlier in the season. We caught them when they sucked.
Come on.
The Angels just beat the Rangers in
so
Texas
what?
too.
So
I know.
They've got 20 wins right now.
I know they're bad.
What are we talking about? At
well,
home.
and here's the thing: Tyler Anderson humps it up at 88, 89. He can't throw it over. I think part of it might have been this guy's fastball. They can't. It's like a changeup, and he's got that little hesitation kick thing that he's got going on that distracts, that maybe takes your a little bit of your rhythm away.
They couldn't stack anything up on him in terms of hits. I don't know if it was night game to day game or extra inning game into day game. Of course, the Angels played it too, but it was only 2-1. Hunter Brown had a nice game. You know, not as many strikeouts as you want, but
except 3-3. Listen, he got killed by the 8th and 9th hitters. He in the first inning he walks Paris. In the third inning he walks Paris, and it's like, what are you doing? And he luckily got out of a jam there because of Altuve's play at the plate. But then Paris comes up again after he walks the 8-hole hitter. I mean, Paris came in hitting 111, and you're a 3-2 pitch right over the plate, fat part of the plate, boom, home run, and the game is over because First of all, I thought the yellow line was a home run. I guess it's not. You got to go over the yellow line. If it hits the yellow line and it comes back into play, it's still – I thought the yellow line was a home run. It's not. But Mauricio Dubon, you come up with a huge hit. You got the only run of the game, the play at the plate, and there's no play, and you get thrown out at third base with nobody out. You can't get thrown out at third base with nobody out. They'll bunch you over. You cannot make base running mistakes like this. Not in a close game when no one is hitting. Bregman, his captain pop-up was, oh my gosh, it is incredible. He finally hit one to the outfield in his last at-bat. Congratulations. I mean, he just looks lost at the plate. It's terrible. Why? Get him back. Maybe he'll talk about you. Okay, maybe he'll talk about you to his agent, or he'll complain to Jeff Bagwell about no communication. Drop him in the order. He's awful. He's killing you. And Pena's great. Put Pena back in the 4-hole. Put him back in the 4-hole.
Yeah.
Where he belongs, where he can do some damage. Because every time he leads off every inning, it seems like.
Okay, so you played two of the worst teams in baseball. Two of the worst teams in baseball. Well, I mean, you played two of the three worst teams in the American League. Is who you – oh, no. Yeah, two of the three worst teams in the American League, the Angels and the A's. You come out of this homestand.
Well, you were 5-2 against them.
Right, you come out of this homestand.
7-3. Let's take it. You know what? I thought it had to be 8-2. You take 7-3.
You take 7-3, but how much ground did you gain on?
Oh well.
When
you got 4 months left.
I'm
you got 4
question.
months left.
No, I'm just asking a question. How much ground did you gain from when it started?
One game over Seattle. One game.
I think you gained a half game.
Whatever.
They're 5 games up right now. Yeah, but it's not a whatever if this is the weakest part of your schedule and you don't even make up any ground. I mean, this is the problem. Is that
you got them head-to-head next week. You see what you do. I mean, if you don't
maybe your season turns around next week. You're right.
Well,
because your season didn't turn around this week. You needed. You know what? You had your shot. You lose the last. You lose 2 of 3. All you had to do is finish strong, and you go 9-1.
And you'd be
it's
4
just a
out
big
instead
difference.
of 5.
Yeah, but there's a big difference now. You're playing. You're not playing good baseball.
Yeah. No. Well,
you had some offensive.
Wasn't it a little bit encouraging to you? You actually picked up 1 game over the last 10. You picked up a game. Wasn't it a little? And if you picked up 1 game every 10, Lance, in 50 games, you're going to be in first place. Okay. So just so you know, and you got them head to head next week. You got to split with them, or you got to win that series. That's all. I was encouraged by Hunter Brown. You know, that is encouraging. I was encouraged to hear that Jose Abreu probably won't be joining the team this weekend.
They're listening to the show. Thank you for listening to the show,
That's
Dana.
encouraging.
Dana Brown said on the flagship show that, first of all, it would be a spotless decision on who to play, but as far as he knows, Singleton is the first baseman.
Okay.
He made that comment that it's not Abreu, it's not his job, it's Singleton's job.
Good. Well,
but it doesn't matter now because now they're taking him from a park, basically some park in Florida that I don't even that had some, chain link dugouts. You get to go from there. Now that's the brand of baseball you're playing. Now you go to the Sugar Land Skeeters, real minor league baseball, and he gets a little taste of real minor league baseball. They're going to skip him right up to the squad, and then they decided, let's have him play at least AAA.
Yeah. And which is smart, and let him get a bunch of at-bats because he probably wouldn't get – I don't know how many at-bats he would get in against Oakland, that AAA organization. But, you got Seattle right after that. Thing is, though, do you want Gray Kessinger sitting there or do you want Jose Abreu sitting there? There is no one on this team that you would no. There's no one on this team that you would pinch Gray Kessinger for. Pinch hit Gray. You would not put in, Mauricio Dubon is up. I got to pinch hit Gray Kessinger.
But I don't,
no,
but
there
I'm
is
not doing
zero.
it for Abreu either.
Well, there might be a situation.
No. There's nobody that you would pitch that you would want Abreu. John, they designated him for assignment, which means they're getting rid of him, and he wouldn't leave. DFA is the worst thing you can do. They designated him for assignment, and in one of the most bizarre moments that I've ever seen in baseball, a veteran didn't just take his money and go. He accepted an assignment to a chain link fence park. Like they tried to get rid of him, and he wouldn't go like a stray cat. Why would you hit a guy who you tried to fire?
Well, if you look at the back of his baseball card,
I don't care.
A former MVP.
By the way, they said that before.
Gray Kessinger, name all his MVPs.
They said that before they DFA'd him. No, I'm not arguing Gray Kessinger. I'm arguing your argument that, maybe there's a time that you put Abreu in for somebody else. Never would you. You tried to fire him, and he wouldn't leave.
Well, I will.
Am I wrong?
I will say this. Singleton looked terrible against a lefty. There's a chance. You know what? If you've got a lefty in there, you can't bat. Either put Dubon at first.
There it is.
Okay.
Stop there.
And then Chaz and left or whatever.
What about Loperfido at first?
Whatever reason, they don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it. I don't know why.
I don't care. Pit anybody there.
Well,
don't play.
Listen, I don't make out the lineup. If I made out the lineup, washed. Joey Loperfido would be playing a lot more.
Abreu is washed. He's done. And it looks like the Astros are even admitting that by saying this is Singleton's job and by saying we're going to extend Abreu's time away from the club. Because make no mistake about it, this is just the Astros saying this is let's push this longer so we don't have to have him back here at all in our dugout.
Mm-hmm. We are live at Texas Star Grill Shop here at Shepherd and 59, and we want you to come on out and hang out with us. We're going to be here all day long. They've got huge deals on Traeger, $500 off of Traeger, $800 off of Blaze, $900 off of Weber, $300. It's the biggest sale, Memorial Day sale. This is like the Christmas for grill shops, and this is the best grill shop in the city. It's not even close. Free design services for your outdoor kitchens. The Texas Star Posto cooking wood, which is an incredible deal. Pick up 100 bags because you will use it. And then they've got a truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits. Save up to $1,000 on those. So let's go. This sale is ending on May 31st, but you got to get it now this Memorial Day weekend. This is a huge weekend in the grill business. So get on over here to one of the Texas Grill Star shops. I am talking right now about GimmeTheVin.com. Those are my peeps over there, John Clay Wolf at GimmeTheVin.com. He is fantastic. When he says he's going to give you $100 if he can't beat CarMax, I've got proof. My man Michael from Pick Me, he was selling, I think it was his Jeep, and he went to CarMax, and they were giving him like $8,000 more. And John Clay Wolf said, take it, because that's an unbelievable, ridiculous deal. Here's your $100. He got $100 in the mail. He was like, thank you, because GimmeTheVin.com couldn't match. That's the first time I heard that. Now, maybe some of you are out there and you've done it. But if you are selling your car, you have to go to GimmeTheVin.com to establish what your car is worth. And then if CarMax can beat what it's worth, then guess what? John Clay Wolf will send you $100. That's how sure he is that he's beating the prices over there, unless they do something stupid like $8,000 more. So here's the deal. Every time you're selling your car, you got to go to GimmeTheVin.com, GimmeTheVin.com.
So with the 90s, we got a 96-degree day coming in a couple days. And I think on Saturday is when it goes 96. Be all 90s from here on out into the hundreds, obviously. 11 straight months that we have been the hottest in recorded history. And this is expected to make it one full consecutive year of the hottest months in history. And you're feeling it. You're feeling it outside. You go inside. You remember how bad it was last summer. You couldn't even be outside and do fun things. It was just, the feels like was over 110 in many days. You've got to have air conditioning system that not only works, that's efficient, because you want it to cool and you want it to be efficient so that your rates are not sky high. And your electric bills are not sky high. Did you know that an efficient unit can help cut your electric bills? And more importantly, while it's working, it's cooling you. And so if you need a brand new air conditioning system, yes, Vanderford Air 100% can fix your unit. They find it. They're very quick. They're transparent. There's no additional fees for emergency calls. They get to you same-day service. But most importantly, they are going to be able to fit you with a new unit if you need that, with new lines to all your rooms, and they do a heat load check to make sure you're getting the proper cooling in every room so that you are comfortable with that system. And they get a unit that's the right size for your home, not too small and not too large. It's Vanderford Air with years of service here, a name you can trust, and a name that keeps you cool. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big piece in the Athletic about Hunter Brown's sinker, and that was that he added that to the arsenal. As a last resort against Seattle, but it really came to the fore yesterday, and that's why he was so successful. He looked good. He looked pretty good. Just the two runs, if he could only taken care of the last two guys in the order, holy crap. But he walked both guys, and one of them came on the score on the home run.
I don't think Hunter Brown's awake, certainly not listening, but if I'm Hunter Brown and I wake up and I got to listen to some Raider guy talk about, the 2 runs I gave up when my lineup scored 1 run against Tyler Anderson, I'd be like, you know what? Yeah. Did you watch the game? These guys stunk yesterday.
Well, if you got to throw a shutout, you got to throw a shutout.
But we know Hunter Brown's not throwing a shutout.
Well,
what are you talking about?
If he's got to throw a shutout, he's got to throw. Win.
What's
the
odds?
Shutout?
What's the odds?
If I told you 6 innings, 2 runs, Hunter Brown.
Oh, I'll take it right
that's
now.
There we go. Real
this is what we're doing.
Yeah,
that's a real QS.
But it's the way you got the 111 hitter hitting a home run off of you.
Step up. Hunter Brown's in there only because other guys are injured. The only reason he's pitching, how about that lineup that's fully healthy? Do your job.
Yeah, do your job. You have one job.
Hit
Angels.
the baseball.
Score on the Angels. What, is that hard?
No, it wasn't. Actually, I don't know what the hell they were.
Was it you
awful.
jinxing them? Didn't you say you got a bad record over there at games?
I was 2-0 this year at games.
Now what are you?
And look at that. Look at that compared to their record.
Now what?
I guess I'm pretty good. 2-1.
You couldn't even beat the Angels.
All right, 666 ball.
You embarrassed us and yourself. You couldn't beat the Angels.
And the thing is, that was the first game I didn't drink at. Well, that was the problem.
Why aren't you drinking?
I'm a superstitious man. I mean, maybe you need to be drinking.
Yeah.
If Kyle Tucker is switching his cleats in the middle of the game, maybe you should drink at the game.
Maybe I should. Maybe for next time, don't worry. Next time, do not worry.
Fromberg changes gloves. Kyle Tucker changes cleats. What are you doing with your superstition? Stop drinking?
No, I'm not. Stop. I'm not doing
Why
that
are you
anymore.
not drinking at baseball games?
What
kind of decisions are you making?
It was a poor decision. I mean, you know what? I made a poor decision. I was sober. That's why I'm making bad decisions. Okay. That's why I made a bad decision, because I was sober. I'm the opposite of most people. They make poor decisions. I watched Fall Guy last night.
Okay.
It was okay. It was.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
What's on Prime? I think.
It was on
VOD. I think
it was on demand.
Oh, it's on demand. Oh,
yeah.
I'm not paying for it.
It was fun. I mean, it was silly. It's a silly movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's based on the Lee Majors.
Yeah.
He's in the
show.
He's
He
in the
was at
movie.
He's in
Oh,
the
is
end
he
of,
really?
at the end of the movie, yeah. He was a cop at the end.
Um,
And Heather Thomas. You know what? And who was next to him was Heather Thomas, who was in the show. Yikes!
What do you mean?
She had a lot of stuff done. Both of them had a lot of stuff done to their faces. I hate that.
Age is undefeated.
Don't.
except against William Shatner.
What?
What do you mean?
Have you seen William Shatner?
You know how old do you think William Shatner is?
He's old.
How old?
He's probably in his
80s?
early 80s, late 70s.
I've seen. Listen.
William Shatner's 93.
What?
Put some respect on his name. Yeah.
No.
That you think that looks like 93?
No.
Well,
That's a hell of a 93 right there.
Well,
that
when's
man
that
is
picture?
hanging.
When was that picture taken?
Well, look at this one. This is
and that man likes to go. I can tell you. I got a couple of buddies that have been out with him a few times. He goes.
Everyone's been talking about how they can't believe he's 93. This is a picture from this year. 93. That's
Yeah.
not what 93 looks like. William Shatner's
He's going pretty good.
he's going
Good
good
for
for
him.
yeah.
Good for him. God bless.
93. I never would have.
And I'm telling you guys, William Shatner can go still to this day. He likes to party. I love that about him. He's a great guy. Great guy.
You love that.
John's
about
bar
him.
is low.
I know. It's not.
No.
He likes to party.
it's
Great
not.
guy.
It's not a. What does he do for charity and stuff
Nah,
like
like,
that?
he can go.
He can go.
Yeah.
No. When you're 93, you can't even go now. So
It's not
stop.
It's not a
okay?
question of I can't go. It's I don't care to go. I don't want to
Yeah,
go. I don't
no.
find it appealing to go.
Well-
Whatever to go means.
I was before the NBA Western Conference Finals game came on. Actually, during the first quarter, I was watching. Man, I'm switching from show to show so much now. I mean, my gosh, I'm trying to remember because I finished the Ashley Madison documentary.
I watch what to do.
Oh, I was on Mayor Kingstown. I'm
Oh.
trying to finish that off. But, golly, what a game. What a game yesterday between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas still won in Minnesota. And, I mean, it was big heavyweight punches from the teams in the fourth quarter. In the third, and then into the fourth with big swings for Minnesota, and then Dallas makes a big swing back the other way, and then Minnesota has a swing the other way, and then they just battle it out. The last 6 minutes was just these two teams scrapping. But Luka took over the game. He had 15 of his 33 in the fourth quarter, and Luka took over the game at one stretch. 7 quick points, bang, bang, bang. And before you knew it, the Mavs had a 1-point lead, and I tell you, it was a fun game. Anthony Edwards was not 100%. I did not hear what was going on with him physically, but
He was exhausted.
they also
said
said he was just gassed.
He was
But
exhausted.
did he not?
Well,
How are you that tired, that exhausted in an NBA game when you've been playing
over the
whole time?
last 20.
Now, he's defending Kyrie a lot, too, so.
Over the last 20, what is the record for the team that went 7 games in the series prior against a team that didn't go 7 games?
Let's say 3-7.
Over the last 20 games.
Then let's just say 6-14.
4-16.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's that big a difference.
Well,
He
I
was
mean,
gassed.
The Mavs
He was gassed.
Mavs have had some time to rest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you know what? It showed. Listen, what are you doing throwing up all those threes? What are you doing? And, oh, by the way, you got beat rebounds. You got beaten points in the paint. You got 3 7-footers. How are you just throwing up threes? You got Anthony Edwards. Although I will say this, the Mavs were playing at an intensity.
Yeah. Well, it's playoff. Listen, this is what playoff defense looks like. It's a much more consistent level of pressure and defense that's being played. Mavs are well coached. I mean, they're a well coached team. So is Minnesota. But at this level, you're going to have well coached teams. But I thought what was impressive to me was that you did have – so Rudy Gobert is bagless. He has no bag. So if he gets the ball around the paint, you don't really have to worry that much unless he's dunking. And so I think that's and Cat just spends all his time out 30 feet from the basket a lot of times. But the high screen and rolls, they're going to have to get a little bit more out of the high screen and rolls, I think, when they use that, if they're going to use screen and roll. Right now, Anthony Edwards, I thought, was trying to do a lot of individual creation stuff. And to his credit, he would kick out as opposed to take a lot of bad shots. He he's willing to kick it out to the wings if it's not there, or kind of reset it with someone else. But this is going to be a really good series. This is going to be a really good series. Both of these teams have a good chance to win on the road whenever they play. This is, and watching Minnesota, what do you guys think about the combination of Gobert and Cat on the court at the same time? Because I say that because let's say, you've got Steven Adams, who is not going to be a guy who can extend it on. You've got Alperin, who can extend some, but not like Karl Anthony Towns, who's a three-point shooting champ in the actual three-point shootout. But they can play together as a double big lineup. Do you see any correlation between what Minnesota does offensively versus what the Rockets could do with Adams or Klingon if they were to draft him from UConn along with Alperin Sengun?
A double big like that, I don't know. So during the regular season, Gobert, listen, Naz Reid is 7 feet tall too. Don't forget.
Now, Naz isn't that tall.
Yeah, he's a 7-footer too. He is
Naz 6'9".
Oh no, 6'9". Well,
yeah,
he's another big anyway. Karl Anthony Towns averaged 32. Rudy Gobert averaged 34 minutes a game during the regular season.
No, they play together.
They play together.
I'm asking if you think that Adams, what do you glean from that? Can you look at that, and they've had great success, and look at, because Karl Anthony Towns will play outside more, but Gobert is not a post-up player that you're going to feed the post. How can you take what you're seeing from Minnesota and transpose it to the Rockets with their bigs, be it Klingon in the draft, who's more of a rim runner, more of the type of guy that actually would fit more with Alperin, or the lane-clogging physicality of Steven Adams? How do y'all – Steven Adams doesn't shoot many threes, does he?
No.
He's not one of these guys who's developed it late in his career. How do you – do you look at Minnesota and see any elements of what could work for Houston with a double big lineup?
Well, you're looking at guys who are the best at what they do, as opposed to Sengun, who's trying to get there, and Steven Adams, who is a capable rotation player, but he's not a defensive player of the year type, not like Rudy Gobert. So Sengun would have to become a guy you depend on to knock down perimeter shots, and I'm not sure that's what they want him to be. I think teams are just built differently, and we know Tim Connelly from the Nuggets, when he went to Minnesota, he built the team to beat his former team. The Rockets are probably going to be built differently. You can have them on the court to play against a double big lineup, but I'm not sure it's something you want to feature, because I don't think the two skill sets complement each other.
Well, but you got Sengun starting the offense from the free throw. He doesn't have to necessarily be at the 3-point line. He can start the offense, and he did plenty. Started the offense at the free throw line.
But is Steven Adams complementary to the other guys on the floor? That's the other thing. When we're trying to figure, it's not just about Sengun.
Well, if you've got Jalen slashing, you've got Amen slashing.
But he's got to get out of there. Steven Adams.
Yeah, we saw
get out of the lane. He'll be a high screener.
I think,
He's just a lot of high
like
screens.
I said, those guys, it gives you some versatility to play those two against double bigs, but you're not going to see a lot of double big lineups in the NBA. Even though we look at the Nuggets as a team they were built to beat, Aaron Gordon's a 6'8" dunker spot, 6'9" guy. I mean, I guess you can call him a double big, but we're talking supersize when we talk about Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. And we saw what the Rockets were at their best, and this is even just remove the Sengun was hurt stuff from all that narrative stuff. What were those guys at their best when they had all the space in the world to operate? You're going to throw in Steven Adams and give him 35 minutes a night to maybe take away from the best attributes of your perimeter players? Obviously, that's something you figure out in training camp.
But Londell was on the floor a lot too, though.
But Londell's
due to injury.
Yeah, but I'm saying he was on the floor too.
But he was a center, right?
And so is Steven Adams.
No, but now you're talking about two bigs on the floor.
No, right.
Yeah.
Well, but I think I'm looking at Alperin as more of a playmaker.
I'm not.
Everybody. Listen, how many guys
playmaker.
came through? How many guys came through here and said, "Man, the offense has got to start through that guy."
It's not a question that he's not a playmaker. Jokic is a playmaker. He's a center.
That's what I'm saying.
But Steven Adams doesn't have the skill set of Aaron Gordon to play. The question is,
but I
not
think
about
he's got more of a skill set than Cat does.
Who?
Alperin.
Well, Cat's an all-star. I mean, sure, but Cat's a legitimate. Maybe you don't want to call him a star, but he's one of the best players in the NBA, and Alperin's trying to get there. I don't think it's a question of Sengun. I think it's the question of what Steven Adams can be, because Steven Adams isn't as good as the guys we're comparing two in the double big lineups.
Anything that involves you really need to find. I went and checked Klingon, not a 3-point shooter at all. I went and checked, what you're probably going to look for, what you want to look for, and I need to go get a list of all the prospects, and it's probably going to be an international player. Is a big who shoots from distance, is a stretch big who's a leaper as well, and those guys aren't easy to find. Typically, they're going to be more international based. They're not going to be American-based players, so I need to get a complete list of the players and search through everyone. But it's tricky. I asked the question. I mean, we can certainly talk about Western Conference Finals, but there's a team that's having a lot of success with two bigs, and so Alperin, while he can stretch, he usually likes to stretch you, and he can hit some, but that's not what you want him doing. You don't want to do what Karl Anthony Towns does, because then you take him away from the basket where he's so efficient. Now he can start his offense out, but the question with double big lineups is always, is the other guy such a glut that he's just going to clog up the lane and put an extra defender in there? And I think that's a legitimate concern with Steven Adams. That's why I'm not sure they play a lot of basketball together. I think their overlap may be 8 minutes a game. And Steven Adams, I'm not 100% sure he's even a starter next year.
He's probably not. We have to go to break. But you talked about it earlier in the week, or maybe last week. The guy, he's not considered a big, but Jabari Smith is like 6'9", 6'10".
Yeah.
He's the stretch guy you're looking for.
He should be. Ori.
But
I look at him as another Robert Ori.
Yeah.
That same body frame, but Ori got where he physically could handle bigger players because his length. He was
Better
a
be
shot
a really
blocker.
really good 3-point shooter.
He's got a chance to be a pretty good
he
three-point
does.
shooter.
Well, he better
yeah.
work on it. All right, breaking it here live from Texas Star Grill Shop at Shepherd and 59. Want you to come on over. The huge Memorial Day sale going on. We're going to have shows here all day long.
Come find us. Even if you're headed to work, come say hello and bring us something to eat.
Hey, no, they're going to have food here. They're cooking food here for us today.
Oh, are they?
Bring us something
Bring
to
us
eat.
something
Well,
to eat.
Well, we're
What is
doing this for
wrong
you
with
for free.
Why not?
What?
Are you
We're doing this
outside
on
with a
radio
cup?
for free.
Go in here,
Yes.
put food in here.
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
I'm going
my
to sign a food cup.
Oh my
A
gosh.
food cup.
All right, I got to talk about HRP. Maybe HR will call Lance
I
about
like
this,
sushi,
begging for
actually.
food during the show. Okay, as people stop by and drop McNuggets in your cup.
I'm not eating that.
Okay.
Now you have standards.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes.
HRP is for you. HRP is for us. I know it's for us. We love it. I want you to call up to the station and ask for Laura and ask her about what HRP has done for us in our business. What we were with another payroll company, and they didn't grow with us. HRP sees and grows with your business. It's customized. Not everybody's is the same, right? If you have 20 employees, you're not going to get the same rate as a company that has 1,000 employees. It just doesn't make sense. That's like being in a box store. You buy in quantity, and you're going to get a better price. But you still, if you've got 20 employees, you still need HRP because they'll do it more economically and technologically better than you will. HR, they'll do better. Taxes, they'll do better. They just do it better. So no matter how big your business is, you need HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. You're not completely satisfied with your payroll company? We are. Ask us about it. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Hey, look at this. I'm on Underdog Fantasy, and right now in the lobby on the Pick'em, Scotty Scheffler, John's guy, the criminal, the arch criminal, 67.5 strokes in round 1, higher or lower. 4.5 birdies or better, that's a scorcher, so it's going to be 1.1 times. So it's a little bit more. Will he finish in the top 5? See, that's the other way. It's only a 0.75, so it diminishes your payout. So you can make, now tournament winner, if he wins, 1.75 times. It's one of the scorchers they have. That's just one example.
Scorcher.
The scorcher, they have Jason Tatum's plays right now, and you can take a look at this. For example, 40.5 points and rebounds. You want to go higher or lower. 1.5 steals. There's a little bit of a scorcher. It's got a 1.2 times payout. Boom, scorcher. And scorchers are how you get to 100 times payout. You can win up to 100 times your original play. It's absolutely legal in the state of Texas and for real money. So you can play this using promo code Lance. They're going to give you a special pick in your lobby when you sign up and you make your first deposit with Underdog Fantasy's mobile app or online at UnderdogFantasy.com. That first deposit is going to get you a special play, which is basically an easy winner. All you'll have to do is just go higher than whatever the 0.5 points for Jason Tatum, something simple like that, and you are going to have one win in the books. Now, you have to pick between 2 and 5, but if you win, we're talking real money. And if you're studying these games and watching baseball and basketball and golf and all the sports, hey, you've got analysis ready to roll. Put it to use. Watch your sports and play along with UnderdogFantasy.com. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Thank you for your service, Sean. Sean, great
Mapes.
great producer in studio right now.
Hey, Sean, you know how great you are? I think you should do the 7 to 10 show permanently.
That'd be awesome.
Don't you want to get up early and come in and do the 7 to 10 show every day?
Hey, listen, it's the headband has worked for the Astros. If Sean wears his headband every day for this show, you don't think it'd put us over the top? We'd be 7-3.
Well, Bregman took off the headband, and now look
at him.
Yeah.
Look at him. Dumbass. Put the headband back
Honestly,
on.
why would anybody who's
dumbass?
Well, actually, he was wearing a headband when he started not hitting too, so he's probably trying anything.
He's trying
really
anything. I didn't mean to call him. Well,
yeah.
Don't take the headband off.
Dumbass.
I mean, he's terrible though. He's
You're a
terrible.
little reckless this
Yeah.
morning.
Sure, you drink?
He's not good. But he starts slow. So let's see if he comes around. We always have that 3-game stretch to remember him by. So
Oh yeah,
we
do have that. There is that.
And on the bright side, yes, they lost to the Angels, lost 2 of 3 to the Angels, finished 7-3 on the homestand, picked up a game over the last 10 games during that homestand. You did have Seattle losing yesterday to the Yankees, so we're cheering for the Yankees right now. But the good news is Jose Abreu is not going to join the team on Friday. He is going to be in and around the Houston area as he goes to the Sugarland Space Cowboys. And Dana Brown and the organization made the decision that maybe it's not time for him to come back to the team. Also was asked about whether or not he would step back into a first base role, and Dana Brown deferred to the manager and said that's really his decision, Joe Espada. However, they're looking at this as this is Singleton's job now. So that's good news.
Yeah, and I guess it should be. But, I mean, watching Jonathan Singleton yesterday, and he struggles some. Against lefties, put Abreu in or whatever.
Ooh.
Or put Dubon in.
Dubon, there we
whatever.
go. There we
whatever.
Abreu. Put Abreu
Somebody,
in.
Tori said, this reminds me of when George Costanza on Summer of George quit the Yankees, and then he decided he didn't want to, so he just wouldn't leave. And they kept trying to – the Yankees were like, what are you doing here? George just stayed in his – he was gone. He was fired or he was gone. He was supposed to leave. He just stayed in his office and just wouldn't leave. That's what Abreu is. They designated him for assignment, and he went full Costanza and just went, I think I'll stay with the organization here.
Yep.
So you get your money either way. If you were working somewhere and they said, okay, we're going to get rid of you and pay you all your money, or we're going to still have to pay you all your money because it's guaranteed, but we want you to go do radio in Des Moines, Iowa, or go do WNBA radio in Indiana, just talk nothing but the Fever, just for a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and then you can come back, or you can just not ever work again and keep this money. Which one are you doing? Are you going to basically work for the same money doing Caitlin
Fever.
Clark Fever? Okay.
Well, the question is, wherever he's going,
he's got a lot of Abreu in him.
how about the golf courses? That'll play a part in John's decision because he
Yeah.
loves it here. He gets to play golf. What about Des Moines? Do they have great golf courses?
Probably decent,
Not.
but you can only play 6-7 months a year.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
at
so
this
that-
point, you'll be fine, right?
No,
Yeah.
You're only going to spend 2 or 3 weeks
Right
there.
now, I would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 or
And
3
he went
weeks
down
there.
to Florida at the right time. I mean, now he's got to get out of there because it's really hot.
Yeah, because he's coming to a place
Playing
that's not
door
hot.
here.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, it's
Space
hot.
Cowboys will teach him a lesson.
Yeah, well,
He'll be hot there. He's
but
a stray
okay,
cat.
okay. Some positives from yesterday's game.
Hunter Brown is about it.
Pena.
Yeah. Well, Pena's having an all-star year, and Kyle Tucker now they're comparing his numbers to Juan Soto. I mean, it's an interesting look.
Did you see though? I was looking at. I mean, do you see? It's Soto, Bobby Witt, Judge, and then Gunnar Henderson as far as MVP odds right
Gunnar,
now.
well, it's not going to be Kyle Tucker. His team stinks.
It doesn't matter. His
Yeah, it does.
numbers
Doesn't matter.
are ridiculous.
When's the last time you saw that?
It was
Mike
just
Trout?
today. Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Andre Dawson?
No.
One on a last place team?
Oh, 40 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, right. No. You don't have to be the best guy on the best team.
Yeah, but you can't. You got to be substantially better than everyone else.
Well, he is.
Kyle Tucker has no chance. No, he's not. I looked at Juan Soto's numbers.
Soto's
they're
the
very
favorite.
similar. Kyle Tucker's better in OPS. He's got more home runs. You know, Tucker. It's unfortunate
But he's
that
in
more
New York.
guys aren't on base.
Oh.
But yeah, well, it's unfortunate that more
Yeah.
guys aren't on base because Tucker would have, close to 50 RBIs already. with
It's
the
so
amount of home
funny,
runs
though.
he has.
Altuve in front of him, he doesn't have any. He's got 9 homers and 18 RBIs, which
Yeah.
is what? I mean, it just tells you what he's doing. But he's on base plenty. It's so funny. Kyle Tucker is just that whenever Altuve's on, there's no jibing. There is no jibing for this team.
Well, so you also didn't have Yordan, hasn't been on base as much as he usually is.
But Tucker bats in front of him.
Well, when he was
Right.
hitting in front of him, which was
Right,
earlier
right.
this year. You had Altuve. I mean, you had Bregman up there for a while when they put him in the 2-hole, and he wasn't getting on base, although for a little bit he did. But Kyle's having a great year. He is having an all-star caliber year. It's just he has no chance with a team that's one of the poorest in the American League right now, and that's what the Astros are. I mean, they're the 4th worst record in the American League. That ain't getting you MVP, but Kyle Tucker's putting up MVP numbers. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, you have no chance. You're an Astro, and there's a Yankee who's having a comparable year. Do you think you have any prayer?
He's even behind
And you're an
Judge.
Astros have to be substantially better than anyone else to have any shot.
Yep, that is true. And I think there's Astro fatigue, too, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are preying on the Astros' downfall and are writing them off. But here's the question. Are the Astros going to write back?
Oh, I didn't write.
Well, they're writing back right now.
But yeah,
Right now they are
they've been
currently
writing back.
back.
This is a dissertation
Yeah.
they've been writing back.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Oh, my goodness. So 744 live at Texas Star Grill Shop, where it is the Memorial Day sale that's incredible. For those of you who weren't with us, $4.99 per bag of Texas Star Post Oak cooking wood this weekend only. So you got to get here to Texas Star Grill Shop. It's normally $12. So for $5, I mean, you're saving time. If you smoke your meat, okay, this is the place that you have to come this weekend. All right, so get to a Texas Star Grill Shop location nearest you.
And for the money you're saving on that, use that to spend on breakfast for Lance because he wants you to bring him food.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying as just kind of a
Egg
quid pro quo.
McMuffin.
He'd like you to stop by with food for him.
Eggs don't do so well in my stomach. I've got a
Okay, what would you
They
like?
give you bubble
A
guts?
kolache?
Without eggs. so.
yeah, and that'd be fine. But from the kolache
Oh,
shop.
you want a specific kolache.
Yeah, kolache shop over here at Richmond and Wesleyan.
Yeah.
Ham and cheese.
That one, oh, that ham and cheese is good.
It's really good. You remember
Yes,
that? We
it's
used to get
Swiss.
those.
Yeah,
It's really,
that's
really good.
That's
So
good.
kolache, ham and cheese from the kolache shop.
And
do you want anything
Diet
to
Dr.
drink?
Pepper. Yeah, Diet Dr. Pepper.
Diet Dr. Pepper. Okay.
Okay.
If anyone can provide that for Lance.
Yeah, I'll mention your name on the air.
I would like you to bring me a free range coffee. All right, bring it on over because it's morning and you want to start your day right. And how about this Memorial Day sale that's going on, up to 40% off. Now, normally, and we still want you to put in promo code ESPN20. You tell them where you're from when you go to 975coffee.com. And you put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off. But right now, shop now at 975coffee.com and see the 40% off. It's ridiculous. Delivered to your home. Pick up a bunch at 40% at 40% off for this Memorial Day sale. You know what? They love Memorial Day because, I mean, it remembers the veterans of the past that paid the price for our country, okay? And that's what they're all about. Country, love, peace, but also just wonderful, wonderful people that have given their lives to America. And that's what Free Range Coffee is all about. San Angelo, Texas. They're all about first responders, nurses, teachers. They love that. If you serve the community, they love that. Well, guess what? Right now, 40% off at Free Range Coffee. 975coffee.com. 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20.
Zadig Jewelers, good news, good news. Zadig Jewelers has some custom timepieces from some of from the biggest names. I shouldn't even say from some of the biggest names. Zadig Jewelers has the biggest watchmakers in the entire planet, in the world, and they are an exclusive boutique location for many of those top brands right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And what that means is you have exclusive pieces that are available no other places than right there at Zadig Jewelers. Zadig Jewelers has been in the business for over 4 decades, and right now they're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, their new location, relatively new location, over 28,000 square feet, but they are buying, selling, and trading new watches. So make sure that if you want to sell your watch, you want to trade your watch for something new, they are in business. They would love to talk to you. They're also selling some of the best timepieces that you've ever seen, tremendous craftsmanship, and of course they have master craftsmen in the location that are able to fix your timepieces. So if you have something that needs to be fixed or worked on, even if it's a very expensive, unique piece, they can fix that for you. Zadig Jewelers, over 4 decades of being known as the best jewelry store here in the city of Houston, and they are here for you right now for anything and everything, jewelries and timepieces. It's going to be my friends over at Zadig Jewelers.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
All right, welcome back. OTA's going on right now. OTA's going on, and apparently CJ was looking good. A lot of guys not there. Some of the veterans that they work out. It's voluntary. A lot of coaches get a good idea of what kind of team they have because, guys will show up for voluntary workouts and, everybody's bought in. Texans have a few guys that aren't there. That's okay. They're veterans. They know how to work out. They know how to get ready for a season. One guy that is there, Azeez Al-Shaair. Mm-hmm. He was with Tennessee last year. Here he is talking about, getting here, and he said it's a year later than he thought.
I think the fit, just the familiarity with D'Amico, the scheme, the players, even playing against them, you could just see it for sure. But I think when free agency came and things started to kind of really boil down, those last couple hours of me deciding where I was going to go and who I was going to play for, I think it just, when I really sat down and looked at the whole situation, genuinely I was never anticipating coming anywhere else. But yeah, I think it was kind of already a thing that was already supposed to happen, truthfully.
They just couldn't work the money out. Here he is this year. Listen, dude makes a lot of plays, breaks on the ball. You know who got really good at the end of last year was Christian Harris. Mm-hmm. I don't think we talked. We talked
talked about him a lot.
But Will Anderson
I think
Jr.
we gave him his flowers.
I know,
for
but
sure.
not this offseason much. I mean, I think Christian Harris and Azeez, that combination. I mean, Christian Harris, if you caught a pass in the flat, you were going to get lit up.
Well, they have him in the right spot. Between the tackles, he doesn't really see that great. He doesn't have great instincts and feel for his run fits, and that's not what he's best at. When I wrote him up, it was a big negative is when it's downhill at him, he doesn't always make the right decisions about run fits and block take-ons. But, man, if he's in a run and hit, will linebacker spot, that's his jam. And that's where the Texans put him in position to succeed. Half of the Derek Stingley's in position to succeed because he's playing – I think he's just playing better. I don't know that it's necessarily scheme. But certain guys need certain schemes. And I think by saying, here's what we're going to do, Will Harris. We're going to not Will Harris, but Christian Harris. We are going to put you in a position to be a chase and hit linebacker because that's what you do best. And, man,
was he good?
The difference.
And, by the way,
he is really good at that.
I wonder because I was watching a lot of film of Azeez. Screen passes, I think, are just going to get – hopefully, I think those two guys are going to blow up a lot of screens. And in the past, the Texans have been so vulnerable to screen passes that are just – because – and guess what? They're going to have two guys on the ends that people are going to be worried about and maybe be throwing a lot of screens just to get Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter after the quarterback and taking themselves out of place. And that's where Azeez and Christian Harris can really shine, is picking up those screens and taking care of that business. Because in the past, how many times have we seen, oh, my God, you guys, you can't stop a screen pass. Well, hopefully that's going to be different this year. I just think that we underrated is this linebacker crew with those two guys. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that they have to come off the field on third down. I know Christian Harris don't have to come off the field on third down. I mean, we saw him against the Browns. Holy crap. You couldn't throw an underneath pass.
No, and speed is the key in the NFL. The thing that you've noticed is that many teams have figured out the 245, 250-pound linebacker. It's okay to have one if they're a freak daddy in the middle. But for the most part, you'll give up if you get stout enough up front or you get disruptive enough up front with your defensive linemen. You'd rather have guys who can run and chase and shrink the field. And Christian Harris is a field shrinker because he can get to He can pursue on the backside and come get running backs who are flowing away from him. He can extend to
You can cover tight ends.
He can cover tight ends. Like Christian Harris has become – he's gone from being a weakness in defense to a strength on defense. And Aziz Al-Ashir, the reason that I think he's important – Al-Shire, I mean, is that he can take on blocks. I mean, you have to have somebody like that. I mean, Blake Cashman was good last year. He was. But this is a player who I think is more adept at the physical, at a combination of making physical plays between the tackles and then just – I don't know that there's a huge difference. Like athletically, I would say Cashman is ahead of Al-Shire, right? I'm not screwing that name up.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I don't know what I said last time.
Al-Shire, but that's okay.
Al-Shire. But he is going to between the tackles, I think he's going to be better against the run.
Yep.
Which is going to be the key.
Oh, look, food. Oh, no, that's not food. Thank you. Heartburn Beef is here. We are live at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and the Southwest Freeway. And I got to tell you, it is the best barbecue store you've ever seen. They will design your outdoor kitchen here. We are in the back left when you walk in the door, so come on over and say hello. Bring Lance some food. Although Rick always,
you don't have
they
to.
always cook here for us, but don't worry.
If you're not going to bring exactly what I told you, don't bring it.
Okay, then there is that. But we are here, and we want you to come on by. Lance, I mean, we haven't seen Michelle for how long? And as soon as she walked in the door, Lance insulted her. So we will tell you why and how.
No, I didn't. You forced me into asking her a question.
Okay, Rick and Michelle can't be nicer people, own the stores, all these stores, the Texas Star Grill Shops, and the first thing you do is insult Michelle.
No, that's not what I did.
Yeah.
I made a comment about society. I made a societal comment.
And you thought she would agree.
I thought I was using her as my answer, as like, prove me right. And
guess what?
She proved me wrong.
Okay, so we will tell you why on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, now I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I was thinking about the Chastang. I mean, I'm driving around in my F-150, and I just love it. And people stop me all the time and say, man, how do you like that thing? I love it. If they have any more of the 2023 F-150s on the lot, which I highly doubt. I don't know. I haven't talked to this week. Highly doubt. But if they do, it's the deal is unbelievable. They just got to get them off the lot. They're practically giving them away. So you got to get on over there with 1.9% financing. How about 2.9% financing for 72 months on select SUVs? They got their SUV event going on right now at Chastang Ford. That's incredible. There's a lot of dealerships right now. Okay, so the SUVs, they got a great plan for them through Ford, right? And a lot of dealerships are just not. No, we'll keep those rebates. We're not giving them to the people. And that's just so selfish. When Chastang Ford says, you know what, let's give them as much as we possibly can to get these, get them in these SUVs at the best price that we can, with no payments for 90 days on select SUVs. Are you kidding me? No payments for 90 days, 2.9% financing for 72 months. You're basically using their money to drive around the city. So if you're looking for an SUV right now, Ford SUV, which they're wonderful, get on over to Chastang Ford. You can do it all online at chastangford.com, or you can get to the dealership on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. Well, we just found out, and I guess it's not a kolache, Lance, but it'll have to make do. Heartbrand beef. Chef Cecil's here, and he's going to be cooking all day long here at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and Highway 59. Heartbrand beef is
always go by the when I'm in. You always go by the cooler.
Yeah,
the cooler's got. Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff here in the cooler. That's one thing that people may not realize. You can come pick up your beef. You can come pick up what you're going to cook for Memorial Day right here as well.
Heartbrand Beef brings over 9 cows and bulls from Japan.
What noise did you make while talking to the chef? What noise did you make?
I didn't make a noise.
Yes, you did.
Honestly, little
he can't
chance.
even stop himself when he's talking to people who aren't even like entrenched in the show.
We're one listener away from being done.
Yeah, one person takes issue with him, and it's over.
Just one bulldog listening who's just, you know what I'd like to do today is get John out of
He
here.
couldn't even stop himself. He just met Chef Cecil. He's Chef, he doesn't know what that is, and he still did it off the air.
Hey, Pat Morita, cut it out.
What's wrong with you?
Breakfast
at Tiffany's. Knock it off.
So anyway, they started. That was Chinese. Racist.
Was it
racist?
Chinese?
Yes.
Was it Chinese?
He was. Yes, he was Chinese.
Yeah, it was the
over
the top
racist. You can't even tell the difference.
What's the only
Mickey
get
Rooney?
back on the heart. Get back on the heart.
I can't tell the difference between you and Mickey Rooney. That's the point.
So he's going to be cooking here all day long. Want you to come out and see this unbelievable meat that you can buy right here.
Yeah, come taste it.
Yeah,
too.
come taste it.
Yeah, come taste it for yourself.
But it's not a kolache from Richmond, so you can't eat any.
No, I'd rather have this.
No.
I'd rather have this.
So, so before the show, of course, we're all doing our show prep here. I mean, a meeting an hour and a half before the show. It's what we do every day. We meet. We talk about all the different stories that are going on. One of the stories, Sean, we need the LeBron. LeBron James has a podcast with J.J. Redick, right? Are they? Yeah. Or was he just a guest?
No, they've got a podcast.
They got a podcast together.
And it's actually a really good podcast.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They talk ball like it's a good – I think it's a good podcast.
Don't question me on TV. Mr. Yunioshi is Japanese, not Chinese.
They went – so they went – yeah, but there was the Japanese – there was the Chinese. So that must be around – that must be the Pearl Harbor time, yeah.
Or whatever, but either way, I'm right.
Okay.
Wow.
Mickey Rooney over there.
It
stands what I said about you.
Yeah, I've never watched the movie, so I don't know.
What Dell said stands.
Okay,
go
while
on.
you're watching Breakfast at Tiffany.
Podcast.
Sorry, one of the best movies of all time. Sorry, I watched it.
I missed it.
What's the podcast?
So the podcast, here is LeBron talking about Caitlin Clark and what she means to the WNBA.
The one thing that I love that she's bringing to her sport, more people want to watch. More people want to tune in. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it f***ed up. Caitlin Clark is the reason why a lot of great things is going to happen for the WNBA.
Pause right now, Sean. Pause. Okay. Now, I want to break this down for a second.
Grammatically, it was incorrect, but go ahead.
When I look at Caitlin Clark, one of the things I thought about is, of course, Tiger Woods. I think there's an easy parallel there, but also the parallel of LeBron. Because what LeBron had people doing for the first time is people became LeBroners. They became LeBron fans, and they followed LeBron. I'm a Cleveland fan, but not really. I'm just a LeBron fan. So now I'm a Heat fan. Now I'm going to be a Laker fan. He's got a group of people that only follow him. They don't really follow the teams. They're LeBron fans. They're not team fans. And they used to growing up. That was never a thing. Well, you might like a player, but your team.
You're probably
was really
right about that
live.
because there's a lot of people that ain't watching any other WNBA games other than Caitlin Clark.
And if Caitlin Clark, exactly, and if Caitlin Clark moves to a different team, they're not going to be fans of. They don't care about the fever. Wherever she is what they're going to watch.
Right.
And so LeBron was probably like that. Now, even more so, she's Tiger Woods because there are people who didn't care about golf one single bit. Never played, didn't watch it, didn't care. But Tiger was an anomaly. Tiger was unique. So they watched him. That's why I get so perturbed where you can't just assume and agree that Caitlin Clark has many of the same elements because that's why I like watching her is she does things I haven't seen before. The fluidity, the range that she has, the ability to catch and shoot like a Reggie Miller or the one she's always compared to, obviously, is Steph Curry now.
Yep.
It's incredible. But then when I hear people make the comment about race, I think there's a conversation to be made about, is she more Jameel Hill said it's because she's straight, and because not for me. I don't care if she's straight, and I don't care that she's white. She does stuff that's like crazy. And the fact that she is white is the same way that Tiger Woods was black, biracial, whatever you want to call him. That was unusual in the sport of golf. And he was very, very young and very, very fit. And he was before he got into pro golf, we all knew him from the Johnny Carson stuff, from Stanford. Like, we all knew about him. LeBron, before he ever got into NBA, man, we knew about him in high school.
Right.
Because
we didn't know about
play
Caitlin
college.
Clark, but obviously
we knew about her in
she
college,
blew up.
though.
Okay, so let's finish up the LeBron here. Here is LeBron telling women.
Well, he's about to tell you the real. He's about to tell you the real reason that this irritates him.
Ease up.
But for her individually, I don't think she should get involved on nothing that's being said. Just go have fun, enjoy, But I'm rooting for Caitlin because I've been in that seat before. I've walked that road before. I hope she kills. I hope Aaliyah Boston does amazing. I hope they do great. I'm just kind of in this mode right now because I'm getting the same, thing from watching my son, who's a 19-year-old, kind of getting a lot of animosity and hatred towards him when he's just a kid trying to live out his dream. There's a very small number of men and women that actually get to live out their dream of playing a professional sport. And we have grown-ass men and women out here doing whatever they can to try to make sure that does not happen. That is the weirdest thing in the world, but it is what it is, and I'm glad that Caitlin has a great head on her shoulders.
Okay, that's good stuff. That is really
Don't
neat.
you agree with that?
LeBron, yeah.
Because he recognizes that's happening with Bronny now.
Listen,
it's a different situation.
It's a different situation.
But what he's saying is, why do you care? Why are you so negative about my son? And I think he is a level-headed person who says, why are you so negative about somebody who's bringing more money and more everything to the league?
Well, and okay, so that leads into Charles Barkley, who complimented LeBron on his comments and then added some to it. Here's Charles Barkley.
You women out there, y'all petty, man. Hey, LeBron, you're 100% right on these girls hating on Caitlin Clark. Y'all petty, girls. I expect men to be petty because we're the most insecure group in the world.
Yeah, you are.
Y'all should be thanking that girl for getting y'all ass private charters, all the money and visibility she bringing to the WNBA. Don't be petty like dudes. Listen, what she's accomplished, give her flowers. Stop being petty, all you women out there. She got y'all ass charters. She bringing all y'all this money to the table, but y'all being petty like dudes. LeBron, you are 100% right. Y'all girls, stop being petty. Caitlin Clark, thank you for bringing all that money and shine to the WNBA.
Well, they're going to hate you even more now.
Hey, they can't do anything to me.
They're going to hate you, though.
Hey, they can hate on me, but that mailman better be in my damn house the 1st and the 15th for another year. For another year.
Okay. Let us continue our discussion of.
All right. So that brought to the table. Okay.
I just made a comment that, well, wait a minute, Charles. I said women are more petty than men. I mean, look at the whole Caitlin Clark thing.
Right. Before we move on to Lance's stuff, there has been already some pushback from women's basketball players, particularly Chinese. You've seen her on ESPN. Mm-hmm. She says, well, particularly Charles talked about the charters, because she says charter flights were actually first deployed last year during the W postseason because there was a thought about safety with all the increasing stars coming to the WNBA. They wanted a way to protect them from, I guess, just being around people they don't want them to be around. And revenue trends are starting to support it. W has quickly gone, and then she goes into the money. So I think that's one of the pushbacks, particularly from some people, is that, yes, we accept that Caitlin Clark has brought a level of attention we haven't seen before, but some of these initiatives had begun before her. So Charles, at least in their eyes, seems uninformed talking about it. So when you talk about things, particularly for people that are passionate about something and it comes from an uninformed spot, there is going to be a bit of pushback. So I don't think that as he said, the women being petty it's about Caitlin Clark. They don't want people who don't know about the sport to talk about it like they know all there is to know. I think that's the biggest thing for them.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop the fact that they are being petty.
It's not about
it started last
Lynette
year in the
Woodard.
postseason. But are you sure? Listen, and they said, now there's more money to support it. You know why there's more money to support it? Because Caitlin Clark's bringing more eyes to the table.
Well, according to her,
she said it was trending.
This began before Caitlin Clark. She reached back to 2019 where some of the numbers started to build where they're going to have more money to support the sport. So I don't think this is much about Caitlin Clark. It's more about people who are entering the sport for the first time because of her, saying things that they don't believe they have any information or any knowledge about.
Yeah, but Jameel Hill, but
no, that's not it. They're hating on Caitlin.
I'm not Tiny, who plays in the WNBA or had and is on ESPN. Not hating on Caitlin. She talked about Charles and him being uninformed about certain things.
She's not hating on it, but I think that she's probably being short. If she thinks that this is building to this, in the finals, in the postseason, that's one thing. A team like Indiana, you think that they could afford? You don't think the season ticket sales? You don't think that I think that the WNBA's. I do think there's plenty of people who are already making excuses. We've already seen it. You can talk about, and maybe, you're talking about her very specifically. But I think the general comments that LeBron and Charles Barkley are getting towards is that there's a lot of, there's people who don't seem to be comfortable with her being celebrated, and they want to make sure that they put that bucket of crabs, got to pull her down at the end of the day. And there was some of that with Tiger Woods. Look at what Fuzzy Zeller said. He was jealous.
Okay,
jealousy.
so LeBron is talking about the WNBA. Charles is talking about – she's talking about people talking about – and they don't know what they're talking about. You know what they're talking about now? The WNBA. And you know why they're talking about the WNBA? Because of Caitlin Clark. That's why. So more people are talking about the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark. So she's brought in a popularity to their game that they've never had before.
Del.
And there's a lot of jealousness about it. So Lance, the first thing, Michelle, who Rick and Michelle own Texas Star Grill Shop, where we are this morning, want you to come on by and eat Heartbrand.
They own all the
Chef is here
locations.
cooking up Heartbrand meat here. So Michelle walks in, and Lance is like, man, Charles, you're wrong about this. Women are way more petty than men.
I didn't say that to Michelle. John goes, tell Michelle, oh, you're over here bagging on. You're
misogynistic.
Calling me misogynistic. And I said, hold on, Michelle. Let me ask you. I'll ask your opinion. I mean, so she was wrong on this, but I said, let me ask your opinion on this as a woman. Who is more petty? Because I thought this would be the ultimate victory. Having a woman say that women are more petty than men. You want to talk about stomping Granado into the ground. And I said, who are more petty? And she waited, and I waited, and I'm like, she's about to say women. She goes, men.
Yeah.
Like, men, come on.
No, men are more petty.
No.
Like Charles
Rick's
said,
not.
we're so insecure, okay? And if you wrong me, I'm going to – not only will I'm going to fight you, I'm going to be so petty about some stupid – and you're so misogynistic.
Can I ask you a question?
You're not an ally.
Can I ask you a question? How many friends do you have when you got into an argument and you were done? You were no longer friends with them because y'all had an argument?
Oh, a lot. I
Really?
can't stand people.
Really? So you had arguments with people, and you had arguments with guy friends, and you decided that's it. I'm not talking to him anymore. Never. You know why? Because you're not petty. You'll have an argument with a guy, and it's just guys blowing off steam or whatever. You got pissed off. You yelled at somebody, and it's no big deal. Mm-hmm. Guess what it would be if it. I know people very close to me who have said, "That's it. You're done."
Women?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're done.
You're so
it doesn't take much.
Misogynistic.
You are
ridiculous.
This character you're playing.
You're not an
I don't
ally.
like this character. This is not a believable cast.
You can't believe
this
it.
is very poorly cast.
How can you believe it?
John is an NPC who's been very poorly
cast.
When
the first half of the segment was about how women are jealous and petty. How can you believe this?
Well,
how can you believe the second half of this conversation?
Yeah.
You can't believe
yelling
it.
at you.
Yeah.
Daryl. Yeah,
they're jealous and petty, and then not an ally.
He's been he's been a very poorly cast member of this movie. No, I think that LeBron, but it's really hitting home with LeBron because it's a level of let's just face it, society is at a point now where it really doesn't matter who you are. somebody has to want you to fail so they feel better about themselves. And so there are going to be people who want Bronny to fail. It's sad. There are people who want Caitlin Clark to fail. There are people who don't want Caitlin Clark getting too much credit. There are people who are going to, who are anti-LeBron for whatever reasons. I do understand some of it for WNBA players who say, man, we've been out here doing all this stuff, and now she's just given a pass as the greatest, and we've set the standard. NBA players were like that with, they don't like the fact that, and former football players and baseball players, they don't like the fact that people come in and don't show any respect or reverence to the time that was put in to build up a sport. So I don't blame WNBA players for being a little bit like that. It's just the people you see online and people and some of the, Jameel Hill's comments really rubbed me the wrong way because I just thought, you're not really telling the whole story right here. But for LeBron and Charles, and I'm right too. Women are more petty than men.
Oh my God, that's awful.
I'm right on this one.
You're an awful person.
And they're better people than us. They're better people than us. I'm quite certain of that. Women are much better people than men.
I don't know.
Right.
I think we get in trouble when we generalize an entire gender. Maybe you say some women are petty. Some women are pettier than men. Maybe we
on
do that.
the whole.
Well, there it is again.
On the whole.
All right, breaking it here. Underdog is what we're talking about right now because on the whole, that is awesome.
Well, and Underdog Fantasy allows you to play along with what you're watching. Are you going to be watching golf this weekend? They've got highs and lows. They've got statistics here. You can go higher or lower. You watching the NBA Western and Eastern Conference Finals? Good. They've got they got 14 different stats for Jason Tatum alone. Go find something. Go find a matchup in the basketball games. You watch a lot of basketball. Go find certain matchups where you think, okay, this guy's not going to get as many shots this game. I'm going lower. It's really not that hard to find them if you study the sport, and the same thing goes with baseball. You can go look at all your splits that you want to and how players are playing now versus pitchers they're going to face and go higher or lower with stats there, including strikeouts for pitchers, total batters faced, and even, total bases for players. There's so many different stats to choose from that it's not hard to put together a really solid pick'em challenge where you pick between 2 and 5 higher or lower players where you're going higher or lower on the statistics. You can win up to 100 times your original play when you're using the Scorchers, which are multipliers for certain stats. But, man, what an awesome way to watch the games and play along with them. It just makes it a lot more fun, and it's something I've done for 3 years, and it is a blast. Use promo code Lance. They're going to give you a free special pick in the lobby where it is basically an easy winner for you, and you can tie that up now with one more player or even 2, 3, 4 more players. It's that easy. Go to the Pick'em Challenge or start your daily fantasy or season-long football picks at UnderdogFantasy.com or download the app today. Use promo code Lance. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Hey, time to talk about ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com is the place that you go to get your basket on. There's no better basket in the world. It's not even arguable. I had mine. I loved mine. The boy loved it. He was lowering it and raising it. The kids in the neighborhood were all playing in our front yard because they could dunk. It was just great. We knew where they were, and they actually enjoyed the basket as opposed to going to the box store, getting that one with the sand in the base. It wiggles all over the place. You can't raise and lower it. It's just the kids don't want to play that, Dad. They don't want that. Your wife doesn't want that. It's gross, okay? It's terrible. Don't staple a backboard to your garage. It's terrible. It's going to end up looking. The rim's going to be bent. The wood is chipping. Tempered glass backboard, unbreakable rim, unrustable stanch. It's great. It's the best goal ever. Plus, you raise and lower it so the kids can actually enjoy it. Okay, so this is what ProDunk's been doing, and you do it with a drill now, not with a crank, so it's even better. You want a goal? There's one goal to get. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
We're in the grill game this weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend, and this is when you get your grill on. A buddy of mine was like, "You're at Texas Star Grill Shop. Get me a grill." What do you mean, get you a grill?
Bring me a grill.
Did he want you to buy it and bring it to his home?
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I don't have to. You know why? Texas Star Grill Shop delivers absolutely free.
Yeah.
How about that?
Delivers
Installs.
and they will assemble and deliver
Yes.
if you're part of the club.
Yep.
So make sure that you join the club. Go to 975grills.com and join the club, which gets you special discount pricing on a lot of the things they have in store. But right now, this is a great Memorial Day sale, so you've got
Ridiculous.
We read about. I mean, just unbelievable. I haven't seen $900 on Weber's, $800 on Blaze, $500 on Traeger.
Look at this Franklin barbecue pit's $1,000 off. They have a special. They know Aaron Franklin, who makes Franklin.
He's been here before.
Yeah. So this is happening all weekend long right here. But get here today because Chef Cecil is here from Heartbrand cooking us up food. Cooking us something. Not
Just
Lance,
stop by on your way.
because he wants a kolache.
And not just us. Anyone who stops by can get something.
Anyone who stops
as
by.
well.
So yesterday the Astros lose. We've gone through that 2-1 day game. Hunter Brown had a solid game, and but the bats just couldn't come alive. Astros 5 behind Seattle right now. The other news was that Jose Abreu is not going to join the team tomorrow as originally reported.
Damn it.
He is now going to go to Sugar Land with the Skeeters and Space Cowboys and spend some time there, and we will see what happens. We had the Western Conference Finals started yesterday. The Dallas Mavericks beat Minnesota in a really good game, a game that featured the best players making some big plays. Anthony Edwards was very fatigued at the end of that game, really in the entire fourth quarter, but had a couple of big threes that gave Minnesota a lead, and Minnesota looked like they were going to ride that momentum. But, man, 15 points in the fourth from Luka. And do you guys agree with this comment that was made yesterday? Trying to think back to who made this comment that I saw, where unfortunately, since you have Luka and Anthony Edwards are polarizing figures. I didn't really know Anthony Edwards is considered polarizing, but I didn't really know Luka was. But regardless, the thought was if the Celtics win the title, if they beat Indianapolis and the Celtics win the title, unfortunately for Jason Tatum, it will be more Luka lost or Anthony Edwards lost. Do you guys think that that's going to be the case, that if the Celtics win, it's going to be more of a case of not Jason Tatum finally wins the title, and it's going to be more Luka can't get it
more
done?
Jason Tatum.
I think Tatum's going to get plenty of love, yeah.
I think that Celtics team will be given credit for having a great regular season.
They've been up
and
there for a
postseason.
while.
I don't know how much Tatum he'll get other than, hey, he finally got over the hump because they've been in these situations before. And it depends on how the series goes. What if Jaylen Brown's the series MVP? Then Jaylen Brown gets the credit.
Is Jason Tatum given enough credit nationally?
Well, he was what? He's a top 5, 6 type of guy.
We all know
but is
he
one of
is.
those. But when we ranked the best players in the game,
But people
where
are
would you
more
put him?
excited about. Well, I mean, Jason Tatum should probably be in the top.
I
Honestly,
just
should
asked
be
the
top
question.
5. Yeah.
Would you put him ahead of Jokic?
Well, I was thinking about that. No, I would
a
put
healthy Giannis?
probably not. I guess we go with
Embiid at his best?
You know who I would put him ahead of? Well, I don't know if I can put him ahead of Luka either. But Jason Tatum is an all-around player. I don't know. I think he probably deserves to be ahead of Luka. Now that I think about it.
Okay.
Luka's a great scorer and maybe has more pressure on his shoulders, but Jason Tatum plays two ways. He's a rebounder. He's a scorer. Jason Tatum probably deserves to be ahead of Luka.
Well, you saw the All-NBA first team.
Yeah. Who's your first team?
Shea got the most votes along with Nikola.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Shea is one of the top.
495 each. Luka got 493. Giannis got 473, and Tatum got 427. I don't know. I would put Tatum ahead of Giannis this year. He missed some time.
So you didn't have the guy that would usually be on there would be Joel Embiid.
He would have been
Joel
if he was
Embiid,
healthy.
He can't be.
He
on
didn't
there.
play enough games,
No, I
but
know,
he would have been if he did.
But he typically will be on that list.
Yeah, he will be.
So think about that. I mean, right now you're in a kind of a special time for basketball where you've got Embiid, Embiid, Luka, and Jokic, and then you've got Tatum, you've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you have Giannis. Is that a big six?
Well, you got Durant, you got LeBron, but you got emerging stars in Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson, Halliburton. Halliburton is third team. Here's the second team: Brunson, Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and Anthony Davis. Third team: LeBron, Steph Curry, Domantas Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton, and Devin Booker.
Man, there are some. Yeah, I mean, you hear the old guard and LeBron and Kevin Durant in there, and I would even say, who's the other one that you mentioned in there? There's another old guard type, I guess.
Kawhi.
Yeah, Kawhi. But you think about the emerging. We haven't even got to
Steph,
Alperin.
Kawhi.
Yeah, Steph also. Yeah, sure.
Steph, Kawhi, Anthony Davis.
I mean, Chet Holmgren looks like he's going to be a legit player. Wembanyama is going to be big time.
I can't
Alperin
believe
is a really
Wembanyama
good
didn't
player.
make one of the first the three teams.
Well, I mean, that shows you how deep it is.
Yeah.
Look at where Tyrese Halliburton is.
Right.
Tyrese Maxey's a really good player. But Alperin is going to be an emergence. We'll find out if Jalen Green can extend it. But Victor Wembanyama is going to be on there. I think Chet Holmgren is going to just keep getting better and better. Donovan Mitchell's not on the list. Dame Lillard not on the list. Guys who have been some of the standard bearers are not on the list. The NBA is in a phenomenal position right now with young talent. And coming into the league, we didn't mention, Paulo Banchero is still a really good player.
Here's also receiving votes. Jalen was next, Jalen Brown. Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, great player.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama, Zion Williamson, Paulo Banchero, De'Aaron Fox, Bam Adebayo. Bam Adebayo finishing that low.
But he's been around for a while.
DeMar DeRozan. I know, but he's a great defensive
DeMar DeRozan's one of those, been around.
Right.
They're not emerging, but they're still in their prime.
And, and here's the guys that couldn't make the list because they didn't play 65 games. Embiid, Donovan Mitchell, John Morant, Julius Randle, Kristaps Porzingis.
Man.
That's good. There's a lot of good players.
Good time for basketball. Really
Not
when Jordan left, NBA fell off. When LeBron leaves, the NBA is not going to fall off. And part of that is LeBron has helped build it up to a level where it's beyond, it's not just LeBron. I think the international players, obviously, have helped to insulate the NBA from all the, one of the pains was that so many high schoolers were coming out, and many of them just weren't good enough or weren't ready. And and the international players weren't as good at that particular time. And so when Jordan left, the young high schoolers now, international players have been more vetted, and they're really much, much better. International players are much, much better.
So Alperin played 63 games. If he played 65, would he be anywhere in receiving votes? Yeah, he would receive votes.
Yeah, Zion did.
Yeah.
Zion's a better player.
Zion sucks. Zion had averaged 6 rebounds a game.
He's still a better player.
Zion, we need to worry about Zion coming here and eating all the Heartland beef.
He's not
Has
in town.
No gravy here. He won't.
Well, I mean, that's ugly.
Gravy Boat Williamson is not going to be ahead of
Gravy boat.
our guy.
Listen.
Zion Williamson's a better player.
He is a better player.
How about rebound? You're 290.
He's
You're like
6'6".
310 pounds.
He's 6'6".
Grab a rebound.
He's
Charles
6'6".
Barkley. How about Charles Barkley?
I like Pontchartrain better than that because he's eating he's putting a lot of Pontchartrain on top of his.
Pontchartrain sauce has got brown butter in it.
Yeah.
Madeira.
What?
Or whatever, yeah.
What? Yeah. So anyway,
Pontchartrain
I think
Williamson.
I do believe that Alperin would have been at least others receiving votes.
He should.
Absolutely.
He should. And I was thinking about this. Is Ja Morant next year? Does Ja come back with a vengeance? He could. I mean, he's a super talented player.
Is he packing?
I really.
Is that what you mean?
He may not be, but somebody close to him is. I will guarantee you
somebody's going to be packing.
Yeah, I don't think Ja Morant's not going to change his stripes. He's going to be who he is, and you're going to have to deal with it. You know, I was reading some stuff on Rashee Rice. I was thinking about this because in team building, exercises, you always look at players' character, and you think, who are they going to be with more money and more access and more time on their hands? And we see people have gotten in a lot of trouble in basketball and football. We don't hear about it as much in baseball, but they're also in a schedule that really doesn't really allow a whole lot of it. You see people like Ja. Ja is just in trouble, has been in trouble a ton. Rashee Rice now. Rashee Rice not only had the incident that he had with the wreck, but he also had an incident where he smacked some guy with a camera and physically assaulted him, originally pressed charges, and now the guy is like backing off, doesn't want to press charges. And I immediately thought, okay, there's one of two things. Either he's being threatened or there's some kind of payoff that's happened. Because I don't know that you go from getting smacked and all that stuff and you've got to charge it, you want to press charges to now you're not pressing charges. Why? What was a change of heart?
I mean, maybe he just thought.
But is Rashee Rice going to?
I'll tell you what, I don't want to have to worry about Rashee and his boys being pissed at me.
Well, if you're Kansas City, what you have to worry about is this is multiple incidents in the same offseason for Rashee Rice. He's just coming into his own as a really good player. That was his second year for Rashee Rice last year. I mean, or was it first year? I think it was second year for Rashee Rice. So now you got to start worrying about, man, now that he's like, what are we going to do when it comes time that he has to get paid? Is he going to be mature and professional enough?
It's funny. The media wasn't asking about Rashee Rice. They were asking about they were asking about Harrison Butker. We'll have that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, you still in the hunt for a sports book to call home? I got one for you. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Still all kinds of great stuff to bet on. And live, here's the thing, is live casino where you get a live dealer, where you get a live roulette that you can see them spin the wheel, throw the ball in there. It's actually live. It's not computerized where you're like, oh, are you sure? I'm not sure about this. Well, you can be sure about it because there's a live dealer dealing you the cards, and you, my friends, you're going to enjoy that. You're going to enjoy all of the prop bets and everything else that you get come along. You're going to enjoy the welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200 to get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. The fun does not stop there. Up to the minute odds, props, expert predictions to help you if you're not very good at this thing. You've been losing. How about somebody that's actually going to help you win? And they'll do it at MyBookie. You can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only at MyBookie.ag.
If you get in an accident out on the roadway today, if you listen and all of a sudden bad luck strikes and somebody hits you out on the roadway and you are injured, John Daspit wants to be the first name that you think of. There's a lot of billboards around with personal injury lawyers, and pretty much none of them are as accomplished as John Daspit in terms of not only the settlements, the size of the settlements, but really just he's got 2 degrees from University of Texas. He's got his law degree from University of Houston. He's got offices all over the state of Texas, 10 different offices there. He's got so many lawyers, and the reason he has that is because he says, Lance, I want to make sure that everyone who calls Daspit Law is going to have somebody assigned to their case who is going to spend time on their case, is going to spend time with them, is going to find out exactly what's going on with them physically, is going to leave no stone unturned, is going to find out what's going on with them from an x-ray standpoint, MRIs, because if there's an injury that needs to be accounted for, that is going to creep up and become a bigger issue for you, not just the hospital bills you have now, not just the time missed from work that John's going to get you paid for. He also wants to make sure that you're taken care of with something that is going to be a future surgery if that's what it takes. You don't want somebody who's rushing through, trying to get a settlement real quick, and then you're done, and everything else is on your shoulders. John Daspit will fight for you, passionately pursuing justice for the injured. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
All right, welcome back here live at Texas Star Grill Shop. Come and hang out with us, Shepherd and 59. We got food. Heart Brand Beef is here cooking it up for us all day long. We're going to be here with the shows, but all Memorial Day weekend, unbelievable sales going on right now. And they'll design, they've got the computerized system now where they'll go and measure your area and they'll design the perfect outdoor kitchen for you on the computer. And so nothing left to chance. They're perfect. The stone is just beautiful. The countertops just beautiful. They are really, really, it's the only place to come and go get whatever it is that you need for grilling right here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Chris is on hold. He wants to talk Kyle Tucker. What do you say, Chris?
What's up, guys? Good morning. Hey, so I had a couple quick questions. So, Lance, have you ever seen a turnaround of proportions like we're seeing where fans hated the Texans and now love them so much and now potentially love the Astros so much to hate them? And that leads into my Kyle Tucker question. Do you think at some point, when Bregman leaves at the end of this year and Verlander retires and those things, is Crane's hand going to be forced to do what Kyle Tucker wants and maybe do something out of the ordinary? Do you think Crane will dig his heels in? Who cares if the fans hate him? We'll figure it out in a few years. And it's just something I thought about as I watched Dallas, again, have success with the Rangers. I hate Dallas, all things Dallas. And then now the Mavericks. I'm like, man, Houston's in kind of a weird spot where we hated the Texans, now we love them. But baseball doesn't turn around like other sports can. You can't draft somebody and then all of a sudden they're a superstar dominator team. So I just wanted to hang up and listen. Thank you guys for the call.
I've never seen it in all my years here. I've never seen any team like the Texans go from literally, I shouldn't say despise, but gone from a no confidence vote on ownership. And not only did you, it was beyond don't like the Texans or mad at the Texans or whatever. People didn't care about football at all with Houston in a general sense. The market didn't like the Texans and didn't care about the Texans. And it went from that to this turnaround, never seen that. And I would venture to say very few teams, very few organizations and cities have ever seen that fast of a turnaround from where the depths of hell where the Texans were to the excitement level by the end of the year. But it did take some time, by the way. The stands weren't full in the middle of the season. Remember when D'Amico and every single day at postgame, hopefully the fans will be out there in the stands. We love it. We love it when the fans come to games.
They'll be there this year. But I think it's well over-exaggerated, this hate for the Astros.
Oh, yeah, no. I think you see people who are frustrated.
No.
I think, look, the Astros have made people feel special because they can brag about the Astros. The Astros always come through. The Astros always end up winning in the end. And because of so many people's lives are lived online, I think it's taken away part of their online, Astros Twitter aura where they get to post videos of of people dancing after wins and all that. I think people don't like the fact that they don't get to feel like that right now. They're just used to feeling like, hey, I've got the best team. My team's always good. My team is this and that. And now there's a realization combined with the element of losing some of your favorite players. And I don't think Jim Crane will ever just say, man, I just got to give in and give Kyle Tucker what he wants. I don't think that's happening.
No.
Jim Crane is always going to say, I'm not paying market value for a free agent because market value is not true value. And I think Jim Crane is going to go by true value.
That's not what he says. I'm not paying overextended because he's paid more than market value
for who?
For Montero, for Abreu. He paid well over market value for their staff.
Not market value for coveted for top players. I'm talking about core players. He hasn't re-signed a core player who got to free agency. It hasn't happened yet.
Well, yeah, he's extended Altuve. Absolutely.
He hasn't gotten one that's gotten to free agency.
Yeah.
He hasn't paid him. He did Altuve early.
Well, right.
Right.
I mean, but if he
Correa left.
If he goes
Bregman's,
in front of that and extends them before they get to free agency.
But he doesn't do that.
Well, then you know what? Then
unless you're taking less than market value.
Then buy.
Yeah, if you'll take less than market value. You don't think Jordan could have gotten more on the market than what the Astros paid?
Well, no, that's not the case because he had so much more time under team control. He got well
and
over
it's
what
smart.
he would have made then.
They bought some extra years.
Yeah, he bought a couple extra years.
If
that's
Jordan
all.
was Kyle Tucker would have just said, or George Springer would have just said, I'll wait a little bit longer.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that they offered it to him or what they offered to him when he was a young player. They did it for Bregman in his second year. After 2 years, they said, okay, we're going to extend you. And now he's paying for it because he's getting to free agency at 30 as opposed to 27.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's paying for it now. But he's a wealthy man that will never spend all his money. But and Altuve as well. If you're preemptive and you do that, I'm not going to hold that against you just because you don't let somebody get the free agency.
No, it's the smart move.
Yeah.
It's what needs to happen. You have to do it, but you have to be willing to be aggressive and pay. But if it turns into a battle of you're on free agency and now market value, Jim Crane is not going to re-sign a player who hits free agency and now he has competition. He doesn't beat teams in competition for his best players. He doesn't have any history.
Well, he's not in that market. He's not in that, I'll give you 10, 12, 14 years like these other teams are. He ain't in that day.
Well, I don't think he's going to be in the $40 million a year market either for an everyday player.
Well, Verlander's right, and Altuve's been at 35.
It's I don't think he's going to hit the $40 million mark, which is what we're going to have. That's going to be the new standard.
As long as the salary cap goes up, that might go up too. I'm not saying he'll never hit 40. Why not? He's hit 35.
40, yeah. But this is really not even debatable, John. He doesn't re-sign his own free agents who hit the market. He doesn't.
No.
Name one.
No. Well, he re-signed Brantley. He absolutely did. He hit the market, and he re-signed Brantley.
But that was a 2-year deal.
Yeah, so what? He re-signed him.
But
you said he doesn't do it. He did it.
But, John, you're getting away on a technicality. He's not one of your top core players, young players. He's willing to do those deals on 2-year deals. We've seen that with Justin Verlander.
That's exactly the point.
But that's it.
That's my point.
And Kyle Tucker ain't taking a 2-year.
Those. He'll sign
but
free agents
that's not
well.
Kyle Tucker.
Right. He'll sign a 3-year deal.
The question's about Kyle Tucker. It ain't going to be a 2 or 3 year deal. He's not going to be in the market for Kyle Tucker. You know what?
I agree with you. He's not going to do it. He's just not going to do it. No, he's not, because Kyle Tucker has been smart. He said, I'll take this money now, but I'm going to get to free agency. Now, last postseason, when Kyle Tucker looked like the Alex Bregman looks right now, then you know what? I would imagine Kyle Tucker went into the offseason going, holy crap. I better pick it up, because he had an MVP like regular season and he sucked in the postseason.
Yeah, that happens though.
No,
I mean, you have some.
Well, yeah, but
Jordan was atrocious in the World Series after he had been really, really good.
Kyle Tucker's entire postseason.
Right,
sucked.
but Kyle Tucker had an amazing season too.
Right,
like Kyle Tucker still is getting.
Still had to have
million.
him a little bit worried about what kind of money he's going to get if you're going to play like that in the postseason, because he was awful. But here's the deal. Is Kyle Tucker's getting paid, and he's getting paid big. Kyle Tucker's betting on himself, and he's winning. Mm-hmm. Alex Bregman is betting on himself, and he's losing. Mm-hmm. Carlos Correa lost.
Was he betting on? Is Alex Bregman betting on himself? Because I don't think he's turned down anything that the Astros offered, and he just signed a deal early on.
We don't know what.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But no. He said he's never gotten an offer. Alex Bregman said that.
He's never even gotten an offer.
He said he's never gotten an offer.
And we know Kyle Tucker hasn't gotten one. Dana Brown said, well, we'll get around to making an offer.
Yeah, but I think Kyle's not taking it.
No, I know, but the point is that maybe they don't make those offers.
I don't think Breggy's betting on himself. I think the Astros, he took money early, which was smart because it was a good deal, and it bought a couple extra years, but it's way more than he would have made with arbitration.
Yeah.
And Kyle, but I don't think Bregman's betting on himself. I think he's playing the last year of his contract. But he said the Astros have never made an offer to him. He said that publicly in the offseason.
Which, you know what?
They
good
don't
right
do
now.
that, though. But
Well,
they don't make early offers unless they want you.
Right, exactly. Which is maybe the right move. Look at it.
It maybe is.
Maybe.
And
If they would have gone last year and said, we'll extend you 4 years at 120.
This is uncomfortable, but this doesn't run contrary to what I'm talking about. I'm laying out the scenario of what happens with the Astros and Jim Crane. The reality is Jim Crane's way of doing things up to this point has been smart for the Astros. It's been smart. You avoided the contract with Carlos Correa. Jeremy Pena came up. The problem you run into is sustainability. This has been a long window that's been open from 17. We'll start at 17. The 17, you could argue 15, but that team is so much different in 17 and 15. The window's been open a long time. The problem is, looking at ESPN's top 100, the Astros have one player in the top 100 players in minor league system. They have not restocked the way that they needed to restock.
As soon as Jeff Luhnow was gone, that went away too.
Well, but also they lost some draft picks,
No.
and they have traded some draft picks away.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the players,
away.
prospects
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
And so the problem you run into now is that are you going to do the thing that's going to be painful, which is move Kyle Tucker and add three of the top 100?
You keep mentioning this. We've got 7 years of great baseball. You got price, and the price was the minor league system. And you know what? I would do it all over again every single time.
That's fine, but
I would do it over again
I don't even
every
think
time.
you really paid that big a price for the minor league system.
Yes,
I just
you did.
think
You got with the Greinke deals and the Verlander deals.
Yeah, but you haven't given
away a lot.
You haven't given away a lot of big time players.
No.
The difference is you did for Randy Johnson. Those guys became dudes. But John, my only argument now is that now that you're getting towards the end of it, you have to recognize when you have to make a move that will bolster and keep that window open even longer. And we'll see if they do that with Bregman, who's not going to bring anything, or Tucker, who would bring a haul.
Yep.
And we're talking about a haul of top 100 players.
All right, time to talk about Air Team right now. Had them at my house. Did it last week. I'm telling you, the professionalism, the deal that I got, the rebates that they're going to give you, and explaining, they were awesome. I couldn't speak more highly of what Air Team did for me. The Curtises have been in this business for over 35 years here. And it's funny, they got people that have been with them for 30 or more, 20-plus years, 15-plus years. That just tells you what kind of people they are and what kind of business it is, the integrity. It is awesome. I love what Air Team has done for me. As a matter of fact, Forrest was just at my house yesterday telling me about the thermostats. And it just is – it's just a family-owned business that I'm telling you, you will love what they do for you. They've got trucks all over the city. They'll come to your home and they'll clean out your air conditioner outside, and they'll maintain your air conditioner upstairs as well. You have to do this. Otherwise, you're going to be like me and have to replace 2 new units, and that is something you do not want to do. Let them come and maintain your air conditioners right now. Call them. 713-956-8326, 713-956-TEAM, T-E-A-M, or AirTeam, A-I-R, Team, LTD.com, AirTeamLTD.com.
We're live at Texas Star Grill Shop here off Southwest Freeway at the Shepherd and Greenbrier exit, kind of the hub, but there's locations around the Houston area. Go to 975grills.com to check it out for yourself. There's a big Memorial Day weekend extravaganza going on. They've got huge sales on all the top brands. These are numbers I have never seen before. $500 off of Traeger, $800 off of Blaze, $900 off of Weber's, $300 on Gosney pizza ovens, which are huge right now, $200 off Napoleon, and huge package deals on Big Green Egg. These are big-name grills at big discounts. You get free delivery and assembly in the greater Houston area, so take advantage of it right now. They also offer free design services for their outdoor kitchen, so they're going to provide the components that you need from top-of-the-line grills, the sleek cabinetry. They will do that as well. The outdoor refrigerators, side burners, sink stations, bar centers, everything is available for them to build for you, and the design is absolutely free. Stop in here at the store and check them out for yourself. Don't miss out on this big sale, 975grills.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As Lance told you, we are live at Texas Star Grill Shop, 59 and Shepherd, all day long here. You got to stop by and pick up your Texas Star Post Oak cooking wood. It's the only way to smoke. Post Oak is the only way to smoke your meat, and it's $4.99 a bag as opposed to $12 a bag. That's the kind of deal you're getting this weekend at Texas Star Grill Shop. Let's go. Andy Reid asked about, I'm seeing so many. Do you know the number one women's jersey or shirt by far sold out? Harrison Butker.
Mm-hmm.
It's so polarizing and it's so funny.
I mean, it's a culture war issue, so it's going to be huge.
It's huge. And it's just so ridiculous. I mean, and you hear both sides of it. He shouldn't be talking about women. Okay. Okay. Oh, you got all of these criminals in the NFL, and this is the guy you're attacking? Okay. I get it. Both sides. And Andy Reid asked about Harrison Butker and his comments. Here is Andy Reid.
I didn't talk to him about this. Didn't think we need to. We're a microcosm of life here. Everybody's from different areas, different religions, different races, and so we all get along. We all respect each other's, opinions. And not necessarily do we go by those, but we respect everybody to have a voice. It's a great thing about America, man. And we're just, like I said, a microcosm of that. And I wish, my wish is that, everybody could kind of follow that. So, yeah.
Yeah. And then he went on. He said, I don't like all
it's
y'all's.
Dangerous. No,
I don't like y'all's opinions, but I listen to them.
I let you.
I got to put up with them.
Yeah, I still let you in this room.
Yeah.
This is a really dangerous. He and Pat Mahomes, I think, did a nice job of answering questions on a culture war issue that is going to. That is going to,
So did the Hunts. Did you hear their comments?
No, I didn't hear theirs.
Yeah, the wife, and then the daughter, the hot daughter.
You're going to hear. You're going to hear. Is there an ugly one?
No, they don't have any ugly daughters.
Oh, okay. Then
the
why'd you
Hunts,
say the Hunt?
no. Well, the really hot one that was.
Okay.
She was Miss Missouri, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was.
Yeah.
But this is going to be one where you're going to offend somebody if you answer to. Like, it's just it's a question you shouldn't even try to answer because all you're going to do is make somebody mad. And I thought Andy Reid did a pretty good job. Let's get Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes is a teammate. So Pat Mahomes is the face of the franchise. I thought Pat Mahomes also did a really good job of supporting while distancing. He straddled the line, and he knows how to play the game. Here's Pat Mahomes talking about the Harrison Butker issue.
I know Harrison. I've known him for 7 years, and I judge him by the character that he shows every single day, and that's a good person. That's someone who cares about the people around him, cares about his family, and wants to make a good impact in society. When you're in the locker room, there's a lot of people from a lot of different areas of life, and they have a lot of different views on everything, and we're not always going to agree, but and there's certain things that he said that I don't necessarily agree with, but I understand the person that he is, and he's trying to do whatever he can to lead people in the right direction. And that might not be the same values as I have, but at the same time, I'm going to judge him by the character that he shows every single day. That's a great person, and we'll continue to move along and try to help build each other up to make ourselves better every single day. But at the end of the day, we're going to come together as a team, and I think that'll help out as well as eliminating those distractions outside the building as well.
John Chill.
Yeah. Pretty good answer there, I thought. Mm-hmm. What else are you going to do with it?
Yeah, it's not what I read, but maybe some of the agreement I agree with. I'm not going to agree with everything, but he's my teammate, and I support him. He's got a right to do it.
It was good answers. It was good, and they'll get away from this. This will end
unless
fairly
he gets kicked
quickly.
off the team.
Just make your effing kicks, Butker. That's all.
That's
all they're really looking for from him.
Yeah, in Kansas City. In Kansas City, this won't be an issue.
No, on the road, actually, he's going to have. It's going to be funny how there's going to be a lot of
make
people
your kicks is right
just behind him on the road.
He's a clutch kicker. That's all they really care about, and he'll be fine. He'll be fine in Kansas City. He'll be fine in that locker room.
Yep. We got John Chill coming up. He's got some. He's already sent me some steamers for you to play this weekend. So John Chill from the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is going to give us a couple of steamers from DraftKings next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You've got Vanderford Air.
Vanderford Air is something that you should have as well if you are listening, because Vanderford Air is the air conditioning company that is going to come out to your home. You have an emergency, and every time your air conditioner goes out, it's an emergency. Like, oh! And then the fear is, don't open the door. It's just going to get hot. And listen, call Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. They are same-day service. They get out there. There's no additional charge for emergencies because anytime your air conditioning's off, it's an emergency. But if you call them, they're not going to have an emergency charge. They're not going to have overtime charges if they have to work late, because the fact is I've had new air conditioning installed before, and that's a job that starts early and ends later, because if you do it the right way, not only are you putting a new unit in, but I mean you are taking the old unit, the old lines out, you're putting new lines in, there's no leakage, and that's what they're going to do for you. They're going to make sure that the newest technology is used and the newest lines are used to make sure that your home is cooled properly. They do heat loads in every single room where they turn your air conditioning way down, and they make sure that your home is cooling the way it is supposed to evenly in all of the rooms, because if not, they can do things like cut a new vent in for you or check on the flow or make sure that the air is moving to that room properly. And if it's as simple as making is fixing the system, they can do that for you as well and get you running. It's 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
Hey, what do you want to advertise for your business, or, I don't know, your company, your school, whatever it is that you want to advertise? We've got screen printing, embroidery, promotional items. You want to put it on a hat. You want to put it on a polo. You want to put it on koozies, cups, mugs, pop-up tents, whatever it is. Bull Shirts is here for you. Over 40 years. Joe has been doing this forever. He's awesome. Buffalo Timmy, you heard him on here as well. I've been knowing these guys forever. They printed playoff and championship gear for the Astros and Rockets. They'll ship anywhere in the U.S. Do you want to buy something for someone? You need trophies for whatever you're doing. You need anything that you need to put on. You want to put your logo on a backpack. Whatever it is, these guys can do it all. It's one-stop shopping. You can buy all of your gear there. Your backpacks, your golf accessories, your koozies, your cups, mugs. They've got it all, shirts, T-shirts, everything in stock, and they're ready for you. Bull Shirts is a one-stop shop. Go visit their website, bull-shirts.com, bull-shirts.com. Tell them that we sent you. They're awesome. You'll love them. Tell them we sent you at bull-shirts.com. John Chill, CFO over at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, just 2 hours down the road. People, you got to get over there, and it's the best place to go and get a great weekend. How about this Memorial Day weekend? Are you guys packed already? Can I still get a hotel room, John, at the Golden Nugget?
It's going to be tight, but we can make an exception for you, John. If you want to come down.
No, not me. I'm talking about the listeners.
There he is.
I'm a man of the people, okay? I would have made mine already, but if I want a last minute, I want to go over to Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. Give me a room, John. Can you do that for the people?
I could try. I'll give it my best effort, but yeah, we're busy. We're getting ready. Actually looking out at the pool now, and people are out there already, so we're getting ready for a big weekend. It's one of our bigger ones.
People are at the pool. I mean, I'm telling you, it's the best bar there. They've got great bars. Oh, by the way, I saw Fuse at the Blue Martini. What a great show they put on. I mean, you guys got some great – it's a great nightclub, people, to go there and enjoy after you're playing at the casino, your poker, or whatever you're doing. Go over to the Blue Martini. Yep. It is awesome. We had a great time.
Cash your tickets and about 20 feet away. Cash your sportsbook tickets and walk right into Blue and enjoy your winnings right in Blue Martini. So, yeah, we got some events in there. You know, we got the DJ at night. We got a band till about midnight, and then we do a DJ. So, yeah, it's definitely rocking, and this weekend it'll really be rocking with Memorial Day weekend. So.
All right, what do you think of them? How about the Mavs? They went from 25-1 before the playoffs started, and now they're under 5-1. They win Game 1 here. What a steamer! If you picked the Mavs before, which my buddy did, and I talked him out of it. If you picked the Mavs before the playoffs started, man, you're in the money.
Oh yeah, you're definitely in the money with them, and you know they didn't look good, and you know with Luka looked hurt in the first round, and you know it looks like he's coming around and. He made me happy last night. I hit a 3-teamer with him. I had the Mavs money line. I had Luka over 30, and I had him with 3-3. So looked like it was going to be the Kyrie night in the first half, and then Luka, I think they shared halves. Kyrie, I think he had 13 points in the first quarter, and then Luka came around in the second. So I was a happy
only
camper
3
yesterday.
threes for Luka?
Yeah.
Only was the under-over was 3? Man.
I think, he was like 3 for 8. I think he started out like 1 for 4 or 0 for 4, and then he started heating up. But, yeah, I'll take that. So, yeah, starting to be a good weekend with that. I was able to parlay that. I probably shouldn't say that being in Houston. I had the Angels yesterday, so I parlayed that into the Mavs game. But yeah, so I'm on a roll right now, and you know, we got tonight's game. We got Boston +9. The over/under is at 224. It'll be interesting to see. You know, there's going to be a lot of adjustments of what happened from the first game. You know, I know the pick and roll was beating Boston up, and you could see that it's starting to affect them. But I think they'll make their adjustments. I kind of like a couple prop bets. Miles Turner at 16.5. He's +102. He's hit that number 4 times in a row. I think he had 23 the last game. So I'm going to still ride that hot number there and take Miles Turner with the points over 16.5. Halliburton, I think he's starting to look like he was in the first half of the season. His points and assist total tonight is 27.5 at -112. I think he had 25 points and 10 assists last game. So, and he was heating up in the Knicks series too. You could tell towards the end there. So, kind of like those prop bets tonight. We'll see. The over/under. It was interesting. So we could remember this for next year. If a team goes to Game 7, the over in the conference, the first game, goes over 69% of the time. So that was an interesting fact. So the game went over.
Well, not only that, but if the team, here's the bet next time, a team plays 7 games and the other team that they're playing didn't, Game 1 goes to the team that didn't. Like 4 out of the last 20. Or 16 of the last 20 have been won by the team that didn't play 7 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something with totals as well, and it went over the first game. But the Pacers play at a really high tempo. They get a lot of shots up. They led the league in scoring at 123 a game. Boston was second in the league at 120.6. This is going to – I'm kind of curious how you see this because from a handicapping standpoint, the first thing I think of was, okay, 2 teams that score a lot of points, you're probably going to look at the over. But then, the historian in me of sports always understands that you have better defense and it gets a little tighter in the playoffs. And yet the first game went over the total. What are your thoughts about the total and the movement of the total potentially as we move forward in this series?
Yeah, I agree with you. Tonight's game will be interesting to see. I kind of like the under tonight at 224. I think both sides will make adjustments. And again, like you said, it'll get tighter as the series goes on. I just think that right now I think it's a little high. They're adjusting to the last couple of games. I think the over is hitting Indiana, even with the Knicks and going into the Boston series. So I'm with you. That's why I'm staying away from the over-under tonight, just to kind of see how things play out. Can Boston make the adjustments, or is Indiana just too fast-paced for them to keep up with?
And it's worth noting as well, John, that Indiana's played 14 games in the postseason. They're averaging 8 points less per game, 115 in the regular season. Boston's played 11 games, and they are averaging 10 points less. So they went from, as I mentioned, 123.3 for Indiana and 120.6 for Boston. Now it's 115.2 for Indiana.
Was it over before overtime, or was it still under?
Yeah, I think it was over already.
Yeah, I think it was over even before the overtime.
It was over already.
And the Pacers went over against the, they put 130 on. They put 130 on the Knicks in Game 7, so that game went over as well. Yeah, an under's coming for sure.
Yeah, an under's probably coming.
We'll see when, but it's coming.
Well, okay, so we got that. What else? What about Minnesota in the series?
2 days ago, I would have said yes, but
now's a good time to take them.
Yeah,
if you think they're going to win the series, this is the best time to take them.
Yep. I like either team out of the West. I think, I know Boston's still a favorite to win it all. I still like either team to come out of the West to win it all. So
to win it all.
Yeah.
Right now, Mavericks are minus. What I see right now is minus 150. You may have it different in your spot, John, but that's if you like the Timberwolves, you get a little extra.
Yeah.
Jump on them and play them.
Before the series, they were the favorite.
Sure.
So now's the time to play them if you like them.
Yes. Yep. I agree. Yep. So,
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see what the NBA does this weekend. It'll be good. So,
Astros are off.
Yeah,
Astros are off today, John. What do you like? Anything in baseball?
I do. Skiing's been the hot topic here. I like the over/under today. Got some day baseball today. He's 7.5 strikeouts at plus 105. So, wow. I think people will adjust to him eventually, but I think he had 11 strikeouts last meeting and then 6 in his debut. So definitely over 7.5 for Skeens. And just let
when
you know,
does
Giants, I was just going to give you a little tidbit. The Giants are the 5th highest strikeout team also. So parlay that.
Oh wow!
Skeens. Yeah.
Oh wow!
So.
Yeah. When does Imanaga pitch again? Because at what point? Are you still jump on this guy? He's got a Cubs pitcher, Shota Imanaga, has got an ERA under 1. Do you ride it, or are you betting against him now?
I I would ride him. I think one of those, when he's hot, those pitchers that are hot, you just stay with him and, you keep on riding until you see the decline in that. But, I definitely would keep on riding him.
Yeah, and along with Skeens. You like Skeens tonight.
Yep.
You like Skeens.
Yep. There's another one I like. This is an interesting fact. Phillies are 20-0-3 in the first 5 innings. So you could bet the first 5 innings here against right-handed pitching. And it was an interesting stat. But today, the Rangers are pitching a lefty. They're about a 500 baseball team for the first 5 innings. So I kind of like the Rangers in Haiti today at plus 195 first 5 innings.
Okay, first 5 innings.
Yep.
Rangers, first 5 innings. There you go. Got any golf this weekend?
We've got some golf. We got the old Charles Schwab Challenge. I kind of like Spieth. He's at plus 250 right now to finish in the top 10. He's a prior winner, I think, back in 16, and then he was a 3-time runner-up, 15, 17, and 2021. So I kind of like him to finish in the top 10 at plus 250.
Look at, for me, I bet you get nice odds on Brendan Todd, who plays. This is the only tournament he plays well at. You might get a steamer there, finish in the top 10. You might get good odds there. I'd like Denny McCarthy this week, finishing in the top 5. He played well last week at the PGA. So those are a couple of guys that
Todd's
you might look at as well.
1,200. Yeah, Todd's plus 1,200, and McCarthy's plus 1,100 for the top 5. So, yes.
For the top 5? Yeah, I think those are good. Those are pretty good odds because Brendan Todd always plays well there. That's just have you never heard of Brent? Well, Dell bets on him all the time. He loves Brendan. He loves watching Brendan Todd play. But the rest of you might not know about Brendan Todd. Anyway, that is my man right there, John Chill from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. The sports book, awesome place to get your Memorial Day weekend on. If you haven't, make your call right now and get on over there. Great weekend. What do we got? What's the date today? Is the 23rd. It's the 24th. Tomorrow we got Matt Matthews bringing the last to the stage. Casey Donahue hitting the Grand Event Center. Golden Nugget. LC.com. Book your tickets. Get on over there. Hang out at the sports book. 12,000 square feet of premier sports betting. Live blackjack games right there. I love that you got a casino, that you got a blackjack table, John, in the sports book. The poker room is right next door if you're a poker player. Of course, all the casino gaming as well. The Blue Martini, which we talked about. Just so much fun right there. The pool. People are already out there having a good time. This is the place to go. And don't miss 250,000 Money Mania every Saturday in May. 250,000 Money Mania. Don't miss your chance. Friday as well. Friday 250 and Saturday 250. So you got a chance at 500,000 every Friday and Saturday in May at the Golden Nugget. So just awesome, John. We really love it. Thank you for hanging with us. And get on over there just 2 hours down the road at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging with us.
Thanks, John. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
All right. Heading to break live from the Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd. Come on by and try this Heart Brand. It is going to be some kind of steak that we're eating here from Heart Brand, and the unbelievable deals going on right now at Texas Star Grill Shop. Their big Memorial Day weekend sale. Do not miss it.
It's important to remember that you have choices when it comes to purchasing a car, a truck, an SUV, and Craig DeSurf wants you to know that over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, because he welcomes you shopping his vehicles and his prices and his customer service versus anyone else in the market. They're out in Angleton, but one of the advantages is, number one, I think it's the people he gets out there in terms of who work with him. They haven't had much turnover at all because they are people who are going to be looking to treat you as a family member. It's very important for Craig DeSurf that everyone feels like a family member when they walk in. The other thing is low overhead out in Angleton, so the prices are so much better. The trade-in value, no one is touching his trade-in value because Craig DeSurf is just willing to go to a number that other places aren't willing to go to because he wants your business. And why wouldn't you want to shop there when they have the great vehicles like the Chevy Silverado pickup truck or the GMC Sierra pickup truck? Why not shop there if they have the Buick Envision sitting there waiting for you, the Chevy Traverse, which is what me and my wife drive. Buick Encore is a really cool smaller SUV that is great for a first car as well. So many vehicles to choose from at LanceZCars.com, but the best thing is your customer service, the trade-in value, and then the prices that they're going to offer you are not going to be touched. There's no reason not to shop, but make sure that you end up at LanceZCars.com or shop just down at the location in Angleton, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back live from Texas Star Grill Shop. You got to come and get your Memorial Day grill sale on over here. It's fantastic, fantastic. $4.99 per bag for post oak cooking wood.
Just now you said fantastic.
It is fantastic.
You had a little Chicago in there.
Yeah, so you get your post oak cooking wood, a bag for just $4.99, normally like $12. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So if you smoke your wood, okay, or you smoke your meat, then you gotta get your wood right here at Texas Star Grill Shop, one of their locations.
And you got to buy a lot of it all at once because he bought so much of it that he's offering this crazy price and just load up on it.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get this price again.
No, this is
so
it.
Load up on it today.
That's it. All right, Astros with the day off today. Mm-hmm. We got Game 2 of Celtics, and I like the Celtics in this one. You like the Celtics or the Pacers?
Yeah, I think it'll be easier one for the. I think it's going to be fairly easy for the Celtics and the Minnesota Timberwolves over the next two games.
You like the Timberwolves?
Well, yeah, over the next set of games for both of those teams. I do. And although I was looking, they've got the Pacers. They got the Pacers at 107.5 total points, team points. Because I was looking at that when John was talking and we were talking about going under, and I'm like, I got to go over. The Pacers shoot the ball really well. They're a good shooting team. They play with tempo. And Boston is going to, Boston, you're going to end up playing fast if Boston catches, ends up taking the lead on you anyway. But I still think Boston ends up winning this and, getting into I think they get into the 120s on this one.
I haven't seen, is there any chance?
I now think it's going to be a higher scoring.
Is there any chance Porzingis is back ever?
I don't think.
At earliest, Game 4. That's the latest report.
Oh, that's the latest one?
Yes.
4?
Game 4.
Can you believe
if he
how
gets
many
back for this and then the finals?
I guess you have to ask, no matter who they play, will he be he'll have had at a month off or so, but before he plays his next game, will he be ready to play in these type of games? What's his build up as far as a guy who is a big part of their team, but you ain't played playoff basketball in a month. We're just going to toss you right in and expect you to
Well, I think
perform.
you limit his minutes, but
we'll see what they do with him. Are they going to throw him back in the starting lineup? Either way, I don't know how big of a help he'll be, particularly early on in his return. It's a long time off, and how many real minutes in practice is he getting as far as competitive basketball? So I don't know how big of an impact
how long has he been
make
out?
early. He was out. I think he got hurt in Game 3 of the first round.
So you're worried about that he'll be that like
We're
you
talking
do
about
get
a
out of
month
basketball
off.
shape. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
And just throwing him into a
It's
playoff
a
series?
month off after the
Yeah.
first round. My goodness.
If
That's
that's
crazy.
if he's ready for Game 4, and depending on how that series goes, if they're up 3-0, he probably wouldn't play in Game 4 anyway.
So what are the Astros? Getting back to the Astros, you mentioned them. They've got a game tomorrow. They're at Oakland, at Seattle, at Seattle. Eric Getty, according to Chandler Rome, is going to pitch on Saturday.
Okay.
Well,
ESPN didn't have that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, they don't have that. But according to Chandler Rome, he said the Astros will start Verlander on Friday, Eric Getty Saturday, and Ronel Blanco on Sunday. So what are they doing with
Fromber? Fromber moved.
Yeah.
Fromber was, well, you know what? After that last start,
So Fromber's
give him
probably
some
going to
more
pitch.
time off.
So Fromber
Monday.
probably goes to Javier.
Fromber moves into
To the Javier spot
on Monday.
Yeah.
Move
and then
Javier down.
And they skip Javier. Because you got Verlander, Arrighetti, Blanco.
Is that what he said? They're skipping Javier, or you're
Well,
just making that up?
I'm just saying that.
Well, you don't know. They might go. They
Well-
could just go to 6-man rotation.
You could, but why not just designate him for assignment? No, I don't want that. I want Javier to become good again. I don't really even the game. I wasn't even that happy about the game that he was good in because I didn't think his stuff looked all that good. And then he got whacked around, but they could skip him. But you're right; they've got so many games in a row.
Yeah, no, they're playing 30 games in 31 days, or 29 games in 30
I mean,
days.
holy crap!
So
1,
this is
2,
their
3.
only day off during this stretch. So this is the only day off during this 30 and 31.
13 straight games.
Yeah. So they go to the 6-man rotation, and there's no reason Arrighetti should be out of it anyway. Not the way that he's pitched lately.
No, but do you think that? Do you think they keep Hunter Brown on his schedule, which would be Tuesday, and then they move Verlander?
Everybody moves down.
That's all you're doing?
Yeah. And Hunter Brown doesn't deserve to be, well, we got to have a Hunter Brown start right here. No.
Who does deserve that?
Wow. Blanco.
No, Blanco's firmly in the rotation.
Yeah, no. Blanco deserves – we don't move him. We want him to pitch every 5 days. He's the only guy in there, actually. I wonder if things change now because he can't use as much rosin, or he's got to be worried about that crap now. There was a conversation, and I agree. There have been I have some issues with Joe Espada, but I have an issue that he did not argue and get tossed on the Ronel Blanco deal.
Yeah.
He should have gone after him. Check his hand. That's all you're doing is checking the glove. Check his hand.
He sat there.
And you know what? How many guys have had to wash their hands by umpires this year? And Ronel Blanco's one of the only ones that's gotten tossed.
I don't think his personality is red hot confrontational. Like Dusty's got that in him. I think that if he had it to do all over again, I think he would do it different because he's a little pitcher out there twisting the wind, and he just sat by passively, and it just didn't sit right with me, and I know it doesn't sit right with other people.
Especially as a new manager.
Yeah.
The players got to know that you got their back.
Yeah, and he didn't do it, and I just thought it was a mistake at the time, and it's really one where you want to go out because it's not really about if you're going to be – it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. But you have to go out there, and you do that because you make sure that the other teams get the same treatment. You put a little bit of doubt in the manager's mind. You throw out, hey, this has already happened against us, and you guys are doing this now. How about some consistency? How about a level of consistency? You chew on them a little bit out there. You get thrown out or you don't get thrown out, but you don't just sit there passively and let Ronel Blanco twist in the wind. And some of that could just be new manager. Some of it could be a combination of new manager and, it's not typically his personality. But that's one where you don't have to believe in it. You could be thinking, he needs to get thrown out. But it doesn't matter. You got a job to do, and you go take on, you go take on the manager, and you show the player that you're on his side. You think managers hadn't known that a player is full of crap, but that wasn't a strike, that was a ball, but you go out there and fight for them because that it makes a difference.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would have made it would have made a difference for. I mean, everybody in there would have said, he's got. Man, Dusty would have been all over those guys. Dusty would have been. That I loved about Dusty. Dusty always fought, and even Ron Washington out there yesterday, challenging a couple of plays, going out there and making sure. I just don't. We got to see some fire.
I see Joe Espada getting the Steven Silas treatment over there. I see you guys giving them the Steven Silas treatment.
Guess what?
I see it.
There's a lot. Wait a minute. Record-wise and temperament, it's the same. Hey, let's have some fire.
Hey, Alex Bregman, hit the baseball.
No,
stop the fire.
See
that? What's him getting thrown out of a game going to do for Ronel Blanco? Was he not going to get suspended 10 games?
No, maybe. I don't know. But but the players got to know. Listen, I don't believe in he's got to turn tables over in the locker room.
If it's not his,
and yell at the guys because they're not hitting.
If it's fake, the players will know that too.
No, it's not. If
it's not in him, it's not in him.
Well, wait a minute. It can't be fake. You got to have your players back.
But if it's not in him to get animated, if he's having the conversation saying what's going on, I know everyone wants him to be
the defense.
That's effeminate. That's effeminate.
It's not. Where he goes, you got to get over screens.
What you did was play defense. That's an effeminate.
That's not effeminate. You did this last time with me.
It's a.
Y'all got me in trouble with Jeff Passan for the same thing.
I didn't do that. I wasn't here for that.
That was my nerd voice. Oh, you weren't here for that?
Maybe I was, but I didn't get you in trouble for that. If Espada's being. He can have a conversation, but if you want him to turn it up and the players know, that's not who that guy is. It comes off as fake. I don't be who you are, and if it's not in him, then it's not in him.
Well, then, okay, it's not in you to get mad when the umpires are mistreating your player. Well, then you know what? Then you're not the right guy for the job.
Were they mistreating him, or were they right?
No, they were wrong. They were wrong. Well, they wouldn't even check his pitching hand.
Did the Astros fight it at the end of the day?
No. They didn't even appeal it. His glove was juicy. His pitching hand is the one that you got to worry about. Was there anything on it?
They checked both.
No, there was crap all over Clark's hand for the Yankees. I mean, crap all over it, and they told him go wash your hands.
Why not appeal?
Because the glove was sticky.
But if you appeal, what's the worst thing that happens? Nothing. Ronel Blanco doesn't miss any time.
Well, at first he said, I'm appealing.
And then he misses time later. They should have appealed and see if they could get it down to one game. 5 days.
Well, whatever. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't appeal.
Well, I mean, they didn't fight they didn't fight for him out there. They didn't appeal. They didn't appear to be a team that had any issue with it.
I don't want them to be phony. I want them to actually have some passion.
Well, that's just what I'm saying. If it's not in them, then it's not in him.
Well, then
you're already too late. It's already too late now.
Then maybe it's not in you to be a manager.
Okay? There it is. John Granado, ESPN 97.5 host, has called for the firing of Joe Espada.
I did not call for this. I've got very little issue.
That's what a clickbait would
with
say.
him. But I do think that he's got to show more. That was one thing I loved about Dusty. Dusty was going out there to fight you. He was going during the fight. Dusty's out there trying to fight people. That's one thing about Dusty that I loved. It's that he had his guys back. Joe Espada, you got to prove that to the guys. You got to.
Dusty didn't have to prove. Well, even Dusty has to prove something to a team. Every manager with a new team. But Dusty's got so many skins in the game.
Yeah.
But Dusty would
well, yeah, that's right. Joe doesn't.
Dusty would yell and scream, "Get your ass back on the mound!" Remember after the cheating stuff?
I love that.
Dusty was one of the first ones to yell and scream at people because he knows the deal.
But Joe Espada is not new to these guys.
He's not new to them.
He's new in this spot.
So
these guys know.
These
guys know who he is and what he's about.
Right.
So I think players are quick to see through a guy. So maybe if he turned it up, it might have helped. It might not have. But I appreciate him being genuine before anything else. And if he's not, and if he doesn't have it in him, so but we do have some breaking news. Doesn't directly affect the Rockets, but it might. J.B. Bickerstaff, Cleveland Cavaliers coach, no longer. He's been fired. So what does that mean? Thank you, Sean, for the breaking news sounder. J.B. Bickerstaff out. What does that mean? There's just tumult in Cleveland. Does Donovan Mitchell become a guy who could potentially be the next one out the door?
Did he like JB or not?
This is the thing.
So maybe he stays because
we have no idea, but
right.
we just know changes are being made in Cleveland.
Right.
He's not going Utah and Cleveland. He's not going to live his whole life in Utah and Cleveland. That's not happening. He's moving to a better city.
Wow.
He's moving to a better city.
Cleveland people.
Cleveland's fine. It's just not as cool as Houston. So it's that simple.
It's not. No, it's not.
It's that simple.
All right, time for me to. You know why? Because they don't have a Houston powder coaters there. Houston powder coaters.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. No.
If they're smart, they'd open one up over there and try to keep Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland.
I mean, then it'd be Cleveland powder coaters.
So.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
So, but no, Cleveland powder coaters is not nearly as good as Houston powder coaters. That's stupid. Houston Powder Coaters, you're going to talk to Robin, or you're going to talk to Jennifer, you're going to talk to Mia, you're going to talk to one of the great people there at Houston Powder Coaters to help you. They'll help you decide whether or not you save that patio furniture. They're going to help you decide whether the car parts can be saved, the lift kits, the bumpers, the wheels. Can you save it, or do you have to buy new stuff? And that's a decision. That's kind of a big deal. But you have to make that decision. And Houston Powder Coaters they're going to tell you up front, no, you can buy new stuff. Or no, we can absolutely save you. They'll pick it up free. They'll deliver it free. It doesn't matter where you are. If you can hear us, they're doing it. Their workmanship is second to none. 5-star customer service, very hands-on, great communication with customers. What is it that you want that's metal that you need to save? Robin is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
I'm on the Vanderford Air website right now taking a look at it, and the phone number, I never give you the phone number. I always tell you the website, vanderfordair.com. But the phone number is 281-344-2925. They have same-day service guaranteed. Very high ratings on Google, 4.8, which is unusual for an air conditioning company because people get so worried about being taken by air conditioning companies. But it's really simple. This is a family-owned air conditioning and heating company who has been in business since 1980. So this is over 40 years that they've been in business. Their name is, because it's family-owned and operated, their name is extremely important to everyone there. Your service is going to be top-notch. If it ever isn't, a correction will be made. The pricing is going to be fair. The transparency will be there for you. They are going to go that extra step and that extra mile to make sure that you're happy with the service. But the most important thing is we're just talking about getting cool. Like, your air conditioner should cool you properly. It should be able to get cool enough that it turns off during the summer. Yes, it should be able to turn off. And if not, your system is not working properly or you don't have the right size for your home. Let Vanderford Air come out there. You can schedule service online at vanderfordair.com and let them come out there and start working with you to make sure that you have the right system or that your system is running correctly. They'll get it fixed. You'll be cool. Your energy rates, your energy bills can come down. And most importantly, you can have your peace of mind of knowing that you are ready for this brutal Houston summer. It's vanderfordair.com, 281-344-2925.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Just eat the sausage.
No, because then you're going to use that against
How
me.
so if I offered it to you? I'm giving it to you. I don't want that one.
No, but I just feel like it's going to be Tatiana would be here and you take her sausage too.
No, but I'm actually giving it to you.
That jalapeno sausage and jalapeno cheese sausage is great.
Holy cow. So Heart Brand is here. It's a Wagyu. It's Texas Wagyu. Holy cow. It is delicious.
I saw what you did there.
Man, oh man, oh man.
You said Texas Wagyu and then you went, holy cow. I like it.
And then he did that.
Holy cow.
He did that Japanese thing he does.
Which didn't really, it wasn't what I was going for.
So it is if you come on by, Chef is fantastic.
Yeah, we got
Chef
food right
knows
over
everything
there.
about meat. He's unbelievable. He was telling us about all kinds of. I mean, he's really smart. Chef.
He's an
really
executive chef.
He's an
certified and
chef.
trained executive chef. And
aren't you a
Chef
pit
Cecil
master? Are you having conversations
Did you tell
with
him how to make
I
it?
asked him. No, yeah, I asked him. I said, "How do you keep the sausages from becoming wrinkled?" He goes, "Well, you just have to 140 internal temp, and you're good."
Yeah.
He said, "Take it off at 140." Okay. I got my meat thermometer here. The internal temp it makes everything super simple. You just got a good meat thermometer, one you can trust. It's so good. This meat thermometer I use that I got from here, the Texas Star Grill Shop. Remember when we had the big freeze that we had? I could walk into a room and it takes the temperature in the room. So there's one bathroom I have it's on the back of my home. It's not insulated at all. I was actually keeping milk in there. Stuff from the refrigerator we were keeping in the bathroom. I went in there and it just kept going down, 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 and went to 44 degrees. So in that room it was 44 degrees in my home. Which, it was pretty wild to just take everything out of your refrigerator and just put it in your house because, it was basically a refrigerator in your house. That was not a problem.
I don't know
but that
how
meat
we got-
thermometer, well, I was basically telling you I can walk around with a meat thermometer and it tells you what the temperature is in every room.
42 degrees in your room?
In one room of my house, it was 44.
Why is it 44
Because
degrees?
it wasn't insulated. I just told you it was during the huge freeze. It was 6 degrees
So
outside.
you lost me as soon as you stopped talking about
No,
the
I
meat.
talked and you just stopped.
I just stopped listening.
You just stopped listening.
I don't know how we got there, but okay. So
buy your meat thermometers here at Texas Star Grill Shop.
That's what it meant?
That's what the whole thing was. Yes.
I got you. I'm sorry.
Keep up.
I was looking at this sausage one to eat it, and you kept talking about something.
Do you think Caitlin Clark has more assists or more turnovers per
Turnovers.
game? Tie. 5.8, 5.8.
Wow.
Tie. Yeah.
Those petty women were right about her.
Yep. Here we go. Do you think
She does need to stop turning the ball over the waist. Although a lot of them are bouncing off her teammates'
Yeah,
face.
but she was not she had too many turnovers in college. Like, I don't think she's a true point guard. I think she's a
No,
catch.
she's a
I think
catch
she
and
can
shoot,
beat
yeah.
you off the dribble.
No, if she had a
and she
true-
can make passes. She
Yeah.
sees the courts, but she's also a great catch and shoot. Like, guys, I know y'all want us to talk more WNBA. We hear you and we're listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
We've got an expert coming on.
Art's the only one.
Hey, guys, don't worry.
There's probably a lot of people who are like,
Don't worry.
I don't know. She was very popular.
She was very popular. She's popular with our listeners.
I think so. Hey, I'm telling you, I had a poker game the night they were playing UCLA. We stopped the poker game to watch the
Well,
damn
in college,
game.
yes, but is it going to carry over to the
That's what
pros?
I said. I don't know about
Don't
that.
worry, guys. In the next show, once these boomers or Gen Xers, whatever the hell
Both.
you guys are,
Well, we're Gen Xers.
are out of here, we're going to have an actual conversation
On
about women's sports and the pettiness of women. Don't worry.
Good.
An actual nuanced
Good.
conversation as opposed to, look how petty and jealous they are.
They are.
We're going to have a real conversation.
Yeah, we don't need nuance
Me
to
and
know
Mapes,
women are petty.
The millennials will have a nuanced conversation about
Oh, here comes New Age. The New Age feminists are going to be on the air. Coming up next, the New Age feminists
You
led
damn
by
right.
Dell and Sean
You
Mapes.
damn right.
Sean, don't let him put your name in his mouth like that.
Oh.
Just because he's got longer.
Wow.
I said his name.
All right.
What? See?
Wow.
I already know where John's angle is, but
Okay,
you two,
stop
Etu,
that.
Dell.
Well, he's the one who don't
Etu.
like to say anything about the mouth.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
like him
What you
mentioning
do with
me.
that mouth, though?
Here are the teams that I'm going to try to trade
Del?
Kyle Tucker
you,
to.
You put
Stop.
You put Mapes in it?
Mapes is part of the show. That's all. I'm not putting anything in anyone's mouth.
Do you
Okay?
think the Yankees have any top prospects left?
Probably.
Yeah, they're tied in Major League Baseball with the Brewers, Mets, Orioles, Padres, Reds, Tigers.
Because they sign free agents. They
and
don't
Yankees.
trade for people.
Well, remember now, the Padres got a bunch of prospects. They gave away prospects for Soto, and then they got them back from the Yankees. But the Yankees have 6 of the top 100. The Dodgers have 5 of the top 100 prospects. The Cubs have 5 of the top 100. The Astros are down there. The Angels and Royals have none of the top 100. And the Astros, A's, Blue Jays, Braves, and Marlins have 1 in the top 100. That was Jacob Melton.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that. I don't know.
Now, this is in
where
January.
Where was Urquidy ranked? Where was Luis Garcia ranked? Where was Chas McCormick ranked? Where were all of these guys helped the Astros win a World Series? So I don't care where they're ranked.
But we're not looking for Chas McCormick. We're looking for Kyle Tuckers now. We have to have that. We're not looking for.
You have to have the
We don't
Chas
need
McCormicks,
fill-ins.
too.
Nah. Right now, if you're going to keep letting Kyle Tuckers and
Where was
Bregmans
Jordan
go
when
away,
he came up? Where was
traded
Pena?
for him. They traded for Jordan.
Well, no, but he was still in the minor leagues before he came up.
Well, yeah, but they traded.
He was
for
part of their.
I know. Guess what? They traded. They brought one in and they brought a good prospect in. They traded a player, Josh Fields, and got a prospect.
That's
exactly.
Right. But where
that's
was he rated before he came up? I mean, that's why the ratings. That's great.
Well,
all
you
fine
can
and
talk
good.
about ratings, but the fact is they traded a player for a prospect, and that prospect became a hammer.
I understand that, Lance. I understand the process. What I'm saying is, all these Astros that came up and helped the Astros win a World Series, none of them were rated.
Carlos Correa was.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa was. Justin Verlander was, who really helped a
lot.
lot.
He's not a
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about the best players on the Astros, the only one who wasn't was probably Jose Altuve. But the top guys, Kyle Tucker was, George Springer was.
Bregman.
The core players, Alex Bregman was. All the core of the guys who made this long run that everyone loves, these guys were top 100 players.
Not Fromber,
these guys were
not Urquidy.
No, but you're also – that's a different thing. That is – they're not spending a lot of time in the minors. They were purchases from a guy who's no longer here anymore. They were scouted and purchased and developed by the Astros minor league system. Is the same development in place?
Well, that's
I know Frank Strom's not here.
I've said this 1,000 times. That's the difference between this organization now and when Luno was here. It was the best at finding Latino talent and bringing them up and working the system too.
Not expensive,
because
cheap guys.
He waited. You can only spend so much on international players. He waited till everybody grabbed all the best players and whatnot, and then he found real talent and at cheaper prices, and then developed them and brought them up here to win titles.
See, and I think that's part of what Jim Crane looks at is that model of you let the first wave and the second wave go, and then we go discount shopping and develop them, and they become great players. The problem is, at some point, you still have to have the Bregmans, and these are high draft picks. The Bregmans, the Correas, the Springers, these are highly regarded high draft picks that ended up becoming really, really good players and core players. We know how they stole, and there's actually an article written in L.A. that the Dodgers screwed up and gave the wrong, they had on Jordan, they had the wrong idea of who they were even trading. But regardless, the Astros have said, we never thought Jordan would turn into this. We just thought he was a good prospect. You have to develop stars. And Chas McCormick is fine. And, yeah, you got to have your Chas McCormicks. But the Astros minor league doesn't appear to have stars. Now, hopefully Lo Perfido becomes that. But the strikeout total is much higher than star-level players.
Lo Perfido.
Jacob Melton, those
you know
are the
what?
two.
At some point, we got to see
Melton's
if
the only
Pedro
one.
Leon can play.
Yeah, Melton's the only one that's in their top 100 right now. So
Pedro Leon is killing it. About time we see if he can play.
Well, I mean, can he play first base?
Well, probably. He can play shortstop.
I mean, come on. First base is where you stick old outfielders. My guy Cesar Cedeno, after he hurt his ankle, became a first baseman. You can put a lot of people at first base. Just put somebody at first who can hit.
I just want to. You know what? Jordan, take 1,000 ground balls and go play first base.
Yeah.
Take 1,000.
I think he's full time. I think it may be Diaz. Yiner's probably who we're looking at.
Yeah.
I think he's probably the guy who's going to end up being the first baseman because Jordan's probably going to be just full-time DH is what he's going to become. And then Yiner Diaz, with his ability to dig stuff out of the dirt, I think he's the one that might make some sense as a first baseman.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see who you have at catcher coming up. But I don't know. This look at the minor league system, it just makes me concerned because you can just look at now all you want, but you do have to look at 2 and 3 years down the line. And I am a little bit concerned that the Astros minor league system over the last 2 or 3 years has not had star players in it. And we don't have a guy that's considered really in any rating system to be a top 50 player in the minor league system. So a little bit of a concern for me. We'll see how Melton comes along. And then you traded Drew Gilbert, right? So yep. I haven't seen what he's done.
Breaking it here, news a little weird. Finishing up live from Texas Star Grill Shop.
Drew Gilbert's 39.
But we're here
with the Mets.
We're here at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59, and want you to come on by. All kinds of unbelievable deals, free design services for your outdoor kitchen, huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits, up to $1,000 off, $900 off on Weber, $300 on Gosney pizza ovens. The pizza ovens here are awesome. I want to get one. $500 off Traeger's, $800 off Blaze, $200 off Napoleon. Great, huge package deals on Big Green Egg. Everything. Memorial Day sale going on right now at Texas Star Grill Shop. And to me, you have to stop by. If you smoke your meat, Texas Star Post Oak cooking wood, just $4.99 per bag this weekend only. A lot of times $12 a bag. So you're saving a bunch. But right now, Lance, we're drinking a little Maestro.
Maestro Dobel. How do you like Maestro Dobel? Have you had it before? If you haven't had it, you really should try it. It is a very smooth tequila, but with complex flavor profiles, and that's something I had a beverage director said, I just don't like the name. I don't like the phrase smooth with tequilas. I want my tequila to be in your face a little bit without being harsh. I want the flavors to really pop on the front end. Well, then drink their Reposado. For me, the Añejo is smooth. For me, the Cristalino is smooth. That's how I characterize it. But I think their Reposado is a little bit more in your face if that's what you want. But it's never harsh. It's distilled properly. There are distinctive differences in the different types of tequilas they have. The Cristalino is a type of tequila, is a silo that they created by taking 3 different tequilas, charcoal filtering for clarity, and then distilling and aging properly. And what you get is a product that is really tremendous as a sipping tequila. Maestro Dobel, wherever fine liquors are sold, you should find a bottle. If you don't, demand that they carry Maestro Dobel, and for sure, in your restaurants, ask for Maestro Dobel by name. It's Maestro Dobel.
All right, we are going to be talking to Mickey Gall next week. He represents Canstead and Dublin, and he is a UFC fighter that's fighting this weekend. Next weekend, as a matter. It's this weekend. Next weekend. Next weekend is UFC 302 or whatever it is.
Yeah, next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend. So he's going to be in it, and we're going to be talking to him next week about representing Canstead and Dublin. The fighters love it because no nicotine. Okay, you get the flavor. You get the sensation, but you don't get the negative effects of dipping with Canstead and Dublin. Was with my buddy yesterday at the game, and he's chewing, and it's gross, and it's all over. And I'm like, oh, dude, you got to get off this. You really got to stop. I mean, nobody likes that crap. Nobody. I want to hear one woman say, yeah, I love when he dips because it's so sexy. It's gross. Okay, spitting and just smell and everything about it. Your teeth are ugly. Everything happens. So if you're looking for the best way to dip clean, hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. CBD American Shaman says we love it. We're going to carry it as well. Go to 975dip.com. Stop dipping with the terrible, terrible tobacco. 975dip.com. Well, a woman has claimed that she found a man who was hiding in her bedroom and living under her bed for 4 months. This is
like the third story we've had over the last 2 weeks where people have been they lived in a sign at a Tim Hortons or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody else lived in an attic or at a Home Depot or something like that. Like, people are just pulling up and So somebody was living under someone's bed?
Man,
that's probably the scariest thing you can actually think about.
But how filthy are you that you don't even know if somebody's under your bed? Oh, for 4 months?
Well, how often do you get under your bed?
You got to make your bed, and you can't. There's no point where you bend down.
She must have left the house. Do you not see anything like, hey, what's that stain at the bottom of the toilet? You know, or maybe he had a dragger that went
a trap,
or that's what I call it, a dragger, or she didn't notice some food was gone, or
they were out of the house for nearly 11 or 12 hours a day. She and the kids.
Okay.
Sometimes. On one occasion, after spending the night at her parents' place, she returned to her residence around 9 a.m.
Wait a minute,
to find the man lurking under her bed.
Hold on a second. He should. How scary would that be?
I mean, that would be awful.
But you know what, though? He has rights to that house now because he's been squatting.
Lived there for 4
Well,
months.
the question I have to ask,
It's
because
his
John
house now.
always asks this question, what do you look like?
Yeah, what do you look like?
Speaking of which,
you can't just get rid of him.
How
If he looked
attractive
good.
was he?
Well, I don't think
He's a man living under a bed. He's not good looking.
Well,
Yeah.
the questions need to be asked.
Okay, here's another one. Okay, a woman makes over $6,000 a month pretending to have broken legs on OnlyFans. What do you think about that?
Does she wear, like, casts?
Well, she's got
yeah. She's got crutches and a cast.
Crutches and a cast.
Can you imagine how much I could make in my boot?
But you're not a
And
woman.
a knee scooter.
But no one's looking
If I'm
for you.
scooting by and looking
What is
into
this
the camera
woman-
like this?
What does the non-cast part of her look like?
Looks good.
Good. It looks good. But what if I'm scooting by in my scooter with a boot on in the scooter? How much money could I make?
How much are you charging? Because you know they have.
I'm just doing this.
$6,000 a month.
Well, OnlyFans. Oh, what are you
what are you
doing? Don't do
That's
that.
my OnlyFans.
So
move.
OnlyFans has a subscription, and then they also sell the models can sell creators can sell pay-per-view stuff as well. So are you gonna? How much is your subscription fee going to be? And then you can also sell pay-per-view.
No, it'd be
stuff.
free, and it's a freemium site.
And then okay.
Yeah. So it's free, but then I have the premium
you would-
where if you want to see me scoot around in
So
knee
you would
scooter.
So you would tease like you're on a scooter, but you don't. But
Hey,
the video
guys.
costs more.
Yeah, because I'll put the boot on.
Okay.
A Pennsylvania woman lied about a man attempting to rape and kidnap her because he looked creepy, and she got him in prison for 31 days.
What?
Do you feel like
is she going to prison now?
I don't know. She's okay.
What type of investigation was
If
done?
he looks creepy, do you feel like maybe he should go to prison?
I don't think that should be a prerequisite for
I
going
don't
to
know.
prison.
Is that
Looking
England,
creepy.
Bristol Township? If it's a township.
Sounds like England.
A township, yeah. Middleton Township.
Yeah.
Faces charges including 1 count of false alarm to an agency.
She just said she had previously seen him in his truck in the shopping center and just thought he was creepy. So she accused him of rape.
So she's bringing Minority Report to real life. I think he might do something to me. So we're going to have pre-crime arrest him beforehand.
Yeah,
that
that is one of the worst stories I've ever seen.
Being preemptive.
That's what she's doing. That's what Minority Report's about.
Yeah.
They're predicting a crime before it happens. That's what she's doing. He's going to do something to me.
I'm not for that.
Well-
None of us on this show should be for that.
What do you mean?
Because they could put us in stuff for anything. You don't think John will commit a crime?
I don't think he hasn't yet, has he? Well, he does run.
Where was
he?
he?
Does traffic crimes.
Once
he
again,
commits all
where
the time.
was he January 6th? He wasn't
January
on our show.
6th? I wasn't on the show.
He wasn't on our show January 6th.
American Airlines.
J6 Granado?
J6 Johnny is what
American Airlines is backtracking. Apparently, they had a flight attendant, Estes Carter Thompson, arrested because he put a video recording device, in the bathroom of their flight. And apparently, he had videos of 14-year-old, a 9-year-old, and actually the lawyers.
They
Once
said.
that went public.
But you said it was just audio recordings?
Video.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently,
Video's bad enough.
His iPhone was hidden behind stickers taped to a toilet seat. Reading.
Golly, man. You want to
It
talk
read
about...
"seat broken."
Did they catch the guy?
Yeah, they caught the guy. He's on trial.
He didn't even use a burner.
And his lawyers were blaming the girl, the 9-year-old.
So his lawyers are American Airlines lawyers.
Apparently, because American Airlines is being sued too. Apparently, yeah. For
him?
For him. I don't know. Should she have known?
No.
You know who would have known?
The
That
answer
girl.
is no, John.
Oh, really?
Don't ask the question.
Because that one girl could have said he looks like a bathroom creep. the one from the previous thing,
Yeah.
she would have said he looks like a bathroom creep. Let's get him arrested, and then Minority Report would have been a good thing.
True, but in this case, they are blaming a 9-year-old.
No, they pulled back on.
Well,
they realized that was not going to be a great.
When do you
tactic.
think when do you think they realized this is a bad idea?
Immediately, as soon as United heard the lawyer say that, and they went, "No." They immediately reached over to the lawyer, start scribbling on a piece of paper. You know that move where they start scribbling on the paper?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, not this tactic.
Central Florida priest.
I don't like
when
the
was this
start
a
of
bad
this.
decision? A Central Florida priest denied a woman communion and then bit her. Do you feel like if a priest feels like a woman is too evil to receive communion, he should be able to bite her?
No.
Are priests allowed to decide how evil you are?
Have you seen that priest
Apparently.
smack that little baby that one time? And the parents started going, "What are you doing?"
Baby deserves it, apparently.
Uh,
the power of God compelled the priest?
Apparently, it
an
was. She
Italian,
thinks it was because of the way she was dressed.
A hussy.
He tried to
according the priest.
forcefully shove it in my mouth. She said, "No, don't do that." And then he went crazy and tried to bite her.
Oh, so when she refused,
Yeah.
because of the way he went about it.
Because of the way she was dressed, he didn't want her to touch it.
So John just said the way she was dressed, tried to shove it into her mouth. She refused.
Didn't want her to touch it.
Didn't. None of this story sounds great.
None of it's good for the Catholic Church, I think.
No.
I don't think.
And then he tried to bite her.
And he tried to.
I
bite
mean,
her.
it sounds like
I just feel like maybe he took it a little too far. But a lot of preemptive strikes here. I think.
I feel like there should have been no but after you said he.
Sometimes you
took it
have
too far.
themes.
Yeah.
There are times you don't even realize it. You've got
I
entire
right.
themes. A teacher's in hot water after a slave auction. Like, okay, there's about to be 3. A teacher's in hot water after having sex with a 13-year-old. Like, you always have themes without even knowing it.
Well, thank you. But it's,
You know what theme I like?
It's the production value.
I like the sports themes like a Houston pitcher threw another no-hitter. Remember when we used to throw no-hitters for the Astros?
We had one earlier this year.
Yeah, Renee. Yeah.
But
How
have
many
the
do you
Astros-
want?
You want
2?
One every
We
2
could have
months?
used one yesterday.
Well, how about hit the baseball? Hunter Brown is like
Hunter Brown's got to pick it up.
He's got to pick it up. Hunter Brown, you give up 2 runs.
They gave you 1.
Yeah, that's enough,
What else
right?
do you want?
That's all. Then you know what? If we score one, then don't give up any. That's my theory. Okay.
Who scored first?
The
They
Angels
did.
did.
So you never had a chance.
Well, right, because that's right.
Hunter
because
Brown
you
never
were-
gave you a chance.
How about if he gives up 2, you score 3?
Hunter Brown never
That's
gave
what I'm
you
saying.
a
Hunter
chance.
Brown didn't give you a chance. They were up 2.
Hunter Brown.
It was over.
He gives up 2.
That's it.
Not a chance.
We're tired of Hunter Brown.
Tyler Anderson. You can't get runs off of Tyler
No,
Anderson.
not one of the greats.
Not when that puss is headed up there at
God.
88.
Mike Magnanti thought he threw slow. All right, we got to go. Dell, it's the Mopey and Mape Show, live from here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Thank you to Rick and Michelle and Corey and Gus and everybody over here. And, by Chef Cecil, who's making you heartbrand meat here today.
Yeah,
So stop
and
on by.
sausages.
But I'm telling you, come on by for this sale that they got going on. If you need any grill equipment, this is it. Outdoor kitchen, anything for your outdoor kitchen. This is the place to be this weekend because the Memorial Day sale, it just doesn't get any better what they're doing here at Texas Star Grill Shop. But, Lance, you and I need to talk about plumbing right now.
Yep, because you have to have a plumber you can trust like Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I knew there was something going on under the slab because my flooring was doing something weird. Had the hydrostatic testing done with Billy Brown, and he goes, "Okay, you definitely have a leak. Let's get the cameras in there and really see what's going on." And that's where he saw, okay, these are original pipes. They are completely eroding. You got major issues under here. And then, what you find out is if you've got a home that was built in the 50s or 60s and you've never had it repiped underneath your home, you're going to need that, John. I mean, you have to get the PVC pipe eventually done. And so it's a good time to come out and let them do a hydrostatic testing on your home to see if you have any leaks, whether it's the big jobs or the small jobs or even like you had, John, the emergency jobs where they had to figure out what was going on with water behind your wall.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was bad. And immediately I called Billy and the great people over there. And if you don't have their number, please You got to have their number. You got to call them. And they came over immediately, figured it out. Then they got me with Resto Pros to fix everything. It just doesn't get any better. They're the best. You will love them. When you have an issue, there's only one place to go: AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Welcome in. And you heard the man. We are on location at Texas Star Grill Shop. John and Lance are still in the building eating steak. And I mention that because you can do that too. You don't have to just leave it to them. Chef Cecil is cooking up the steaks here. In fact, I had to put my sample out of view because I was tempted to eat it during the break. And, of course, that's going to get in my teeth and be a problem for this first segment. So it's behind my laptop. I can't see it, so I won't be getting to it. But you guys can come out here because you won't have that problem and enjoy it. And it's not just about the free food. It is Memorial Day weekend. And they have an extravaganza going. Huge sales on all top grill brands. You can save up to $500 on a Traeger, $800 on a Blaze, $900 on a Weber. If you like pizza ovens, they have a deal on a Gorney here as well. So it's your chance to stock up not only on something to cook through the summer, but they got beef here. And not just stuff that's already being cooked, stuff in their freezer from Heart Brand that you can enjoy to get yourself set up for Memorial Day weekend, which is one of the reasons we are out here. So we'll continue to update you on things going on out here as the day goes on. The entire station will be here. John and Lance kicked it off. We're going to be here till 6 o'clock. Gallant George, then the Killer Bees after me. We can get to the Astros right now, and that game yesterday was simply a game you cannot blow. Not because, well, partly because you're playing the Angels, but I don't really put much stock into, you're playing a bad baseball team, you got to beat them. You're not a good baseball team, so sometimes you're not going to come out on the good side of a game. But when Hunter Brown is out there and he's giving you what he gave you, you can't lose that game. There was a discussion earlier about Hunter Brown. If the team's only going to score one run, he's got to be better. No. Hunter Brown, he gave you 6 innings and gave up 2 runs. Yes, it came at the bottom of the order, but what can you expect from him? It's like expecting, I don't know, let's make a comp to basketball. It's like Jayshawn Tate gets a spot start, he goes for 30, and you still lose. Oh, Jayshawn, you just scored 35. No. If you get 30 from Jayshawn Tate in the game, you got to win the game. And the Astros didn't win the game because their bats were silent. And we can get into DeBond getting thrown out at third with no outs. That can't happen. One of those cardinal sins of baseball. But you score 1 run against Tyler Anderson. He goes 8 innings, didn't strike out very many, but it was enough to keep the entire lineup off balance. I'm not going to say unacceptable because it's a Wednesday game in the middle of May. But if we're trying to disperse blame, or at least place blame, Hunter Brown gets none of it. Sure, you don't want to give up a 2-run homer to a guy who hadn't hit a homer before. That is something you don't want to do. But how about the rest of the lineup show up, or at least the lineup show up, and they didn't. So the Astros go down. They remain 5 games behind the Mariners because the Mariners could not sweep the Yankees. They lose yesterday. Excuse me, they couldn't take the first 3. They play a game today against the Yankees, but the Mariners had won the first 2 in that series. Didn't get it done last night, so the Astros will leave town at least 5 games out. We'll see what happens today. Maybe they're 5.5 out by the time they play their next game. So they go down 2-1. And Hunter Brown found a new pitch. It's a pitch he hadn't thrown for a while. He's going to credit it for his success. Now, it wasn't the first time he's thrown this pitch this year, but it's the first time you saw it be as effective as it was. It's the sinker. It's not something he had leaned on before, but he's leaning on it now. And if we're going to see a turnaround like we saw yesterday, if that's going to continue, you might point to the sinker baller or the sinker pitch as a reason why Hunter Brown has kind of took a turn for the better. He's not going to be a guy we can probably depend on throughout because of where he is in this rotation. It was a start that may keep him in the rotation longer than we might think, but Urquidy's coming around the corner. We know Blanco's coming back off suspension, and then you think about Verlander and Javier and Fromber. Is there a spot for Hunter Brown? I guess he's going to have to hold off Urquidy for that final spot, and I don't suspect he will. They'll give Urquidy a chance, kind of the whole he's done it before type thing when it comes to baseball. Urquidy, if he can show that he'll be okay after his final start, well, we hope it's his final start on Sunday for the Space Cowboys. He should be ready to go. And then if Hunter Brown is now a guy who goes from spot starter to more frequently a long reliever, maybe there's something there. Because yesterday afternoon, all you can do is say, thank you, Hunter. We let you down because as well as that lineup has done over the course of this homestand, they go 7-3 on it. Last night was a departure and a step back. And you can start looking at some of the guys who did not show up. If you're developing the name Captain Pop-Up, like Alex Bregman has, going 0 for 4, and now your batting average is under 209 isn't going to help people get away from that nickname. It's now we're at the point where people are expecting bad things to happen, and if he does anything that helps the team, it's a surprise. Is it because he doesn't have a contract? Is it because he is thinking about things that are hampering his ability to hit the baseball? I don't know. We got 3 games recently that suggested he might come out of it. Now the headband's gone. The headband he doesn't wear it anymore, and he stopped wearing it in the midst of this downturn after the hot start. So I don't know what to think about Alex Bregman other than this is an extended slump for him. And at some point, Sean, do we stop calling it a slump? When you're in the month of May, late May, and despite all you've done, do we just start saying this is who you are until proven otherwise?
Yeah, I think I think so, because a slump does imply that there will be a better part, and so far there's been 3 games of the better part. I know Lance mentioned in jest in the morning show that, he's always a slow starter. The Alex Bregman, he always starts the season slow. That one I'm officially you're disqualified from saying he always starts slow as a credible excuse, because it's way worse than his normal slow starts. It's way slower now, and it's also in a situation where the Astros need a good cleanup hitter, or they need to stop.
He can't be the cleanup hitter anymore. Enough.
They need to stop batting him cleanup.
You shouldn't have elevated him after 3 days. Drop him back down and deal with the consequences, whatever that might be. Maybe he'll look at you funny. Who cares?
Just make sure you communicate it well. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Alex, you're no longer the cleanup hitter. How clear do you have to be? You're not the cleanup hitter anymore. We're putting you in 7th or 6th. Is that clear enough? Is that communicated well enough?
That's not for me to answer, Del. That's for Alex Bregman to answer, and then we'll know when Bob Nightingale writes another article if it was communicated clearly enough.
I'm glad we're officially saying Alex Bregman is one of the prominent Astros without any real knowledge of it. We're just going to assume he was one of the prominent Astros who took issue with Joe Espada's communication issues.
I mean, he is a prominent Astro. True or false?
He is one of several.
Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Who do you think it was?
He was one of the guys struggling. He was one of the guys who lost his spot, at least his prime spot in the lineup. So could he be one of the guys who had issues? Certainly. I don't know that to be the case. I don't really care if that's the case. Just hit the damn baseball in a more frequent fashion than you are hitting it. And no, let me be clear. Hit the baseball and reach base safely, because he's hitting the baseball just high up in the air with no velocity. He's doing that or hitting it right at guys. Hit the baseball in spots people aren't. That's what I'm asking for, and he has not done that enough outside of a 3-game stretch, and now his batting average is a whopping 209, and his OPS is at 607. So Alex Bregman, we heard from Dana Brown about Alex Bregman, and the team goes as he goes, and they went poorly yesterday, and he certainly was part of the reasons why. So the Astros go down, homestand over, 7 out of 10 they went, and they gained, I think, about a game on the leaders from when the homestand began. The way the Angels series ended and actually began kind of puts a little damper on what the homestand was. But hey, they played 700 baseball. That is a great homestand, particularly when we talk about this team and how they fare at home. That was great. It just felt like it could have been more, and maybe they would have gained another game on the Mariners, or just simply gained a game in the standings. But hey, it happens. You lose a game you didn't think you would have lost once the game started. But Hunter Brown gave you what he could, and he was certainly good enough. The lineup just couldn't get it done. Ryan, I know you're on hold, and it's always a question about whether it's the actual Ryan, because he never calls in with his real name. So we'll get to him on the other side. He wants to talk about the Astros. If anyone else wants to, call in. We're taking calls, and unlike the previous show, I won't have you on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. Thanks to Chris, I think, who held for a pretty long time. I won't say the shortest wait times in the business, because that's someone else's bit, but shorter wait times than John and Lance. I will guarantee you that. 713-780-3776 is the number. 780-3776. We're here at Texas Star Grill Shop, the Shepherd 59 location. Come out here, enjoy some food. They're selling Texas. They're not selling it. Well, they're selling it, but they're also offering it to you for free, grilled Texas Wagyu beef. I'm looking at my portion of the steak right now. I'll get to that during the break. If you want some of that or just want to potentially buy a grill, they've got anything and everything you want as you get ready for the summer. Come out here and enjoy. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Del Olaleye.
That is the instrumental for Euphoria. And I bring it up because Isaiah Rashad had a show in Houston either last night or the night before. And to close it, he just played the Kendrick Lamar song, Not Like Us. and the crowd went crazy singing it bar for bar. And we know Drake has a connection here in Houston, so that song probably going to be one of the songs of the summer. And even in Houston, a place where Drake would say is one of, I don't know if it's a second home, but it's a place he likes to call home. That song went stupid. So people, that song hits, and we've played the instrumental here a number of times. But that's one of the songs, Euphoria and the Beef. And I'm sure at some point with our current, well, I don't even know, because there is some news that doesn't really affect you guys unless you hear it. We have Sam on the board, and Sam alerted me to her being on the board with, hey, if something goes wrong, it's not my fault, which means if something goes wrong, it'll be your fault. So, Sean, don't allow her to slander your good name. But Sam is on the board. I'm sure you guys on, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll see her in that little window there running the board. So welcome Sam to the show for the first time. A guy who's been on the show quite a bit, under his real name, under a fake name, is Ryan. Ryan wants to talk Astros. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, Que Paso, Delvincito, and Sean, and Sam. When I was mentioning the dearly departed Nick yesterday, I meant Nick Sharara, because you know he likes the big booty Latinas. Also, I was going for some easy dubs, and you never gave me the easy dubs, so I'm going to go back to true form. What do you think about Shannon Elizabeth doing stuff on the internet? Let's go.
Ryan back to asking about actual Hollywood actresses as opposed to OnlyFans models or former porn actresses or current ones. Shannon Elizabeth is 50 years old, so this just speaks to Ryan. He is of the mode of remembering women who used to appear on the cover of Stuff and Maxim. I'm sure I am not going to finish the sentence. As far as a percentage, I would ask why you're still, hyper-focused on a 50-year-old woman at this point. But I'm going to say less than 2%. I don't even think she does Hollywood stuff, period, anymore. Don't know if she's married. Not going to look that deep into it. But I don't remember seeing Shannon Elizabeth in anything very recently. And I look at her credits. Oh, she is in stuff, just not stuff I've watched. So she's still active, Ryan. In fact, if you want to see her in something, you can watch Plan B. I'm sure she's playing a mom of someone or maybe some overbearing boss. Who knows? But, Ryan, I'm going to give you my number officially is under 1%. Under 1% for Shannon Elizabeth. You have the memories of her in American Pie, right? I'm sure I've given you the sites that would give you those images if you so choose. But as far as new ones, forget about it. But we're back to form with Ryan. Moving on from Ryan, if anybody else wants to call in about something other than that, you can. By the way, we are at Texas Grill Shop. We'll be out here all day long. Come out here and join us as the lineup goes to 6 o'clock. Gallant George next, and then the Killer Bees after that. So some of the numbers that are less than comforting about what happened yesterday afternoon, I keep saying last night. It was a day game. Giving up a home run to a guy who had never hit one before, disappointing. Kyron Paris never hit a home run in his life, at least, on the major league level. He takes Hunter Brown deep to make it 2 on the 5th inning. The Astros respond with 1, and Dubon gets thrown out at 3rd. Could have been a bigger inning, certainly, maybe. If he doesn't get thrown out, that results in a tie ball game, and we're having a different conversation. But, hey, he made a base running error, something the Astros frequently do. It didn't lead to a big inning. It didn't lead to any more runs scored throughout the game, so they go down 2-1. And Tyler Anderson, guy who throws, I won't call it slop, but he's not exactly a guy humping it up there. Held the Astros to 1 run over 8 innings, and the Angels take the series. So those are the numbers behind what happened, and as you might imagine, they're not great. So, but the good number is 7-3 in their last 10, and particularly that homestand. So we heard from the Texans. We've played sound from them throughout the week because there was some media availability because of OTAs. We heard from D'Amico talking about the signings of Akuda and Henderson. I've seen some people after watching clips already talk about bringing it in a second corner. We've talked about this here on the show that I think that's going to be a stress point that the Texans either fix or suffer from throughout this year. I think teams are going to find answers if they're having offensive struggles, attacking whoever is lined up on the opposite side of Stingley. It's just a spot where I think they haven't spent the proper amount of resources on the position in a league that's a passing league, and they're going to see good quarterbacks throughout. But they have attacked the linebacker position. Christian Harris was great in the back half of the year, was great in the playoff game. Beyond the pick six, he's a guy who can cover the flats. He made it difficult for throws to be completed, and if they were completed, you weren't going to gain a lot of yards afterwards. Just his speed flashed quite a bit. The Texans tried to upgrade the position. We know Blake Cashman left, and he went to Minnesota. They brought Azeez Al-Shaair into the mix. He is a D'Amico guy. He was a backup linebacker in San Francisco when D'Amico was a defensive coordinator. He was supposed to come here last year. According to him, just the money didn't work out. Clearly the money has worked out now. He's a Texan, and he's a guy who wanted to be here. And here's Al-Shaair discussing coming to Houston and playing under D'Amico.
I think the fit, just the familiarity with D'Amico, the scheme, the players, even playing against them, like you could just see it for sure. But I think when free agency came and things started to kind of really boil down, those last couple hours of me deciding where I was going to go and who I was going to play for, I think it just, when I really sat down and looked at the whole situation, genuinely I was never anticipating coming anywhere else. But yeah, I think it was kind of already a thing that was already supposed to happen, truthfully.
That is Azeez Al-Shaair, the Texans' new linebacker. Outside of Danielle Hunter, their biggest acquisition on defense, in a offseason filled with big names coming to town. Danielle Hunter, Stephon Diggs, probably the biggest names of the guys acquired. And you hope that they made smart decisions on maybe some of the guys we haven't been hyper-focused on as the Texans get ready, and they continue to get ready for the 2024 season. Sean, do you think at any point Azeez Al-Shaair is going to call D'Amico a milk dud man? Do you think that's specifically a Steven Nelson thing? We talked about it. The overwhelming popularity that D'Amico has in the city, overwhelming positivity when players talk about him. The one guy who has decided D'Amico isn't who we think he is Steven Nelson. Over the course of a coaching career, he's going to have guys who don't like him. But since Ryan asked me about Shannon Elizabeth, I'll ask you to put the percentages on Al-Shaair calling him a name like that or anything else. What would you put the percentages at?
Will he call him that in a hateful manner is my question, or in a disparaging manner?
Any nickname that's disrespectful. I mean, he may joke about it at some point
that's
amongst
my
themselves.
Yeah, because they might have a great relationship.
And he might use it, and they laugh about it. Yeah. I'm asking publicly in a disrespectful tone. Okay. Will he use that nickname or any other? What would you put the percentages at?
I'd put it pretty low. I'd put it normally in the percentages that you give Ryan range. I'll give it about a 5% chance. That's actually pretty high.
I don't even give Ryan 5%.
Yeah,
it's generally like 0.5 or 0.1.
You might get a 1.
I think. Yeah. I think it's very low. The win probability of that happening is about what the Wolves are at with the second to go in the game. We're talking no chance at all. They needed Conley to miss the third and that ball to magically bounce out beyond the 3-point line and someone to knock down the shot. That's the probability of that happening for Azeez Al-Shaair. So that's a guy who's all in, wanted to be a Texan last offseason, just didn't work out. He is here now. And we hope he along with Christian Harris are a good inside duo, as the Texans seem to have the pass rushing aspect of their defensive front seven squared away. So I have some questions about the inside guys, the defensive linemen, or at least the defensive tackles. But I think their inside linebackers are good. But the strength of that defense should be the pass rush, and maybe that'll mitigate some of my concerns about the secondary outside of Stingley. When we come back, you heard me mention the Wolves and the Mavericks final seconds. We'll talk about that game and some sound from Anthony Edwards that you know what, I'm just like him in that one instance. There's very few things, if anything, that makes me like Anthony Edwards. But what he said after the game, that's me. I'm a guy who likes a nap, and maybe Anthony Edwards needs one. We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is a place where you can bet on tonight's game. The NBA playoffs are in full effect. And if you think the Pacers are going to bounce back from their crushing loss and give the Celtics a game, go to MyBookie to test that out. Or maybe you think that was a game the Pacers had to win, and now that they lost it, they've got no shot to win a game 2 in Boston. MyBookie will take care of you there too. Just go to mybookie.ag. Use that bonus code BET975 if you are signing up for the first time, or if you are an existing customer, you can deal with the reload bonus. Same promo code BET975 gives you a chance to make your money go further than it normally would. And it's just not about the game. Sure, that's a big deal, but they have a community as well. They have experts that'll help you decide on what you should do. Maybe you're not a but you think it's a chance for you to make some money. MyBookie will give you an opportunity with their expert predictions, and also it's a community as well. You can suffer through the highs and the lows with the community, and that live streaming is a great time overall. The community is great. The experts are great. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Del Olaleye.
I am at Texas Star Grill Shop, and I've mentioned some of the bigger items you might want to get You can save money on those. $500 off a Traeger, $800 off a Blaze. If you want a pizza oven from Gosney, $300 off of that. But hey, maybe you're all squared away with your grill and your meat, and maybe you just need some cooking wood. Texas Star Post cooking wood going for $4.99 a bag this weekend only, and it's great if you're trying to get that Texas-style barbecue taste. They got you set up here at Texas Star Grill Shop. This is a sale going on through May 31st, but come out here for your Memorial Weekend things. This is the place for it, and we're going to be out here all day celebrating Texas Star Grill Shop. Last night in the NBA, the Mavericks take Game 1. And, Sean, I enter series when I don't have a clear rooting interest, not knowing who to root for until the games start. Like, I didn't know I wanted the Wolves to win until they started playing against the Nuggets. I didn't have a real rooting interest, and then Game 1 started. Like, okay, I'm rooting for the Wolves. It's the same for me here. The game started going on, and I go, you know what? I still want the Wolves to win. Do you have a rooting interest in the series? Do you care one way or the other? Are you Texas forever? Do you want Dallas to win? Or are you like, I hate Dallas and anything that has to do with it, so I'm rooting for the Wolves?
I'm not. I would say those are two extreme positions of either
they are
Texas forever or screw everything Dallas. I'm somewhere in the middle, probably closer to screw everything Dallas. But no, going into the series and still after Game 1, I'm not running from the grind. I'm still rooting for my guy Ant and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I'm there. Maybe I will run from the grind at some point. It might be just part of my personality.
I'm going down with the ship.
No, I'm not talking for the series. I'm just talking about overall in life. But as far as the series is concerned, I'm sticking with the Wolves in this one. It was a rough final couple minutes because Dallas went on a big run to take a lead, a multiple possession lead. Then the Wolves fought right back, and they're up by 4. And then Luka hit a big three, I think, off of an offensive rebound, and that kind of situated the Mavs, got them calmed down a little bit. And then there was one play late in the game where the Wolves were attacking. They thought they had an advantage, and Jaden McDaniels got stuck under the rim. Rudy vacated the baseline to get to the center of the paint. Jaden McDaniels tried to force a ball in there. Luka deflects it. It turns into a live ball turnover, and then P.J. Washington, who killed the Clippers in Oklahoma City from the corner on the threes, hits a big one to give the Mavericks a 2-point lead, and that was kind of the end of the ball game at that point. The execution on offense for the Wolves kind of got a little shaky, which was something that bothered them through the regular season. People were questioning their late game execution. They were certainly able to overcome some of those issues getting to the conference finals, but it showed up where it kind of reverted to casting threes and not getting anything at the rim. There was one play, a good defensive play by Luka, where Conley thought he had Gobert for an alley-oop dunk, and Luka, despite what you think of him athletically, got up enough to deflect it and stop what would have been a sure dunk. Maybe the pass wasn't high enough from Conley. So the Thunder made all the plays late. The Mavericks made all the plays late, and Kyrie Irving was really, really good. He went after anyone who decided to defend him. He was very aggressive. He talked about it on Inside the NBA because Ant, after the win against the Nuggets, said he was going to take Kyrie. Kyrie happened to be at home watching and said, I respect Ant. We all love him for him, not, as Sean say, running from the grind, but I'm going to go after him. He took it personal, and he got the job done. Kyrie having a renaissance as far as what we think of him. No comments that can make anyone a little unsteady about him off the floor. He's playing basketball, and he's playing great basketball, and him and Luka win another road game. I think that's now their 5th road win in these playoffs. So they don't care road or home who they face. And the Mavericks, who one of John's friends at one point was going to bet on the finals, or at least win the title, it was at 25-1. John talked him out of it, and now it's like less than 5-1. So don't ever listen to John about things. He's not that bright. That's my clue. And that's a clue to you guys. I've been telling you for years, but that's another clue. Don't listen to John. Now, if you want to bet on the Mavs in some spots, under 5-1. Now, it's not a guarantee that they'll win, but it was a good bet at the time, and they are 3 wins away from making the finals, where they might see the Celtics. Celtics and the Pacers have Game 2. And that's a series where I don't think what happened in Game 1, as far as how it ended, matters that much. I don't think the Pacers will be bothered by it. But it is, for them, disappointing. You're playing the best team in basketball, and you had a real shot to kind of get them unsteady. You beat them in game one, and we know about their history, at least this postseason in game two. That's a real shot that you could have the Celtics get them a little swayed as far as their confidence is concerned, and they couldn't get it done because of their inability to hold on to the basketball late in game one. So that's tonight. The NBA has provided good theater the last couple of nights, and we hope we have it again tonight. And speaking of the NBA and theater, and more like drama, J.B. Bickerstaff gone. The Cleveland Cavaliers have parted ways with him. He was a guy who probably lost his job last year when they blew that series. And I say blew it; they're out in 5, but they were favored in the series against the Knicks. It was a series they were expected to win. They were healthy. It was Donovan Mitchell's first year, and all the pressure trying to win games to make sure you could keep Donovan Mitchell. That was a series they expected to win. And they couldn't handle the physicality. Bickerstaff and some of his rotations and lineups overall were called into question. And even after winning a series this year and then not having Donovan Mitchell for games 4 and 5, Jared Allen missed almost the entirety of that series against the Celtics, and Karis LeVert missed time as well. You get fired. So that's where the NBA is. I don't know what the Cavaliers expected out of that series, particularly when your best player misses 2 out of the 5 games. But it results in Bickerstaff's firing, and you could kind of see it coming because the snipers are out around that Cavs team. We got word that Darius Garland wasn't going to be there if Donovan Mitchell remained. We know Donovan Mitchell has a decision to make. Now, Brian Windhorst thinks that he's just going to sign that extension and be a Cav. Could Windhorst be wrong? Certainly, but why wouldn't you if you can always request a trade? So Sean and I talked about this before, but I think the move is to get your bag. Get your bag, and then if you decide you don't want to be there, you're out. He didn't make an All-NBA team, so he is not in line for a Supermax because he didn't play enough games. But the most money that can be given to him is by the Cavs. You take it, and then you can ask out. Now, will the Cavs treat Donovan Mitchell like the Blazers treated Lillard? You're under contract for a number of years. We can send you wherever we want. We're not going to send you to your requested location, and eventually you'll back down. That was the Dame Lillard plan for the Blazers, and eventually he backed down. So that'll be a question for Donovan Mitchell. Do I sign, get all my money, and then a year from now say I don't want to be here anymore? I'll say this. He does have a year left on his current deal. It's just about the Cavs not going into next year's free agency with this hanging over their head. They need a decision from him, and if not, there's always this expectation that he'll get traded if he doesn't give them the go-ahead to write up that contract for an extension. So that'll be a subplot throughout the rest of the summer as we still have games to play, but we're already seeing some movement in the NBA, and the biggest move so far is J.B. Bickerstaff, no longer the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Devin, I see you. You want to talk about the NBA playoffs. We'll talk about that when we come back. I am at Texas Star Grill Shop. It is your place for all your barbecue needs, from the grills, the pizza ovens, to the actual beef itself. It's all here for you. Heart brand beef, it's a thing you need to get. I tried the Wagyu steak, the Texas Wagyu steak. You're saying, how does that happen? Well, we got the background from Cecil the chef. Apparently, when that company started, they imported 9 cows and 3 bulls years ago from Japan, and now they are where they are, where Wagyu beef is their thing, and it was great. Come out here. They're offering samples. If you're a sample person, you want just something for lunch, I don't know if there's a limit on how many samples you can get, but you can try to push Cecil, see how much he'll give you. We're going to be out here till 6 o'clock. The entire lineup is here, but I'll be back on the other side.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Del Olaleye.
I'm out here surrounded by grills and beef and fixins for your beef and chicken. Come out to Texas Star Grill Shop. We are at the Shepherd and 59 location. They have a couple locations, but we're out here till 6 o'clock. Everything you need for your Memorial Day weekend is out here. And they got discounts on the best grills in the business, from the Traeger with $500 off, the Blaze $800 off, and the Weber $900 off. $900 off, and that continues with maybe some of their smaller items like the Texas Star Post Oak cooking wood. You can get a bag of that for $5, $4.99, and it's great if you want that Texas style barbecue taste to your meats. So come out here and enjoy. And I say that because once again, they are offering samples of, or at least Heart Brand it's a beef that Texas Star Grill Shop carries. We got an actual chef out here cooking up meat. So if you want a piece of steak or a sausage, you can come out here and get that as well. But Devin wants to talk about the NBA playoffs. What's up, Devin?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Devin? How are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, Dale, can I just get like your rankings of what NBA matchup you want and the general public probably wants? Me personally, I probably want to see the Mavericks and Celtics duke it out. When it comes to the NBA Finals, like I'm all about like the star power and the two teams that have the most stars. And just the thought of Luka and Kyrie up against Tatum and Brown would be pretty cool. And that's all I got to say. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I appreciate it. If I push aside all my bias and hate for the Celtics, I'm going to try to be impartial here, because what I want is the Celtics to lose in Game 7 to the Pacers, because that's the funniest outcome for me. But as far as what the NBA might want, and if I bring more reality than hate into the equation, I would probably say that the NBA fandom wants Ant in the finals. Like Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns are polarizing. They can be disliked or liked depending on who you talk to. There's a lot of slander. There's a lot of slander thrown those guys' way. But I think Ant, as a guy, is universally liked as a player. So I would say Ant versus the Celtics. You have the Jordan comparisons for Ant that we've seen, and even he has been one to say, hey, can we slow down on that? And we've seen some guys push back on it too. But star power, you throw Ant in there against the Celtics and see if the youngest guy in the league as far as stature, when we compare his age to his stature, there's nobody his age right now who's playing at the level or has the opportunity to do what he has the opportunity to do. There's no one out there like that right now. Even how young the Thunder were, Shea's in his mid-20s. He's been around a long time compared to Ant. So I would take that matchup. But as far as storylines, Luka going out there and winning one is a big deal. Kyrie, the redemption tour for Kyrie, and particularly the downturn for Kyrie, happened when he joined the Celtics. They thought that was going to be an acquisition that helped shepherd Brown and Tatum through the playoffs. They went and got a proven champion to help their young guys get there, and it blew up in their faces. Kyrie turned out to be a guy who didn't actually want to be in Boston. So you have that storyline because Boston people can't stand him. And him winning on their home floor or beating them in a finals would be a big deal too, as far as storylines. But me, let's see. As far as my favorite, let's see Ant and the size of not the Mavericks, but the Wolves go against that Celtics team who has been the best team in basketball all year. But I don't think you can go wrong unless the Pacers are involved. I like how the Pacers play, but that would be the matchup, or that would be the one team that could show up in the finals that the NBA would hate to have show up. Halliburton's a great player, great young player, but no one's looking for Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam. As good as they've been, no one's looking for them in the finals. It's just not something that's appealing to the general NBA public, and that's unfortunate because they play good, entertaining basketball. Not a lot of defense, but hey, it's just the product of being in Indiana. David West felt it. Roy Hibbert felt it. And even Paul George, when he was there, felt it. And then he got out of there because he didn't want to feel it anymore. So I'm going Wolves Celtics, but Mavs Celtics would be cool as well. It's not the funniest option. I already gave you the funniest option, at least for me. Before we go to break, let's hear from Anthony Edwards. He talked about the rigors of playing a Game 7 and then a Game 1 with a relatively quick turnaround. He didn't look himself, and now that's a couple games in a row where he hasn't been great, at least shooting. The efficiency has gone down the last couple games, and is that a product of being tired with his first long playoff run? Well, here's Ant after the game discussing some of his issues in Game 1.
And you talked today about just adjusting to a different team. Dallas plays so differently. Do you think it just takes a game to kind of figure out a little bit different approach? And how do you figure you kind of bounce back from this one?
I don't know. I think we just came out flat today. And then we found our energy. Then we went back to being flat. So I think it was just on us. Everything was on us today. I didn't get downhill as much. Just stuff like that. We was just a little tired, probably.
A man needs a nap. I'm there. I understand. I'm doing a far different thing than he is, but when 1 o'clock rolls around, I'm gonna need a nap. I probably get up on the average earlier than Ant does. I do less strenuous things, but we all need a nap sometimes. And maybe after that turnaround from winning Game 7 in Denver to doing all the media responsibilities, getting ready for the conference finals, was a little overwhelming. Now that he got Game 1 out of the way, he gets a couple more days to situate himself. Maybe we'll see the Anthony Edwards that we're used to, the one who will get downhill, who will put pressure on the paint. But that Dallas defense has been really, really good all postseason. So it's another challenge for him. But we've seen the Wolves respond to even losing 3 in a row to the defending champions, at least at the time, the defending champions. So I don't think what happened last night is going to bother them too much. They just need to go get Game 2. It would be interesting to see how things go if they have done to them what they did to the Nuggets, where they lose the first 2 at home. Something they have to try to avoid, because Dallas is a team that has 2 elite scorers, and then for whatever reason, P.J. Washington has turned into a guy who will hit big shots in big moments, and you have one of those guys who can supplement your 2 stars. Well, you have the recipe for a potential finals run, which is what they are on. We're wrapping up hour 1 here. We'll get into some of the things surrounding Game 1 that it had nothing to do with the actual game. Charles Barkley spoke about pettiness of women, and I'll tell you, at least he'll tell you what that's about. Also, LeBron James commented on the criticism that Caitlin Clark is getting and compared it to what his son is getting and what he got. And we had a conversation about it on the morning show, and certainly differing opinions happen there. We'll see what Sean and I think about it in the second hour of the program. We'll talk some Astro stuff as well, as they have the day off, as they get ready to go on the road. And KJ Martin, of all people, the former Rocket, clears the air about his time in Houston, because that's what everyone was looking for. A productive, but, 7th, 8th man. He needed to get on Twitter and talk about his time here. So we'll talk about that as well when we come back. Hour 2 of the show begins. We are at Texas Star Grill Shop. This is the Shepherd and 59 Freeway location, and they are offering great deals if you are someone who loves to grill. Whether you're looking for a new grill or you're just simply looking for accessories as far as making the best or grilling the best steaks or sausage that you want, they're going to be here to service you. Whether it's the Texas Star Post Oak cooking wood, or maybe you actually want to make a bigger purchase, like and they'll give you $500 off a Traeger, $800 off a Blaze, $200 off a Napoleon. I'm surrounded by grills right now. I was asked the question, do I have a grill at home? No, I don't know if it's on the account that I'm a single man and grilling for myself seems like a lot. But no, I do not have a grill, but it feels like this would be the place I would come if I was looking to start that portion of my life. I don't know. Sean, are you a grill person? Do you have one?
No, I do not.
No. I feel like if I'm a person who's really excited about spending upwards of $500 on a gaming system for one game, maybe the grill is something I push a little further down the priority list. But, at some point, maybe it's because I'm not originally from here. I don't know. I didn't grow up in grill culture, if that happens to be a thing in California. It wasn't a thing. We didn't grill outside. It just wasn't a thing in my home.
Man, you're not part of the culture, Dal. The grill culture.
Never claimed to be when it comes to cooking woods and other things. But I see the appeal. They have some nice things out here. And hell, who doesn't love beef? Well, I guess vegetarians and vegans don't. But if you aren't one of those people, we're serving the beef. Not me, because you wouldn't want me, as I just told you. I'm not a grill person. You don't want me cooking it for you. But we have a actual chef out here grilling up sausage and steaks for people if they show up here looking for something for the Memorial Day weekend. And there's a sale that's going through May 31st, brought to you by Texas Star Grill. So come out here, take advantage, get something to eat, and also set yourselves up for the summer, because it is that time to get outside and get grilling. Yesterday, this has been a conversation throughout. The Caitlin Clark conversation is not one where I'm particularly interested in all of the basketball stuff, but I am interested in kind of the discourse, because there seems to be a disconnect. There's one side of the equation, and maybe the problem is people think there are just two sides. There are people who believe that the discussion about her is disingenuous, because if you consider people pushing back on the narrative that she is the only reason of the explosion and growth of the WNBA, and they think that's an ill-informed opinion, you shouldn't consider us jealous or petty because we don't think what you're saying is correct on that. And there are others who think, hey, you're being jealous, you're petty, because her involvement in this sport is giving everyone an opportunity to get a bag. I think it's more nuanced. I think anyone who pushes back on the notion, I think, is right, at least in some regards, in their opinion, because the numbers are out there that the WNBA's growth began before Caitlin Clark, years before it, and bringing a star into the league is going to help anyone. Like, I don't know where the NBA was when LeBron got there, and I bring him up because we're going to hear some sound from him here. But the people who were running the NBA needed a star, and LeBron was that star. But I don't know if TV deals were and growth was being hurt by not having LeBron around. I just think it's not as simple as she's here, there's crazy growth, and she should be the only one who's getting credit for it. But here's LeBron James discussing his son, Caitlin Clark, and the comparisons between his time when he entered the league and what Caitlin Clark's going through.
The one thing that I love that she's bringing to her sport, more people want to watch. More people want to tune in. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it f***ed up. Caitlin Clark is the reason why a lot of great things is going to happen for the WNBA. But for her individually, I don't think she should get involved on nothing that's being said. Just go have fun, enjoy, But I'm rooting for Caitlin because I've been in that seat before. I've walked that road before. I hope she kills. I hope Aaliyah Boston does amazing. I hope they do great. I'm just kind of in this mode right now because I'm getting the same thing from watching my son, who's a 19-year-old, kind of getting a lot of animosity and hatred towards him when he's just a kid trying to live out his dream. There's a very small number of men and women that actually get to live out their dream of playing a professional sport. And we have grown-ass men and women out here doing whatever they can to try to make sure that does not happen. That is the weirdest thing in the world, but it is what it is, and I'm glad that Caitlin has a great head on her shoulders.
I think my problem is the inability to discern or acknowledge that there are genuine people having a discussion about it and trolls. And is there any person who's actually involved in the WNBA who is praying for and hoping and contributing to its growth that actually has an issue of Caitlin Clark being in the league? I feel like if they do exist, it's a very small percentage. And then why are you pushing back against that small percentage? LeBron's been in the game a long time. He knows there are certain people who are coming from a genuine place when they have discussions, and other people who are just out to create noise. So, as a veteran of the game that he is, I feel like he missed the point. Have those conversations with people who actually care about the WNBA, not people who are simply jumping into the discourse because it's a fun thing to do on social media. Because hey, those women are petty because they think there are more things involved in the growth of the WNBA than one person. That's something I think is beyond or below a guy like LeBron. He knows better. And the Barkley thing, he's being Barkley on Inside the NBA. He just called the women petty for it, and I don't even know who he's referring to. That's the problem, because when you say it like that, it means you're talking about anyone who might have a vested interest in the league. Or maybe be more specific. When you generalize an entire group who may push back on the notion that Caitlin Clark's the only reason why the brand is growing, I think you get yourself in a little trouble. If you have a particular target, do that, and then we can actually have a real conversation about what they said. But when you say, hey, all of you guys are petty, I think it gets to a weird spot where it doesn't do credence to a real conversation about it. And that's just kind of how discourse is in the world. And Barkley's an entertainer more than anything else. It wasn't a podcast where you can go for 40 minutes about it. Charles out there to be entertaining, and it was. I just think it's funny that immediately after he did it, Chiny, who is, I want to get her name right, Chiny Agumeke, is a former player, and she's an ESPN analyst, and she kind of went through the numbers about why maybe some of the things Charles is saying is a little ill-informed or uninformed on the subject matter. She had the numbers to back it up. So that's a person you can actually have a real conversation with, not some random who's yelling about Caitlin Clark's influence. Charles Barkley shouldn't be talking to those people. He should be having a conversation with her, and maybe we would have an actual real discourse about it. But so be it. Charles got a job to do, and he does it well. He may not have that particular job very much longer. He spoke about that as well. How Inside the NBA has a year left because TNT will not have the NBA next year, and he's kind of despondent about it because of what it means for everybody else. So I think we're going to hear a lot about that going forward. He couldn't restrain himself from making a joke about how as long as those checks clear on the 1st and the 15th, and it's going to happen for one more year. So that is something that's not even underplayed. You look at it on social media, a lot of people are upset about the fact that Inside the NBA is going to be no more, it looks like. And Charles has maybe even proposed, because of his production company possibly selling the brand to someone and keeping all those guys together. We'll see if that comes to fruition or that's just talk right now. But it would be a disservice to the league if that show goes. There's so many moments that people are pulling up, and we got one more year of it. I guess all things have to end, but it looks like that one's ending pretty prematurely, which is unfortunate because for the most part, all they've done is made us laugh for the better part of 20 plus years now. We will get to KJ Martin. I mentioned him before the start of this hour. KJ Martin, former Rocket, he has some things to say about his departure from Houston. We'll get to that when we come back. We are at Texas Star Grill Shop. Come out here. It is the 59 Freeway and Shepherd location. They just brought over more sausage and brisket. So we've had steak, sausage, and brisket all out here for you if you want to sample it. Sample the product. It's by the way, it's Heart Brand beef. That's the product. And you get a little taste. Maybe you'll come back for more. That's the plan. I'll be back.
Now back to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Texas Star Grill Shop is hosting the entire lineup today. Come out here, and enjoy what they have to offer, from actual grills to actual cooked steak and brisket, if that's something you are looking for. We'll be out here till 6 p.m. Want to thank Texas Grill Shop, or Star Grill Shop, for hosting us. Kenyon Martin Jr. is going to be an impending free agent. He's looking for a job. I don't think the Rockets will be a spot he lands. He left under odd circumstances. The Rockets eventually traded him. Was it just about minutes or other things? We know Kenyon Martin Sr. had things to say about the Rockets throughout their run while his son was on the team. Part of having a father who played in the NBA for a long time, and also who has access to a podcast. He's going to say things about the Rockets. At some point last year, he discussed why it came up, I don't know, but he discussed his son talking to a young woman and another Rocket player sleeping with that woman. Those are the things that'll come up on a podcast, I guess. But he also discussed maybe the lack of leadership for the Rockets. That's not something that is unique to him, particularly when Steven Silas was the head coach. I think we all felt like the Rockets were a little bit rudderless and certainly didn't have the right coach for the moment. And now with Ime Udoka here, I think a lot of people feel that has changed. But Kenyon Martin Jr. took to Twitter because I guess people think the reason he's no longer a Rocket is because of his father. And he has said that's not true. In a three-tweet run, he discusses him being tired of seeing his dad being accused of being the reason he was forced out. He just said it was business. Happens in the NBA, which, if we're taking him at his word, shouldn't be surprising. That is and was a young team finding its way, and some pieces aren't going to fit. Sean and I have discussed this notion of a core 6 or core 7 if they keep their draft pick. Well, Kenyon Martin Jr. at one point was supposed to be part of the core until he wasn't. Things happened very quickly where a young player who had showed some promise and people liked, all of a sudden, not part of the core anymore. And we're going to see that quite a bit with the Rockets. There are going to be guys you think are legit rotation pieces who get moved out or get passed up by a different guy because they're outside of Şengün. There really shouldn't be anyone that you should be married to as far as being a fan. You can like guys, but don't be surprised if a guy gets moved this offseason or he loses minutes because the Rockets are still trying to find their way, and Kenyon Martin Jr. was just one of those guys. Productive, entertaining, potential, all of it was part of his run here. It just didn't work out. He said he loved playing here, wish he could have stayed, but sometimes in the NBA you have to move on, and then he goes on to say he's looking for bigger and better things. And he certainly has a right approach to it. I think it's what we're going to have to do, what players and what fans are going to have to deal with. There are so many players, whether they be current or former, who have access to a podcast, and because of their name, they're going to have plenty of attention on them, and they're going to say things that may directly affect or piss you off because they're saying it about their team, and in some cases, they might be the father of one of the players on the team. And in this case, it happened, and Kenyon Martin Jr. decided yesterday was the time he was going to tell the world that it's just business. And I think we should kind of approach sports just like that. Nothing is really all that personal unless your coach gets called a milk dud. Then you can decide if you want to yell at Steven Nelson about it. But most of it is just guys who aren't all that attached to your city. And I don't know if I want to say they're mercenaries. Not all of them are. But, hey, who's going to pay me the most? And that's what Steven Nelson is dealing with, and what he dealt with when he was a Texan. They didn't pay him what he wanted. He made some noise about it, got more money, and he's still making noise about the Texans after he appears to no longer be part of their plan. And speaking of money, Dak Prescott told the world that he doesn't play for money, which is something you say when, I don't know if you're trying to garner goodwill, but it is something you say as a guy who has a lot of it already and who's under pressure to play better because of the Cowboys' failures in the postseason and who is looking for a new deal. But when posed the question about whether he was patient, considering the Cowboys haven't given him an offer he wanted, he said, I don't play for money. Never have cared for it, to be honest with you. Would give it up just to play this game. That's a lie. All right, Dak, don't lie. No, because clearly if the Cowboys don't pay you, you are not going to play. Don't lie to me, Dak. Just say it's not the most important thing for you. Playing with your guys, going out there and winning ball games, you want to compete, cool. But you're not giving it up just to play the game. Sean, out of all the lies being told, now there are going to be more lies told going forward, but the lie told by athletes when they say, I would play just for the love of the game, where does that rank on level of lies in sports?
It's up there because no one actually does it.
No one plays for free.
no one plays for the minimum unless you have to.
Unless you have to.
Like
unless you're forced to.
I get why they can't play for free, but they do have like minimum salaries that, in theory, Dak Prescott could just sign for the minimum and do that. But no,
for the love of the game,
he wants a little bit more. For the love of driving a
Not
nice
just
car.
a little bit more.
Yeah, for the love of living in a nice house.
For the love of my next vacation.
Yeah.
Stop it. Don't.
I love a lot of things.
You're going
right?
a little far. Yes, he loves his next car. He loves his next house. He loves providing a great life for his family. All those things he loves more than for the love of the game. Football has done a great service for Dak. Now, he's earned it by his talent and his hard work, but don't tell me you're playing for the love of the game when you are in line for one of the biggest contracts in NFL history.
His
even
last
if
contract
you want to sell was one of the biggest, and now he's going to get another one.
Yeah.
Even if you want to sell that money isn't at the forefront of your mind, you're just focused on your team, and this year I would take that and say you're probably lying about that anyway, but at least I wouldn't think twice. You're not giving up. You're not playing for free. You're not playing for the minimum. Dak is going to get a big deal, whether it be from the Cowboys or someone else. Just don't lie in my face. That's all I'm looking for. Don't lie. Now the question is for the Cowboys, how much are they willing to give a guy who they haven't reached the pinnacle of success with? This is always a question when it comes to quarterbacks. It's hard to find a good one, and when you get a good one, then it becomes how good is he and how much are you willing to pay? There are multiple guys who are falling under that particular scenario right now. Dak is one. You have Tua in Miami, who under Mike McDaniel has flourished, but he didn't finish 2022, and they lost after kind of having a bad end to the year in 2023. They lost in a playoff game where it was the coldest in, I don't know, maybe the third coldest game in history. If I remember that correctly, it was right around there. They lose. So now the question is, do you pay your injured quarterback who hasn't won a playoff game for you in your first 4 years? And the Cowboys are in a different scenario where they know Dak can win a playoff game. He just doesn't win enough of them. And all those great regular seasons have resulted in nothing. Are you going to tie yourself to him? I don't know if they have an option. Sean and I have discussed this. The Cowboys don't really have an option. The thought of punting on Dak in a year where he's still going to play pretty well, so you're not going to have a top draft pick, and then looking into Carson Beck or maybe hoping a quarterback falls to your spot in the draft seems like a risky approach. So they're probably going to pay Dak, or they're going to, I guess, trade for a potentially available quarterback who their current team doesn't want. Is that the option they're going to look into? I mean, if you think Dak isn't good enough, the one conclusion you can come to is the Cowboys are kind of screwed, because if they don't think he's good enough, and if your opinion of him is correct, can you give him a salary that's going to take up as much of the salary cap as it will and continue to pretend like he's going to lead you to where you need to? I'm under the impression that maybe Mike McCarthy shouldn't be around very much longer, more than I am that Dak isn't the guy. Because what is Dak, like 30 years old? Are we going to make the final determination on a 30-year-old quarterback when we've seen guys older than him put it together and win? And we know you don't even have to be the best quarterback in the game to make a Super Bowl and eventually win it. We can just look to San Francisco. Brock Purdy's a good player. He's not an elite quarterback, but the team they've built around him, and part of that is due to the fact that they don't have to pay him as much as the Cowboys are going to have to pay Dak, has led that team to multiple, first Garoppolo, then Purdy, but they're a contender every year with quarterbacks no one really believes in, and then they begrudgingly eventually say, okay, you know what, that guy's pretty good. So it can be done in different ways. The Cowboys are just under a bit of pressure because who do you have in the pipeline? You're not trusting Trey Lance to be the next guy. Cooper Rush isn't it. So either you pay Dak or you start over. And as Jerry Jones, as old as he is, who wants to win a Super Bowl before it's time for him to go off this mortal coil, decides I'm going to start over. Seems unlikely. But hey, give Dak his money, or that's a real decision you're going to have to make. I don't envy the Cowboys. The Texans are in a much better position. They've got their guy. He doesn't have the scars of disappointing playoff losses on him. And you can just look into the future and go, our guy's going to get it done. But, at one point, the Cowboys thought the same about Dak. So, like I said, Texans in a different position. Got everything out in front of them. A lot of money decisions are way off into the future. The first one coming up is Nico Collins. But his contract won't be as prohibitive. Won't be as prohibitive as a quarterback's contract will be. So take advantage of it now, Texans. You got a real shot until, your quarterback is costing you at that point probably $60 million a year when CJ's contract comes up. But, hey, don't have to worry about that now. We got a couple more segments to go here at Texas Star Grill Shop. We'll get back to the Astros and what happened in their disappointing game yesterday, as their bats simply were almost DOA. Apparently Tyler Anderson is someone, and that slop he throws up there, something they couldn't handle. We'll talk about some of the numbers from that game. Who struggled? You can guess pretty much all of them. We'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show is broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the Astros go down yesterday afternoon. Hunter Brown pitched well. You get 6 innings and 2 runs out of Hunter Brown. That's a game you got to win. That's a game you cannot give away to a bad Angels team. Look, the Astros are a bad baseball team, at least as far as record tells you. Talent, sure. One of the more talented teams in baseball, particularly that lineup. But that lineup did not come through yesterday. Hunter Brown did more than keep you in the game. That was a good enough performance to win. But when Tucker, Bregman, and Alvarez go a combined, with Altuve as well, they go a combined 1 for 15 in a game against Tyler Anderson. You got what you got yesterday. One run and that came in the 5th, and it even came with a "what the hell are you doing" situation where Dubon gets thrown out at third, trying to stretch a double into a triple. Thrown out in a situation where there are no outs in the inning. You can't get thrown out at third base. So you compound the ineptitude on offense with bad base running, and it resulted in a loss that shouldn't have happened. So the numbers were ugly, unless you look at the pitching staff, because you got Mashinsky, Martinez, and Abreu all after Hunter Brown's 6 innings was from the bullpen to keep you in it. The bats just didn't come through. And Sean, this show hasn't given Alex Bregman the nickname. In fact, we haven't given him any nickname yet. Do we need to be more creative than Captain Pop-Out, or is that one sufficient enough? Because like JP Francis, I call him just Pull 'em. I don't know if I just want to lean into the J6 stuff. We've got JP Froms when Fromberg isn't going well. I've called Hunter Brown. Won't call him it because of what he did yesterday, but I've called him Cosplay Verlander before. Is Captain Pop-Up for Bregman an appropriate name, or do we need something else?
It's a good start, I would say. I don't know if there's some sort of alliteration that we can maybe do with Pop Out or Pop
Captain
Up.
Pop Out, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know, Principal Pop Up or something.
Principle of pop-ups.
Prominent Pop Out, because he's a prominent Astro who has issues with Joe Espada's communication.
People, well, at least that's our speculation. That's a deep dive. People got to know the background of that.
Yeah, that's
obviously
real heads know.
Yeah, that's for real Astro heads know that prominent Astro plus pop-up or pop-out gets prominent pop-up or prominent pop-out. I like that one. It takes a little bit of thinking. You have to go on Reddit to figure out what we mean.
Yeah,
you get into your Reddit theories to figure out what we're talking about.
It's a triple entendre. All right. It's not, but it's the go to Rap Genius to figure out what I mean by that.
Exactly. We're not going to make it easy on you. You got to do some research to figure out exactly what Easter eggs we're dropping on this show going forward.
And to be honest, in the course of the game, I mean, he's still batting 4th somehow. There are a lot of times where his pop-ups are very prominent in the game because there's normally a guy standing on third base.
Yeah, he's in spots where anything can change the complexion of the game, and he comes up empty. So now we are talking about a triple entendre because it means multiple things. The prominent bats, prominent Astro, and then the pop-ups obviously are the thing that kill us. He can have private conversations with people that leak to Nightingale if he wants, as long as he's hitting, as long as he's coming through. You can talk about how bad the communication is from Espada if you want. Just rake, as Pena discussed Kyle Tucker. Tucker rakes. Tucker can say whatever he wants about anyone. Well, not whatever he wants. There are limits.
Come on.
There are limits, but as far as the baseball stuff is concerned, I don't care if he's the worst dude ever, and from what we can see, he's not. He could be awful. Just hit the baseball. And Bregman doesn't have that type of leeway because he's not hitting the baseball in any way, shape, or form that helps this team right now. 3 days. Bregman. And it's been a disaster almost every other day as his batting average is now under 210. He is when we think about it, Abreu takes the cake as the worst Astros hitter. But Bregman, not even close. As far as everyday guys, it's not even close. He's been the worst offensive player for the Astros outside of Abreu this year. That's a man who can't live up to the moment of trying to get a contract. And I don't know if it's simply because he doesn't have one, he's pressing, but he should figure it out because his value, this is a Bellinger-type season because Bellinger out of the blue became a bad baseball player. He's gotten better since, but Bellinger went from an MVP candidate and a major contributor to the Dodgers to just bad. And for the first 2 months of the year, Bregman's duplicating that Bellinger season, which is unfortunate timing for him, considering all the money that's on the line, and considering the Astros need him to be better and be, as Dana Brown has put it, the guy who gets them going. All unfortunate, but prominent pop-up or prominent pop-out is one of the main reasons why this Astros team and this season has gone the way it has. And they'll try to get it going as they go on the road. They have the day off today, and we won't see Jose Abreu. And maybe they just keep him in Sugar Land. How long can they keep him in Sugar Land? Because he's a bad vibes guy, at least according to this show. Keep him away as long as possible, I think, is our line of thinking. Does he stay in Sugar Land for a week? Do they sent him to Florida, and they could have kept him down there forever and just hit him, and that would have been fine. But now that he's mere miles away from Minute Maid, can they stash him like he's a European player in the NBA draft that they never want to bring over?
But stashed in Sugar Land, not Latvia.
Yeah, I mean they didn't send him to Greece.
Yeah.
He's not in Greece or anything. He's right down the road. That's the problem. Like the Florida Complex League is like stashing him in Latvia. The problem is now he's playing for the Vipers. And at some point, we're gonna get numbers on him, and we're gonna see what he is on a day-to-day basis. So either you play him or you get rid of him. They should have never brought him back to Sugar Land.
Do you think that
just leave him where he was?
Do you think it's because he only packed for 3 weeks in Florida, and he needs to come back home, pack up?
Man, send him some clothes.
Just mail him.
Take him on a shopping spree.
Oh, but
yeah, I don't take him on a shopping. He's got money. He can buy stuff.
I forgot he makes $20 million a year. Yeah, he could definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard. One of the biggest issues why he's still a part of the team is because of all the money he's making. He's got the money.
I don't know. Maybe he was just homesick. Wanted to see his dog.
Abreu was a draft and stash in Florida. Now they brought him back. Now he's a guy we have to pay attention to. They made a mistake. You leave him down there. No one's going to care if he stays down there for the rest of his time, at least this year. Now he's in Sugar Land. Now he's a conversation piece. And so we still haven't got an answer. How long do you think he stays in Sugar Land? Because we thought he might have been back on Friday with the big club. Now he's going to be in Sugar Land for the weekend. Does he make it back before the next homestand? Is he back with the Astros for the next homestand?
Ooh, that's a good question. So will he have to get on a plane again to rejoin the Astro? Will he be a Houston Astro the next time he steps foot on a plane?
I guess injury if there's an injury, he might show up on the road. But if there's no injury, is he back before the homestand begins, or is he back when the homestand begins?
So this weekend, starting on Friday, starting tomorrow, they go to Oakland to play the A's, and then starting on Monday, they go to Seattle and have a 4-game series in Seattle against the Mariners, and then on next Friday, so the 31st, they're back home facing the Twins at Minute Maid Park. That I think it's next Friday is when he comes back. Full week.
Back to welcome back. Oh, okay. So he's back to welcome Carlos Correa back to Houston.
Yes, exactly. So
I'm not
when he steps back into the batter's box in probably the third inning, maybe the second inning for the first time, because he will be batting eighth, I imagine. He'll get a standing ovation.
They put him there?
Yeah, and then he'll get a standing ovation.
You think he's batting eighth?
Yeah.
No chance.
That's where he was batting when he left.
Then why if he can't even regain a status in the order and he's still batting eighth, why is he playing?
Oh, prove
Clearly he hasn't improved enough to be improved in the order. Why is he what's he playing?
Just prove it. Prove it to everyone. Everyone has to prove their lineup
Not
spot,
Bregman.
except for Alex
Bregman spent 3
Oh, he's
Bregman
a prominent
used 3 days to
Astro.
get back into the okay, sure.
He's
You're
prominent.
right. He is
You
a
can't-
prominent Astro.
He can't. Yeah, come
His
on.
prominence allowed him to be elevated. You're right.
He can only
You're
go
right.
down to 5th.
I just think if Abreu hasn't improved enough to avoid being in the eighth spot, he shouldn't be playing.
Go back to Florida.
He shouldn't be playing.
Get ready to
Even if
relearn West Palm Beach, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a very different vernacular in West Palm Beach than there is in Houston. I'm sure it's very different, the English being spoken there. But he's a guy, as I said before, we talk about nicknames. He should be Getaway Day Jose. That he should be playing. He should have played. He would have been playing in the game yesterday, where the Astros are getting out of town, and they want to give a guy a rest. Throw Jose Abreu in there. He should not. I don't think he should play in his first game back that he's active. He shouldn't be just injected back into the order. I guess it depends on who's pitching that day. Maybe if there's a left-hander and Singleton's been terrible against left-handers, they throw him in there because the under 100 hitter is going to be a clear improvement, I guess. That's a Dubon spot. If you don't want to put Singleton against left-handers, throw Dubon out there. Instead, at least this show thinks Abreu's back next Friday against Minnesota. And even that's too quick of a turnaround.
That's just me looking at the schedule and thinking
that
he won't play this weekend, and I can't imagine you would throw him in there against the division-leading Seattle Mariners. So, Twins.
I understand.
To face, well, not his former teammate, but former Astro, Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa, yeah. Because you want to introduce him back into an environment where he's going to be very well supported. Everyone loves him, because the Houston crowd is going to love to see him back out there.
Well, there'll also be a problem because the Houston crowd will be cheering. Will be cheering more for the opposing shortstop than him. So
than the starting first baseman
for the Houston Astros, yeah.
So yes, the cheers for Carlos Correa will be certainly louder than the cheers for Jose Abreu. Now the question is, if he strikes out in his first 2 plate appearances, will the cheers for Carlos Correa be louder than the boos for Jose Abreu?
I don't know. He doesn't. I don't think he was getting booed though.
The thing is, he's just not good. He's not like an offensive guy. There's no reason not to like him other than he can't hit the baseball anymore.
I think.
So you're right. I don't think people are going to stoop to booing him. I think it'll just be, oh no. It'll be a lot of sighs.
Because Houston fans aren't like the biggest booers as it is. They will boo, but they're not like Philly or New York or the places that are kind of famous for booing their own players. Houston, and especially this Jose Abreu thing, I don't think people are mad. I think especially if you're at the game, you're not mad at Jose Abreu. I think it's just sad how bad he is. I think it's like actually sad that he's the worst hitter in baseball.
Yeah, I think you're right. As I said, there's nothing why you would dislike him. It's just that he's not good anymore.
Yeah, he just stinks.
He just stinks. He's awful. And you just would hope that you didn't have to watch him play baseball anymore. I think that's the extent of the issue with him. But there's a real chance we're going to see him quite a bit as long as the Astros seem to find some value in him, and apparently they do. So that is something to look out for, whether he's back on the road trip or back once the Astros return to town. We're going to see Jose Abreu at some point. We got one more segment here to go. I am at Texas Star Grill Shop. Gallant and George are in the building. They're going to follow us here, or at least follow me here, and then the Killer Bees will follow them. One more segment to go here on the show. I'll be back.
Now back to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment for me here at Texas Star Grill Shop. We are at the Shepherd and 59 location here. Gallant and George are in the building. They'll follow me. You guys should come out here beyond the fact that they're giving away Wagyu beef, whether it be in steak form or brisket form or sausage form. They're giving you an opportunity with Memorial Day weekend coming up to save and set yourself up for the summer, whether you want $500 off a Traeger, $800 off a Blaze. Maybe you want a pizza oven, $300 off a Gosney pizza oven. Maybe you have all those things, or maybe you have one of those things. You're not looking for a giant purchase, but you're looking for something to give your beef the Texas-style barbecue taste. They have $5 bags of Texas Star post-oak cooking wood. You can come out here for that, and the sale will go on through May 31st. So, sure, it's about Memorial Day, but it's also about the summer. It's time to grill. It's that time of the year. Come out to Texas Star Grill Shop and get yourself set up for that. I don't know about the Wi-Fi here. I just gave the guys the pass and the name for it. But apparently they treat Pro Football Talk like it's like you're a hacker trying to break into a government system. As soon as you type in Pro Football Talk, all the alerts come up. It is. I don't know what they think of Mike Florio, but they're probably right about him. Let's be honest. They're treating the website that way. It's like no go. So for you two gentlemen, if you want to search Pro Football Talk stuff, do it off your cell service, not the Wi-Fi here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Look, I would treat Mike Florio that way too. So if you don't like his website, it's okay with me. And Texas Star Grill Shop thinks that website is the worst thing on the internet as they try to protect you from it. So just be aware, Gallant and George, and I guess the Killer Bees when they come out here. There is news out of the NCAA, and it involves we're maybe not days, but more legislation away from eventually the institutions being allowed to pay the players. We know the deal right now. They're not allowed to, although we know they're involved in it. Hell, Billy Napier say, hey, how come this could have been passed, I don't know, a year ago before one of my former players who never played for me but signed on the dotted line is now suing me. We are at a point where there will not be a separation. The vote was yesterday. The Board of Governors voted. The NCAA Board of Governors voted Wednesday evening to agree to settlement terms in the House versus NCAA and related antitrust cases. Really, the rub of it all is that eventually Steve Sarkisian can openly promise to give an offensive lineman a lot of money instead of letting a booster handle it. Coaches at some point will be able to be directly involved, and it won't be a problem because now amateurship is out the door. If you want to call it pro sports, you can call it pro sports. We've been leaning that way already, but we are very close to guys and women who play on the college level being employees. That ruling came down, and the likes of the Big 12 and the ACC were already in. The Big 10 joined them yesterday, and the SEC and Pac-12 are expected. The Pac-12. Can we not do that anymore? Can we just call them Washington State and Oregon State? Although they kept the branding because they will continue to receive money from the Pac-12 brand. But, hey, I guess that is one of the unintended consequences of NIL. That lawsuits came about. The NCAA, we know, are toothless. So the players will be employees. Will unions begin? I don't know. But just one more step in the process to changing college sports into the professional ranks. And some of you, I don't know if I've heard from you directly, but I've seen certainly some people are up in arms about this particular aspect of college sports. Maybe you love the let's just say the naive thought that this was different from the pros. Only in name, because the stories about guys getting money under the table has been a thing for years. Now it's more overt because of NIL, and now your favorite school will be able to pay directly. Maybe it'll be a salary, maybe it'll just be a version of NIL, but we're getting there. Well, where they will be no different than the pros, and I think considering where the sport, particularly college football, that's the one we like to focus on, but college basketball's been the same way. Where the sports are now, just get used to it. That there is no line anymore, and pro sports and college sports are one and the same. And maybe that'll lead to good things, but I'm sure there'll be more unintended consequences because that's kind of how it always is. Just about wrapping up here. I want to thank Texas Star Grill Shop for hosting the entire station. I got to thank Chef Cecil from Heart Brand Beef. He hooked us up all day long. And I keep telling you guys, I mean, I don't know if you want to be sample person and just come out here and take a sample and leave. Maybe you have other things to do. But come out here and try it. The people out here are great. If you need something grilling-wise, they'll take care of you. As I keep talking about the grills, but there are things. If you just need an oven mitt, that's here for you too. A pan for your beef, for your chicken, for your sausage. All that stuff is out here too. It's a one-stop shop if you are in the grilling game. Gallant George are coming up next. They'll take you to 3, and then the Killer Bees will follow them. I want to thank Sean Mapes for being the producer throughout the morning, and Samantha. Samantha handled the board today. Couldn't tell the difference other than sometimes I talk back and a more feminine voice talk back to me. That's the only difference. She ran the board great today. Thank you, Sam, for doing that. You'll hear more from Sam. She's going to be part of the station going forward. So nice job by you. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. We've been out here all day. We'll continue to be out here. The Bees will be here after us till 6. Awesome place. Very cool.
Yeah, man.
Never been here before. I texted my wife and I said, hey, I got you a cat. Can I get a pizza oven?
They're right to our right.
Don't know if it's a fair trade because the cat was free. But the pizza oven, I told her, I can get $300 off.
Why didn't you instead, Joe, talk about the infamous ring that went missing?
That's a good point. I'm an idiot,
If you
dude.
want to
I'm
play,
such an idiot.
well, look, you're a good man. You don't want to hold one over your wife.
Yes.
That's for the women. No offense to the ladies out there. They seem to be the ones keeping score in marriages. I am not a person who's ever been married, so I'm talking a little bit out of my derriere right now. But this seems, Joe, like a perfect opportunity. You're kind of allergic to cats?
Actually, I think I'm okay.
Okay, that's good.
I think I'm okay.
And on top of that, your wife
Lost her
in the
wedding
last year
Yeah.
lost her engagement ring, if I'm being specific.
Yes, engagement
right?
ring, yes.
Yeah, the more expensive
Yeah, the more
one.
expensive one, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So, I mean, look at it right there.
I know. I'm looking at these pizza ovens. So we're out here today. Awesome place to go. We got
I'm
some
looking
great
at some grills, too.
We got some great Wagyu beef, too, when we got in here. Some Texas Wagyu beef. It was so good.
I learned a lot about Wagyu beef that I had never heard about before.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people call it Kobe. And apparently, nope, that's just where it's from.
Interesting.
Wagyu is actually Japanese for beefsteak. And then on top of that, there's specific kinds of Wagyu beef that are different. And, yeah, our guy Cecil, who's making us awesome beef from Heart Brand Beef, has been giving us a lesson. It's good stuff.
Yeah, you can come on in, save $500 on a Traeger, $800 on a Blaze, $900 on a Weber grill. So you can save $300 on a Gosney pizza oven, $200 on a Napoleon. They've got huge package deals on their Big Green Egg. They also do free outdoor design services.
Yeah.
They have an example to our right here. So they're aluminum, and it's a very cool thing that they do. Gus was telling us a little bit how if you're left-handed or right-handed, they can optimize it for you.
That's
whatever you want
If
it
you're
to
a
be.
left-handed freak, they'll help you out.
If you're just using it, for your steaks, that's fine. If you want it for more than that, to do a full kitchen, the sink, the cabinetry, all of it, they can do for you. They can give you a free service. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. This sale goes through the 31st. I mean, it's Memorial Day weekend. Like, if you don't have a new grill for Memorial Day weekend, what are you doing?
I'm thinking about getting one of these smaller
Oh, no.
ones.
This might be the most expensive remote in the history of Paul Gallant.
Can I put this on the expense
Don't think
report?
so.
I don't know, but you're the boss.
Not that boss.
You're the middle management boss.
I don't handle that part.
I'm going to put this on my expense
Nope.
report.
Nope.
Well, I'm going to try it. I'm going to say, oh, I didn't know any better. You didn't tell me not to specifically.
That's a good point. We didn't say don't do this, Paul. And I kind of want to see what happens, so I'm also not going to say don't do this, Paul.
I've never had a grill, and, yeah, now I'm surrounded by them, and I want one.
Yeah, we just got one recently when we moved into the house. So I was like, I need it now.
Do you know what you're doing on the grill, or are you learning? I would be learning.
I'm pretty good at steak.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I use it for. And
Gotcha.
chicken. Yeah, like chicken thighs.
Okay.
A lot of time. Chicken, honestly, I have a hard time with chicken. I don't know why. I just have the hard time getting that balance of it not being dry, and obviously you don't want it undercooked. It's chicken.
Right, exactly.
So, I always feel like I go
160.
a little too far into the dry when I do chicken. So I prefer to do steak or salmon on the grill most of the time.
Okay. I exclusively use an oven.
Okay.
I've always used an oven. I figured out the perfect time for the chicken breast that I do. I marinate it, put them in the freezer with the marinade in it so that I can use them. Because you can go to Costco and you can get 12 chicken breasts for $25. And what I do over the course of the week is I thaw them out during the day, come home, put it in the oven, 400 degrees, 38 minutes specifically, and it stays exactly the way that you want it. But doing this with a grill seems more fun. I feel like I've become more of a man.
Less time.
Sprout extra chest hair as I go on the grill and F around out there.
Yeah, I had to get one because I've told this story before. I think it was when we were doing Spaces after the Astros playoffs, and we'll get to the Astros' disappointing loss at some point.
Let's delay it. Let's talk about food instead.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It's almost Memorial Day weekend.
So when we were apartment living, I didn't like using the oven.
Okay.
To me, it took too long. I'm impatient. So I started Googling ways to cook steak, ulterior ways.
Mm-hmm.
And what I discovered was an air fryer cookbook. And for a while, we would put our steaks in our air fryer. And it's not the best thing I've ever done.
I've seen it done before.
But it's not the worst.
It's not bad.
I actually thought it would come out better than just doing it in the oven. So we did it for a while. If we're in a pinch or right now, because, Houston has the West Nile virus, apparently.
Oh, don't drop that on us.
Well, apparently it does.
Doesn't everywhere have the West Nile virus?
Yeah, well, apparently mosquitoes have been tested positive for that
great.
currently.
Well, there's more mosquitoes right now. But
Exactly.
Leave it to Joe to sell, to get our radio show started with a little fear porn.
So if I don't want to get, like smoked by mosquitoes outside, maybe we'll go back to the air fryer at some point.
Okay.
But it's beautiful outside. We're going to grill out Memorial Day.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Hang on. It's
I love this.
Define you like the muggy swelter of
Honestly,
Houston in
I still think about
you're a crazy person.
It's the snow, man. I take this over the snow in
I
Illinois
do too.
all
I
the
do
time.
too. But don't say it's beautiful. Come on.
It's okay. It's
That's
at least
disingenuous.
You're right. It's not cold.
It's better than being cold in the winter.
Yes, and it's not as hot as it's going to be.
See, that's the spin zone.
So it's like it's not as hot as it's going to be in a month and a half.
The Astros aren't as good as they're going to be in a month and a half.
Or as good as they were the last week and a half.
Right.
So they lose 2 out of 3 to the Angels. Yesterday was a weird game.
Mm-hmm.
They give up, 3 hits, and they lose.
Yep.
Jeremy Pena is inches away from a home run.
I'm still confused by that one.
Same. Dubon with an awful base running decision.
Seems like there's one every 3 games by the Astros of those.
At minimum.
But they're more aggressive on the base paths, they tell us.
They are, but is it a good aggressive? Like that's
Great
the question. It's fine to be more aggressive, but there's a level of aggressiveness that you should have, and I think they might lean a little too far aggressive at times.
Mm-hmm.
Not always. They're not sending guys home, on a relentless basis and getting guys thrown at home plate. Like this isn't happening all the time. So while they're aggressive, it's not the end of the world, but that's a tough loss yesterday. You lose 3 to a mediocre baseball team.
And I think the worst part, Joe, is you take a look at the homestand that they just had, and they have an off day before they play 13 games in a row. And then in the month of June, they're going to have a lot of off days. I think they have 5 or 6. But this homestand, I think, goes from being successful to successful. Notice the tone. I mean, it's still successful because ultimately, over the course of it, you go 7-3. But at the same time, I'm going to apply some Gallant family logic here.
Okay.
Like, you got an B, you could have gotten an A.
Yes.
And my parents would shame me if I got an A- and not an A like my sister, robo genius that she is, eventually going to Harvard and now a surgeon up in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
About to have kid number 2 any minute now. They would do that with me. And that's where I feel like with the Astros. I mean, it's nice that they won 7 of 10 at home. And some of these games could have gone the other way, whether it's Saturday against the Brewers, if Justin Verlander wins that bat against William Contreras, or it's yesterday.
Or
that
Fromber
run,
doesn't,
that too.
be Fromber.
There's that too. I forgot about the whole blown 6-1 lead thing. That's a frustrating one.
I think that's a good way to put it, though. Like they could have had an A and they got a B. Like this is not a sky is falling, series loss. Because weirdly, I feel okay because of what they had been doing. It's not like it was, if this was 2-3 weeks ago, the tone of the conversation today is vastly different.
Yep.
Because everything was going bad, and you would look at yesterday's game and say, "Oh my gosh, the luck continues to go against the Astros." But it's a series loss. I think part of the negativity that's around the team right now is the Jose Abreu stuff that we'll kind of dive into throughout the show as well. The fact that he's nearing his return,
allegedly.
And so it's just there's a little bit more of a sour taste than I would like, but it's not sky is falling.
No, definitely
in
not.
the moment.
It's not sky is falling. It's just, you should have swept the Angels yesterday.
100%.
And you didn't. And ultimately, because of that, you're still 6 games under 500. And, you know, as a texter correctly points out, like as we say, well, mediocre baseball team you're going up against. Well, what are the Astros? A good baseball team? No, their record is what it is.
Yeah.
I think we all expect it, though, by the end of the year to be at least above 500, if not back in playoff contention. I think everyone here feels that way still. But you're annoyed because there are missed opportunities, and those do add up. And, you know, you can procrastinate all you want. I'm really good at it, but ultimately you're going to have to get the job done, and sometimes you run out of time, like the time in 6th grade where I ran out of time for my Ponkapog Bog project and ended up getting a C-.
Your what?
Ponkapog Bog. It's a bog in Massachusetts.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to like go in there and take stuff from it and do one of those like 3 board posters and put samples up there from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we got more food coming, Paul.
Oh my God, that looks so good.
And we got some steak this time. Ooh, baby.
Oh,
ribeye
steak
Woo!
from Chef Cecil, who rules, and he's taught us a lot of lessons again, like misnomers about Japanese beef. Kobe is where the beef is from. Wagyu is the term for beef in Japan, and Akahushi is the perfect meat, and that's what Heart Brand beef sells.
Oh, it's
Good
incredible.
stuff.
I'm ready to go to break already. We'll talk a little more Astros here before, just
I
for a
might just
second
eat
before
on
we
the
go to
air.
break.
You keep talking.
Paul's gonna eat while I talk. But look, the Astros. This is just.
Oh my God.
It's just where they are right now. Like to the Texas point, yes, I called the Angels a mediocre baseball team. The Astros technically are the same, but they've been playing like a much better baseball team, and that's what is frustrating about the last series versus the Angels. Is that it felt like the momentum had really turned around. You have the Fromber start, which turned into an absolute disaster. We'll see what happens next. I'm still kind of fascinated what the True will never get it until he's off the team or the season's over, basically. Like what the behind-the-scenes conversations have really been like between Joe, Dana, Fromber, Yainer Diaz, Victor Caratini, and all these guys of just like what happened in that game and why it happened. But they'll be Paul, I don't know if it's weird. Like, they'll be fine. Like, even though, yes, they're a mediocre baseball team, I have this weird, unwavering confidence that the Astros are back. And yes, they're 5 games out of the division. We're 4.5 out of the wild card right now. But this, to me, feels like a more traditional Major League Baseball long season. You lost a series you shouldn't have lost, but it's baseball and it happens.
I don't think they're back. I think they're in rehab, and we feel like they're going to come out on the other side.
Okay.
Being back.
But there's still a chance that they relapse.
Sure, I mean,
and that's where that's what the next series
goes
is.
rogue, as a texter points out on Monday night, and that is a relapse if I've ever seen one. Where everyone's like, "Yeah, he just screwed up."
Yeah,
he even admitted it. So, I mean, that's one of those things where ultimately, all you can do is throw your hands up in the air and curse. Fromber Valdez.
Yeah, I get the bigger question of the Astros really is what happens next. Is what does the next series look like? Is this where your A turns to a B, turns to an F or a D because you lose the next series? Like that's really the next question. All right, we're gonna take a break. We're broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. We'll be out here till 6:00. Great deals going on today through the 31st. $500 off a Traeger, $800 off a Blaze, $900 off the Weber. You get $300 off a Gosney Pizza Oven, $200 off a Napoleon. They got package deals on their Big Green Egg. They're bigger than I thought they were. They're all different sizes of the Big Green Egg. Something that I also will get at some point in my life. It's not on today's bucket list.
This paper's so good, dude.
And Paul's making me jealous. So we're going to break, and then we're talking more Astros here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Gallant George, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. If you're like me and Paul and don't have a truck, one of the best things about this place, free delivery in the greater Houston area. These grills are huge. These green eggs are huge. How would I get it home? I don't know. But they do free delivery in the greater Houston area. So another great reason to come out this weekend and buy a grill, green egg, pizza oven, whatever you want to get. Great steaks right here inside Texas Star Grill Shop. Probably going to buy some on the way home. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing for dinner tonight. I think I know my answer.
Yeah?
I think so. I figured why not. Well, we're doing like dogs and probably brats for Memorial Day.
Okay.
I think. My parents are picky about their steak, so I don't really want to try to cook for them. There's like you're too picky.
So does that mean what do you do then if they're picky about their steak? You're just not going to do it at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can grill steak. I'm not a master at it. So like the way they like it, I can't achieve.
How do they like it?
When there's like just a teeny little bit of pink.
Oh, so they like it
Yeah.
well done?
Yeah. You know, my wife eats steak well done now. It's really weird. She used to eat.
Oh, you're surrounded by barbarians.
So my wife used to be like me and would do like medium rare. But then when you're pregnant, you can't have it cooked that way. So you have to go well done. She just never went back. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, that
I don't
totally
understand.
defeats the point of
That's what I
steak.
say. But like,
You may as well just eat chicken if you want everything well done.
yeah. So I don't understand.
That sucks.
It disappoints me.
I mean, you can make one for yourself.
That's what I do. No. So that's why it's easy. Because hers, I can just like cook the crap out of it. It's like, it gets a little burnt. She likes it a little crispy.
Oh.
So I'm like, whatever.
Oh, are you going to dip it in ketchup afterwards?
No. No sauce.
No sauce?
Well, no, you can't. I cook steak well enough, even if her.
No,
way.
but again, she's doing it well done. I'm not criticizing you.
Oh,
I
know.
am criticizing your
As
wife's
you should.
taste buds.
As you should. I agree. I criticize them too.
You got to have some sort of sauce
know.
if it's going to be well done. I mean, make homemade chimichurri or.
We've done that before.
Hell, I wouldn't even hate on our competitors' love of ranch dip for steak.
No.
If it's well done,
no.
If it's well done,
I will say chimichurri's elite.
Yeah, it's really good.
That is something that I had not really tried probably until the last 2 years. So good.
Someone I was dating last year before deciding to overcook our steaks, which I was very annoyed by, actually taught me how to make chimichurri on my own. It was very fun. But then, she's like, no, we need to cook these steaks at 400. And I was like, no. And they were the way that your wife likes them coming out, ultimately.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
That is a bummer.
It's a bummer that I don't know. I thought that when she was not pregnant anymore, she would go back to the good ways. Obviously, you got to be healthy when you're pregnant, so I get it. But it's just the decision she's made. I don't understand.
I'm sorry.
Just like I don't understand the Astros sometimes.
Oh, nice. What a transition.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get out of that
Yeah,
one.
you did pull your way out, though.
I was like, we got to get
Look,
back
the problem
into the
is we're
Astros.
surrounded by the grills, so we're just going to keep
We're probably going to talk about food like most.
drifting back in.
We'll
Yeah.
start most segments talking about
Honestly, I mean, I'm cool with that. Do we want to become the foodie show, the self-proclaimed
Yeah.
foodie show, even though one of the hosts doesn't like cheese or chocolate?
I mean, I don't think that prevents us from being the foodie show. just 'cause
Definitely
you don't
makes
like
me
cheese.
suspect.
I mean, the chocolate part, that's fine. I don't get it, but I see why people don't. No, is it all kinds of chocolate? Like do you like dark milk, white chocolate?
At a White Elephant party a couple of years ago, I got a bunch of chocolate, like the fancy chocolate. And one day I may or may not have, gone into the clouds.
Okay.
And it actually all was pretty good.
Yeah?
But I think my taste buds might have been
altered?
Distorted, yes.
Oh, no.
Well,
That's
I don't
not
think
good.
it's no. It's it made everything taste better.
Oh, okay. That's good. So, yeah, the Astros. It was 2 out of 3. Not. Let's talk about some of the positives. What positives you got, Paul?
Hunter Brown
Yeah.
was better than anyone thought he would be. And that's a good sign. From what I read, apparently he, over the last 4 starts, has been throwing a sinker. And this is something he hadn't thrown since 2019 when he was pitching in college at Wayne State. And it's helping him out, supposedly. His ERA has dropped, though, I mean,
that's not hard.
it's not that hard when your ERA was at a 9. But that, I think, is a promising sign that we saw in yesterday's loss. Pena's playing very well right now. It's a shame that home run got called back because you got to wonder what would have happened in this game. 2-2, went to extra innings. But that's the one I'm looking at specifically coming out of it. There are certainly some negatives. Alex Bregman is really struggling again.
Oh, all those pop-ups, man.
They're back. Never really left.
Well, it's my one beef I have with Joe Espada is that when things started to really turn around, Alex Bregman was batting 5th. Jeremy Pena was batting 4th. Alex Bregman started to get going. And then as soon as he started getting going, Joe's like, well, let's just change it back. Let's just go back to the way it was. Like, why keep a good thing going the way it is?
Ego.
Let's change it. Alex's ego? For what? Like, he's probably the one complaining to people about Joe Espada's communication issues.
Well, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I think more from this perspective, Joe. I think that if you're a manager, there is a little bit of ass-kissing that you have to do for some of the established players. And we saw Dusty Baker doing a lot of it last year. But ultimately for Bregman, if you take a look, going all the way back to Saturday against Milwaukee, he's been hitless in 4 of 5 games. And doing a little math on the fly here, he's 1 for his last 20. So that's not good.
No.
And you wonder, okay, so was that little stretch that he had going from May 9th all the way to last Friday, is that the blip that's the anomaly in Bregman's year, or is everything else we've seen just the blip? But, I mean, right now the sample size says that what he did basically over a, let's say, 8-day stretch is the anomaly of this year.
Yeah.
He is just not the same guy that he used to be.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, my only pushback to the whole veteran got to play ball thing with an umpire is 90% of the time I would agree with what you're saying. Alex Bregman is not going to be on this team next year, so I don't really care what he feels.
Oh, wow.
He's not coming back. So it's why?
Because
Jeremy Pena's feelings are more important.
But you have a season. But you have a season to finish.
I know.
And, I mean, you still got to have him happy the rest of the way.
Yeah, but
he's a long way to go.
He's chasing a
4 more
contract,
months.
Yeah.
So he doesn't even care probably about what the team does. I mean, he does.
Come on.
He cares, but he's...
Of course he cares.
He's...
This is one of the greatest runs in
but he's
baseball
primarily,
history.
But he rightfully so, honestly, should be Alex Bregman focused. That's probably why he's struggled more than normal. It's because he's thinking about how much money he's losing every time he goes out there and he goes 0 for 4.
I don't know about that. He's thinking about the money he's losing. I'm sure he thinks that this sucks. This sucks. And maybe he's overthinking ways to get out of this stretch.
Yeah.
But no, I don't feel like Bregman's like, yeah, I've just got to focus on myself to get paid. I think he ultimately knows as a competitor that, hey, this is also another opportunity for the Astros to get back to another ALCS, to go Braves in the 90s and early 2000s. And that matters to them.
Yeah,
and it's not just about individual results for athletes.
And I still think that's where they could head. And the text line here from the 512, the hardest stage of grief to get past is denial. Joe is clearly stuck here. Dude, this team sucks, and there's a lot of intangibles behind the scene that are very negative. Maybe I am in denial that this team's still good, but I don't know how. You look at this lineup, you look at the rotation when it's healthy, when it's not. Intentionally self-destructing, and not say that this team that's only 5 and 4.5 games back of playoff spots, or you look at the division or the wild card, and not think that this team's going to make a run.
Just take a look at their offensive numbers, and they're close to the top of the majors in most categories. So I don't buy that. The pitching side of things, where everyone has come back to earth, and you don't really look at any of your starters as an ace, and 2 of your most important relievers are not who they used to be this year, Ryan Presley and Brian Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit concerning too. But, I mean, the Astros have the best batting average in the majors by almost by 6 points.
this is a team that is getting a ton of hits. The problem is they're just not happening with runners in scoring position. They're second in baseball in hits. Last night, though, 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position and 6 guys left on base.
All right, where do the Astros go from here? But there's, you know what? Where do we go from here, Paul?
Third in OPS.
There's a lot of stuff going on outside the Houston sports world.
There is.
That we need to discuss, including, even though charges aren't being dropped against everyone's now favorite golfer, don't exactly see a cop getting dragged in the video that just came out within the last couple hours. So we'll get into that and some of the culture wars that are going on in sports here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59 with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. Free delivery in the greater Houston area. A bunch of great deals going on as well, like $500 off a Traeger. You get $300 Gosney pizza oven, huge package deals on the Big Green Egg, $800 off the Blaze. Tons of great stuff going on. They'll come out to your house, do a free design for your outdoor kitchen, whatever you want it to look like, whatever you need, they can help design it for you. And then whatever you want to do, they have all the product you need right here at Texas Star Grill Shop as well. So come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Us till 3, the Bees till 6. So, you know, Paul, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in the world right now. The Scotty Scheffler video has emerged. There's a kind of a different angle because the body cam footage was off. Don't really see a cop getting dragged by a car in the video, so like maybe there's more video, but like I don't see a cop, getting
Body
dragged
cam conveniently off.
Yeah,
too.
just conveniently, and his $80 pants, being ruined, but they're not dropping the charges.
They're not. Okay.
They're not.
Because yesterday it was reported that they
Yeah.
would likely drop the charges. I think at this point, Joe, it might be a case of, well, we would look really bad if we pulled back, so we're going to go forward into the void.
It's kind of like
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
You've already put your chips in the middle.
Yeah, so
like,
now
you arrested one of the best golfers in the world.
Now you just don't want to look like a bitch, to be perfectly honest.
yeah. Like you're kind of just like, well, we're stuck here.
We'd rather be wrong and not admit it than admit we're wrong.
Yeah, like my guess is the end result of this is him paying them back for the pants. Like that's where I feel like we're headed.
$80 pants
is
irreparable. $80 pants.
There'll be a plea deal made to replace the pants, to reimburse the officer, and that'll be it. And then Valhalla.
By the way, it looks like adult Eric Cartman.
Yes, he does. Every time I see a picture of him, that's what I think of now.
He legitimately does. They showed his yearbook, police officer yearbook photo, and he looks like an older Eric Cartman.
Yeah, and
respect my authority.
I will say, if I was the golf course, I'd be calling the police department and be like, "Hey guys, you want to drop this? We'd like to host future golf events. Like if I'm the PGA and I'm like the golfer, I'm like, I'm not going back there. Like, this is so stupid. Like, the littlest thing happens. Like, there's a real tragedy that has occurred, and then, like, they're not going to drop the charges now. Like, I don't want to go back. So, it's such a dumb thing. But there's a lot of weird things going on. You want to start with Caitlin Clark, or do you want to start with Harrison Butker?
I mean, there's a part of me that's really, when it comes to all Caitlin Clark conversation, I feel like you can really simplify it to it's really early, and she went straight from college to the WNBA.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there was going to be some growing pains. So let's start with Butker.
Okay, so Harrison Butker makes a commencement speech last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was.
Benedictine College, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a Catholic institution.
And he, makes some comments about, like what the role of a wife is and things like that. And there's a lot of pushback.
TL didn't watch. TL didn't hear. TL didn't read. He basically said that, hey, listen, like women, you could pursue a career and all, but at the end of the day, what you should be doing is being a mother and not getting abortions. There's more that was said. I'll be honest, Joe, I don't really want to go ever listen to another commencement speech in my life.
Ever.
After how miserable the one that I had in 2011 at Syracuse University, where some guy who apparently cracked the genetic code told us that we're going to end the world. Great. I really want to get up at 8 a.m. to hear this blowhard a-hole tell us about how we're going to end the world when I'm hungover and really just looking forward to the next party during the day. Commencement speakers are a waste of time. And the fact that this has become a big story also to me is crazy. But
well, of course it's going to be a story because we know how most sports media aligns.
Left.
Yes. So that's why Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and every single person that is connected to the Kansas City Chiefs, that's connected to the NFL, Roger Goodell yesterday, are being asked about this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they are giving perfectly fine answers. I have zero issue. Like, everyone has a right to think the way they want. You might not agree. Harrison Butker's mother doesn't agree. She's like a super genius, apparently. She didn't stay at home. Like, you can disagree with them all you want, but I don't know if this is a troll job by other men to buy out every women's Harrison Butker jersey available on NFL.com, but they're all sold out. So, like, I don't care. To me, like, it didn't offend me. I asked my wife, I'm like, does this offend you? And she said no. She's like, I would never do it because she would just get bored. Like, she wants to work because even though we have a 3-year-old, like, he can be a monster at times. Also, he's going to be in daycare soon. So while we have one kid right now, like, she'd be literally sitting at home doing nothing. until it's time to cook dinner. That's so, like, to me, that feels like a waste of my life. It's like I could never imagine doing that. That's why I would never ask anyone to do that. But the controversy around this is so stupid. The need to ask every single member of the Kansas City Chiefs about it, like, you're probably not going to get the response you want. Because that's all this is really about at this point,
What
right?
do you think the response that they want is?
They want someone to bury Harrison Butker that's on his team, so they can write a sexier headline.
Which is funny because it kind of goes against being a teammate. Like, things that a teammate says, are you going to go to war with that guy privately and have that conversation where you say, like, what the hell was that? Or are you going to do it through the media, which is the funny thing? And it's weird that people want some sort of performative outrage that's held in front of a bunch of microphones as opposed to mano-a-mano. Because if you have an issue with what Harrison Butker said, you're totally within your right to go up to
100%.
Harrison Butker and say that you have an issue with it. Much like Harrison Butker has the right to say what he feels like. It's weird how this is a country that is unique in the world in that freedom of speech is paramount. And there are no rules that obstruct it. Obviously, from time to time, people get in trouble for things that they say, but you're not getting imprisoned for stuff that you say. You might get in trouble with your boss or your employer or something like that, but if you are a religious person and you feel that strongly about things and you're at this Catholic school and you feel like this is your platform to do it, go ahead and do it. You're going to get backlash probably. You got to be able to deal with that.
He had to know that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Michelle Beadle said, like, I have a right to say, go bleep yourself.
100%. She absolutely does.
Laura Rutledge said, like, I'm thankful that women have the opportunity to have careers. And I mean, you know, there's so many different ways to look at this. And I'm with you in that I think we're both annoyed that this story has blown up to the degree that it did. We're talking about a kicker's commencement speech.
Exactly.
It's a effing kicker, first of all. Nothing against kickers out there, but who we would not care about this person talking at a commencement unless he said something that was controversial. And now we're all supposed to be mad about it? Like, does something that this guy said affect me in any way, shape, or form? And there's clearly people who agree with him. And this is one of the interesting things about, I think, a lot of people who lean left, in that people seem to be so mad that he feels this way. And since it's an opinion that's not a part of their mindset as a group, as a collective, like, it must be shamed and it must be silenced. And no, that's not how it works. If you want to combat it, give some reasons as to why he's wrong, instead of saying, like, F this guy, he needs to be silenced, he needs to be out of a job. But for whatever reason, and the right does this from time to time too, both sides do this, but in this situation, you have some people that are pushing back against a group in our country, Christian people, who some of them are really steadfast in their beliefs, and clearly a lot of people support Harrison Butker, given all the women's jerseys for Harrison Butker have sold out online. So the outrage that's being had here, I wonder, Joe, if this is a byproduct of something you had said a little bit earlier. There's a lot of left-leaning people in sports media and in media as a whole. They see this story and they realize, oh, well, anger sells. Things,
100%.
Hot-button issues sell. I'm going to talk about this and make it a bigger deal than it actually is because it's May, it's June. There's no content to be had.
It's way better than, like, hey, Pat, I know you just won another Super Bowl. How's throwing passes to your new rookie wide receiver? That's not an interesting story. Also, like,
you have a much more interesting story on the roster right now.
Yeah,
though.
I will say, if anything, too, like, I would want to criticize, like, the coverage of the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, first of all, like, I'm not going to waste my time listening to these press conferences. I only know about this because this is what people care about. You literally have a guy who shot a gun into an empty car, who got into a car crash in a Lambo, ran away. Like, Rashee Rice sucks.
Rashee Rice
he's on the team.
The biggest...
Is anyone asking Patrick Mahomes about Rashee Rice?
They actually did.
But the quotes just don't matter as much because people don't care about something that actually matters. Like, you have an NFL player who's a terrible person. It's all clear. Harrison has an opinion you don't like, and people are like, kick him out of the league. People aren't asking you to kick Rashee Rice out. They're like, oh, you have 4 games. Harrison Butker, banned for life. Like, what are we doing?
I really hope that someone texted in, have the Swifties canceled the Chiefs yet, or are they waiting to see what Taylor says?
No, you can't cancel them because the NFL, Mike North, the guy who makes the schedule, is going back and forth on what the truth is about the NFL schedule this year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't touched on this yet.
Oh, yeah.
That there are changing NFL games based on Taylor's schedule.
Wait.
He said it happened, and then he's like, no, that didn't happen. It just happened in Miami when she's playing there.
No way.
The Kansas City Chiefs are literally playing in Buffalo the day after Taylor Swift plays in Toronto. Like, they're literally trying to put the Chiefs near Taylor Swift so she can be on television and go to games. I swear to God. Like,
awesome.
First of all, if I'm the NFL, same. Like, I also don't hate them for that. She's a ratings machine. Like, she's good for your brand.
I just want the Taylor Swift song. Harrison Butker's a butt face for his thoughts. I hope that he gets canceled like I canceled my boyfriends.
Oh, I love when you sing Taylor Swift songs. You and Lance, I think that's what we need. Because Lance does the same thing.
He sings Taylor Swift too?
He makes fake Taylor Swift songs. I think he made one about Harrison Butker too. I think I was getting ready to pull a social clip one day and I heard it.
Okay, we might have to work together.
Maybe we need to have a Paul Gallant, Lance Zierlein, our Taylor Swift mashup. That would be very funny. But yeah, this whole thing is just, to me, at this point, it's a media-driven story. It's not a real story.
I agree. This is the worst part about people in our shoes. And we're, technically doing the same thing here, but I think we're highlighting just how absurd it is. People are allowed to have different opinions. You can't shame people into having your opinion. You can try to convince people that don't have your opinion to have your opinion with a thoughtful conversation. Some people will engage in that, but most people that are online on social media are not willing, or worse, are not capable of doing that. And that is a big problem. And social media does tend to make this worse. I'll be honest, if I was there for that Harrison Butker speech, as I said before, I would have been pissed. Mainly because why the F is a kicker the person that we were able to get for our commencement speech? Like, that's the number one thing.
Yeah.
2, why is he talking for 20 minutes? I want this thing to be over. I want to go get hammered with my friends on the last college weekend of the year, or I want to be able to sleep in. Our commencement, Joe, where we had this human genome cracker, whatever the hell.
Mine was way better.
Ours was at 8 a.m.
Ooh.
8 a.m. I remember I got annihilated the night before. My friends had to shake me to wake me up, and they said hey, get out here. And I woke up. I apparently had kicked my door in the little slum that I was living. Yeah, I don't know why.
I won't lie. I
fell asleep on a park bench that night.
I love mine.
What happened? Who's yours?
Have you been to Chicago a couple times?
I've been twice.
You know the Chicago Theater, in right on.
Is it the one with that says
the yellow sign? It has the yellow sign. The Chicago sign.
Yeah.
So that's where we graduated.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And Jane Lynch, she was from Glee,
and other things. Virgin, a million things.
Yes, she was our commencement speaker.
That's awesome. Did she go to your school?
Nope. But we went.
Good job.
We went to. I went to. They would always try to find cool people in the art world,
because it's a liberal arts school.
Yeah, it's an art school. So it's it's my graduating group, because there was all these different graduations, was the radio department, the television department, journalism, the acting and dance classes, and the dance department. So they try to find someone kind of famous that will come and do it, and they got her to do it. So I actually was oh, this ain't bad. And then I went to another graduation. I went to my wife's at U of H. I'm this is the dumbest, most boring thing of my life. And I was I guess I got spoiled in my experience.
We had Aaron Sorkin was the next year.
Oh,
at Syracuse.
That sucks.
We got this guy, and what pissed me off is we're a communications school. I don't want some nerd.
Yeah.
No offense to the nerd, but
yeah.
I don't care that you cracked the human genome, and you can actually look it up online. I remember because I was a little hungover, and I was begging for water while I was there. but I remember you were saying you're gonna F up the world. I wish I had booed him the same way I booed David Tyree when he got introduced after winning the Super Bowl.
All right,
Syracuse legend.
When we get back,
booed him.
Another big event coming to Houston officially. We'll let you know what that is, and there's more drama. It's funny. We just said. I don't hate on people for having opinions. The problem is that when they're factually incorrect, I don't know what we're doing here. Charles Barkley and LeBron are doing. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. So I don't know how you feel about the World Baseball Classic, Paul. Were you upset about the Astros players playing in it when they did? Altuve got hurt.
When Altuve got hurt, yes.
Yeah.
Before, I didn't really care. I'll admit, I very much enjoyed the championship.
Yep.
And I was very much a fan of Shohei Ohtani coming out of said tournament.
So I bring it up because officially we will add the World Cup to the list of the World Baseball Classic to the list of things coming to Houston. 2026, the World Baseball Classic returns, and Houston, Texas will host Group B at Minute Maid Park.
Who's in Group B?
We don't know yet. Hopefully someone good.
Oh.
I think it's too early for that. There's still qualifiers, and that have to happen in 2025.
Okay.
I'm sure USA. I bet you if Altuve plays, he'll play here. Like if there's Astros play, like they'll find a way. Like
I would think so.
Whatever team they end up on, like they'll find a way to get at least a couple Astros players in Houston.
You would think.
Yeah, if not, just try to put Team USA in Houston in general. So that'll be a cool thing coming up. So Caitlin Clark, there's a lot of drama going on. It appears. I don't really understand it.
I don't either. Look, she's off to a slow start in her WNBA career, and as I said before, guess what? She went straight from college, not even really with a training camp or a ramp-up period, to being drafted and playing in the WNBA. She's also a shooter, so that means she's going to need good teammates around her to set her up, to help her out. The Fever are 0-5. She had 21-7-7 yesterday, for what it's worth. But what is more striking is how divisive she apparently is. And, you know, we talked about how Harrison Butker is kind of at the center of the culture war and how the culture war can even touch sports from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a ton of people taking shots at her in some way, shape, or form over the course of the last month. There was the USA Today's Mike Freeman, who is, get this, the race and inequality editor of the USA Today. He blocked me a while ago. He wrote a column.
What'd you do?
I said that all sports writers are the same, essentially.
Yes, Joe and Paul. Oh,
yeah.
we got more food.
More food.
Oh, we got tacos.
Hell yeah.
Man.
That's amazing.
They said there's plenty more.
Okay, plenty more?
Man.
Okay.
I'm going to text my wife right now and tell her that I'm not eating dinner at home tonight, and she's on her own because I'm just going to keep eating here with the excellent food that they can't keep bringing me.
Here we go.
But, yeah, there's a
Awesome.
lot of stuff going on with, you know, there are these articles that are coming out, though.
Right. So Mike Freeman wrote that column on April 22nd about another white player getting a signature shoe and how it's a bad pattern for the WNBA.
Jamel
Hill wrote that we would all be naive if we didn't say race and her sexuality played a role in her popularity. While so many people are happy for Caitlin's success, including the players, which is debatable, this has had such an enormous impact on the game. There's a part of it that is a little problematic because of what it says about the worth and the marketability. Aja Wilson, a WNBA star, when asked about Caitlin Clark's shoe deal, had this to say. I think a lot of people may say it's not about black and white, but to me it is. It really is, because you can be top-notch at what you are as a black woman, but maybe that's something people don't want to see. It boils my blood when people say it's not about race, Clark's popularity, because it is. And then you have The View's Sonny Hostin, who is a noted dumbass. Quote, I do think that there's a thing called pretty privilege. There is a thing called white privilege. There's a thing called tall privilege, and we have to acknowledge that. And so part of it is about
privilege.
race. Yeah, Joe. Tall privilege.
No wonder it took me so long to become a host. I was 5'6". It was holding me back.
Because if you think about the Brittany Grinders of the world, why did she have to go play in Russia? Because they wouldn't pay her. I don't understand what that has to do with
But here's
anything.
the thing. Caitlin Clark's not getting paid
She's
either.
getting paid like $70,000. But anyway, continues this dumbass. Sonny Hostin, one of the biggest idiots that's in American media, but The View, again, not a great television show. It's just a bunch of yapping dumbasses. I think all of them are pretty dumb. 70% of the WNBA is black. A third of the players are in the LGBTQ plus community, and we have to do something about that stigma in this country. Something to do with Caitlin Clark. I think people have a problem with basketball playing women that are lesbian, and then also continue to say that some of the women are better players than the guys. So there's a lot of people.
Well, first of all, no. Let's just get that out of the way.
I
And
agree.
all the women would agree to that.
Yes.
Like, there's a reason why there wasn't this massive pushback against Cooper DeJean as the NFL draft was approaching. He said that he would be able to beat Caitlin Clark in a basketball game. Here's the thing. The WNBA is irrelevant, and it has been irrelevant. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, this new group of players has made it relevant for the first time in a long time.
And Cameron Brink.
Yes. You want to talk about pretty privilege? She's the one you should be talking about with pretty
Cameron
privilege.
Brink is-
She's the one talking about, like, doing the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition and all that stuff. Like, she knows what she's got. But, like, Caitlin Clark, that to me, see, this is where it's tearing down for no reason. And part of it, to me, means that the WNBA is evolving. Because this is what sports do. They tear people down for absolutely no
What
reason.
women do.
No, Carlos Boozer did this to LeBron James. He said, we don't need that guy. We're ready to go. Idiot, Carlos, go dye your hair with paint or whatever
That
it was.
it was a nice try though.
Yeah, but like,
would you ever do that?
No, I would
Okay,
just shave
just wanted
it.
to ask. Just wanted to ask.
But like, this is like, I even see people like, why do we have to care about Caitlin Clark? Why is she on our television? I don't know. Why was Victor Wembanyama on our television? Like, they're on ass basketball teams, but they're great star players. And, like, that's what matters. The ratings are up, even as she's losing. They're up across the league.
That's the interesting thing about it. The ratings are up. The money for the league is up. How long it'll last, I don't know. I don't know if she's ever going to be good. It's going to take some time. But, I mean, already now teams finally have charter flights because of security issues for Caitlin Clark. Like, I mean, this is a plus for the league.
Yes.
And again, some of the players, they're a little bit annoyed that she's getting as much coverage as she is. And that's natural if you're a veteran player who's already been good in the league to get annoyed by that.
And I understand that.
But
I do, like Asia Wilson, like, I understand the jealousy that you can read in that quote.
yeah, 100%. But it does feel at times, and maybe this is a sexist comment, but it does feel at times like women get a little bit more petty and a little bit more jealous of successes of others and like to pull other women down. And
Think back to like Diana Taurasi and I can't remember who else was on the Manning cast broadcast when they were dogging her about and during the national championship run. And what they were saying, like it was a very clear teardown. But to me, like that's just a normal part of sports. It's like people tear down. People tear down Caleb Williams because he cried with his mommy. People tear down young star athletes for no reason all the time. And I don't think Caitlin Clark should be some exception to the rule because she's the biggest star to ever walk into that sport.
So you feel like people should be tearing her down? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it's fine. I think it's
oh,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like I don't think it's a big deal. Like I don't think it's this big issue that people are doing it. That people are now. Some of the comments are stupid. Like Jamel Hill, she's an idiot. We all know that. But like
she knows what she's doing, Jamel Hill. I'll say that. I think Jamel Hill is very smart, but I think
she's a very intelligent person.
She knows what she's doing.
She's a smart idiot.
Okay. But she knows what she's doing. Mike Freeman knows what he's doing. People are right now, without Clark having success, they are using Caitlin Clark to push agendas that have nothing to do with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And that's really just media in a nutshell.
100%.
In 2024. This Caitlin Clark and her popularity, I can't really explain it either, but she is a great shooter and has been incredible at some college-level games, and at some point might be the same way in the WNBA. I'll be honest, like what she's not been doing to this point in the WNBA is a reason that I don't feel like I need to watch it.
Yeah, I don't watch.
I'm not going out of my way to watch it either. And I think a lot of people that are saying they're watching also aren't actually doing it. I think they want everyone to think that, like, hey, look at me. It's like patting yourself on the back a little bit.
Yeah, and they're really just looking at highlight videos on Twitter.
But
it's the reality.
To be fair though, the ratings are up and all
For sure.
that stuff. But the people that are tearing her down or that are going after her, Joe, you're right in that they're allowed to do it. No doubt about it. Freedom of speech is again, like, I think a huge deal in our country. So I'm not telling these people to shut up.
Yeah.
But I think that they are basically using Caitlin Clark for content, and since she's not playing well, this, as I said a little bit earlier, allows them to push agendas that have nothing to do with
100%.
a rookie that went straight from playing at the college level to the WNBA level, where there was, of course, going to be a pretty big jump
And she had like a month off.
Yeah.
Like, and because that's the thing. Like, I'm fine with the teardown, but like, and the thing is, the thing that does annoy me is like, it's none of it's about basketball. Like when LeBron came in, when Wemby came in, like think back one of our most successful videos we've posted recently, since you and I started taking on the digital department, was John and Lance talking about how Alpi just bullied the crap out of Wembanyama, and everyone ate it up because they were like, "Oh, he's skinny, he's not good, blah blah blah." This dude's defensive player of the year almost. He's all defensive team. He's rookie of the year. But like we tear down athletes when they're not good. I'm fine with that. I do think the Caitlin Clark thing, they're using her, even if she was playing well. That's where I would say I don't think all this changes. I still think that they are going to try to use her as a reason to complain about the state of the sport.
And about race and about all
Yeah.
sorts of things. And again, it's just like she's just a basketball player, ultimately. And, hey, look, people are watching the league because of her. But I think that some of the things that are being said about her, specifically by that woman on The View, what's her face, Sunny Hill or whatever?
Yeah.
No, I'm confusing names. Sunny Hostin? Like, those are completely done in ignorance, and it's someone who doesn't know a damn thing about sports as a whole. You're going to see more of this, and look, I feel like it is worth talking about, even if it is an annoying conversation, and it's May for us too,
Yeah.
with a bad Astros season, but this is how the media cycle works and the sports media cycle works. To what you were saying earlier, people are always going to be looking to pull people down, but also people are going to use topics that have nothing to do with things that they're weirdly passionate about and try to link the two together. And writers, I think, really go out of their way to do this the most. And look, you got a job to do, you got bills to pay, et cetera, but I feel like it also should be called out when it's being done for disingenuous reasons.
100%.
And I can understand why Charles Barkley or even LeBron James are taking time out to defend her. And they're right. If I were to pick whose side I agree with in this country where free speech is of paramount importance, I'm agreeing with Chuck. I'm agreeing with LeBron.
Yeah, my only pushback for them is that, and maybe we'll have to get a
LeBron
break
did
here,
make it
but
about himself.
LeBron made it about
Funny.
himself for sure, of course. I don't think I don't think in large part the WNBA players are pushing back as much. I do think that narrative's a little false. That I think most of the pushback to Caitlin and what's going on is mostly outside voices, and there has been this push of like that most of the haters are within the league. That doesn't appear to be
maybe in the
factual.
In the case of Aja Wilson, yes.
Yeah.
I think Diana Taurasi is just a grizzled veteran who is like, well, she's got to prove it. And honestly, I don't.
Yeah, that just seems like that's how like Jordan would have treated LeBron.
The more Taurasi has spoken about it, the more I feel like, you know what, like she's thinking that she just has to prove it, but she believes that she's done it before. So it's not like she's saying that she sucks or something like that. You heard the same sort of thing from Breonna Stewart as well, like during a post-game press conference where she said, like, yeah, I mean, we focused all our attention on her because she's a great shooter. And guess what? Her rest of her team, she didn't say this, Stewart, but the rest of the Indiana Fever suck. They're 0-5 and had the number one pick for a reason. So she's not going to be successful right away, just like Wemby wasn't successful right away with the Spurs.
All right, when we get back, Charles Barkley dropped some maybe positive news about the future of the inside the NBA, and just what else is going on in the NBA playoffs. 'Cause it's conference final time. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Basketball, give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Basketball, give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it.
Oh, this music means a lot more now, it seems. NBC close to acquiring the rights officially to the NBA. TNT no longer will have it. With that, Inside the NBA will be going away. And Charles Barkley this morning went on the Dan Patrick Show. And in the midst of just torching his current bosses, because he's Charles and he does what Charles wants, plus he can get out of his contract, so it doesn't matter. Paulie told us he's going to try to just hire Shaq and Kenny to his production company and just sell Inside the NBA to the highest bidder. Love it.
That's smart. I wonder how that would work if it's not coming right after the game on the same channel. And I wonder if NBC would actually want it.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like generally the people who make these decisions as far as who's on the air are usually these stuffed bozo shirts that have no effing clue about what people want.
I think it's going to be the perfect follow-up to Pat McAfee on all the ESPN like digital stuff. It's where they don't. It's a little bit on TV, but
so it's going to be on NBC Plus.
No, I think
Peacock.
I think ESPN will buy it, and I think they'll just let Charles and Shaq and Kenny. I
don't know, man.
I kind of want to let them do what Pat's doing. Like just let them be them. And it doesn't to me it doesn't need to be a post-game, pre-game show. Like I would love it that way, but just put those guys on after First Take on YouTube, and it'll be one of the most popular things in digital media.
Is ESPN going to pony up money for that show? You would think that they would. You would think that they would if it's Charles Barkley that we're talking about. I bet they'd try to force Stephen A. Smith on the show, though.
Oh, gross. Yeah, maybe I'm
I mean,
wrong.
I like Stephen A.
He doesn't
from
fit
an
with that
entertaining
group.
perspective, but yeah, I feel like he would try to steal the show from them, the spotlight from them.
That's probably true. But I don't know. I just kind of like the idea of just let them be like what McAfee does, where he's just him. He's unfiltered. It's just organic. Kind of seeing those guys just kind of doing a show the way they want to do it, I think would be great. I mean, Charles Barkley obviously has opinions on anything, but I hope that they at least accomplish this where they stay together in some capacity, so we can continue to see them do some kind of show, even if it's not NBC.
Yeah, I think we all want that.
Yeah. So J.B. Bickerstaff got fired before we get into the Mavs game last night.
Houston Rockets coaching legend J.B. Bickerstaff.
Yeah. This is clearly to try to keep Donovan Mitchell, right?
I think so, and I wonder if it works. You already saw the smear article about J.B. Bickerstaff not too long ago about how things were not as they seemed in Cleveland. I mean, they got to the second round of the playoffs, and who knows how far they would have gone in that series against Boston, which was close at certain points if Donovan Mitchell didn't get hurt, after Game 3. It was 2-1 at that moment in time. It's weird. It makes me wonder about Donovan Mitchell, how much of a diva he might be, how much control he might want.
Yeah.
Are there hardened tendencies that if the Rockets trade for him that Ime Udoka is going to have to overcome? It's really the one possibility that concerns me about a Donovan Mitchell trade. Otherwise, I mean, if you want to upgrade your team, I don't think the idea of trading Jalen Green and the 3rd overall pick for Donovan Mitchell, if that's what it would take, should be off the table.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You want to start with a lesser offer, though.
It's not LeBron, right? It's not LeBron where he just keeps running out coaches, and now he's going to get his podcast co-host, JJ Redick, to be the next coach of the Lakers. To me, Paul, it feels more like he's not sure that JB is the right fit there. And they're just making a giant leap in assumption that by firing JB Bickerstaff, it'll keep Donovan. And I don't think it's going to. I don't think he's going to be a Cav.
You got to find somebody else to bring in to help him out in Cleveland, and who's that going to be?
Yeah, like whoever he liked from Utah, I guess, when he was there. Like if there's an assistant, whoever was an assistant coach in Utah who he had a great relationship with.
And even then, does that make the whole team better?
No, and that's where the NBA gets so many things wrong is that like they listen to one player and the decisions they want to make, and they just go, yeah. But, like, does it ever actually help? Like, how often does it
Doesn't
happen?
seem to.
Like, think back to LeBron. LeBron tried to run out the best coach in the NBA.
Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah, they tried to push out Eric Spoelstra.
At the time, he wasn't, but yes.
At the time, he wasn't.
Eventually, he became that.
But like 3 months into like their start, I think it was by January that year, there was reports coming out that LeBron wanted Pat Riley, and it's like, well, maybe you should just trust Pat Riley to make the right decision, and that decision was Eric Spoelstra. And look how it's turned out for them. Now, there's times where LeBron's right, I'm sure, but most of the time, I think the players in the NBA are very misinformed about what they know. Like in terms of like the players they want to bring in, like James Harden wants to bring in Dwight, then Chris, then Russ, and it's like, none of it really worked out for you. Same with LeBron and all his coaches. Who's going to fit? Like he really thinks JJ Redick is going to be like a good fit for the Lakers. Good luck, because he does a podcast with them. Like that. Maybe that's what we need to do, Paul. We need to find like an Astro. Maybe we should try to do a podcast with Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
We could be the next manager of the Astros.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if that'll work, but
No.
just try to be like buddy and like, hey, when they fire Joe Espada, we're your guy.
That will not work.
No, well. And then last night the Mavs got a good win last night. I enjoyed that game. Was a lot of fun.
It was a good
Very,
game,
very fun.
back and forth. I feel like, though Anthony Edwards was noticeably tired in the game, he also brought that up after the game as well. And I didn't really like the excuse making. I feel like Anthony Edwards usually wins every single time he speaks. But I thought that the Timberwolves, in this game, there are a lot of moments where you're just wondering, are they ready? Are they old enough? Do they have to go through some more seasoning before they get there? And again, it's one game. You don't want to make the series over after one game. But after the game, Edwards was like, yeah, we're tired, and we didn't really know what they were going to throw against us. Well, yeah, you did. It was going to be Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah.
And they didn't even shoot that many threes against them. And, you know, I mean, Dallas almost gave them an opportunity to tie that thing at the end with that foul. But a rare time I agree with Draymond Green. I thought Green was right in kind of lambasting, not super hard, Edwards afterwards for saying, like, wait, that's what you're saying after this loss?
Yeah, I thought it was strange. We're like in the last series, he was like, I didn't come with enough energy today. I'm like, so far through the playoffs, one time you didn't have enough energy and one time you were too tired. Like it's kind of charming. Like he's kind of charming when he speaks to the media. Like he's very the taste of the NBA, the flavor of the week for the NBA right now, where everyone's wanting to call him the next Michael Jordan for some reason. But he does make a lot of weird excuses. And it's like, it's probably better just to be like, yeah, man, we lost. Like Kyrie Irving.
Specifically last night, because I think sometimes he's pretty accountable, but last night was bad.
But I just find it odd that so far in the playoffs he's admitting to not bringing enough energy to a game and letting his teammates down and then saying that we are tired. It's just odd to me. But Kyrie was awesome in the game last night. Like, he hasn't been super aggressive in the playoffs so far. Like, he's played a very patient brand of basketball.
He knows.
But, man, they are.
He's part of a team again. It's funny. I mean, you sort of think of him as such an individual player, and everyone thought he was going to be so good in Brooklyn with Durant and Harden, and everyone thought he was going to be good in Boston, and it didn't really work out. They were better without him. In fact, and now all of a sudden where he's got another guy that's probably as skilled as him in different capacities, they're just great. They've done a good job of filling the roster around him. And, I mean, this is a team that shoots threes and has been for a decade, and they only hit 6 threes last night, and they still won. Pretty impressive.
Who do you want to see in the finals?
As a Celtics fan?
Yeah. Would you prefer Minnesota or Dallas?
Minnesota would, I think, give Boston fits because Boston does a great job of playing with its food and making everything more difficult than they need to
They
offensively.
definitely do.
I feel like Dallas, they're not as top-heavy as we all, I think, believe them to be, and especially as they were in the regular season. Like, they've gotten a lot better over the course of this year. Both are going to be bad. Like, I think I would pick both teams over Boston in the finals. There's something about the Celtics where it just feels like they make everything unnecessarily hard.
I mean, yeah, before that last game, before game one of their series, everything they did in the playoffs was either like a 20-point win or a 20-point loss.
And they should have lost game one.
100%. Indiana
puked it away.
And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Boston wins the next 3 games for like 15 points each. And Indiana just costs one opportunity to like really
Maybe.
this series
I don't
upside
know.
down.
The Celtics don't play well in Game 2, so I'm wearing a Celtics shirt right now, but I'm pretty nervous about tonight. I'm nervous about every Celtics game. Like, this is the opposite of being a Patriots fan. They're always contending, but I'm wondering how they're going to play with their food and blow it on a nightly
how they're
basis.
going to let you down. All right, when we get back here, we're broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. Come in right now. You can save up to $500 on a Traeger, $800 on a Blaze, $900 on a Weber grill, $300 on a Gosney pizza oven. You can save up to $200 on a Napoleon. They got huge package deals going on for their Big Green Egg. And you know what? If you live in the greater Houston area, free delivery. Great place to come. Get ready for Memorial Day weekend. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. When we get back, Paul, I feel kind of blah about OTAs right now. Maybe about training camp, too. Like, I'm just ready for regular season football. I'm starting to wonder if I'm missing something about this Texans offseason. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul, do a quick little circle back here to the NBA before we get to some Texans, because I just saw this news. For those wondering, because they've been quiet on this front, Josh Giddey, they've been unable to corroborate any criminal activity against Josh Giddey, who was alleged to have a relationship with a minor in Newport Beach. The police announced that today. So the Josh Giddey story's done, at least for now. Just because I know people, every time he goes on the court, people are like, why is this guy in the NBA? Well, now he's going to be in the NBA. Probably won't be on the Thunder, though. They're probably going to try to trade him. Please don't do it, Rockets. Just in case the
He
police
did
are
have
wrong.
30 points against the Rockets.
Just in case the police are wrong, please don't acquire this guy. Like, once that rumor's out there, I'm like, I probably don't want this guy on my team. But OTAs are going on, and when they meet with the media again, coming up soon, I believe D'Amico and everyone
Next
will.
week.
Next week they will.
There's 2 media availabilities for OTAs.
And, well, I don't know. Like, normally I go into an off season and I like the storylines around OTAs and training camp and what's going on, and
I've rubbed off on you.
I don't know if it's you. Maybe it's you.
It's got to be me.
Or if it's just the Texans are without a juicy storyline. Like, what is there? Who's the wide receiver for? Who's the left guard? Like, outside of that, and I guess who's the cornerback across Stingley? That's probably the most important one.
I mean, I see a lot of people trying to make it happen. I saw some bozo on YouTube who had this completely misleading headline that said that D'Amico Ryans raved about Jeffrey Okudah and C.J. Henderson. And I was like, in his answers about these guys, he said that they were on their 3rd team already.
He called them athletic, Paul.
Right.
He raved about their athleticism.
Listen, this time of year is really dumb, and a lot of people are trying to, just like those people we were talking about that are using Caitlin Clark to push narratives, or that are looking at Harrison Butker and have a strong opinion one way or the other about him. It's the same thing. Everyone's trying to create their own content. But, yeah, there's not a lot to, I guess, be had this time of year other than just a hype about the Texans. I mean, You're getting plenty of hype about them. Nothing that happens these weeks even matters. They're just trying to get in shape.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's just – but, like, they lack that – just like that big – like, if they were a Hard Knocks team this year, it really would be boring. Because, like, you don't even have – like, there's just those stories just don't exist. Because all I can think about with the Texans is the regular season.
What stories do you want?
I don't know. Like, even last year with, like,
Tank
Mills.
Dell got shot.
Well, yeah, I guess that would be – but even then, like, he's fine.
We don't know that until the regular season starts.
I mean, he looks like he's running fine.
That's what everyone's saying.
He looks fast on video. That's all I really got. I mean, he looks – I love the people who are trying to be like, he looks like he's better than ever. Based on what? He's running.
I need to know what storylines you want for the Texans to have. Because, I mean, this is a team that was 10-7 last year, that won its first playoff game in resounding fashion.
Yeah.
That was tied at halftime with the number 1 seed in the AFC.
I'm not saying I want the Texans to have it. Just like normally, like I get excited for training camp storylines. And all I can think about for the Texans is week 1. And just like getting healthy. Like quarterback competitions obviously are always fun. Obviously the Texans don't have anything like that. But even like the question marks you just have on this roster, I just don't find the stories extra compelling this year. Like Kenyon Green, like if I'll put it this way. If Okudah was drafted by the Texans and was on this roster and they had brought in guys to challenge him, that to me is at least interesting. But the way you mentioned D'Amico kind of dismissed these guys as options, I'm more just why are they doing this?
I don't think he dismissed them. He again, that guy in the article or that YouTube video is referencing just over embellished the things that he said about him. In the quotes that D'Amico was asked about Henderson and Okudah, he didn't dismiss them. He highlighted how athletic they are.
We'll see how it happens. But yeah, I don't know if it's you, Paul. I don't know if you're rubbing off on me already.
Well, yeah, this time of year is stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it because obviously I should be more passionate about this time of year and be pushing things. But, I see the stuff that Landry and Cody and Seth are putting up on YouTube, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I just don't have the same passion to talk about quotes. Like last night I was thinking about doing one of my own live streams on the side about the Texans because I feel like some people care about my opinions about the football team here, but I just thought to myself, like, man, nothing's really happening that has mattered really since the draft.
Yeah, because I was even trying to think of like just like as like we get closer to training camp and eventually it's one big cut, so some of these might be surprising, but even which guys like are unlikely to make the team, that could be a big deal. I agree with what we talked about the other day. Even if Kenyon Green's not the starter, I can't imagine a world in which he's just outright cut from the team.
No, he won't be cut.
I can't imagine like John Mechie would be cut. We're all assuming that Robert Woods will be cut at some point.
Probably.
even in some of the competitions that are brewing on this roster, like there's not the fallout that's super intriguing either.
Well, I think if there is any storyline, is that the competition is taking place at depth positions, which is boring, but it means the team's better.
That's very true. Like they should be very like. I guess the point is like I just want regular season football to be here.
Well,
I'm
we all do.
I'm kind of bummed it's only OTAs.
Yeah, welcome to hosting a radio show, Joe.
Yeah, I guess as a producer, I didn't feel it as much. But at least last year,
yeah, because you're not the one that's engaging in the conversation. But when you've done it for like 12
but even
to
then,
13 years, you're going to want to blow your brains out this time of year because you realize how stupid everything is when you have context.
But even then, like last year, it's like C.J. Stroud's making his debut, and Will Anderson's out there, and all these young players, and there's excitement around the team.
Yeah, because they were ranked the year before, and you're like, well, geez, at least they got some new guys in here. But you know,
I think part of it too is seeing some of the media coverage that they get, and I think what made me think this ball was this debate that I saw going on social media about Noah Brown, Robert Woods, and John Mechie as the fourth wide receiver, and I was like, is this what people want to talk about right now? I was like, who's going to be the fourth or fifth option to catch passes from C.J. Stroud and the Texans this year? I don't understand. It's not for me. King of Twitch was busting our chops the other day. He's like, why is no one out there at OTAs? I'm like, who cares?
I think he was being sarcastic, though.
I know he was.
Because there's no reason to go out there. They're just running around in shorts. You're only allowed to film the first 5 to 10 minutes where they generally are just stretching. Used to drive me crazy. So
that's kind of a bummer.
When I was doing a TV show over at the Cube, Sports Zone Unfiltered, with my guy John Lopez, what we would do is we would send out our photographer, Robert Lake, good dude, love that guy, to go record what was going on at Texans OTAs, Texans training camp, and they would only let you film a specific part. And generally, I would just be sifting through video that I could put into the Sports Zone Unfiltered show of guys who are out there stretching. So, the B-roll video that we would have to cover things was just, again, men stretching. It was terrible.
Yeah.
And that's what this time of year is as far as that goes. It's really about what people say this time of year more than it is actually about any of the things that are being done out there, which is why people are really, hungry sharks swimming around this Harrison Butker story.
Yeah.
And, well,
at least the Texans don't have one of those right now.
Or a Rashee Rice story. Yeah.
I will say I'm surprised we haven't had a more pointed follow-ups about the Tank Dell stuff from Will Kunkel. I thought he would be what's happening with Harrison Butker.
He asked the two questions. I think we all know his thoughts on the matter.
But I thought maybe D'Amico would get asked the same questions, kind of like what happened.
Well, D'Amico did get asked, and D'Amico said it's a real tragedy for everyone involved. And I guess if no one dies, is it a tragedy? But that was pretty much it. And
I would
look,
say yes.
D'Amico's going to defend his players. And I think if anyone says, this could be a learning experience, I mean, just patting an adult on the head and saying, oh, yeah, you shouldn't have been at a place where a shooting happened. Like he knows that's about to happen. And that's insane. We don't live in the world of Tombstone. We're not Wyatt Earp. I'm not your Huckleberry.
I might watch Tombstone tonight since the Astros are off.
That's a good one.
It's been a while since I've seen Tombstone. You might have just inspired me, Paul.
There's The Quick and the Dead as far as 90s Western shooters.
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio gets shot in that.
He does.
By Gene Hackman.
Oh, yeah.
Sharon Stone's in it. I think is Liam Neeson in that one? I don't know.
Besides OTAs, Paul's other favorite thing in the world is a lineup order. So the text line asks here, a question for the G-Spot. Where does not for primetime Jose Abreu bat tomorrow, 5 through 9?
He's designated fielder.
Yeah. I don't want him there either, Paul.
Yeah, that's true, too.
I think I'd rather if he's in the lineup tomorrow, which I don't think he will be, and we'll get to that a little bit later, I think he bats 7th or 8th. So, I don't think he's going to
I don't think he's going to be back tomorrow, though.
I don't think he is either.
He hasn't been called up yet, which honestly is kind of nice.
Well, they also said he's going to play for the Space Cowboys.
Positives for the Astros is that he has not been called up yet.
Yeah, it is very much a positive. All right, when we get back, what's going on in the NFL? Well, they found their next country that they will be playing football games in. It sounds like starting in 2025 and 2026. We'll get into that next year as we broadcast live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at the Highway
Cantina. Guys, we were out there yesterday at the Highway Cantina. I had 2 tall Texan margaritas for $9.75. This place is amazing. You should go out there as soon as you can. We saw Keith on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel said that I finally tried Highway Cantina yesterday. Really great stuff. I can't compliment this place enough. It is fantastic. I had the wood-fired oysters yesterday. My goodness, they are loaded, but they are tasty. You can get what Joe got yesterday, the mezcal margarita drink. There's so many awesome cocktails, and the best part about it, it's right smack in the middle of East Downtown, near all sorts of fun things, not just the baseball stadium, not just the basketball arena, not just the soccer stadium. East Downtown's got a lot going on, but this is your place to go to start off the night, to go for dinner, to take a date out, for happy hour to go out with some of your work friends if you're working downtown, to take the boss out as well. The Highway Cantina is your one-stop shop for all things drinks, food, and fun. It's the Highway Cantina. Go on down to East Downtown and tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
All right, Paul.
Yes?
The NFL heading to Australia. Going down under. 2025, 2026.
You know what? I'm cool with it going to Australia.
Yeah, why not? Like,
I'm cool with it.
Keep the brand growing.
Keep it out of Europe. Keep it with people who are fun. Australians are fun.
Yeah.
Keep it out of Saudi Arabia, which I'm sure it'll go to eventually.
The Rams, the Rams are the team going.
Okay.
It looks like. But the animals seem scary.
The what?
The animals. Like everything can kill you in Australia, it sounds like.
Yeah, the football players are going to be going out in the outback.
I was saying, I don't want to.
There's a dingo there. They're going to get stung by a stingray. Steve Irwin, the gang of the school of stingrays that killed Steve Irwin is going to come after them.
Well, no, I have to get revenge.
I like that it's in Australia.
I think it's cool. I do like how the NFL is doing this. My guess is France will come next. Because we have Australia. We would have Australia, Brazil, Germany, England. I think that's everything so far.
Australia,
Mexico, I guess.
I think Australia would actually appreciate it because they have Australian rules football. They also like rugby. They're into violent contact sports.
Yeah.
They're a country that likes to drink and watch things. They don't have those weird rules that England does about, well, like, you can't. I know this is only a Premier League rule. I'm not sure if this was the case at the actual football games that took place in Wembley and wherever Tottenham Hotspur plays. But if I'm not mistaken, you have to drink your beer out of your seat.
I believe that's. I don't know if they make the NFL rules fall up. That is a rule.
Yeah.
Because there's too many fights between the hooligans. Have you ever seen Green Street Hooligans?
No.
That's so good.
Documentary or
No? It's who is the main guy? Charlie Hunnam, I believe, is the main actor. And it's how he's part of one of the. I can't remember. I think it might be Man City. He's a part of a hooligan crew, and they're fighting. It's like a gang war movie.
Green Street Hooligans.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Yeah, that's is that Tom Hardy? No, it's the guy from Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, Charlie Hunnam. Yeah, I think that's his name.
And okay, I'm sorry, but it's really funny to see Elijah Wood.
Oh yes, I forgot about
looking
that.
like he's a gangster. Oh, he's an American journalism student.
I think he's like there, like visiting like family, and then he gets suckered into the hooligan crew. It's not a great movie. It's one of those great bad movies.
Okay,
is how I would describe it.
Okay,
like knowing that our mutual love for Fast and the Furious movies, I think you'll enjoy this one. So it's like, yeah. Let's see what else is going on in the NFL. I forgot what else is going on in the NFL, Paul. Before we move on, where would you want to go most? Texans visit any of these options? Australia, Germany, London.
If it's Germany during Oktoberfest, I will go.
I
have
pretty
Lederhosen.
great. That would be awesome to go.
I have Lederhosen.
Dak Prescott says he doesn't play for money.
Hell yeah, dude.
Plays for wins.
What a legend.
Yep. He's still going to take a $60 million contract, though. like, I love how he's like, I leave the contract talk to the business people. Dude, and then so you're saying if they lowball you and your agent says yes, you'll just take it? Like, is that what you're saying, Dak?
This time of year has the most Hardo quotes. It's really funny. Just Hardo quote after Hardo quote. I don't play for money. What is this? Are you Clint Eastwood?
Well, you don't play for wins.
Well, they play for some wins. They don't play for playoff wins.
They try to play for wins. They just fail.
Was pretty interesting to see the graphic that was put up, I think, between showing the recent playoff success of all Dallas sports teams and the amount of, I think, games played in the conference championship.
Years since their last conference championship.
And it was 0-0-0 and then 28.
Yeah. That made me laugh. Yeah, because the Stars and the Mavs are in the finals right now, and obviously the Rangers. The Cowboys are the most overrated franchise we have, of my lifetime, at least.
So you're nervous when you say that now because you said that about the Lakers?
Yeah, but they actually haven't been. I mean, they haven't been. I'm 31.
Yeah.
So they haven't been to a conference final since I was 3. I think I did that math right. Actually.
Yeah, you're correct in this one.
So
this
saying
you're growing. I'm not pushing back on you. You're right on this one.
I know.
You're right on.
I think when I made my official list, I had the Cowboys at 1 because we did that the next day. I forgot about that Lakers take. Duh! What a dummy! What a dummy over here.
I hold it again. Don't beat yourself up. I'm just giving you crap, dog.
Hey, our latest on Deshaun Watson. I love these updates. First, he was throwing the ball. Then he was throwing it 40 yards. Now Kevin Stefanski says, looks great.
I was listening to a podcast yesterday that was talking about how good of a coach Kevin Stefanski is, and isn't it funny that Deshaun Watson is holding Kevin Stefanski back? I mean,
yes.
We have enough of a sample size of Deshaun Watson in Cleveland to at the very least say that probably everyone on the Browns regrets the trade. And it's even possible that the reason they didn't bring back Joe Flacco, who's now the backup quarterback to Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis, was because, as described by, I believe, both Mina Kimes and, I forget his name, but 2 guys on a NFL podcast, a girl and a guy on an NFL podcast, they might not have brought him back because they didn't want to be embarrassed by it because of how many people in the locker room liked Flacco. Kevin Clark was the other guy.
We talked about this with the Falcons, right? As soon as Kirk Cousins throws a pick six, the fans are gonna be chanting for Michael Penix. The players, while they might align with the younger guys, some of them as friends.
I hope they mispronounce Penix's name.
What do you want me to say?
I hope it sounds like they're saying Penix, Penix, because I'm just a child.
I kind of hope they just chant that all the time on purpose. That's part of the issue that Atlanta had, that they created for themselves, where Cleveland had to choose to not do that. They chose because that's what Browns fans would have done too. They would have been chanting for Joe Flacco.
But here's the thing: it would have made sense to bring him back because clearly he worked. He worked with them last year. It would have made sense to have him another year. But yeah, you're at a point now where you're making moves because the stupid move that you made a couple of years ago is something that you're not willing to pull out of. Yeah. It might be hard because of all the guaranteed money they gave him. But hey, the Broncos moved on from Russell Wilson after 2 years. It took someone like Sean Payton coming in there and saying, we're not doing this anymore. But if you're Kevin Stefanski, you're the coach of the year, you should have a little bit of flexing ability.
The problem is that I think the owner is the only one that made the trade.
Yeah, but I mean, the owner's got to I get it. Jimmy Haslam is not exactly the best NFL owner, but I mean, the owner's got to know, hey, Andrew Berry, for all the criticism we gave him for pulling this trade off, probably, as you said, one that was pushed on him by Jimmy Haslam. I mean, they've built a really good roster.
Yeah, see,
they got good coaches.
They're actually one of the one teams in the NFL that, it's a little bit different than Denver. Denver is going to rebuild, and Bo Nix for his first 2 years while they're in dead cap hell for the Russell Wilson contract, they're not going to be good. We saw last year Kevin Stefanski win Coach of the Year and get to the playoffs with 4 different quarterbacks winning games. I think they started 5 throughout the year. You could get rid of Deshaun Watson tomorrow, and that roster is good enough to where you could get a mediocre quarterback and win games. And, I don't know why they don't do it.
I don't either.
If Deshaun's not good this year, they will move on. This is the last chance.
But who's going to take him? I mean, you're just going to have to eat all that money and cut him.
I think you'll have to cut him.
I guess Jimmy Haslam might have that kind of money to do it. I think the difference is in the salary cap levels the playing field for everybody, but the teams in the league are not all in the same boat when it comes to, the escrow that they have to potentially do some of these things, to make some of these tough decisions. And I wonder about this with Jimmy Haslam. I'm assuming Jimmy Haslam has the kind of money with the Flying Pilot J. Is that the company he owns, the truck company?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a big enough company. I'm assuming he has the kind of capital to potentially get rid of Watson. But I mean, the reason Wilson was gone is because Walmart took over.
Exactly.
That
and
made
if it
a lot
wasn't
easier.
them, it probably doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if it's the previous ownership group with the Bolin family, he might not have been out of a job.
Yeah, I kind of want to fast forward in time a little bit. I wish you could, because to what you're asking about, would anyone pick him up, or trade for him? I'm more just would anyone pick him up? Like with the Raiders, let's if it happened after this season, would they take a flyer on Deshaun Watson with the Giants? I don't I guess for $1 million you would, because that's what Russell Wilson's getting. He's getting $2 million this year to be the starting quarterback. That's all the Steelers are paying him, at least, because he's still got all of his guaranteed money from Denver. So I guess people would take a shot on him, but the difference is Russell Wilson's weird and not good. Deshaun Watson has real baggage and appears to also be very not good.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wouldn't sign him. No matter I'd rather have Danny Dimes be my quarterback than have Deshaun Watson be my quarterback. Because Danny Dimes ain't got 23 on him.
I mean,
also
look,
Danny Dimes, Deshaun Watson's still going to court.
Yeah, I think there is one more case. You're right on that.
It's not over yet.
Look, he's easy to root for, Danny Dimes is, but at the same time, Daniel Jones has had one good year, and it was largely due to the fact that the Giants realized he's good at running the football.
Yeah. I just that's how little I think of Deshaun Watson. As a quarterback and as a person. I'd rather not have that person in my locker room.
I think a lot of people are in the same boat as you, but if you're an NFL team,
it'll be the same.
I don't know if you feel the same way. Chiefs might take him in a heartbeat.
I'll be Mahomes' backup.
Chiefs love questionable
That
characters.
would be very funny if he's Pat Mahomes' backup.
Same draft class.
Last one we got here, Nick Bosa was doing an interview recently, or just talking to the media after OTAs.
He has a way with words.
And he dropped this gem when talking about 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
Hit me.
He said, I don't think he's ever going to change, even when he gets paid next year. He's a man of faith. He kind of reminds me of Scotty Scheffler, except he didn't get arrested. He's just super humble and a really good kid.
That's just a stream of consciousness.
He's definitely famous.
That's a stream of consciousness.
That's just a word salad.
I love that he's just like, yeah, it's like Scotty Scheffler. Except for he didn't get arrested.
Like, yeah. Also, like, it kind of like gives off this connotation that Scotty Scheffler did something wrong.
It does.
And it's like, no, he really. Now, Nick Bosa, like, knowing who Nick Bosa is, he definitely thinks Scotty Scheffler did something wrong.
He does seem
100%.
to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to go quite that far, but
Yeah.
I could see him believing things that aren't true. Yes.
Yeah. All right. When we get back, we're gonna stay in the NFL here because, well, CT ESPN has not quite taken off yet for Antonio Brown. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, looking for something awesome to drink this Memorial Day weekend? Well, check out what Pendleton Whiskey has to offer. And I'm not just talking about the OG stuff. Amber, smooth, refreshing goodness that's made with the finest northern grains, cut with Mount Hood glacier water, and on top of that, barrel-aged American oak. You've also got the Pendleton Whiskey Military Edition, which you can get for yourself and your Memorial Day weekend party. There are so many awesome things that you can make with Pendleton Whiskey. You can check out all their cocktails at their website, pendletonwhiskey.com. I like to just mix my Pendleton Whiskey with a little coffee, you know. It's a really nice blend. I think it complements it very well, but you can make all sorts of drinks that you would make with all sorts of different alcohol with Pendleton Whiskey. It's really good stuff. It's true Western tradition. It's Pendleton Whiskey. You can get it at your local liquor store. You can also order it and have it delivered to your home with Drizzly. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Gallant George broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. Free delivery right now in the greater Houston area. You can save up to $500 on a Traeger, save up to $800 on a Blaze, up to $900 on a Weber, up to $300 on a Gosney pizza oven, up to $200 on the Napoleon. They got huge package deals going on right now with the Big Green Egg. They also offer free design services for outdoor kitchens, lefty, righty, whatever you need. They're going to make it for you. They're going to make it personalized, however much you need, how much space you need, what kind of kitchen you want. They can design it perfectly for you, and they do it for free. Awesome deal. When I buy a house, it'll be the first thing I do. Always wanted an outdoor kitchen. It'd be awesome.
The first thing you do, though, I don't know about that.
Well, that's a good point. I guess I should paint it first.
There's probably going to be things you need to do before that.
It'll be the first thing I want to do.
It's the first thing that every man wants to do.
Is it the first thing my wife will let me do? No. Is she going to be upset with me today? I just texted her. We'll find out shortly, I'm sure.
She hasn't responded yet?
No, because I just sent it. I said, hey, Cecil here keeps feeding me incredible steak while we're here at Texas Star Grill Shop.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be eating dinner with you guys tonight. Sorry.
You have to convince her to get back on the rare steaks.
She'll, it's funny. Like she won't not do it. Like if we went out for steaks the other night.
For those who weren't listening,
yeah,
earlier,
my wife eats well done steak.
Yeah,
it's gross.
It's crispy. You said
she likes it like a little burn. She likes the char.
Okay, on a hot dog, which is just crap rancid meat, I understand that.
I think I like char on my steak. Like I like them to char it up a little bit.
I like a little bit on the outside, but
on the outside.
Mainly because I want it to seal in all the juices when it goes on the grill.
But yeah, my wife eats well done steaks. So we went out for steaks last week and spent way too much money. And she'll take a bite of my steak if it's basically bleeding on the table. So it's not she won't eat it. Just for some odd reason she made this decision. I have to explain to her that she's just wrong.
Yeah.
I've tried, but she won't listen. She tells me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's part of life, Paul. One day you'll get
you
married.
Have to slowly make the meat. Slowly make it a little pinker.
Here's what I'll tell you. What I appreciate about my wife. If I'm grilling steaks, and I don't cook it enough to where there's pink, it's pretty pink, she will still eat it. She will not make me go back to the grill and get it to the exact way she wants.
She's not a grill Karen.
She's not she will not she's at least nice enough to me that she will not make me re-grill it. Yeah,
that's
me too.
Cool.
I think it's great. Because one time I was I did it out of being nice, and as soon as I did, I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever done. Because now I was like, she's gonna expect this forever.
I feel bad sending food back all the time. Especially when things are overcooked. And it rarely happens. I've only sent overcooked food back once. Sometimes I've just sucked it up and eaten it.
That's kind of what I do.
I need to be a little bit more of a man in that department.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I have – what's the weird – do you have any weird family members that do stuff are like that? They're super picky?
I think I'm the super picky kid.
Really?
Yeah. I used to be very picky growing up. I'm a lot better now.
Yeah.
But, clearly with the cheese and chocolate thing, I'm bad. When I was really young, my family used to make fun of me because I was on the prison diet because I liked bread, ketchup, and water. That's all I ever wanted.
Oh, my brother was like that.
Just give me bread and ketchup, and I think everyone goes through a hot dog only phase as a young kid too.
My wife
JG is Junior in the hot dog phase yet?
Not yet. He doesn't really like it. But I grill steak once a week.
Okay.
And because he loves it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of now that we have a grill, it's it's something that I want to use it all the time.
Yeah, I would.
But my wife gets very uncomfortable when she has to send food back. So I do it.
I think everyone does, right?
So I do it for her.
Isn't there in the back of your mind you're wondering, are they going to do something to this?
And then there's the opposites. There's my father-in-law. The first time I met him.
Just Joe blasting his father-in-law on the radio. Interesting strategy.
I love him. So he don't listen. He's listening to Michael Berry. He ordered soup, and my wife gave this out loud reaction. Just be like, why? Because he basically wants his soup to burn his mouth. He wants it to be piping hot. If it's not hot enough, he will send it back, and he sent it back twice.
Wow.
And I was like, it was super intimidating because this guy runs a restaurant, and I'm like, well, there must be something wrong. And I was like, what's wrong with your soup? He's like, it's just not hot enough. I'm like, what? He's like, it has to be a certain way. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you do you.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's very picky about his soups.
Okay.
Yeah, and then my wife just won't do anything, even if she's had food in her hair and she's uncomfortable about sending it back.
Food in her hair?
I mean, hair in her food.
Oh, gotcha.
And I'm
okay.
like, why are you like? It's send it back.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
I'm
an easy one.
I'm like, that's the easiest one of all time.
That's an easy one.
So Antonio Brown's gone bankrupt. Shocker.
I don't know if Austin can play this back at Mission Control. This isn't the show rundown. I don't know if you've ever heard Antonio Brown's smash hit single from back in the day.
I don't think I have.
But the song has not aged very well. Austin, if you could just play like the first 40 or so seconds of this song so that Joe can understand the kind of man that we're dealing with, that would be awesome. Because this song is a banger.
Let me put a little raisin. Whole lot of money, whole lot of money, got a whole lot of money, whole lot of money, I got a whole lot of money, whole lot of money, got a whole lot of money. You can't hold nothing from me. I got a whole lot of money, 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 whole lot of money, I got a whole lot of money, whole lot of money.
That's plenty.
So it seems he does not have a whole lot of money anymore.
He got no money no more.
He is filed for bankruptcy, but he did do that song.
Let's see, when did this song come out?
It was that song came out, I think, 4 years ago. I think I was in Seattle when it came out because I remember talking about this on the air with my old co-host Danny O'Neill.
Yeah, 4 years ago. It's
Yep.
2.5 million views.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
You thought still making royalties on this somehow?
Well, possibly. It's on YouTube. You would think it would
If
pick
it's
back
monetized?
up. It would pick back up, given that it's.
He has a lot of music. The song features Rick Ross?
I guess so. I'm sure he paid a whole lot of that money to Rick Ross to get on that song.
I can't wait for the Antonio Brown 30 for 30.
I don't know if they'll ever do it.
You don't think so?
I feel like.
I think he might have to die first to tell
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because like I don't think he would be a.
And I think someone would make the claim that when he got hit by Vontez Burfict, is that where it all went
absolutely.
downhill? But the thing is, no.
It's kind of.
No, he's been like this forever. I know someone who went to the college he went
Okay.
to with him, and he said, yeah, he's
Okay.
the absolute worst. He's just an incredible talent. He's one of the most talented receivers we've ever seen.
Ever had.
Really is. But just one of the biggest POSs that we've ever seen.
All right, Jose Abreu has finished up his time.
Also has a whole lot of money. Lot of money. Got a whole lot of money.
He played in his final Complex League game this afternoon. It sounds like Sugarland is next.
Oh,
for Jose
good.
Abreu.
Okay.
Sounds like Sugarland's next.
So some
Not
Space
totally
Cowboy
sure.
ratings for 92.5.
Up, I guess, because we all want to listen to Jose Abreu play baseball.
Whole lot of money. I'm Jose Abreu. I got a whole lot of money.
We'll
got
talk about-
a whole lot of money. Whole lot of money. Well, I'm just singing the song. Whole lot of money. Whole
Platoon
lot
or
of
not?
money. Hey.
For the guy with a
you're-
whole lot of money.
You're interrupting the song. Whole lot of money. He says it 6 more times. Whole lot of money. Got a whole lot of money. All right, I'll stop. I can tell you're mad.
Oh, that's only 2.
You're
I was going
mad.
to give you those 6.
No.
Or the other 4. I was like, I'm just going to let you go.
Whole lot of money.
That's 3.
Got a whole
4,
lot of money. Got a whole
5.
lot of money.
All right, go to break. Bye. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop, 2405 Southwest Freeway. Come on out. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. I'm still 3, and the Bees will be here till 6. Great time to get a new grill or a green egg or a pizza oven, whatever you need for Memorial Day. I know a lot of people, it's one of my favorite, one of the number one reasons why I needed a grill was Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Because I love days like that. 4th of July, Memorial Day. I want to have people over. I want to grill out. I want to do stuff like that. So it's a great time to come get one if you live in the greater Houston area. They have free delivery. Lots of great deals going on right now. And if you just moved into a new home or you want to expand your backyard and get a kitchen out there, they have free design services as well for outdoor kitchens. However you want it, they can do that for you and get you all set up. So great time to get a grill. And come out and see us at Texas Star Grill Shop. And Cecil will make you some steak, too.
Yeah.
Here all day. So, Jose Abreu.
Nice burp.
Sorry. I tried to get away from the mic.
Do it into the mic. That shows that you're eating well and drinking
What's
well.
the funniest thing you've ever done into a microphone?
I've definitely burped multiple times.
One time?
It's a compliment in some societies to burp, Joe, but you're uncultured. Unlike me.
I guess
man of the world.
So now it's like I love Matt Thomas, but I can. One time I was doing a show, I was producing it, and it was an accident, I promise. Matt knows this. I was really tired. It was right after Joseph was born, and I had just gone back to work. And I left my microphone on. And while they're talking, I let out the biggest yawn of my life over the air.
I like it.
It was the most embarrassed I've ever been doing the show.
Why is that embarrassing?
Because
you added content to the show.
I definitely did add content.
Honestly, a real host would be able to adapt to that on the fly. Was Matt Thomas able to adapt to
that
on the fly?
They were. They did a good job.
Who was the other person?
It was Rossi.
Okay.
But yeah, I yawned in the middle of their segment. I wasn't sure how Matt was going to handle that.
Wait, it's a 3-person, 1-person show?
Well, they have 2 people, Ross and Matt.
Ross doesn't get his name on the show?
Nope.
Huh.
Does not.
Interesting.
And he's the co-host without his name on the show.
I think Ross deserves his name on the show.
Me too. I also agree with that. So yesterday, Dana Brown said that Jose Abreu will get some time in Sugarland. He said when he was asked about coming back, Jose Abreu coming back, he said potentially this weekend or early next week. Timing and load seems to be getting right. Better at bats, 2 AAA games, and take it from there. So he played in the Complex League again today. It looks like he went 1 for 4, I saw. So he's got a 902 OPS in the Complex
Hell
League. So
yeah.
he's crushing it.
He's effing it up.
Yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm.
He's back.
He's grilling it.
So it sounds like he'll at least play Friday and Saturday, or maybe Saturday and Sunday for the Space Cowboys. And then he comes back early next week, you think? You think he's back middle of next week? When do you think we see Jose Abreu as an Astro?
Next year.
I wish. I wish the answer was never.
If he's coming up to Sugarland, I imagine that they're going to give him some time there.
Mm-hmm.
The real question is how much time, because the longer the time that he's in Sugarland, the more potential for him to not look so good in Sugarland, not seem so ready in Sugarland. So I wonder if they almost have like a preset amount of at-bats for him to have at the AAA level before sending him back out.
He said at least
to the
2
majors.
games. He said 2 games and go from there. That means to me, like, if he crushes it in 2 games, he's coming up and he's playing Sunday. I heard Del and Sean talking about this. I don't know their exact reasoning, but they said their show's belief was Friday next week, May 31st. Paul, I think that makes the most logical sense. If you're not going to bring him up for tomorrow's game, for the next 3 games in Oakland, and you're going to send him to Sugarland first, how could you, as an organization, make the decision and think it's the right idea when you are trying to fix your season and you have a 4-game set with the Mariners to say that's the series I want Jose Abreu to play in? I want him to play because Joe Espada and Dana Brown are speaking different languages here a little bit. Dana Brown said it's Joe Espada's decision. I think John Singleton's our first baseman. Joe Espada is saying, well, he made the adjustments, so to see those adjustments, he's going to have to play. That to me sounds like someone that's going to play. I'm not playing Jose Abreu against the Mariners.
I wouldn't want to play him against the Mariners either. Their pitching is the best in the division and arguably the best in baseball, 1 through 5. I think statistically they are. I think it's subjective afterwards if you don't believe in facts. I think with Abreu, too, the worst part about this is that Espada seems to be making his decisions based off of what Jeff Bagwell is relaying to both he and Dana Brown. And I'm sure there's some video that they're getting so they can look at this as well. But they're not communicating with him one-on-one, I would imagine. Maybe they're talking with him via text, but they're not, in the moment getting to converse with him. And I wonder how those conversations are going between Jeff Bagwell and Jose Abreu, too. It's a pretty weird spot that the Astros are in because the communication side of things, which has been something that people have used to criticize Joe Espada already this year, you would think that there would be better communication from West Palm Beach for a guy who's making almost $20 million a year, who's getting put back into the lineup. And if Dana Brown is saying John Singleton's our first baseman, but Joe Espada is saying something else entirely, and both of the things that they're saying are based off of what Jeff Bagwell is probably telling them for the most part, it's concerning. And it does feel like there's not a power vacuum. It just feels like the chain of command is a rather nonsensical one right now.
Yeah, from the 713 here. No way Abreu makes his first start in Houston, which is what I was saying about May 31st when they play the Twins. He and his management will like fools on SportsCenter. Okay, I hear you. I would agree with this texter and say, let this person come back on the road against a lesser opponent. But they're clearly not sending him right to Oakland unless they pull a curveball on us.
Yeah.
And he's on his way to California right now. Like Dana Brown said, he's going to play at least 2 games in Sugar Land. So if he were to come back, he would come back on Sunday. So he has to fly from Texas to California, play in Oakland on Sunday, and then go up to Seattle and play. And I'm like, well, I don't want him in the lineup because there is a confidence factor in this. And you mentioned the pitching. It's one of the best rotations in all of baseball, if not the best, honestly, for Seattle. And, I don't want Jose Abreu to make his return to the lineup against that level of competition. Make it easier. Wait for Minnesota.
Yeah, because what happens if he stinks?
Then he's – dude,
that is the thought of what will happen no matter who he goes up against. But – if he stinks against Seattle, what happens to his confidence? Does everything that happened in West Palm Beach just get flushed down the toilet immediately? Does feel that way.
I wonder how long do you think he gets? Do you think him 2 weeks?
I feel. What do you mean?
To show that the adjustments that are made are going to work. Because even if he struggles right away,
I think they're going to platoon him. I feel like they're if Dana Brown's saying that Singleton's the everyday first baseman, or at least he feels that way. I feel like this is going to be something that Singleton has to keep playing well to continue to stay in the lineup.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that Singleton will continue to pinch hit for Abreu at times. And Abreu's going to have to get on a hot streak.
Yeah, I'm good with a platoon.
I don't know how they would determine the platoon, though.
Yeah, I don't really know either.
Specific batters specific pitchers that he's had past success against that they decide, hey, we're going to let him play this game. It's a pretty tough spot to be in where you're having this guy forced back onto your 26 player roster, and the assumption is that he's going to play a good amount of times. That's a pretty crappy place to be in.
Yeah.
If you're Espada.
Yeah, it's not an easy decision.
You got to cater to Bagwell. You got to cater to Crane probably in some way, no matter your reservations. If you're Espada, and Brown's already showing that he's got reservations.
Yeah. And especially when you look at the history of this organization, at least the recent history. The reason why James Click's not here, partially I think the reason why Dusty's not here is because they didn't do exactly what Jim Crane and Baggy wanted to do. Jim Crane wanted Starling Marte. They didn't get him. That kind of started the downward spiral of James Click. Even though when you look at James Click and what he's done, Phil Maton, Yainer Diaz, he acquired Mauricio Dubon, and you can give Dusty credit for that one as well. Like, there are impact players that have been on this team that those guys acquired. Dusty Baker wouldn't play Yiner every single day, but, like, it kind of worked out for the most part with Maldi, I will say. So if you're Joe Espada and you're Dana Brown, you kind of have to be in fear for your job of, like, if we don't just say yes, sir, then you might not have a job very long. Like, that's a bad place to be.
Yep.
And it leads to bad baseball, for sure. But I don't know what the answer is either, Paul, to a platoon, but I hope it's a platoon, if anything. Because, like, he's coming back, so he's going to play.
Yep, and again, I hope it's as late as possible, and I hope that his reps over Singleton are as limited as possible.
Yeah, with everything being said, my guess is that he will actually, just despite all of this, he'll play all 4 games versus the Mariners and have 0 hits.
Grinding coffee and whiskey comments on Twitch. This team is so stupid if they actually do this bleep. I think that's the consensus opinion of the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not supposed to listen to your fans when making decisions. You're supposed to be confident in the decisions that you're making. But how in the hell can the guys at the top be confident in this? How can Jim Crane be confident in this? How can Jeff Bagwell be confident in this? It's clear Dana Brown doesn't seem that confident in this. If there's anything that we learn from Dana Brown, the guy's a man of proclamations.
Yeah.
And he did not
Yes.
proclaim
That he
that
is.
Jose Abreu is back in there. I'm sure Spada is skeptical as well, but perhaps is sensing that with 2 months into the year, his job is potentially in jeopardy, so he doesn't want to say anything that steps on the toes of his bosses. But no one should feel any good, positive, confident feelings about bringing this guy back in. It's effing crazy. I get that they have to do it at some point, but
No, they don't.
they think that way.
I mean, Jim Crane, yeah,
They spent this kind of money on
Yeah.
him. You're going to keep him in the minors. You're going to keep him in West Palm Beach all year.
Because they're not going to DFA him, clearly. I mean, maybe if he's like this bad and they really try it and they play him, and Jim Crane and Baggy say play him every day, like that's where it's almost like I'd be okay if he played every day. If there was some kind of under the table agreement of like, hey, if he really just sucks, we'll actually just eat the money and move on. But they're just not ready to make that decision yet. But I don't think that'll happen either. I think there's a better chance Jose Abreu just goes back to Florida for another month at some point this season than they cut him right now. I think there's going to keep kicking the can down the road. Very random question here from the text line, Paul.
Yeah.
Is your real name Paul Gallant?
Yes.
I
Paul
thought-
Maurice Gallant.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Been on the air here for like 12 years.
I see, like the whole the texter asking this question.
No one does fake radio
yeah,
names.
Yeah, that doesn't happen
unless
anymore.
you're like a jackass.
Yeah, like unless you're on a music station, even then, like that doesn't really exist.
Yeah,
anymore.
the music station people do that, but I mean they talk for like 5 seconds.
My buddy did that. He
that's got to be the life. That
his
job
buddy- his
is the
name is,
easiest job in the world. You just toss from one track to the next to the next.
His name is Dominic.
Fake
and-
phone calls in to yourself.
Yeah, his name is Dominic.
They were getting paid 6 figures for that gig.
And he his first radio job out of college, they're like, yeah, we don't like Dom or Dominic, so your name's Nick Allen. And I'm like, I call him. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? I'm like, that's not your name. I'm like,
The boss told him he had to do that.
his boss told him. Like, I'm like what? Like, that's so stupid. I'm like, why are you working for this clown? He also was working in like the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, doing like country radio. And I'm like,
Do you think that your buddy is talented?
he's good. He's out of the business now, but
Hmm.
he did a tough journey. He did Wyoming.
There's a Harry Chapin song called WOLD he should listen to.
He did. He worked in a.
He'll get depressed. I get depressed whenever I listen to it.
He worked in Midland.
Oh. Covering Permian?
I
Oh, wait, no,
guess.
Midland's arch rivals.
Yeah,
Permian.
yeah.
They in Midland. That's my favorite part of Friday Night Lights.
He's worked in like
every
he's-
Booby Miles scene.
those are great scenes.
These doctors from Midland. They ain't trying to look at me the right way. They're from Midland. I'm going to play.
Better show, better movie.
Movie's better. The show is great. It is great, but it's a soap opera, and it's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
The movie makes me, oh, hell, I'm still working on this.
Yeah,
but
I barely
appreciate
drank mine,
you,
but you
dude.
said it right there.
My
Why not?
God, I'm going to be the second radio show in a row where I'm going to be tanked by the end of it. But no, Friday Night Lights, the movie, makes you think about if you played high school football, that feels the most like having played high school football.
Yeah.
The TV show is fun, but again, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought it was. I
But
thought.
I kind of want to start binge watching that again.
I think
get back into old habits of watching shows I've already seen.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Were you okay with it before we go to break when Michael B. Jordan joined the show?
Dude, I thought it was great when he joined
I thought
the
it
show.
saved the show.
I mean,
because some people don't like it. I'm like, why? I thought the show was much better when he was on it.
I thought that was an interesting way to give the series a shot in the arm, to have Coach Taylor get fired, for him to go over to the dumpy school, East Dillon, and for them to try to resurrect with Michael B. Jordan, who has been, I mean, could you imagine being on two of the best TV shows of the 2000s? Because he was on The Wire when he's just a baby.
Yeah.
And he was also on Friday Night
When
Lights.
he also looks like a 14-year-old.
In The Wire?
No, I think even Friday Night Lights, he looks like a child.
He filled out a little bit. I felt like he looked like an adult.
He still looks so young in that show. All right, I didn't watch it live, so I watched it years after it ended.
Friday Night Lights?
Yeah.
I watched Friday Night Lights before it was cool to watch Friday Night
okay,
Lights. I was watching that in
I'm
college.
a bandwagon jumper.
In 2007, I did not have a TV at college for my first semester at Syracuse. So on my iMac, I would watch on NBC, which was actually the first, I believe, of the major TV companies to start streaming their shows online. And Friday Night Lights was very good, but it was one of those shows that actually, I think, got canceled and then somehow got saved.
I think that's when Michael B. Jordan came out. I think
No, it was after season one. It was season one at the end of the show. They were going to cancel it, and then somehow, some way, it got re-upped.
Okay.
Great show.
There are dumb things we do in this business. Mount Rushmore, list radio. There's a lot of dumb things. I think the industry has jumped the shark, Paul, on one topic.
On one topic?
I think we finally have gone, or ESPN specifically.
Caitlin Clark?
No.
Harrison Butker?
The NFL versus the NBA and who can play in what sport. We'll get into that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
So yesterday I saw this clip going around of RG3 and Austin Rivers crying at each other. We're talking about this stupid NFL and NBA topic of who can play in what league, how many guys can. Paul, I think this might be the dumbest thing that has happened to sports media. I think this topic is finally where I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, why? It's still going? It's still going. It's been 2 weeks of this topic. Like, Mount Rushmore's fun. I like Mount Rushmore stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This? No. Same for me.
The problem is people keep on asking questions about it, and guys keep responding.
Yeah.
And I think that deep down, both sports think the other sport is either, in the case of football players, they think that and the NBA is full of little bitches.
Yeah.
And basketball players think that football players aren't nearly the physical freaks that they believe them to be. And both are right in their own way. I mean, basketball players, for the most part, are like 6'4" and above. They're bigger than just about everybody on a football field. But football players are right in that. I mean, you got to be a real tough person to get all the way to the NFL level.
100%.
To not be afraid of getting hit, to withstand getting hit as well. You know, there's a genetic factor to that too. You can't, we've seen a lot of fast guys that start off in the league, and then next thing you know, say Tank Dell, like an injury sidelines them, and you're hoping it's just a one-time thing. But the most recent example of this, Joe, yesterday before the start of the show, I had my TV on, and it felt like they were trying to set Austin Rivers off on Get Up, because Josh Allen was asked about his ability to play basketball.
Didn't he say that he could give 6 to 7 minutes?
He said he could give 6 to 7 minutes, which is crazy to say.
Well, but even
Look,
then,
Josh Allen is for quarterbacks, a remarkably athletic player. Honestly, it's why every single team in the league should be looking at guys like Josh Allen who can move, who are physical, as opposed to, your standard pocket passers who just stand in there. But Josh Allen is 6'5", 237. That is huge for football. It's pretty big for quarterbacks. That's top percentile. 6 to 7 good minutes?
I mean, but Paul, that's no minutes. Do you know who?
He was the leading scorer on his basketball team in high school. He pitched on the baseball team, but if you take a look at his Wikipedia, that's the only reference that they have to his basketball playing ability.
Do you know who Nate Williams is?
No.
So you know what? Either do I, Paul. But according to ESPN.com, he played in 22 games for the Rockets this year.
Uh-huh.
He played 5.9 minutes per game. I don't even know who that is.
I don't either.
Josh Allen could play 5.9 minutes per game. The guys who play less than 7 minutes per game are nobodies. Jock Londo played 14 minutes a game.
Far. I'm not. So okay. We could all
because they don't even play.
But okay, you can get on the court. That's one thing. But are you going to be a complete liability when you're on the court?
Well, it's only 6 minutes. So what if you are? He's literally you're the 15th
Ask Al
man on the
Horford
roster.
with the amount of times that the Pacers were trying to do stuff against him specifically.
True.
I mean, yeah, 6 minutes. 6 minutes is a long time to be out there.
Yeah, I don't know why. I get why, and this comes up.
6 minutes at the end of a game, which is a blowout. Okay, fine.
I do think
I think that's disrespectful to basketball players. Just like I think what Austin Rivers said about football players is disrespectful. Both of you guys, listen, you're full of it. You're confident, athletic people. You've been so successful in one sport to the point where you got to play at the highest level, and you deserve credit for that. But this idea that you definitively could go on this other court, go and prove it before anyone believes you. You should have to say that. You're saying this? Okay, cool. I could say the exact exact same thing. And technically, I'd be just as correct as you, even though I'm a nothing athlete.
Come
I would
on,
be just
don't
as
say
true
that
saying
about yourself,
I would be
Paul.
just as true me saying that, because I'd have to go out and prove it. Everyone talks, talking. You know what? Lace them up. Go actually effing do it.
Yeah, I just like
That's what
it being sparked yesterday by the Josh Allen comments. I just thought was crazy because it's like,
But the reason that happened is because some a-hole thought it would be a good idea to ask that question during a nothing time of year.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it gets back to the lazy-ass, very highly paid, I'm sure, producers for all of these Speak for Your Pizza TV shows who said, let's have this as a conversation, and let's try to get under Austin Rivers' skin and make him angry for content.
yeah, it's it just I don't get it. I hope we're getting really close to the point where like we can just be done with this conversation, because it's to make it such a big deal where like Josh Allen even saying this, like they're acting like it's the most insulting thing in the world.
People
Like,
aren't creative.
it's not like Josh Allen is saying he's going to drop 30.
Not everyone can be a star like me.
I know.
And just
We all wish you could
pull
be you,
things
Paul.
out of his ass to the point where, I can just fill 3 hours or something like that. But like these conversations, I suppose, are like, this is what happens at the barber shop or something like that. But I think most people with a brain realize that football players do different things than basketball players. And while some football players have played basketball before, some basketball players have football before, the idea that one could just cross over into the other professional league, be good routinely for 6 to 7 minutes a night in basketball, for 10 to 20 plays in football is crazy. Until you actually do it, shut up.
I don't think we'll ever see it either. I will say, like, just in general, though, not to specifically those two sports, I don't think we'll ever – do you think we'll ever see another Deion
No.
again? I don't think so either. Like,
I don't think anyone will allow it now.
Yeah.
Especially with how paid players are
And I wish
compared
we-
to where
I wish
they
we
were
could
in the
have
early
it.
90s. Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, what they did was so cool. It really was. Deion was flying on helicopters from games.
It's so cool.
I mean,
so cool.
It really was.
It's awesome.
Like, he's going from the Atlanta Braves to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
I mean,
it really is.
It's
like
really funny.
I would like.
I don't even know how far the Georgia Dome was from wherever the
Yeah.
Braves were playing at the time, but I mean, it's hilarious.
Like, people love Shohei. Imagine if there was a Shohei in basketball and in the NFL.
Do you want to know who? Well, do you want to know who the most recent player was to doing a little bit of both?
Well, who's the guy?
Russell Wilson.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wilson technically played with the Yankees and played with the Rockies during like their spring training.
I mean, are we sure it's not Tim Tebow?
Wilson was a very good baseball
Tim
player.
Tebow was playing in the Mets minor league system.
That's true.
And then the following year was in training camp for Jacksonville for a cup of coffee.
That's true. I do think
Tim
so.
Tebow, the greatest athlete of our generation.
I mean, he became a circus freak at the very end of it.
Oh, he's a joke.
How dare you? He's not a joke.
He's just not like he.
No. You don't get to walk this back.
I hate the Tim Tebow baseball thing. He was not good statistically.
It's not his fault that they
at
let
any
him
level.
play.
I know
the
it's
Mets.
not. It's not Tim's fault, but it's Tim's ideology of what he thinks of himself. The fact that he even got to go back to Jacksonville. It had been like 8 years since he was in the
They
NFL.
gave him the opportunity.
I know.
Because they wanted to exploit. Like, again,
I
no. Tebow's not a joke. Tebow is, in my opinion, the most successful college football player that we've seen.
Agreed.
In years.
30 years ago, it feels like.
People hate him because they ain't him. I love Tebow. Now, I'm biased because I'm a Florida Gator fan, but Tebow.
I think he's the
Tim
greatest.
Tebow's slander's overplayed. Yes, he wasn't an NFL player. There's lots of other college quarterbacks like that.
Yeah.
And he weirdly gets lambasted over all of them because he was not able to make it work at the next level. People
It's
were
not
annoyed
his
by
fault.
people were annoyed by the religion side of things and the fact that he seemed to be like Captain America out there.
Yeah, it's not his fault. Like, my annoyance from Tim does come about how much coverage he got when he was blocking punts for the Jets. Like, we heard in Bill Belichick's firing/retirement press conference that it was the most cameras that had been there since they signed Tebow. Like, it's definitely not Tim's fault. Like, he is, and also I agree. I think he's the best college quarterback we've ever
Call
seen.
him a joke, sir.
He's a post college football joke,
sir.
I just hope he's in the college football game. That's all I care about.
No, because it's been years.
You don't think they're going to bring back old school teams? I hope they do.
It's EA Sports.
I hope they do.
But it's EA Sports.
Well, they do it, but they do it in Madden.
It's EA Sports.
So he'll be back.
Maybe 3 years from now.
Oh no! I think
they're not going to roll out all the features every.
I think in the
one.
the Ultimate Team they will.
No,
Because
they
that's like the big cachet. That's what people pay for. That's how they make all their billions. Because you get to pay to play with Michael Vick.
Transactions.
Yeah, you get to
You know, I didn't really think about past players being used in the game. Past players being used in the game would be something, but how many people are going to actually license that? How much would it cost for them?
That's
to
what
license
the
that?
question is.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's all about.
If they do that, cool. But I hate Ultimate Team.
All right, it's the worst.
I don't understand why
don't
people
get
do
it.
it. If you're going to play it, isn't it more fun to build up your own program? Isn't
Yes.
it more? I think it is, at least.
Yeah, Ultimate Team in any of the games has never been something that's like caught my attention. I've tried it. I'm like, it's just not for me.
Damn, Joe.
Oh no,
I got
what
some
happened?
bad. I got some bad news for you on the other side.
We're not talking about this.
I think we need to.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll save Deep Steel Blue Pill for another day because I know what Paul wants to talk about.
I just saw it on my Twitter.
We're gonna get to that next. Junior Bronco, this next segment's for you. There's also another Chicago question that Paul wants me to address today.
Oh, so many.
That we
Renounce
will get
Chicago.
To.
Why haven't you renounced Chicago?
Well, Paul's gonna try to get me to do that.
Renounce Lori Lightfoot now.
I renounce. She sucks. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Joe.
Yes.
Caleb Williams.
Oh no. Can I give an Astros update first?
If you want to give it, fine.
The Astros are not playing today.
What an update. What a filibuster.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, Paul.
That sounded like you were done. They're not playing today. Thanks for the update. What, you don't want to hear that Caleb Williams sucks.
The Yankees have defeated the Mariners 5-0.
Hell yeah, dude.
So the Astros have moved to 4.5 games back.
All right.
Of first place. And the Phillies,
who have the best start since the 2001 Seattle Mariners.
They've been really good.
Just got out of a bases-loaded jam by the Rangers. They lead the Rangers 4-2 going into the bottom of the 7th.
Hell yeah.
So
dude.
off day, but a good day maybe for the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about this garbage where I get blamed for talking about Chicago sports. but
I
you
brought
bring
it up. I brought it up. I brought it up.
I'm going to drink a beer.
Report. Bears rookie Caleb Williams struggled mightily today with the starters.
Oh, no.
With many, quote, near interceptions, end quote.
Oh, no.
Williams completed just 3 passes in 7-on-7s.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Most of the passes were completed to the flat, and Williams held on to the ball for a long time. That's per at CHGO_BEARS, which spells Bears.
And it stands for Chicago.
Their account says, we make it more fun to be a Bears fan, and they tweeted that out. So,
Yeah.
Joe,
Well,
your Lord and Savior for the Bears, had a bad day at the practice that Bears reporters were allowed to go to.
Yeah.
All right, I just played bad cop. I'm going to
Just one day. Look, Paul, just one day at a time.
I'm going to be good cop for you here.
One day at a time. Best defense in the NFL. The last 6 games of the season. After they got Montez Sweat, Caleb Williams is just gonna keep learning.
Yeah.
At least he's not in a quarterback competition like C.J. Stroud was last year.
Yeah.
I don't mean that, Texans fans.
No, that was lashing out irrationally, as the kids say.
Yeah.
So look, buddy, I got something for you.
Oh, what?
It's
now?
OTAs. It doesn't matter.
It's OTAs.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Let me tell you, though. You want to see a mental breakdown?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you if we clicked on the replies to that tweet, we'd see it.
Oh, definitely.
Like, you want to talk about the most sensitive group in the world?
Yeah.
Jets fans won. Number 1 on my list.
Bears fans are 2?
I think they're pretty close.
I think Patriots fans are number 1. I think the Patriots.
Sensitive?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Anytime.
Well, see, I think
anytime someone from Boston hears about the cheating thing, they lose their mind.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. There was a time where I cared very much.
That sounds like Houston fans.
No, because
I mean, if it wasn't for Astros fans, the Athletic probably wouldn't exist because they hate read almost everything they do, from Ken Rosenthal and Evan Drellick and others.
They cover other things. I don't know about that. I will say though that Patriots fans are very, very sensitive about the accusations, and especially until they were able to win the last couple of Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were really triggered by anyone bringing up Spygate.
One of my best friends from growing up.
I'll admit it, as a Pats fan.
Paul.
Yep.
His name is Nick. At 2:39, he just DM'd me the same tweet you just read.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And said, "When do I hit the bust button?"
Right now. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Like, I cannot believe that he just DM'd me on Instagram.
You know, it's not about being right. It's about being
right
first,
now,
Joe.
as we're talking about this.
It's about being firstest and loudest.
I'll be lastest and quietest with Caleb Williams.
Call him the bustest.
Never.
The bustiest of the busts.
He's my savior.
No, man. You just jump the shark. This is the day. This is the day to become officially a Texans fan. You're a Texans season ticket holder, and you're not even a Texans fan.
I know.
Like, tell me you're pandering without pandering.
I mean, come on. Jerry called me a panderer the other day on Twitter. I thought that was really out of line.
Dude,
I thought that was really out of line.
You just pandered a little bit ago.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, like the Athletic only exists because they piss off Astros fans. You 100% just pandered.
See, text line here says Eagles fans are the most sensitive.
No, they're just a-holes.
I think they're losers.
Oh, damn, you're calling half my family losers. Okay, Joe.
Except for the ones that are related to Paul Gallant. I always forget that. I mean, they throw batteries at Santa. Come on, man.
Just because my mother chooses to throw batteries at Santa is no reason to get mad at her. That's her personal choice. It's America.
Hey, I got your mom a gift today, okay?
You did. You got her a golf towel.
I did, with your work logo on it.
To remind her of why her son lives 1,000 miles away from her.
Or it'll be a positive reminder each time she steps up to putt.
I FaceTimed with her this morning. She was trying to get my my godson, who's about to be the second child. Or excuse me, he's about to be the oldest child.
Yeah.
So my sister's giving birth at any minute to child number 2, and he's been cranky today. I think he senses that he's not about to be this special boy anymore.
I'm nervous about that.
Are you going to do a number 2?
Oh, yeah. Probably next year.
And I mean by number 2, have a child, not
I'm
caboose.
gonna take a dump first. No, probably next year. I think.
Okay.
Or the year after. I don't know yet.
Maybe you have to talk about it with the wife.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 31. I don't want to be changing diapers at 40, and we want to have 3 kids.
That might be me. If it ever happens.
I just don't want to do it, man. Like,
yeah, I don't really either.
What's the other Chicago thing you want to talk to me about?
Uh,
Drug dealer.
Oh yeah,
the cartel or whatever.
I can fix her too, I think. But
oh, Paul, please don't.
Well, I would like to fix her.
I don't want you to.
An Indiana beauty pageant, maybe we need to
why
ask
is this a
Vanessa
Chicago
about her,
story?
has been indicted in Chicago and linked to a major drug cartel. Glennis Zapata, 34. Okay, she might not think I'm too old like a LinkedIn girl. Was crowned Miss Indiana Latina in 2011. Now she is named in an indictment by a federal grand jury in Chicago and is facing trafficking charges. She is accused of transporting hundreds of thousands of dollars in drug proceeds. Damn. Recently, she'd been working as a flight attendant. That's the way to do it. But according to federal authorities, she was also attending to the movement of drug cartel cash on board jetliners into Mexico, including a private jet. The jet landed at the Gary, Indiana. Of course, it's Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, like the
dumpiest
Chicago's
city
problems
in the
world.
Midwest, with 20 pounds of coke packed in several suitcases. Cartel operatives arrested in the private jet have already been prosecuted and imprisoned. According to the new indictment, she's charged along with her sister, 33-year-old Elenis, also from Lafayette. Oh, so this is really a story I should be asking Vanessa about.
Well, I will say, like,
how does your state let this happen?
How does my home state let their state be ruined by that trash state? I don't know.
The trash state, damn, dude.
I mean,
Fighting words.
I mean, all the illegal guns that are in Chicago come from Gary.
Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, most of them.
I've seen pictures of Gary, Indiana.
You can't purchase. It's like you can barely purchase guns in Chicago.
Oh.
They'll come from Indiana.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like all the bad stuff comes from there.
Gary, Indiana pictures are depressing.
Dude, a buddy of mine from college lived there, and we went like to go meet his parents and just like go for a weekend to go see him in his hometown. And I was like driving, I was like, what are we doing with our lives? Like, what like. We could be at a bar downtown Chicago right now. We're driving to Gary, Indiana. Why? Anything else you want to dump on before we go?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Also, Chicago once elected Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah,
multiple
idiots.
times.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Could it?
Have you seen Lena talk? All right, when we get back here on ESPN 97.5, 925, I don't know what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about garbage time. That's next here on ESPN 97.5, 925.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, Pendleton Whiskey is the best. It's the best whiskey in all the land. You know why? Not just because it's smooth, not just because it's refreshing, not just because it's an amazing choice for your Memorial Day weekend celebrations. It's also because of the way that it's made to satisfy your inner cowboy. 1, the finest northern grains. 2, it's cut with glacier water from Oregon's Mount Hood. 3, barrel-aged in American oak. You blend it all together and yeehaw! You're going to unlock your inner cowboy because this stuff is steeped in true Western tradition. You can get Pendleton Whiskey wherever you get your whiskey, your local liquor store. You can also order it via Drizzly. I love this stuff. Blend it with a little bit of coffee. Ooh, it's a nice mixture. Iced coffee and Pendleton Whiskey. I'm telling you, it's really good. But Pendleton Whiskey is fantastic stuff. It's true Western tradition. Get you some for your Memorial Day weekend celebrations today.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Final segment for us here at Texas Star Grill Shop, Shepherd and 59. Thank you again to Gus and Cecil and everyone out here today for having us. You can come in right now. You can save up to $500 on a Traeger, $800 on a Blaze, up to $900 on a Weber, up to $300 on a Gosney pizza oven. So you're going to make some pizza at home. That's for you. Up to $200 on the Napoleon. We get huge package deals going on right now for the Big Green Egg. Free delivery inside or in the greater Houston area. And if you want to build a kitchen outside, they offer a free design service for all outdoor kitchens. So if you want to do top-of-the-line grills, cabinetry, all of that, they will help you design it, figure it out. Gus even told us before the show today, if you're lefty or righty, whatever works best for you, they will help you make sure it's the best outdoor kitchen you can have. So thank you guys again for coming out or for having us today. It's been awesome. Great time. Good eating. And good beers, too. Thanks for supplying us with some St. Arnold, boys.
Hell yeah.
We drank a lot in the shows the last 2 days.
Yeah, more than I'd like, honestly, but
About the amount that I like.
About the amount that you like?
Yeah, we're back in studio tomorrow, though. It's been so long. It's been since Monday. So before we go to garbage time, so I got my cat yesterday.
You did get your cat?
Yeah, we named him Gray. She called him, the lady who found him, named him Lucky.
Okay.
Joseph would not call him Lucky. He just started calling him Gray because he's gray. So it's just kind of stuck now. I'm like, I guess we're just whatever the 3-year-old wants, the 3-year-old gets. But it's awesome.
Gray's a good name.
Dude, I'll tell you, I wasn't sure about this decision, Paul. I wasn't sure.
Until
he slept on my shoulder today while I played MLB The Show. He's 2 pounds. He's 8 weeks old. I'm very much in love with a cat, and I'm a cat person now.
Yeah, they're the best.
It took less than 12 hours.
Easiest pet in the world.
I'm here. Joel's looking at me.
Joel thinks it's unmanly to have a cat.
Joel and his 50 dogs.
Yeah, that's called animal hoarding.
All right, but yeah, so I got my cat, and I feel great.
Mm-hmm.
See, now this is something, a bond that we have now. Paul and I can send each other cat pictures and just be great friends.
Yeah.
Even better friends. Gallant George can grow as friendship. It says Jeremy and him are not getting cats. That's not up to you. Just like this wasn't really up to me. Oh, he's allergic to cats.
Oh, see, this is like all people that hate cats are generally allergic to cats, and they're just very rationally angry about the fact that some people like cats.
We'll find out what's going to happen. I will say, I thought I was allergic to cats. So far, so good. I thought it was a very minor allergy. Haven't sneezed once. That feels like a positive.
I'm allergic to having my life determined by an animal that I would need to, take out to go to the bathroom 3 times a day.
I will say, he's 8 weeks old. He's using the litter box already, and it blew my mind. Honestly,
so all you got to do is put him in
being
there.
A dog person.
They know right away.
It blew my mind.
It's crazy. I mean, I had a dog. I loved Grizzly. He was the best. But it took such a long time to potty train him.
Yeah.
And again, I never had a dog before, but we worked very hard on it. It took about a year and 2 months to get him to to be good at it. And then he became the best at it. He was great at holding it. But
it's tough.
It is hard to
it's
potty
tough.
train. I can't even imagine what it's like for a human.
Not going well. That kid That kid sat in the toilet for 30 minutes today, just sitting there, didn't go once. It is not going well. Joel's laughing. It's not going well. I'm trying my hardest.
He's been down that road before.
I'm trying my hardest. It's not going well. All right, it's time for garbage time.
Delta airline workers are in hot water. Why? Because they were heaving containers containing Eastern Tennessee State University's golf clubs for their college golf team on the tarmac. Tarmac. I don't know why I said tarmac.
Don't either.
A quote from Delta. This is the worst thing I've ever read. Quote, "We apologize to the ETSU golf team and ask for a mulligan on how their equipment was handled."
Yeah,
That is the worst thing ever. Guys, this is not the time for a pun.
No, it's a time just to apologize. I don't think any of the clubs broke, but I saw the video, and
that happens a lot
it does.
when your bags are checked. So be careful what you put in your checked bags.
And I understand why, and I understand that the people who are doing the job are probably miserable, so I don't blame them.
I do.
Because
it's your
it's
job.
a job to have a job.
If you have a job, though, you should do your job
I know,
well.
but it doesn't
You're
work
getting paid
that
for
way.
it. Mm-hmm.
But, like, are they making $7 an hour?
I don't know.
Like, is it their fault or is it the company's fault?
I mean, if you're being an a-hole, it is your fault.
And they are being an a-holes.
If you're throwing the stuff, you're
Yeah.
being an a-hole. It's your job to put it on there. I get it. It's a crap job.
Yeah.
Is that
no for sure?
Is that your
For
employer's fault that you have that
I mean,
job?
if they underpay you so bad, it's tough. But yeah,
I mean, again.
Yeah, I know.
That's
It's
why
tough.
you work hard so that you can get good jobs. Whatever. That's just me.
Yeah. But it's a bad look. And the apology, that's even worse. I think the apology's worse.
The saying
by trying to make a joke out of it.
Asking for a
basically.
mulligan, like,
yeah,
go F yourself, still.
Yeah.
A car caught fire at Dodger Stadium in the parking lot.
Okay.
And the organist played "We Didn't Start the Fire."
Oh, good
as
move.
The smoke billowed. I like it.
Good move.
But that is very
We
Dodger
need-
Stadium parking lot.
We need more. We need the organist to come back. Get rid of the DJs.
Is there an organist at Minute Maid
I
Park?
don't think so.
I would assume there is.
I think if anything, they play the organist through the DJ.
Okay.
I think the only organists left are Dodger Stadium, Wrigley. There's only a couple. Some of them are newer ballparks too, but like there's only a handful that have like the pure organist that does stuff throughout the game. It's one of the great baseball things.
Want to know the biggest difference between Irish Americans like me and Italian Americans? Well, Aiden O'Connell, Irish American hero, quarterback that wasn't talked about last year, despite being a great Irish American hero. He stopped wearing number 4 with the Raiders to respect Derek Carr.
There we go.
Meanwhile, Tommy DeVito, when asked about the quarterback competition he's about to have with Drew Lock for QB2 in New York, said that, I'm not sure we'd be talking about a competition for number 2 if I was a third-round pick.
Wow.
Am I
Tommy.
generalizing two different groups of Americans based off of two different stories about two different quarterbacks who were covered in two totally different ways, even though one of them, Aiden O'Connell, was better than Tommy DeVito? Yes. But Irish Americans versus Italian Americans, point Irish Americans.
Yep, I stand with the Irish as well. 75% of me does. So
I go to Shillelagh.
Team Aiden O'Connell in this
Yeah.
situation.
And there you go.
I'm pretty confident he would have been better than Gardner Minshew this year, but
Gardner Minshew, man.
I don't really know why the Raiders are doing that.
I mean, I think that Aiden O'Connell's got a chance still.
I hope so. All right, that does it for us today. We'll be back in studio tomorrow. Thanks again to Gus and Cecil and everyone out here at Texas Star Grill Shop. We had a great time today. Come check it out. Lots of great deals going on for Memorial Day weekend. Free delivery in the greater Houston area. Come check it out. There's so much good stuff here that you can buy and add to your home. We will be back tomorrow in studio. Goodbye. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Austin Rodriguez filling in for Brian today. He's a slacker. He's a huge slacker, that Brian McDonald. Anyways, we're at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd. This is a great spot. A great spot to get your grills. It's a great spot just to come hang out. They have this local organic meat that they sell. Like, you have to know about it. They always come whenever they put it there at the beginning of each week. And the people that know about it, if you're in the know, they come in here and they buy it as quickly as it's out there. So you have to get here really quick, but it's fantastic. It's your spot for all of your grilling supplies, everything that you need to grill. And, of course, they sell grills here, pizza ovens, the flat tops. Fantastic, fantastic spot. And, of course, Memorial Day weekend, a huge deal for Texas Star Grill Shop. Check out some of these deals that they have going on. You can save up to $500 on a Traeger grill. You can save up to $800 on a Blaze, $900 on a Weber, $300 on Gosney pizza ovens, $200 on Napoleon grills. Huge package deals on the Big Green Egg. And, oh, yeah, they're going to give you free delivery everywhere in the greater Houston area. So take advantage of that. If you've been in the market to buy a new grill, you need to talk to the folks here at Texas Star Grill Shop before you buy a grill, and there's also going to be a really good chance that you do buy your grill here because they're going to take care of you every step of the way. We'll be here until 6. Swing on by, and then, of course, they'll be open all Memorial Day weekend so you can get your grill game started. And, again, if you don't have a grill, talk to them before you do anything else. They have the best grills at the best price. They have the quality stuff, not the cheap stuff you find at the big box stores. So make sure you talk to them before you do buy your grill. We know that Ronel Blanco is coming back on Sunday now. The Astros announced their weekend rotation. Ronel Blanco, he's going to serve his suspension. He's coming back on Sunday. And the question now is, okay, well, now what? Now what for the Houston Astros? You had to carry Ronel Blanco, so it's not like you have an extra pitcher on the roster right now. You have 13 pitchers. Ronel Blanco is one of them. He just couldn't play in 10 games because he had the sticky stuff. He had the rosin. So now what? Now that Ronel Blanco is coming back on Sunday, what are the steps around Ronel Blanco? Because he is starting. He's going to be in the rotation. And now you have 7 guys on this roster who are starters.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they choose to do because you and I had talked about the fact that when he was suspended, it was going to be like evaluating the guys' performances in their next 1 to 2 starts when it comes to Arrighetti, when it comes to Hunter Brown, when it comes to guys that could potentially be primary starters in a 5 or 6, in this case, 6-man rotation. To me, I know you and I have gone back and forth on it. I think Arrighetti has pitched better than Hunter Brown recently, although Hunter Brown's start yesterday was extremely encouraging. It's going to be an interesting decision. I think Arrighetti ultimately is going to be the guy that's going to be the odd man out because, as we discussed, keep him stretched out, keep him, throwing down in Sugar Land in case of an injury. But I don't think he's the right guy to put into a bullpen role because I don't think he's ever done it before. I don't think you want to experiment with him on the major league level because you can't afford hiccups now based on the fact that you're playing catch-up. And I think that Hunter Brown can do whatever you need him to do on the major league level.
Yeah, I would for me it's Brown. I think, Spencer Arrighetti's been pretty good in 2 of his last 3. Hunter Brown's been all right in his last 4 starts. I don't know if you caught this. I saw it this morning in the Rome piece. You know that Hunter Brown's added an extra pitch? You've been wanting him to trim down his pitches. He actually added the sinker to his arsenal. And the Chandler Rome story says that he hasn't thrown that since he was at Wright State in college. Baseball Savant shows that he threw it a little bit last year, but maybe they just got the pitch wrong. Maybe it didn't register the right pitch. So he's added the sinker. And they said that he's added the sinker since the Seattle start on May 5th. So he's added the sinker to his arsenal. In the last 4 games since he's had the sinker, against Seattle, it wasn't great. 2 runs, 4 1/3. It wasn't like Kansas City, though, whenever he got lifted in the first inning after giving up 9 runs. So he gave it 2 runs and 4 1/3 against Seattle when he added the sinker. The next one was at Detroit, which was that relief appearance, which he pitched really well. He gave up 1 run over 5 innings. The Milwaukee start, 4 runs over 5 innings, and then yesterday 2 runs over 6 innings. Hunter Brown, since adding his sinker in 4 appearances, 3 of them starts, all of them long outings, his ERA's under 4. Hunter Brown's, since he's added the sinker, has actually been okay. He's been good. And it's not to, put down Spencer Arrighetti, because Arrighetti's been good in 2 of his last 3 starts. I think that with Hunter Brown adding that pitch, Hunter Brown, trending in the right way, Hunter Brown being with the team for a longer period of time, I think the move is they're going to send Arrighetti down, and they're going to add another reliever, and I think it's going to be Dubin once he's qualified, once he has enough days in the minors.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, I don't mind him going back to a pitch like that, if it's better, more effective, and he can control it better than that knuckle curveball that he was throwing right in the middle of the plate, hanging there screaming, hit me on far too many occasions. If that's a pitch that he feels like can keep guys a little bit more off balance, it's a little bit more off speed than it is some of the pitches, the harder pitches that he throws, fine, as long as he can locate it and as long as it can be a replacement pitch for the pitch or two that have been absolutely getting hammered all over the park when he can't locate them. That's fine to me. But I think you're right. In terms of just the fact that Brown has had the experience, he's come out of the pen for you in the playoffs. He's also been a guy that, he knows he's been penciled in as a starter for quite a while, and he knows what to do and how to do it. To where Arrighetti, I think, is going to be fine. I'm not sure he expected at the start of the year to come up, and he didn't know when he would be here. He got a lot of valuable experience. He started to really settle down and settle in. And I don't think that it's the last you hear from him. I think you can just send him down easier, and I think that everything will work itself out from there.
Yeah, it was interesting reading. It was a really good piece. It's interesting about why he added it. He added it because it's kind of got some run into a righty, and he felt that hitters were diving over, especially right-handed hitters. They felt, and he and the pitching staff felt that right-handed hitters were diving over the plate and taking away that slider, because even his fastball has a little bit of a cutter run, so they were diving and cheating for the outside half, right-handed hitters were, and they were just sitting on those pitches because there wasn't something that Hunter Brown could throw in on the hands of a righty on the inside half of the plate. And that sinker kind of has some downward, inward run, so they're trying to use that to better sequence all of his other stuff. And he says, and who knows, what it actually means, but he feels like right-handed hitters aren't cheating as much going with the slider and the cutter because he does have that sinker that's coming in and riding in on the hands of these right-handed hitters. And we saw him break a couple bats yesterday.
I was going to say, the thing yesterday to me was whether he was using that pitch or he was using the two-seamer that had a ride that kind of went inside. He definitely was trying to reestablish the inside part of the plate. You mentioned it. I mean, he was sawing off bats. He was going in on the hands. He had really good movement. Even if he started a ball on the inner third, it was riding in on hitters, which is something that can keep guys off balance, which can keep them from, like he was talking about, getting out over the plate, and can give him an advantage on the outside when he wants to go there, even if he might not be able to fine-tune where he puts it. Maybe guys aren't going to be as apt to get to that outside pitch if they're being pushed off the plate by pitches that can ride in on them.
Yeah, that was it's interesting because I do think that that's going to be the move. Like Ronel Blanco, you're not ousting him for the rotation. The Astros, today's their only off day in this 29 of 30 game stretch, so they're still going to play a bunch of games in a row. I think it's 19 games in a row. So the Astros are going to go with the 6-man rotation. They're going to need a 6th guy. The decision's going to be Hunter Brown or Spencer Arrighetti, and then whoever is the guy that gets ousted out of the rotation, the question is going to be, can that guy be our long reliever? I think if it's Hunter Brown, the answer is yes. Yep. I think if it's Spencer Arrighetti, they're going to want to keep him stretched out. That way, if they need a spot starter, they need an emergency starter, that he could be called up from Sugar Land and come pitch 5 innings without, taxing your bullpen too much. But it is going to be nice for the Astros to finally not have to be upside down in their bullpen and have an extra arm, because Ronel Blanco, you haven't had him. You had to keep him on the roster, but he hasn't been able to pitch, of course, because he's been suspended.
And it's going to be interesting to see how he pitches, too. But before we get to that, I think one of the things you mentioned, I only bring this up for the context of starter going to the bullpen, too. With a guy like Arrighetti, who hasn't really been that kind of guy to do that kind of work, you think about it, we talk about routine. We talk about the fact that they have a certain way that they get ready when they're going to throw the baseball. And from an Odorizzi standpoint, we knew how big of a problem that was. We knew how long it took. We knew that it was something he was not happy with. Whether you're happy with it or not, it's an adjustment. And I don't think they want to do that with Arrighetti at this point. I think that Brown's done that before, and he knows what to do to get himself ready. So that saves you a couple of steps in the process, too, if that indeed is the case, and he ends up going to the pen again.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 7557, Arrighetti seems like a guy the Astros would like to develop into a long-term starter, whereas Brown seems like a candidate to become the long reliever. We've seen that from him before, not Arrighetti. I don't agree with that. I don't think that the Astros' long-term plan on Hunter Brown is they want him to be a reliever. I think it's in their ultimate desire that Hunter Brown can reach his potential and become more consistent and be a middle-of-the-rotation starter for the Houston Astros. I don't think that Dana Brown, And look, Dana Brown talks up his players all the time, but Dana Brown, when he talks about Hunter Brown, calls him a future ace. Like, you're not, and I know Dana Brown talks a lot, and he talks his guys up. I really don't think it's their desire, though, for him to be a middle reliever. They're gonna exhaust every single possibility for him to become a starter, and we've seen that when he's going well, he can be pretty good in that role.
Well, let's be real. If he's going to go to the pen for the long term, I think that the idea would be he would be either a closer or he would be a setup guy, a back of the bullpen guy, because we know that he can reach really above average numbers with his fastball. We know he has 2 pitches that are really good out pitches, and if you're bringing him in to empty the tank for 1 inning, and you think about the fact he probably can put a mile an hour or 2 more on the fastball, he can really be more effective in terms of the velocity and where he throws and how he throws his pitches. I think if you're thinking about him ever in that long-term role as a bullpen guy, that's where he would be. But I agree with you. I think he's penciled in as a rotational guy, and ideally they'd like him to be a top-of-the-rotation guy, but that would take some work on his part, kind of fine-tuning, controlling things.
Yeah, I think that's the hierarchy of what you want Hunter Brown to be. It's like starter way up here, a huge drop-off. They're not even thinking about him as a reliever yet. It's starter way up here, and then if they feel like, okay, it's not really working out as a starter thing, they want him to be like a back end of the bullpen guy. Currently not with Hader, because Hader's on a 5-year deal, et cetera, et cetera. But you're not going to go from starter to mop-up guy. You're not going to go from a starter, you have the aspirations of being a middle to the top of the rotation pitcher, to becoming Brandon Belak. Like, the next step would be, okay, well, if he's not going to cut it as a starter, which the jury's still out on that, well, let's see if we can convert him into this back-of-the-bullpen type of reliever. And then if that doesn't work is when you start to see him go down further and further the different rungs on the ladder. But him as a mop-up guy, that's not really in the Astros' plans. Now, because they have a surplus of starters, maybe he's giving them 3-4 innings if he's kicked out of the rotation as kind of more of a piggyback, not necessarily a long reliever mop-up type.
That's what I was going to say. You're not going to see him long-term, I don't think, in the bullpen plans, but I think for this season specifically, because you're going to be continuously getting pitchers back, because you're going to be continuously kind of tinkering with who your rotational guys are going to be based on those things and how they perform and just how they're feeling based on how the team's performing. I think there's a chance that he finds another stint where he's there kind of not just mopping up, but he's doing split starts. And especially if you get guys back like McCullers, like Garcia, guys that maybe aren't going to ever be stretched out to give you 6, 7, 8 innings, that he's going to be the guy ready to go on the backside of those starts too, because he's just like having a second starter ready to go. So for this year, I think he could be in the bullpen in that role.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's because just because of the surplus of starters that you do have. Do you think Brown's trending in the right direction? Looking at the last 4 starts, adding the sinker, and then yesterday's start.
Well, I think also because kind of under the radar, he's eliminated the usage on the knuckle curveball. And the fact that he's more cognizant of kind of controlling the zone by going inside, and he seemed to really be fastball-centric and hard stuff-centric, which is above average on the major league level with what he's got, that I do think he's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I think he's trending in the right direction, too. And it does make sense with the sinker kind of sequencing his stuff better. That knuckle curve that he throws, you just pull up the numbers on the knuckle curve. Opponents are hitting 400 this year against his knuckle curve with a slug. Like, it gets better. Well, worse. An 800 slugging. I'm not sure there's a player in baseball that has an 800 slugging. And Hunter Brown's knuckle curve has an 800 slugging. I think the best slugging percentage in baseball right now is probably Shohei Ohtani. Kyle Tucker's probably second in slugging. I bet you his slugging. I don't know.
No?
Because he walks a ton.
He hit 2 bombs again last night.
I mean, think about it, because the OPS he hit 2 last night.
I think he hit 2 last night.
That would certainly impact things when you look at that specific category. The leader in slugging is Shohei Ohtani at 646. 646. Opponents against Hunter
800?
Brown's 800. They have an 800 slugging percentage on Hunter Brown's knuckle curve. The leader currently in baseball is Shohei Ohtani with a 646. Kyle Tucker is at 638. He leads the American League.
Now, think about how many times, Jeremy, you've said this year since the season started, when have you seen in all of baseball someone that's done this with numbers? It's all negative. It's Abreu being the worst hitter of all time, and it's the fact that when you look at numbers on a pitcher like Hunter Brown, that one pitch has that devastatingly bad results, but he was continuing to use it, just like continuing to use Abreu at first base when he was that historically bad. It's been a tough start to the year, man.
Yeah, that's pretty high. I didn't realize it was up. I knew it wasn't good, but that's pretty high. And like you mentioned, like his usage of it, his fastball is the pitch that he throws the most, 372. And then his cutter, his split finger, and his knuckle curve are all basically tied for second. Cutter 112 times, splitty 111, knuckle curve 108. And that's with him not throwing it as often the last 4 appearances.
Take the knuckle curve out, take the new pitch and put it wherever you want it, and that's it.
800 slugging. That's insane. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Ronel Blanco coming back Sunday. What now? What do the Astros do to the pitching staff to kind of round it into shape? Do you think Hunter Brown's trending in the right direction? And we got to bring up Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman is he's slumping again. What do you do with this lineup now that Bregman is slumping? That Jose Abreu's back maybe this weekend or early next week. What is the skip Joe Espada supposed to do about this lineup? We'll get to some of the Texan stuff too. OTAs going on over there. A very certain Houston Texan has me fired up about this Houston Texan offense. How fired up should we be? Everybody's talking about Caitlin Clark, so we'll talk a little bit about Caitlin Clark. It is a Thursday, which means it's Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. ESPN Houston on YouTube. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. What is Espada supposed to do with Bregman slumping and Abreu coming back this weekend, potentially, or early next week? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, a moment for X Golf and Katie. Best golf simulators in the area. Only X Golf simulators in the area. And you got to check them out if you play golf. If you play golf and you want a spot that can allow you to continue to get swings in and have some fun playing golf, even when it's dark outside or the weather's not conducive to making your tee time, you got to check out X Golf and Katie. And if you want to watch sporting events and hang out with like-minded people in a great environment with tons of TVs, great food and beverage, you go to X Golf as well. It's the best of both worlds. It's the best sports bar environment, meeting the best golf simulators, all under one roof, conveniently located right off 99 and I-10 in the Katy area. Fantastic. Chris does a phenomenal job. He's got a pro on staff that can give you lessons. But if you just want to get some swings in, you can play 50 courses worldwide. Real courses. They're right there for you on the best golf simulators on the planet, in my opinion. And if you want to work on your game, it can be treated just like a range. And even the putting and the chipping is just as realistic as you could possibly imagine a simulator to be. Phenomenal. Absolutely something for a golfer and for everybody else with the sports bar as well. Get online right now and go to and check out X Golf Katy, because if you go there once as a golfer, you're going to be there a lot, because it is, with the heat coming, a great spot to get swings in and not have to deal with the elements. Tell them I sent you by.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Best grills at the best price right here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Get your Memorial Day weekend started right with the Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Huge sales on all top grill brands, saving hundreds on almost every single one of them. Also, if you're in the business of getting a new outdoor kitchen, the things that they can do here, unbelievable. They offer free design services for outdoor kitchens, so you can just get an idea of what you want. Custom cabinetry, which is fantastic, made for the outside. It's basically taking your kitchen to the outside, which is it's awesome. So get out here, talk to them, even if you're not going to buy. Like, just come talk to them, get an idea. Maybe you're going to buy in a year, maybe you're going to buy in 3 years, but come talk to them, get an idea for pricing, see what you have to save up for. A great spot. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is a skipper to do? What is the most interesting manager of the in the world supposed to do now that you're getting back Slappy Jose Abreu? He's going to come back, according to Dana Brown, when he was on with QB1, said at potentially the end of this weekend or early next week. So he's either going to join them in Oakland, maybe for the third game of that series, or for the opener in Seattle, which I don't love that he would come back against Seattle. Now, he did also say that John Singleton is their first baseman, but then you couple that with Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman in his last 8 games, because Bregman, he had that little, 3-game sample. Hey, he hit the ball pretty good for a little while. Once he got demoted to the 6th spot, he had a pretty good little stretch there. Hit a couple of 3 home runs, hit 3 home runs in 2 days, but was getting hits after hits. He was on a 6-game hitting streak, and then Espada moved him back to the 4th spot. In 8 games since being moved back into the cleanup spot, he's hitting 129 with an on-base of 200, with a slugging of 194, with an OPS of 394. It was worse than what it was before he went on that little bit of a hot span. He's 4 for his last 31. Everybody knows the 0 for 15 in this series, or 0 for his last 15. He's 0 for 13 in the series, 0 for his last 15. What do you do with this lineup if you're Joe Espada?
To me, I just hope to God that I see, starting tomorrow night, Bregman back in the 6 hole. I just think that's the only thing that you can do at this point, because you take a team that was just futile trying to hit the baseball yesterday against a guy that's okay but hasn't had great numbers since he left the Dodgers to the Angels and got the big money, and you made him look like a Cy Young Award winner. And you've got some guys that are actually hitting the baseball right now, and you don't know how long it's – you know what, Jake's hitting the ball better, and that's why they've moved him up anyway. But Pena has been consistent no matter where you move him in the lineup. He seems to that he's hitting the baseball. Jordan's heating up. Tuck's been on fire. Altuve has been steady at the leadoff. So if you go Altuve and you go Pena and you go Jordan and you go Tuck, you already have 4 guys right there that should bump down Alex Bregman at least 1. Then with all the other guys that you have to choose from the other outfielders to Yiner to whatever else you want to do and move Jake up, Bregman should go right back to the 6 hole, because what was working when he started to finally hit the baseball, he was lower in the lineup, he was a little bit more relaxed, and all of a sudden it started to get hits and he had some production. Don't move him around when he's producing while you have other guys that have been steadier all season long, and don't be so quick to push him back up there, kind of jumpstart, which was already, hey, we already know what happened with Abreu. That they just kept on riding him out there. They just kept riding that horse, hoping that one day he was going to be a thoroughbred again, until he broke down and was a step away from the glue factory, and they had to do something drastic. Leave him in the 6th hole, put him back there, and then for this foreseeable future, until he really starts to pick it up again, you can evaluate it. Don't do it too quickly. Put him back where he belongs.
Yeah, I mean, I give him credit for. I thought that they were pretty aggressive with Abreu this year. Actually, like last year, they weren't. He stayed in the cleanup spot for almost the entire year. Certainly never, talked to him about going down to West Palm Beach. This year, they were pretty quick to move Abreu down in the lineup. And then, I mean, it's pretty unprecedented that he went down to West Palm Beach on his own accord. Now, maybe it was a handshake agreement. Who knows? But I thought they were pretty aggressive with how quickly they either moved Abreu down or got Abreu out of the lineup. I felt they were slow to do it with Bregman, probably because Bregman's younger. It was, good last year. And it's done more here. And, I mean, Bregman had a good year last year. He started slow like he always starts slow, but this year was pretty historic. But you can't live with that production. Like a 129 average, a 200 on base, a 194 slug, and you're going to start a 7-game roadie. Like, it's harder to win on the road most years, not last year. 4 of those games are against the first-place Seattle Mariners. So and like I know there's a lot of people that maybe write for the team or a beat on the team that they mentioned that Alex Bregman's not going to get moved down again. Are we sure about that? Because he should. I'm with you. I would move everybody up a spot. I don't really I think 6 is fine for Bregman. Plus, he got kind of hot there. Let's see if he can get hot there again. Pena's not your prototypical cleanup man. I really don't care about prototypical guys in prototypical spots. Like go with the guy who's hitting. I'm not moving Tucker from the 2-hole. He's on fire. So I would do what you said too. I'd move everybody up a spot. I'd probably bat Singleton 5th, but if Myers bats 5th, that's fine. So that's where I'm at with Bregman too. Like you're not taking him out of the lineup. You really don't have a better option. Some would say play Mauricio Dubon. You got to play Bregman.
Well, and from the standpoint too of Abreu, the thing that you're right, they did move him down quicker than I even thought. But I think that they have more connected to Alex Bregman to where they were trying to stay loyal to some degree. They know his contract's coming up. They want to make sure they didn't ruffle feathers. And, again, because he's a slow starter, they were expecting more. From an Abreu standpoint, it wasn't just to move him down. It was when you were just going to sit him down. Just flat out sit his butt on the bench and say, you can be on the big club, but you're not going to play for a while. I think that should have happened a lot earlier than it did because of the lack of production, because they were so putrid at first base. When you know it's a corner infield spot you need to get production from. I didn't expect this mutual agreement to come where there was this other option. But if you were going to pay him and hang on to him, his butt should have been on the bench as a pinch hitter at the very best.
Now, I do like that Dana Brown. Look, Dana Brown's not filling out the lineup, but I do like that Dana Brown said whenever he was talking to QB1 on the flagship the other day that John Singleton's our first baseman. So, that at least to me seems like Abreu's going to get some spot starts here and there, probably against lefties. But it seems to me like Jose Abreu is going to have to work his way back into the lineup and work his way into consistent at-bats. So that part I'm encouraged about. Like, okay, calling him up, that's one thing. Playing him over a guy who's producing better than him is another thing. So as long as Singleton's still getting a majority of those at-bats at first base, I'm cool letting Abreu start once every 4 or 5 games. And if Abreu earns it because he's hitting in those 4 or 5 games, can he elevate himself up to a platoon option where he's starting against lefties? Okay, if he can do that, great. If he gets hot and then all of a sudden turns into like the last month of the year, Jose Abreu, great. So I don't love the idea that he's back, but I understand that he's making $19.5 million and he probably had to be back at some point. But this is the way that you have to ease him back in. He has to earn at-bats. I don't want him starting more than once, particularly only against lefties. But if he starts to roll a little bit, he can earn playing time that way. But right now I'm starting him off just one of every 4 games maximum.
Do you not think Espada was talking out of both sides of his mouth a little bit?
Could
because
be.
In one interview, at one point he says that Singleton's his starting.
Well, that was
first
Brown.
baseman.
I'm talking about Brown. Dana Brown said that.
Okay, all right. Because I heard Espada last night with the media. I guess it was pregame, saying that this team needs Jose Abreu back, and for this team to be what we thought it was going to be, he's going to have to come back. He's coming back at some point because we need him. Need is a very strong word. Because I don't need Jose Abreu in the lineup if he's going to be the Jose Abreu we saw ever since he basically put on an Astros uniform, with the exception of that little late spurt after he spent some time on the IL last season. Because you can get better options. Yeah, Singleton's not hitting for average, but at least he's giving you pop. He's had some really timely home runs. He's not killing you defensively like Abreu was as well when it was a complete meltdown.
Yeah.
To where I don't know who's on the same page and who's on the Crane gang and who's out of the email chain, but I just feel like they got to get on the same page and realize for right now, John Singleton is and should be, to your point, the everyday starting first baseman with maybe 1 game a week. And at the same time, I don't want to hear anybody say, in order for this team to be what we need it to be, you need Jose Abreu back.
I mean, I'm with you, but publicly as a manager, I think you have to say that.
You're trying to set the table, I guess.
You're trying to protect Abreu. Like you're protecting Abreu. You're trying to talk him up a bit. I don't like if you gave him true serum and like you had a pop with him, gentlemen. He probably doesn't say that. Like and I think you've shown that you can win without him. Like obviously you can win without him. He's been awful. I think that's trying to gas him up. I don't think that there's a whole lot of stock in that. But I was encouraged that Brown said, okay, the Singleton's our guy. Now, I said once every 4 games. You said once every 7 games against – I primarily want him only against lefties. What is the most – right away? I mean, if he gets hot, that's another thing. But right now he's coming back maybe this weekend, early next week. What is the most you can live with Abreu starting? Once every 7 days?
maximum twice.
Okay, so that's once every 3.5. I'm once every 4. We're right around the same spot.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN, but no more than that.
No,
no
no.
more than that until he earns it. He's got to earn it.
But think about here's the flip side of it too, Jeremy. What happened? Singleton got going when he got consistent at bats. When he knew he was going to be in the lineup, he knew he wasn't looking over his shoulder and realizing, well, I better do something. I'm only going to get this game and this game and this game. Now all of a sudden it's a dual effect. It's a domino effect. If you're going to throw him in there more, then you're going to take Singleton out less. Now, mentally, where's he going to be when it took getting in the lineup consistently for him to show us what he could do?
Yeah. No, I want Singleton to continue to get the run of the play, too, until Abreu proves that he's better, if he's better. 713-780-ESPN, Killer Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. What are your biggest questions? You know, the Astros are the 50-game point. What are your biggest questions for the final 112? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One of the things you should be doing this summer is going to watch some Saber Cat rugby. This is a steal of a deal because you're getting in very, very cheap. If you mention ESPN 97.5 whenever you buy tickets online at HoustonSaberCats.com, you're going to get 20% off. So you're already getting a cheap deal. You're going to get 20% off of those cheap tickets, and you're going to watch the best rugby team in the league. They lead the Western Conference 10-1. This past weekend, they beat the Chicago Hounds. Next home game, June 8th. At SaberCats Stadium at 7 p.m. as the SaberCats hosting RFC Los Angeles. You know, we don't like those teams from L.A., so get there at SaberCats Stadium and root against RFC L.A. and for your Houston SaberCats, first place Houston SaberCats. And, oh, yeah, by the way, June 8th is 713 night for the SaberCats. They'll be honoring H-Town with $7.13 tickets in specific areas in the stadium to represent Houston. They want to take care of you, Houstonians, so you can get into the stadium to watch the first place SaberCats for just $7.13. Where else can you beat that value? Nowhere else. Get to SaberCats Stadium. Special guests that night include Hall of Famer Calvin Murphy. Others, there'll be more surprises as well. And again, get your tickets for any game in June, not just the one June 8th, but any game in June for 20% off your tickets. That's right, 20% off of any SaberCat home game in June when you use promo code ESPN20. That's ESPN20 when you're checking out and receive the discount. It's that simple, 20% off of these tickets to watch the first place SaberCats. Do it now at HoustonSaberCats.com. Go to HoustonSaberCats.com. Get your tickets right now.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank on Branham. Killer Bees are at Texas Star Grill Shop. Big Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Free delivery in greater Houston area. Can't top that. How about this? $100 off Traeger grills, $800 off Blaze grills, $900 off Weber, $300 off Gosney pizza ovens right over there. Those look fantastic. $200 off Napoleon. This is your spot. Getting a grill in this city, you got to start at Texas Star Grill Shop. Even if you don't purchase it here, just start here, talk to the people, get learned up about the grill game. Don't fall for that trap of those cheap grills that you see when you walk into those big box stores. You walk in, oh, look at this price on this. It's a terrible grill. It's not a good grill. You don't want to do that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your biggest questions remaining over the final 112 games? The Astros are at the 50-game point, if you can believe that. It's hard to believe this team has already played 50 games this year. Feels like yesterday was opening day. I guess that's what happens when you're trying to play catch-up, though. Whenever you're playing catch-up, the season seems to start shortening pretty quickly. What is helping the Astros, though? Everybody else in the American League West is losing. The Mariners lost yesterday. The Rangers lost yesterday. And then you know what happened today? They've already played. They both lost. Seattle lost 5-0 at New York. The only game they won in that series was a miraculous comeback.
Yep.
And then Philly beat Texas today 5-2. So you're not in a good spot record-wise, 22-28 through 50 games, not where anybody thought you would be. You're 4.5 behind in the division, and you're 4.5 behind the final wild card. So you're still very much firmly in the race, in the thick of things in the American League. So where you're at in the standings doesn't really represent where your record is at, and that's the good thing. Yes, the record's awful, not good for a team this talented, but certainly in the race in the American League. So what are the biggest questions that you have going forward in the final 112, now at the 50-game point? 6941, can you imagine the boos ringing out if we start losing with Abreu and Bregman going over? I think that's why they're bringing Abreu back for the road trip.
I don't think he's coming back for the road trip, Jeremy.
What do you mean?
He's starting in Sugar Land, and they want him to play at least 2 games.
Right, but it's a 7-game road.
I know, but I don't. And I think I was listening to Paul and Joe on the way in too, and they brought this up as well. But the more I was thinking about it, I don't want Jose Abreu in the lineup for games against Seattle when, like you said, we're only 4.5 out of first place and catching the Mariners, and every one of those games is important, and they beat you at home. I'd rather have John Singleton in the lineup, put my best lineup out there for 4 games, and say, yeah, when we get home, if you want to put him in the lineup for a couple games against the Twins, okay, I'm fine with that. I'd rather run the risk of him getting booed at home a little bit than I would putting him out there in the middle of a lineup against the Seattle Mariners when those games are hyper important.
I hear you, but I'm going off of what Dana Brown said. And Dana Brown, now they did kind of move the timeline a little bit, said that there was rumors that he would make the trip to Oakland, and now it's like back of the weekend, early next week. I just don't see, unless, Jose Abreu just is awful. Like, even if he's awful, I just don't see Dana Brown, like, going back on that word.
But let's think about this, too. It made sense to me from the standpoint of you're on the road to get him his first games. He had success there last year. That's when he hit his first home run of the season last year, and he sprinted around the bases, slid into the dugout, kind of endeared himself more to his teammates. And also the A's pitching staff isn't close to what the Mariners are. And when you talk about the competition level being up a notch and how important those games are against Seattle, you also realize they have one of the best young pitching staffs in all of baseball. If there are guys that get guys out more consistently between the two staffs, I'm thinking it's Seattle, not Oakland. So when I look at it, it made sense to get him some reps and ABs and starts in Oakland. It doesn't make sense at all to me, except for the fact that it's away from Minute Maid where he can't get booed. I don't want him in that Mariners series.
Yeah, but if we're saying he's only going to play once every 4 games, he's only going to play in one of them.
Okay, that's fine. I would rather just, get him some games again because he was only pitching against hitting against lower level competition in Florida. Get him some games this week against AAA competition. So again, you get another gauge as to how much the bat speed is improved, the contact and all those things, and then let him just go 30 miles over to the ballpark and let him get his start in at home.
Look, I like your idea better. I think that Dana's. Like what Dana's path is what it's going to be. Like I like your plan much better. I think we're going to see him back on the road.
But doesn't it make sense if you're going to throw him out on the road, play him against Oakland?
Yeah, but I mean they said maybe back of the weekend, so maybe he's in the lineup on Sunday. Maybe he's in the lineup Sunday, 1 game in the Oakland series, and then he plays once against Seattle. I haven't seen like who the pitching probables are, so I don't know if there's like a lefty pitching on Sunday for Oakland. But if he's back, like Dana said, back of the weekend, early next week, so he could play Sunday. Could play Sunday in Oakland. If he's playing 2 games in Sugar Land, that means he's playing. Is he playing tonight or is he playing? It's either tonight, tomorrow, or Friday, Saturday.
I would think he's going to be here the whole weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're right. And plus, I mean, Dana did kind of hedge a little bit. He said back of the weekend, early next week. But if it's early next week, he's flying to Seattle. He's flying to Seattle with the team. Not with the team. He's meeting the team. 0635 Bregman. What scares me about Bregman's long term, I'm afraid the Astros will sign him at a discount because he knows he can't get more anywhere else. I hope they don't fall for that trap because a bad player at a discount is still just a bad player. I disagree with this. I wouldn't mind getting Bregman back at a discount. Now, I'm not going multiple years. Like, if Alex Bregman wants to sign a discount, like, I don't even think it might not even be a discount. It might be his going rate at this rate. Like, it might not be the discount for Alex Bregman. It's going to be what he is worth on the open market because he had a bad year. If he continues to have a bad year, I don't mind bringing Bregman back on a 1-year deal and maybe even a second year on a team option or some sort of vesting option.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, you know, the easiest way to say it without saying it, that you can do a throwaway mutual agreed second year.
Yeah.
But regardless, if you want to go, hey, because if you want to give the player option, because of the fact that if he performs at a decent level, it's up to him to think if he wants to test the market, or that you can get him at I would think a substantially discounted rate for an extra year. So be it. But I'm expecting at this point it's going to be a 1-year deal, so he buys himself an extra season to try and bet on himself and prove he can get back to who he's been for the majority of his career.
Like, I'm partially with the texture that I'm not giving him a multi-year deal, like almost in any circumstance. But I'm okay with Bregman being on this team next year if it's a 1-year deal with options tacked on to the end and the team has an out. Which, I mean, if he continues this pace of play, that's what he's looking at. Cody Bellinger had a great year last year and got a 1-year deal with options tacked on to the end. And he had a good year. He had a bounce-back year. And I don't think Alex Bregman's going to be this bad all year, but if Bregman has a 730 OPS, Bregman's not going to get this huge contract with multi-years. He's going to face a huge dose of reality. And plus, like, baseball teams have wisened up on these free agent contracts. You'll still see the Aaron Judges, and Juan Soto is going to go nuts this offseason. Shohei Ohtani got the greatest deal of all time. Like, they'll go nuts on the elite of the elite. These guys who are like second, third, fourth-tier players, MLB's wisened up on those type of deals.
Look at how many guys were almost done with teams were almost done with spring training and hadn't had deals yet.
Yeah.
When you talk about Snell and Montgomery on the pitching front, when you talk about Chapman and Bellinger and some of the guys that were late that didn't know where they were going to be and started to get a little fidgety in terms of, when am I getting a deal? I got to sign a contract. I got to get into a camp and get ready for the regular season. You're right. There are teams that are going to become a lot more frugal and a lot more wise in terms of not being as careless and throwing money and years at players when they know that the return on investment is hardly ever there when you get into those kind of deals. It's going to be really interesting to see what Bregman's market is going to be at the end of the year, because he has to. He has to, in order to really entertain getting out into the market and seeing what he could get and expecting any kind of a big deal. He has to be able to pick it up, and he's got to show you signs that he can keep it going. Because we saw him pick it up for a short period of time, and now he's right back to being at the Alex Bregman from the start of the year. That's a scary proposition for teams to go, I want to give you 5 or 6 years, and I want to give you $30 million plus a year. I don't see it happening.
I don't. Like, if he had – and look, hopefully he gets better. We're not talking about this Alex Bregman. But Alex Bregman right now, season numbers, when you look at everything, is hitting 209 with a 607 OPS. Let's say he goes into free agency with a 209 average and a 607 OPS. What is he getting? What is he getting on the open market? I think he's getting maximum $20 million for 1 year with maybe – like team option, mutual option, vesting options, but where you can get out of it. Like, that's the maximum Alex Bregman would get. And $20 million might be generous. That might be high.
I was thinking between 12 and 15 on a team that thinks he finds it on a 1-year deal.
Yeah, I can see a team getting desperate, but 20 might be high, I'll admit.
I think the only team that gives him more than that is the Astros, saying we've seen enough of him and know his work ethic and know everything about him to know, plus with the defense thrown in, and that I don't think they have anybody else necessarily ready to just fill his shoes anyway, that I think that you could say, okay, maybe 15 to 20 gets him 1 year with an option, just so that he has a chance to bet on himself and give you an extra year to figure out what your long-term plan at third base is.
Yeah, the Astros really don't have like people mention Will Wagner. Will Wagner's playing the right side of the infield more than he's playing the left side of the infield. And then the Da Vinci, I don't know how to pronounce it. He's kind of supposed to be the next guy, but he's been out the entire year with a wrist injury. So, he hasn't shown you that he's knocking on the door to take Bregman's spot because he's been hurt. Last one here, Texas T, Lake City. Do y'all think Dubon needs to play more first base?
Not right now, because it seems like you're not gonna. That's gonna be later on down the road when you figure out what you're gonna do with Abreu. Because right now you're getting a first baseman back at some point on this road trip, or in the very near future. Abreu's going to be back on this club, so those are going to be your two first basemen. I think that Loperfido and Dubon, if Abreu doesn't work out, are going to be the first two guys that are going to get run at first base. I think to your point, when all these roster moves start taking shape and they keep doing and they activate Abreu, if Loperfido's the guy that goes down, then he needs to just strictly play as much first base as he possibly can, so that if Abreu is finally done for good and they sit him down or pull the plug, you bring Joey Loperfido in and he's your guy, because Dubon's too valuable and he plays too many positions. And if you're going to move, if Kessinger ends up being one of the moves the casualties made in the roster game, then you need Dubon even more to be that flexible, guy that could be your utility.
I'm going to hedge here. I'm going to say not yet. Not yet, because, Brady's about to be back up, and you're going to give him at-bats, hopefully not more than one start every 4 days, but he's going to have a chance to earn those at-bats back. If we're talking at the end of June where he still is just, hit nothing, then you're probably looking at DFAing him, quite frankly. And if that's the point, and you bring Loperfido back, or if Loperfido's still here, he's still a lefty. Singleton's still a lefty. Dubon hits lefties well. Dubon, I think, would be a decent platoon option at first base, considering what you have. He's below average offensive player, especially at first base, but considering what you have, I could see him getting starts at first base against lefties, especially if Chas McCormick starts to hit well and Jake Myers hits well. Those are all three guys that hit lefties well, and how do you get all three in the lineup? Jake in center, Chas in left, Dubon at first base.
If you do that, do you then have to have another utility infielder on your roster?
You can carry Kessinger if you're DFAing Abreu.
Yeah, I just think that if Dubon's going to be that guy to be getting more run at first base, then I think you absolutely have to bring another utility infielder and keep him onto the roster. If it is Kessinger, then that's enough. He doesn't impress me, excite me, or give me any of reason to believe that he's going to be anything other than an emergency situation.
No, exactly. You're only playing him if there's an injury. Because even if you're giving Altuve a day off, then Dubon would just play second, and then either Singleton or Loperfido would play first base. But I wouldn't mind upgrading that position at the deadline either, though. Bring in another Mauricio Dubon type. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. What positions do the Texans have camp battles? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. Love this place. Love Texas Star Grill. The grills here are fantastic. You know what else I love? Gentle Ben. I've been telling you for a while that Gentle Ben is the best, and it is the best. It is the very, very best. We have listeners all the time. We had a listener the other day call in. You're underselling Gentle Ben. I picked it up, and it's so good. It's the best vodka, best bourbon, best whiskey I ever had. We have listeners walk up to us all the time. Gentle Ben, you weren't lying about that. I'm not. It all starts with the finest ingredients, classic, time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses their innovative process that removes the harshness and heat that's found in most spirits. You get all the flavor with none of the burn. Gentle Ben takes away the bite, takes away the burn, and the result is unparalleled smoothness and an enjoyable drinking experience. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including fusel oils. That's right. Fusel is the German word for bad liquor. You're not going to find bad liquor in Gentle Ben. Never has been, never will be. Gentle Ben offers vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, cask strength bourbon. All are fantastic. All are in my rotation. What's in yours? The next time you head to dinner or go to your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Pick up a bottle today. If you're looking for plans, head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. If you're going to an Astros game soon, they got a Gentle Ben bar right there to the left of the Crawford boxes. Or you can just order straight online. That's right, GentleBen.com. Learn more. Learn the incredible story, legacy that is Gentle Ben. But also order straight from the website. Have it delivered straight to your door, GentleBen.com. Gentle Ben, 3 parts craft, 1 part science.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
0002 says 4 fingers of Gentle Ben and 1 giant chunk of ice. I do like my my bourbon on a big rock. That is true. We are broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop. New product alert, Texas Star Post Oak Cooking Wood, only $4.99 per bag this weekend only. So get out here, Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Take a look at this Texas Star Post Oak Cooking Wood's fantastic, great flavor, great for Texas-style barbecue. A huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits. You can save up to $1,000 because they have a special partnership with Aaron Franklin. Where else can you save $1,000? Sell ends May 31st, but get yours now before they're gone. Texas Star Grill Shop, best grills at the best price. Texans OTAs finishing them up, and what's interesting, I mean, there's a lot of fun questions about this team because the Texans are good and they're relevant again, which is a great spot to be after having to deal with the sexy Rexy Burkheads, the fighting Rex Burkheads, the David Culleys, the Lovie Smith, the Jack Easterbys. This organization has put us through hell, quite frankly. So it's good that they're good again because it does lead to interesting football conversation and chatter. One of the things that I find interesting, especially this time of year, because OTAs are kind of like the precursor to training camp, what positions will the Texans have camp battles for? Here was DeMeco Ryans talking at OTAs the other day, saying that he wants competition on his football team.
We want as much competition at every position on our team as possible. So, not just the back end. You talk about, offense, defense line, receive every position. I feel like the more competition you have, the better your team actually gets. So I always speak about iron sharpening iron. So if our guys can really compete against each other and be their absolute best, that's going to make everybody around them better. So I want.
There you go. Competition is good. You have competition. Let's go around the horn and see where the Texans have comp. They don't really have comp at quarterback unless you want to have a quarterback 2 conversation, which I'm not really interested in having a conversation. Running back, Joe Mixon's your guy. They talked about Dameon Pierce like he was the clear-cut number 2. And, I mean, I guess he is. Like, is Jawar Jordan going to take his spot? Like, at what point does that come? At what point does that become a question?
I think it's going to be looked at very seriously going into camp. But I think that they'll watch a lot of the waiver wire and they'll monitor teams as they get into tough decisions at the end of camp. I firmly believe there's going to be a running back number 2 that's not on this roster yet.
Okay.
When they play game 1.
That makes okay. So that would add a camp battle that we just don't know yet. If it's Jawar Jordan, I don't see that coming to like the halfway point, or maybe the quarter point of the year, like on a really aggressive plan. But even then, I think that's an outside chance. Now watch out for J.J. Taylor. If I've told you once, I've told you 100 times, watch out for J.J. Taylor. Receiver, I really don't think that there's a whole lot of competition at the top. Like, obviously, your top 3 are Nico, Diggs, and Tank. Where the competition comes is after that. Like, is it Noah Brown? Is it Robert Woods that's going to be your veteran receiver? I would lead Noah Brown. He was a free agent that they brought back. You're not going to re-sign a guy and then be like, okay, we're going to cut you before the season starts. So you might be looking to keep one of those 2 guys, and I think that decision's actually pretty obvious. And then maybe you're talking about Mechie Hutchinson as a guy that you would be willing to at least try to practice squad, which if you're trying to practice squad them, then you're making them, where any team in the NFL could pick them up, making them available. So I think that's where the battles become on the Texas receiver.
Don't forget Skronik now, too.
Yeah, I forgot about him. Good point. Well, he's a fullback in my mind.
I think he's going to be in the mix there. I think that he gives you a lot of options. And I think speaking to the point that DeMeco wants all this competition, I think on the offensive side of the football and the skill positions, the third running back is going to be a competition, I think, more so than who's going to be the 2. Because, like I said, I think they're going to go outside for that. And from the receiver standpoint, I think you lump those guys at the back end of the receiver room and think that when you start looking at cutdowns and guys that are going to earn their spots, Skronik's going to be in the mix, and Woods is another veteran, and Noah Brown's a guy, like you said, with the contract that they went out and kept him, that he will be firmly given every chance. Mechie seems like a guy everybody's talking up, but they know as a draft pick that's been through some things, you'd like to see him be able to step up. Hutchinson's a guy that I don't expect as much from, but again, another draft pick that has potential that maybe, depending on what he worked on and how he fits in, he could surprise some people. But I think there's definitely competition in the back end of the wide receiver room.
There's I mean, yeah, I'm with you on Skoranek. I think that he probably does. I mean, you traded for him. You didn't give up much for him, but you traded for him. So if you're trading for him, you're probably going to have him on the roster. And you're only going to keep 6 receivers usually. I have a very hard time seeing the Texans keep 7. There might be an injury in camp. Like, that's very normal for a football player to get hurt. But if you get out of it healthy, you're looking at Collins, Diggs, Tank is your big 3. I think you're keeping Noah Brown over Robert Woods, so he's your veteran. He's your 4th guy. Skoranek's your jack of all trades. He's your 5. I think it's between Mechie and Hutchinson for the final spot. Because if they make it out of camp healthy, Woods is gone or traded, and that final spot is going to be a developmental receiver. It's either going to be Mechie or it's going to be Hutch. Between those two, I'd rather keep Mechie than Hutchinson.
I think so too, because I think when he went through the cancer deal, we saw at Alabama a guy that has a lot of tools that should be able to translate to the NFL, and I think that he can catch the football. I think that last year he was just trying to get his football self right after getting himself right, and I think that we might be able to see, based on what he's done all offseason and the fact that everybody's talking so highly of him and the guys that have worked with him and worked out with him and watched him have said he looks fantastic. I think he has the bigger upside than Hutchinson. That's the way I would go as well.
I also think that I think there's a 50-50 shot, maybe even greater, that you could slide Hutchinson to the practice squad. I think there's a somewhat decent chance that he would not get picked up. I think it's 50-50 that you could put him on the practice squad. I mean, he was a 6th-rounder last year. He was fine in the limited roles that he had, the limited opportunity that he had. I don't think that he would – I mean, I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50 you could hide him on the practice squad.
I think you'd try. I think that teams saw pretty good size, pretty good speed. I think teams saw enough that when he was playing last year, his hands a little bit and being able to catch in traffic might be an issue. But I think that team saw enough to where I think he was noticed. I don't know how long he would last if you put him on the practice squad.
Tight end 2, I think, is a position to watch. Brevin Jordan, Kate Stover, who was, of course, the tight end for C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. Certainly Schultz isn't getting pressed for his starting job. On the offensive line, I really don't see anything other than left guard. Like, left guard is the big one to me.
Not center?
No, I think that's Juice Scruggs' job. Yeah, I don't really like who you think it's Patterson fighting for that job?
I think Patterson showed you early in the season that he could hold his own. So then it becomes, is Juice needed at the guard position, and is he part of the competition? That's where I could see both positions kind of being competitive in camp.
Yeah, you might have like 3 or 4 guys fighting for 2 jobs, but Juice is guaranteed to get 1.
Right.
So like if Jared Patterson looks better at center than Kenyon Green looks at left guard, maybe that's the move. Although I think that they have more stock in Juice Scruggs, and I think that they view him long-term as a center. And the only reason that he played left guard last year was because he was hurt at the start of the year. Patterson was, like, locked in as the center, and then there was an injury to Jared Patterson. Yeah. So, like, it was kind of a weird situation. I think that Juice Scruggs is going to be, like, the everyday center from right from Jump Street. And I think they'll move Jared Patterson over to guard to be in the mix with Kenyon Green to see if they can fight for a job there. The corners are interesting to me because, like, I think that you have 3 corners fighting for the opposite spot of Derek Stingley. I think Yokuta's there. I think Lassiter's there, the rookie. And then, of course, C.J. Henderson is there. If Lassiter doesn't win the outside corner spot, I think he just plays nickel. Right. But that's going to be one that's very interesting. Linebackers, I really don't see a battle there. The defensive line, not real. Maybe the one-tech defensive tackle between Foley and Settle. But that's going to be a huge rotation. I don't see the safeties being a battle with Petrie and Ward.
As long as Ward's healthy, right?
Yes, but I mean we're assuming healthier. Now, I think Bullock can maybe play because someone gets hurt and then maybe keeps the job. But I think that's more like during the season. But that second corner spot's very interesting.
Second corner is priority 1 that's going to be looked at for competition, and rightfully so, and that's going to be fun to watch. I'm with you. I think that it's going to be between Okudah and Henderson early, but let's not count out the fact that Lassiter could actually start out inside and maybe move outside by the end of the year.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, and I think speed, as we've said all along with him, whether it's running his 40 at the combine or just game speed, that's going to be a huge key for him. And I think in regards to Bullock, I think that he's a guy that's in there long term. Obviously, they drafted him, and he's going to be one of the 2 spots probably as soon as next year. Can he work his way onto the field, and is he going to be needed on the field because Jimmy Ward still can't stay healthy? Because otherwise, if Jimmy Ward gives you anything, and the fact that both Jimmy Ward on the backside of the defense and then Al-Shaair in the middle of the defense, having all that experience with D'Amico, can only help to make your defense be more continuity and more effective if they're both able to stay healthy and do anything on the field.
Yeah, he's definitely their safety of the future that's going to take Ward's spot. The Texans played 28 safeties last year. Like they were signing Kareem Jackson late in the year because they were so depleted at the safety spot.
Two of them are still around, right?
They brought back Murray, who got hurt last year, and there's another one too that they brought back.
Wasn't the hyphen?
Oh, MJ Stewart. But he's more of a special teams guy, MJ Stewart. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener. But he was pressed into action a little bit last year, too. 713-780-3776. Where does the Texans' offense stack up against the rest of the NFL? It's the Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. These deals that Texas Star Grill Shop has going on right now are incredible. You can save $500 on a Traeger, $800 on a Blaze, $900 on a Weber, $300 on Gosney pizza ovens, and $200 on Napoleons. Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Huge sales on all the top grill brands. Best grills at the best price. Huge package deals on the Big Green Egg. They offer free design services for outdoor kitchens. All the components you need, from top-of-the-line grills, sleek cabinetry, to outdoor refrigerators, side burners, sink stations, bar centers, everything you could possibly want. Also, if you haven't heard about the club, you need to join the club at Texas Star Grill Shop. You're missing out. Head to 975grills.com right now to join the club. Or just mention it when you come in. As a member of the club, you'll enjoy special in-store discounts that can't be found anywhere else. Discount they have rolling right now. They sent it out today. 20% off any one item. You have to join the club, 975grills.com. 20% off any one item during their Memorial Day weekend sale. From Traeger to Weber to Napoleon, they have it all. Stop falling for the trick of walking into these big box stores and buying the first grill that you see that's probably not any good. Full free installation. You don't have to worry about 100 pieces in assembly, a box unloaded on your driveway. Full free assembly and delivery if you're a club member. We mentioned those outdoor kitchens. You got to take a look at those as well. Join the club, 975grills.com, for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
We are indeed at Texas Star Grill Shop. Best grills at the best price. Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Huge sales on all top grill brands. They have a huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits right now. Save up to $1,000. They have a special partnership with Aaron Franklin. $1,000 on Franklin barbecue pits, $300 off the Gosney pizza ovens, $500 off Traeger. This is your spot to buy a grill. If you're going to buy a grill anytime soon, why not do it this weekend and get incredible savings at Texas Star Grill Shop. Best grills at the best price. So where do we think the Texans offense stacks up against the rest of the NFL? I'm not going to lie to you. I love it when Case Keenum talks because he's a very smart man because he went to a very, very good university. Go Cougs. Case was talking with the Texans guys, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, on their YouTube channel, and Case got me fired up about this offense with what he had to say.
I mean, you look across the board, and there's some really good pass catchers and some out of the backfield, that we got to add too.
Yeah.
So I love our offensive weapons right now. I think those guys getting on the same page. Obviously, I have a lot of history with Steph. This will be my third team now I've played with him. And, man, he's going to fit in this offense so well. Such an explosive guy. You can count on to win just about in any situation. And with this offense, with the aggressiveness of CJ, the offensive line, and the play caller, play designer, okay, let's look over here, Nico. Okay, let's look over here. Okay, well, there's Steph. Oh, well, okay, there's Tank in the slot. All right, there's Dalton. Okay, it's a lot of really good, talented guys who can make stuff happen.
There you go, Case Keenum talking about the pass catchers. You can tell he's a quarterback, and that this is what the Texans have built is kind of a quarterback's dream with the offense. Now they have to go produce. They have to go do it, and there's no guarantees that they'll go do it. And, the Diggs that Keenum played with, 2 years ago in Buffalo, younger. The Diggs he played with in Minnesota, connected on the Miracle, far younger. So it might make, is it a different Diggs? Only time will tell. But it does show you, and again, it fires me up about the offense, it shows you where the ceiling's at. Now, oftentimes teams don't get to their ceiling, but it shows you that the offensive ceiling for this team is extremely high.
Well, and the best thing about that is this is a guy that's there day in, day out. This is a guy that knows that who C.J. Stroud is and has been raving about him, knowing that it's not going to be one and done or a sophomore slump or all those things. He's going to be the guy, so it starts there. But then when you just completely fortify the offense with weapons and you take all these skill position players and give him so much more than he's had in his first year, it can't help but excite you. And this isn't, the Albert Breers, or this isn't the guys that are covering it from a national perspective that are quickly glancing at all the rosters or the receiver rooms or the weapons and going, oh, yeah, Houston's got some weapons. No, when you hear it from Case Keenum and he's there every day firsthand and he knows what they've got and the experience of playing with Diggs and the fact that Diggs should be really a guy that fits in seamlessly, it's got to excite you, because when we talk about it, it's one thing to say, okay, best duos in the league, probably not in the top 5. But when you talk about best weapons in the league, pretty easy to say the Texans have as many weapons as just about any team in the league.
Yeah, especially as throwing the football. Like, what you think of Mixon as a runner, like that could be an area that potentially could be a hole. Like, if Mixon is washed or he's older and he's not going to be as productive as he was in Cincinnati, maybe the running game could be a bit of an issue. But if you're a quarterback and you're slinging it around 40 times a game and you have a trio of Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, you have a tight end of Dalton Schultz, you got your security blanket in college of Cade Stover, and then even your backup receivers can have a little game. Like, we're talking about Noah Brown and maybe cutting Robert Woods. You're talking about John Mechie being the final receiver potentially in this receiver room, who's a second-round pick, who was like a very exciting prospect coming out of college that has had the start of his career derailed with leukemia, which is sad, and hopefully he can get on track and become the football player that they thought that they drafted. So, yeah, you have to be bullish, especially from a quarterback point of view. D'Amico was talking about Stephon Diggs, because Diggs still hasn't talked to the media, by the way. At least, like, we've heard from a lot of people, not Stephon Diggs. Now, he's not here at OTAs. He's not here. Tunsil's not here. Titus Howard's not here. I think he's probably twitching video games at Titus Howard. Happy birthday, though, to Titus Howard. Here was D'Amico talking about his love for Stephon Diggs.
It's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
I mean, he's going to say that. Yeah. Like, he's going to say that, just like Case is going to talk up Stephon Diggs. I do think this is a much better fit for Stephon Diggs in this offense, the Slowick offense, that you want separation from your receivers, quickness, good route running, than in Buffalo whenever Brady took over as the offensive coordinator, because Brady started to prioritize running the football. And they were even taking Diggs off the field on certain third downs. And I think you have a more accurate quarterback than they did in Buffalo as well. So, like, who cares what D'Amico said? Like, D'Amico is going to talk up his guys. Like, you have to do that. It's part of the business. But and I don't even know what Diggs is going to give you. Like, I think it's a huge question mark. 1-year rental. He's in his 30s. He's in the mix. He might be your third receiver behind Nico Collins and Tank Dell. So I don't know what his stat line is going to look like. But I do know that this offense is better suited for Diggs than the offense that Buffalo is currently running.
I agree with that. And I think that the key is going to be that can he be okay with being a piece to the overall offensive puzzle? Because with having that the versatility from and the variety that CJ has to choose from, everybody, if he's going to spread it around, he's not going to have the kind of numbers that are going to, wow everybody in the NFL or be the dream of every fantasy football owner and look like a true wide receiver one. But winning hopefully cures all else, and you look at it and say, hey, he's part of an offense that's clicking, that you guys, you're going to get the football a lot regardless because someone's got to be open on every play with the amount of talent on the offensive side of the football. And if they win and then the offense is putting up numbers and people are paying attention to that, he knows that when he hits the free agency market at the end of the season, people realize all the talent that was on this offense. The Texans are probably going to realize it too, but I don't think it's going to hurt him that much as long as he keeps his focus on, if we're winning and I'm part of the reason why we're winning and I'm part of the offense and I've got a very modern day, very, very creative offensive coordinator like Bobby Slowick, then I shouldn't be bitching if I'm not the wide receiver one or getting wide receiver one numbers.
Steichen was talking about his receivers at Indy yesterday, and he's like, hey, look, Pittman might catch 10 passes this week, and then the next week it might be who they draft, A.D. Mitchell. It might be A.D. Mitchell the next week with 6. It could be, I think it's Downs. They drafted Downs last year, didn't they? It could be him the next week with 9 catches. So, I mean, I think the Texans could very much be that way, too. Like, I could see Nuka based on the matchups. And because Stroud finds the open receiver. Like, Stroud doesn't zero in on a specific player. He finds the open guy. I could see Tank Dell having a big game week 1. Stephon Diggs having a big game week 2. Nico Collins having a big game week 3. And that's the way that it should be. Like, it should be that whenever you have a good offense that's trying to take advantage of mismatches with what the defense is throwing at you, and because you have weapons all over the field, you should be able to take advantage of those mismatches. Now, I think it is fair to question if Diggs is going to get a little bit loud if it's one of the weeks where he's not getting the football.
Or if it's 2 weeks because Tank got it 1 week and Nico got it the next, and now he's sitting there shaking his head going, why am I not more involved in the offense? That's what you got to hope doesn't happen, because you're right. When you look at, like, from week to week, when you look at NFL teams, normally the guy that goes off in 1 week is the guy that defenses are going to focus on the following week, and that's the exact reason why they're going to make someone else a priority on their offensive game plan for that week, because they know that they're going to exploit the weakness or the less focused on possibilities within the offensive scheme. And you know that you've seen it throughout the league, whether it's the 2 receiver combinations, where if Brown has a big week 1 week in Philly, well, then Smith's probably going to be the guy that gets more looks the next week. It happens all the time. It shouldn't be worried about or concerned. That's the only thing that worries me, is that Diggs going into a free agency year is going to start looking at the box score more than he is the wins and losses.
See, I hear that. I just wonder if it's the adverse effect where he knows he has to be on his best behavior. Because if he pops off like that, and all of a sudden that's something that lowers his value. So, like, I can see it going both ways. That's the mystery of Stephon Diggs. It's the mystery of, if he's not getting the targets, is he going to pop off because he's not getting the targets and he thinks it's costing him money? Or is he going to be, well, it's my prove-it year, it's my final year, I have to be on my best behavior. Like, it could go either way.
It's a good point because of the fact that it's a delicate balance from the standpoint of, unlike a lot of receivers that hit free agency, when you know if he can go, he can go. And so we want that guy on our team. But because in multiple cities now, he's had issues where he's acted up, where he has created a stir, where he has been a distraction, to where he can't afford to be a distraction, but he also doesn't want to look like he's such an afterthought in the offense that he's not going to dictate the kind of money that he wants at the end of the season, too. So it's a catch-22 for him that he's got to deal with.
It really is. Ocho says that was a dumb trade, especially given the fact this was one of the deepest receiver drafts in years. He hated the trade. Diggs' talent is not necessarily the issue. It's his motivation. He's proven he can be a productive malcontent. Why in the heck would you subject your young star quarterback to that toxic behavior? I think that's why you gave him the 1-year deal. I think you gave him the 1-year deal because you're hoping that he's on his best behavior. And I think it's going to be a rental. I really do. I think it's 1 year of Stephon Diggs. I think that's all you get. And I think that they're good with that. Obviously they're good with that because they traded a second-rounder for Stephon Diggs, and then they ripped up his old deal, gave him the new deal, which is a 1-year deal. I think it's 100% it's going to be a rental. I'd be shocked if he's back.
They cut out as much of the risk as they possibly could.
Sure.
They know what they have, they know what they're building, and they know what their big picture plans are. So ideally, at the end of the season, if Nico goes off and Diggs goes off, you got a really, really healthy problem to look at if you expect that you have to pay both of them. But if anything happens with Diggs, we just started talking about the depth and then they add Skoranek to the fact that they have so much depth in that wide receiver room that if he becomes a problem at all, or if there's any concerns at all that this is going to be something that disrupts the locker room, he gone.
Yeah.
That's it. Just he gone. We don't have any ties to him after this season, and we got guys that can fill his position. So you either are with us or against us. If you're against us, go play for another team.
Yeah, even if he plays well, I think he plays his way out of Houston because of the contract and because you know that you're probably going to extend Nico Collins, and you're not going to extend a guy who's in his 30s. Unless Steph just loves playing here and is willing to do like a high AAV for a 1-year deal and just do another 1-year deal.
And he said he wanted to play for CJ. If CJ's a guy that entices him going, hey, at the end of my career, instead of Josh Allen, who can be erratic and a little inaccurate, if I can have this dude throwing me the ball, I might take a little less, win a little more, and have a whole lot more success.
Which is more possible for him to do in his 30s than Nico Collins getting his first big deal. Because, I mean, Diggs has made tons of money in his career. He might be willing to take a few $1 million less and keep playing with a quarterback and an offense that he likes. One of the low-key things that Kay said, did you catch who he said is in the slot? Whenever he went through
Tank,
this,
right?
Yeah, he said Tank.
Yeah.
Tank played more outside receiver last year than inside. Coming into the league, they thought he was more of an inside guy than an outside guy.
But don't you think that that's where he'll line up? But don't you think the creativity that Slowick brings is he may start there, but he'll have plenty of opportunities still to take shots down the field because he can be so effective getting behind the back of the defense.
Yeah, he moves them all around. He moves like everybody's going to line up inside at times. It's going to depend on scheme, matchup, who they're playing. I think we see a lot of guys inside. I think in this offense that we overrate inside boundary receivers because Slowick does move them all around. 713-780-ESPN. Caitlin Clark, the chatter on her. What do we make of all of this? Killer Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, look, we're in the Eastern Conference and Western Conference Finals in the NBA. Sports is heating up on a daily basis, and you want to take advantage of it, whether you're a fan of one of the 4 teams that's remaining or you just want to make games more interesting. The fact that you are involved with MyBookie.ag can help you in so many ways. MyBookie.ag gives you the option and opportunity to get money down on games, make the most uninteresting game or interesting games even more interesting with a chance to win money, and they take care of you across the board. You can even live stream and bet on the games right from the sportsbook, giving you everything you'll need to decide whether you want to cash out or you want to continue to let it ride. MyBookie makes it easy, and they're always taking care of you with bonuses as well as prop bets and parlays and new boosts that are posted on the daily. It's more than just a sports book. There's buzzer beaters, underdog upsets, a community to share all your excitement with, and of course, when there's not games going on, there's casino games with live dealers standing by so you can play that gambling game as well too. Make it all more fun. Go to mybookie.ag. Give yourself a head start. You get some house money if you sign up and use our promo code BET975 when you make your first deposit. Again, promo code is BET975. Whenever you see it and they ask for it, find an opportunity to use it because you will literally cash in with more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And if you're an existing customer and you want to re-up your account, there's a bonus for you as well. You know what to do. Use that promo code BET975. Get in there right now, get it going, and let's have a big weekend watching sports and having fun and making games more interesting. As I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
These deals they have at Texas Star Grill Shop, best grills at the best price. And listen, they put their money where their mouth is. Save up to $500 on Traeger grills, $800 on Blaze, $900 on Weber, $200 off Napoleon grills, and the huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits, where you can save up to $1,000. They have a special partnership with Aaron Franklin. Save up to $1,000. And we always tell you guys to join the club, 975grills.com. It's just an email list, and they're going to send you a deal every single time one pops up. I join the club because I want to see these deals. I'm always in the market to get a grill and love an outdoor kitchen. 20% off any one item during Memorial Day weekend. This coupon good until 4 p.m. on May 27th, 2024, next 4 days. Join the club, 975grills.com. They're not going to sell your information. You're not going to pay anything. They're just going to send you deals. And to this week's deal, 20% off any one item during the Memorial Day weekend sale when you join the club at 975grills.com. Ocho says, not only do the Texans miss out on Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell, but these two will be torching you twice a year for years to come. So he's I understand where he's coming from. Like, you could have had a – now, I mean, how did you miss out on those guys, though? Like, where are you taking them?
Yeah, you had other needs that you had to fill in the draft to where, look, I was going to say, we know exactly where Ocho's coming from because we got text about him in any kind of draft talk we had leading up to the draft. We knew where he wanted to go and what he felt like in terms of the receiver room and what they needed to do. They did it a different way. They didn't do it the way he was ideally planning it out, but I think they still covered all their needs. They used their draft picks accordingly with where they really had necessity after free agency, and then they went out in the trade market, added a running back and a wide receiver, and then inevitably another wide receiver that gives them depth, gives them talent across the board, and I think they're fine.
They could have, like, if you're defending Ocho here, you could have drafted A.D. Mitchell at 42, but that means you don't have Lassiter. Is Lassiter going to start for you? But you would still also have the second-round pick next year, which belongs to Minnesota, which could be a top 35 pick. So, I mean, that's the counter-argument. Like, I think it's a fair counter-argument, like, especially if Diggs is gone after a year, and even if it's a productive year. Diggs for a season, or you could have just picked A.D. Mitchell and had Minnesota's second-round pick next year. We'll see how that all shakes up. But you also wouldn't have Lassiter, so you lose the opportunity cost there. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What do you make of all this Caitlin Clark chatter? You had LeBron James that was very outspoken about it. Charles Barkley defending LeBron James, saying LeBron James was right. I heard people from The View, they were kind of making it a race thing. Don't watch that show. I know that you do.
No, I don't. I was going to say, wait a minute. You were watching The View?
No, I saw a clip on Twitter. There was like a 50. I didn't even watch it. I just read the tweet. But everybody's talking about the phenomenon known as Caitlin Clark. WNBA players apparently are trying to, like, welcome to the WNBA, welcome to the league. What do you make of all of this?
I think that it's all part of getting as much attention as she got in college. But I think that people have to grasp the big picture, that she's taken a step from playing college teams where there's a lot of talent that really isn't to the level of the competition she's facing now. It's a step up. No matter how good she is as an individual, on the next level, you need your teammates. She's still raking in the endorsements. She's still doing the things, drawing the attention. Her team hasn't won a game yet. But in order for her to have the same kind of success that a lot of people are trying to scrutinize her for, it's as much about the players around her and her adjusting to the fact that they're gunning for her. Just like winning a title does with a lot of teams. With an individual that's gotten this much scrutiny and attention, you've seen some of the screens that she's run into. She's getting crushed. She is getting physicaled. She is getting the understanding in a short amount of time. She's getting a crash course on this ain't Iowa anymore, and this is going to be a different level. Do I think she'll figure it out and become the player in the WNBA that she was in college? To a very high degree, I do. I don't know if she'll be the best player in the league ever, but she has too much talent. She showed it again last night in a tight game where her offensive moves and her ability to shoot the basketball are going to translate. But everybody's gunning for her, and all the cameras and the crosshairs are on her. it's to be expected with how her college career ended.
I'm not a fan of the Colin Cowherd saying they should have given her a softer schedule to start
that's
the
BS.
year. LeBron, they need to take it easy on her. Barkley's they need to stop being petty. And I understand the whole star factor. Would it help if Caitlin Clark reaches her potential and brings up the rest of the NBA or the WNBA? Yeah, a rising tide lifts all boats. I understand the logic there. It's Tiger Woods and PGA, not comparing the two. Tiger Woods a megastar. Will Caitlin Clark get there? I don't know. But Tiger Woods was a rising tide in golf that lifted all of the boats in the PGA Tour. So I understand how Caitlin Clark can lift up the WNBA. But this goes with the territory. If you're going to be one of the best athletes in the WNBA, or one of the most talked about athletes, period, just in sports across the country, this goes with the territory. So if you want Caitlin Clark to be this megastar, you can't gatekeep all of the negative stuff that is said about Caitlin Clark. You can't gatekeep it. Well, the WNBA players shouldn't be, being tough on her. It goes with the territory. If you're going to be a megastar in your sport, you're going to be ridiculed. You're going to have the haters. You're going to have the other players that go after you. It was the same way with Tiger Woods whenever he was new to the PGA Tour. Fuzzy Zeller was running his mouth at Augusta about Tiger
Greg
Woods.
Norman. Look, you look at what she's had to endure with this. Don't feel sorry for her. Diana Taurasi has been on the top of that mountain for a long period of her entire life. To hear all of a sudden a girl coming out of Iowa being anointed as the next megastar, carry the torch of the WNBA, her first night out, she had 7, 8, or 9, maybe even 9 3-pointers to basically make the statement, I ain't done yet, and I've done way more, and I've long been known as the greatest women's player on the planet. So get used to it. Breanna Stewart, when they play New York, she's a multiple-time MVP. She's going to tell you, hey, I got an ego too. I got ability, and I ain't going anywhere. So this is to be the best, you have to beat the best and compete with the best. This is the same way when people say, well, the Astros weren't hot because they beat the A's and so ever. Don't give her the fluffy schedule. You give her a schedule, and then you grade her based on her individual performance. And if you want to grade her team based on what help is she getting and who's around her, that's fine. But it's going to take time. It's not going to be that instantaneous thing like, you know what, I start playing college basketball and I am unbeatable.
Yeah. I just hate the babying of it. She's going to be the star, so you should baby her along the way. This isn't boxing or UFC where you're just hand-feeding somebody these weak opponents. That way they can build their record up. And you know how Caitlin Clark's going to earn respect from these WNBA players? Is whenever she gets that hard screen or she gets an elbow to the face off a block attempt, she hops right back up. She hops right back up. And look, Caitlin Clark's turned it over. Her team's not doing well. She's scoring, though. She's scoring pretty good.
Last night, she had 21, 7, and 7 and had her second turnover with less than a minute to play because she had high turnovers in her first couple games.
Yeah.
You look at that and say, if you don't think that's one of the better players in the league, then you just don't know basketball. 21, 7, and 7, only 2 turnovers. That's premier basketball in the WNBA.
The babying's soft too. Don't baby the phenom athlete because you need to elevate them. At some point, you're going to have to play the tough part of the schedule. At some point, someone's going to challenge you. You can't just feed them these weak opponent after weak opponent after weak opponent. I hate the gatekeeping that's going on with Caitlin
When
Clark.
LeBron came into the league, the veterans did the same thing.
Yeah.
They knocked him down. They sent messages. They made sure the statements were made that I ain't going anywhere. I ain't done yet, so you aren't where everybody thinks you're going to be. It wasn't even as personal as it was to say, I don't like you. It's that if you're coming to take my crown or if you're trying to move me down a notch on the list of best players, bring your game, and you better show up and play every night.
Yeah, stop babying her. 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. What are the worst takes you've heard this week? Bad Take Boulevard with the Killer Bees when we come back. Broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at so many things, but for me, it starts and ends with the NeoGraft procedure because I personally did the procedure, could not be happier with it, and quite frankly, I got my hair back, and that was the goal. That's what he did, and he did it in a way that I wasn't aware that you could do it, because up until then, all I knew was there were sprays and creams and foams and hats and toupees and things that covered up or masked the issue of losing your hair. But there was no real solution in my mind that actually involved using your own hair and how it looks the same and it feels the same because it is the same, That was amazing to me. I learned all this because I got a consultation with Doc and his staff. And all you need to do to get the same thing and not pay for it, like I didn't pay for it, is you go to 975hair.com. You listen to us, you want to talk to him, you get the consultation for free. Go right there to 975hair.com, set up a consultation, go in and talk to him and his staff. Ask questions, get answers, see if you might be the next to get that great procedure. Because quite honestly, people off the street are going to start by paying $150 for the consultation and then trying to figure out if they can do what's necessary and they can get the appointment and everything made so that they can get the procedure too. You get special treatment because you listen to us. That's fantastic. But then understand you're going to the best and you're going to get a procedure that's a game changer. Because as Doc explained to me during my consultation, what I wasn't aware of, almost 99% of the follicles that you have and all the hair that you have on the sides and the back of your head, it's not going anywhere. So he uses that. The 99% that's how many when he transfers the hair from where you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. Quite simply, he can transport that to where you need it most. It's like doing your lawn over. Taking sod where you have an abundance of it, putting some of that grass where you need it because you have bald spots and bare spots. Same thing done with your scalp. Front and in your hairline, back on the bald spot on top, all taken care of with your own hair. They do the procedure. They move the hair. They put it where you need it. Immediately, you'll see the follicles. They're there, but understand that in 6 to 9 months, when they actually fully get stronger and longer, they're going to be with you for the long haul because, like I said, they're taken from a spot where they're never going to leave, and they're going to give you more coverage area. You're going to like the way you look. You're going to have more self-confidence. Total game changer. Go to 975hair.com right now. Set up the appointment. Nothing out of pocket, no commitment, no signing on the dotted line. Just questions and answers and explanations on what the procedure is. And if it might be right for you to do, then I encourage you to do it with Doc Linville because he's the best in the business.
All right, what are the worst takes of the week? Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What are the worst takes you've heard this week? Blankers jump in, 713-780-3776. First one, Joe George and his Framber Valdez take. Joe George, and look, we were all upset with Framber Valdez. I'm still a little upset with Framber Valdez because you should have won the Angels series if Framber Valdez doesn't have a meltdown in the fifth inning and goes rogue calling his own pitches. And then on top of that, if he goes rogue calling his own pitches, execute them. Execute, get out of the inning with the lead and win that ball game. I'm still a little triggered about that game, if you can't tell. But Joe said that they should trade Framber Valdez ahead of the trade deadline because of that start.
Yeah, indeed he did, and it shocked both of us. As a matter of fact, it stopped our golf game for a second because of the fact that it was so shocking. Joe's had some doozies. Joe had a little bit of one today that was fun.
What did he say?
He was talking about the fact they were wondering about if you should send food back, and he was talking about his father-in-law being very passionate about like sending food back, especially soup if it's not too hot. He'll do it multiple times, and then he goes, and even my wife, she had food in her hair, and Paul was like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, I mean, she ordered it, and then there was food in her hair.
What?
And Paul goes, don't you mean hair in her food? And he goes, yeah, you know what I meant. Hair in her food in her hair. And I was like, no, Joe, that's a miss. I don't think there's a big difference between getting a plate with having hair in your food and having food in your hair at a restaurant.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say. I'm not a big send a food back guy though. I think
my wife isn't either.
I think it's
am.
poor taste. Yeah,
well, if I'm going to experience poor taste, I'm sending it back.
Like, what makes you send an item back?
Cold, or if I ask specifically for, like, say, a burger with no mayo or no certain toppings on it, and I get it, and it's not easily scraped off, like it's a condiment or something like that, I don't want that.
I usually would just make ends meet on my end.
You'd eat it?
Yeah, usually. Yeah, like if I ask for like a cheeseburger that has onions on it, I'm just going to scrape the onions off.
That's easier.
I don't like mayo, but if it has mayo on it, I'll just try to scrape it off. I'm trying to think like a steak, maybe that's not cooked the way that I want. I'm not sending. I can't. I don't think I've ever sent food back. Honestly.
We were at Nick's place, and I asked for the pizza to be well done, the crisp, so they crisp the crust.
Yeah.
And it came back real doughy, and even Nick said send it back, and then the guy that was in the kitchen making the pizza was totally ticked off.
And that was a free pizza?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying. I didn't even notice. Nick and I were talking about it. He's like, didn't you ask for that well done? I was like, yeah. And then the guy was like ready to kill me because
funny.
I said that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever sent food back at all, now that I think about it. 3118, why does it matter if Framber calls his own pitches? Lots of pitchers do that because it's been a disaster every time he's done it. He tried to do it in spring training. He got lit up, and they abandoned the experiment after one start. And secondly, it's not so much the pitches. It's about abandoning the game plan. He went rogue on the game plan. Like, the game plan is we need to attack this guy with heat, with fastballs. He throws changeup first pitch. And so it's a combination of all of that. It's a combination of all of it. This guy says, I don't send food back because I'm scary? Huh. I don't know what that means. All right, next bad take that we have. Draymond Green. He's doing work for TNT. What do you think of Draymond Green on TNT, by the way?
I think it's interesting because I think he wants to be the next Shaq or Charles, and I think that it ticks off especially Shaq.
Interesting.
Yeah, when I watched the continuity the last couple nights, I'm like, and Shaq got a little sensitive last night where he was like, normally Ernie talks and then it's me. The fact that Charles was chiming in and then they wanted Draymond's take next, I think it's going to come to a point where it may be an issue, but I think he's not afraid to say some things, but I think he's rubbing some guys the wrong way too.
Yeah, he's not scared of hot takes either. He's willing to go hot takey, which he got the New York Knicks thing right. He said the Knicks were a fraud, and he ended up getting that right. But here's one that he didn't get right. This was after Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinals, whenever Minnesota trailed Denver 3-2. Nuggets had won 3 in a row. Here was Draymond Green after Game 5 of that Western Conference semifinal.
When you're in these playoff series, for me, I'm always looking for the smallest ounce of weakness that I can find. And the way Karl Anthony Towns walked off that floor with the limp after he played the rest of that game totally fine and then he could barely walk leaving the court, they don't believe anymore. And when you lose belief, this defending champions you're playing against, when you lose the belief, it's over. And they don't believe they can win anymore, which means this series is over.
Spoiler alert, Minnesota won the final 2 games of that series. So
Karl Anthony Towns actually played pretty big in Game 7.
Yeah, he did. He was pretty good in Game 1, actually.
Yeah, but that's
Of,
when
the
Charles
Western
was
Conference
critical.
Final.
Charles was critical of him early in the series by saying if they're going to win this series, Edwards needs help, and it has to be Karl Anthony Towns. When he had some of his bad games,
Yeah.
and then those last 2 games, he was a big help for Edwards.
Yeah, that was not the best take from Draymond Green, who's doing the TNT. I'm not a big fan of Draymond.
I got another
on
one
TNT.
for you at the end if we have time.
Go for it.
On Draymond Green. Did you see the latest one where Stephen A. Smith was critical of him, and he goes on Shaq's podcast.
Oh, I saw some of this. I didn't see what it was about.
And he says to Shaq, look, I mean, Stephen A's going, I hate that. I don't know how to, I'm hemming and hawing. I don't know if I don't want to be so critical of you and everything like that. And then I guess Stephen A. Smith went out and was critical of him. And he's like, see, don't come up and hit me up and say, you know how I am as a person off the floor, and I understand you have a job to do, but don't come up and say that you care and do all these things, and then you go out and you have these takes and you blast me on the air. He deserved every bit of it, and we talk about this with like guys like Tom Brady. If you're going to be in the media in jobs like we have, you have to be critical. And you can't worry about whether you're friends with a certain guy or not. You have to give your honest takes. Draymond, if you're going to be in this business, especially because you want to be on TNT and you're doing it to other people, and you know a lot of the guys you're going to be critical of, bad take, bro. You got to suck it up and understand that when you act like a complete ass on the court, if people are going to call you out on that, it doesn't matter what kind of guy you are as their friend, as a friend to them. It matters the fact that you're doing things that are not acceptable in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, players can be sensitive, though. Chaz McCormick, Titus Howard. Nick showed up to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Pacers, a series that they would end up losing. They were up 3-2 entering Game 6. They wore all black because they thought it was the Pacers' funeral. And then they would lose Game 6, then they lost Game 7 at home to Madison Square Garden. So not a great look by the Knicks. This one I think is a bad take. Y'all might disagree. You ever heard of Eric Pincus?
Yeah.
He does some stuff with the NBA. Anyways, he said that the Bulls are unlikely to make trade with the Lakers because their owner doesn't want LeBron infringing upon Michael's legacy. The intel is that they're just not going to help LeBron. I think this is a bad take by Chicago Bull ownership. You should always be worrying about your home. You should always be worrying about your front porch. You shouldn't be worrying about legacies whenever you need to be doing what's in the best interest of your team. If this is indeed true, I think it's a bad take by the Chicago Bull ownership group.
I also can see it happening. Jerry Reinsdorf's that kind of guy, and you didn't need to see The Last Dance, or you can go back in history and understand that owner. And we've talked about it on multiple fronts with different sports too. Owners are going to do what they're going to do because they own the team. Look at Jim Crane, and they don't really care what you think. I could easily see this being true because his whole life has been predicated. He owns the White Sox and the Bulls, but his whole life has been predicated on the success of the Bulls and Michael and those teams and all the things that they did and he did. I could totally see this being something he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think it's a bad take. Like you're diminishing your team for legacies and all this stuff. And Reinsdorf screwed it all up to begin with. Like, don't break up the dynasty.
Don't rely on Krause.
Yeah, like he broke up the dynasty and went with this rebuild whenever they could have kept it riding. Like, you know whenever they should have broke up the dynasty? When they stopped winning a championship. Like the first year that you don't win a championship, okay, let's break up the dynasty. Okay, Phil, see ya. Okay, Jordan, you can go retire for the second time. Okay, Pippen, you'll be traded. You can go be the A guy somewhere else and never really be the A guy somewhere else. That's when you break up a dynasty, not whenever you're still winning them all.
Don't disagree, but the fact that he was the as an owner, he was the anti-Jim Crane. He gave Jerry Krause total control and then got completely out of the way. And then Jerry Krause went out to the media and put a timestamp on when Phil Jackson was going to be done. That was the death sentence for the entire thing. Because if Krause isn't allowed to do that, and as an owner you say, yeah, I know you want to do things your own way and create something else, but let's wait until this one sees its finish line, then you could have controlled it. Once Jerry Krause was able to put a date on it and it was final with Bill Jackson, that was over.
Yeah, let it ride until you stop winning your titles. That's what I always say. 713-780-ESPN. 3 Rockets making the Ringers top 25 players, 25 and under. Who are those 3? And do we agree with them? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I know you've been thinking about turf for your yard, whether it's because you're tired of mowing, it's easier to maintain, it's nicer, it's better for the kids, better for the pets, whatever your reason, maybe to get your kids back. It rains the day before and your pets go outside to do their business because they have to go outside to do their business and they're dragging mud and getting the inside dirty. Same thing with the kids. Kids are the same way. I know that you've been thinking about turf for your yard. And if you've been thinking about it, you need to reach out to Sinlon. Why not? You have nothing to lose here. Sinlon will give you a free consultation, free estimate, and then you can decide. But at least know your options. It takes nothing to know your options, so why wouldn't you do it? The greenest turf company, not just in color, but also in theory. Sinlon's products, best in the game, top-of-the-line products made right here in the U.S. of A. Lifetime warranty, too, so they're putting their money where their mouths are. In-house crews, you don't have to worry about the nightmares of a job that's contracted out. We've all ran into that in our lifetime. times as homeowners. That's awful. That's not fun to do. Sinlawn's fully insured, fully bonded. The customer service is elite. The people over there are fantastic. They're great. And Sinlawn controls the process from yard to yard. Sinlawn created the industry, actually. They're the sister company to AstroTurf, the stuff in the dome. Sinlawn has nearly 2 decades in the game, and the only turf company in Texas that can say that. I've seen some of the work that they've been doing recently. Some of these Sinlawn turf next to the pools, bordering the pools, perfect for the pools. You're not getting your feet all muddy when you jump back into the pool. They have these putting greens in the corner. They have it perfectly built around pavers walking into a backyard. I mean, the stuff they can do is incredible. It's perfect for your yard. Go to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. 975SYN lawn.com. 975sinlawn.com. Improve your yard today. Sinlawn. Artificial grass never looked more natural.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59.
Texas Star Grill Shop, best grills at the best price. Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. They fed us this amazing meat steaks. Chef Cecil. Thank you, Chef.
Cecil's done
Thank
a
you, Chef.
phenomenal job. Been here all day.
I love saying that ever since that show, Bear. Thank you, Chef. Wagyu beef, Heart brand. It's fantastic. The meat's very good. The chef's even better. Its stuff is delicious. Anyways, best grills at the best price here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Listen to these savings. $500 on Traeger grills. That's how much you can save during Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. $800 on Blaze grills. $900 on Weber's. $300 on the Gosney pizza ovens. That's the latest fad. Everybody's loving those. It's a new trend going on. $200 on Napoleon, and a huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits, up to $1,000 off. They have a special partnership with Aaron Franklin. So if you're even thinking maybe you're not even thinking about it. Maybe you're saying, that sounds like a pretty fun idea. It seems like it'd be great to have a decent grill, a really good grill. Get out to Texas Star Grill Shop. Talk to the fine people here, the best people in the business here. Talk to them if you're thinking about buying a grill in this city. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. What'd you make of the game last night? Mavs, Wolves. Went down to the stretch there. I really thought the Wolves were going to pull it off, and then you had that question. I didn't even think it was questionable. The basket interference, Karl Anthony Towns, I thought it was clearly in the cylinder.
Did you see they're using new technology for that now?
The above the rim one?
Yeah, they now have some it's not AI per se. It's different angles that animate and show based on where the rim would be when the ball is, that where they could actually verify even further it was in the cylinder.
They didn't show that on the broadcast, did they?
No, they use it at the control center. But I saw that on the internet that they had mentioned it, that they're using it for the playoffs. I thought it was a great basketball game. I thought it was fun to watch. I think to not have a rooting interest in the series either way, it was great to see a game go down the stretch run and be as competitive as it was. Because look, Dallas was down 6 with 3 minutes to play, and then put together a run that got them the victory. I had mentioned to you that I thought Dallas was a better defensive team than people gave them credit for, and I thought especially up front with their two bigs, they could do some things defensively. It was unbelievable, the combination of that and the fact that Anthony Edwards, I love his bravado. I love the fact that he loves to talk, but that it actually woke up a sleeping bear in so many ways in Kyrie. Because when he said, "I got Kyrie, and I'm going to go get Kyrie," Kyrie could get 24 in the first half when he had basically averaged about 9 in the first half in the playoffs, was exactly what the Mavericks needed.
Not only that part of it, but I don't think Anthony Edwards should be guarding Kyrie Irving the rest of this series if Minnesota wants to win. And Reggie Miller was all over it during the broadcast, and he said it every single time off the floor, so he really meant it. Anthony Edwards was gassed.
Oh, he sure was.
Under 5 minutes left to play in that game, and I think a big reason why was because he was trying to defend Kyrie Irving. I don't think that's a matchup that they can continue, at least every single time up the court. Maybe critical possessions, things like that. Anybody else?
McDaniel?
Man, McDaniel doesn't. I don't know if he has the.
I think
quickness.
McDaniel's good on Luka.
He's long, yeah. I don't think he has the side to side to really stay in front of Kyrie.
I'm just trying to think of what, because Mike Conley can't guard him.
Yeah, Conley might be your best option though. Like Conley on him, put McDaniel's on Luka, and then just have Anthony Edwards off the ball most of the time. That way he can conserve energy for offense.
Yeah, you probably have to make a business decision stating, for the betterment of my team, I need Anthony Edwards to give me everything on offense, and then whatever's necessary, third option and below on defense. Because he was gassed. He got a couple of clean threes that he knocked down late, but overall he wasn't the same player, and they couldn't just give him the ball and get out of the way. And that's going to be a factor in this series because I saw some outlandish takes about the Luka Kyrie combination being the most potent backcourt in the history of the game. I don't know if I'm ready to go there yet, and it would take a deeper dive to think about that. But look, when they're both on, and you can just basically have those two as your first two options, and then know that when they get doubled and tripled, that they have spot-up shooters that can knock down shots, that's a dangerous squad to play. And because the guys that you've spent the most money on, not named Anthony Edwards, are guys that are more limited offensively, especially in Gobert, and the fact that Karl Anthony Towns, he can make threes, but ideally you'd kind of like him more kind of on the post and moving around too. It gives the Mavs an advantage until they figure it out.
Remember, a lot of people ridiculed that trade too because Kyrie was in the final year of his deal, and it was like the Mavs were like on the cusp of the playoffs, but they were on the outside looking in. I don't even think they made the playoffs that year, and everybody they were crushing the trade. Why would you trade for a rental when you're not even going to be a playoff team? And it's like, well, they wanted to lock them up long term,
remember what Luka
and now
said.
have a team that can go deep.
The minute it was over, too, when Luka was asked about it, he said, I didn't have any fun this season.
Right.
And everybody was like, oh, God, the last thing you need as the Mavericks, with that being your franchise guy, is to say that's the first time in his basketball career he didn't have any fun. And then when they re-signed him, I'm like, what are they doing?
Yeah, maybe he was talking about other things. Like
But
maybe he wasn't talking about
but
Kyrie.
Admittedly, Kyrie kind of went into it last night in the postgame where he said it took a lot of meetings with Jay Kidd behind closed doors and then getting the team involved as well. And a lot of maturity on Kyrie's part because Kyrie had to realize, hey, look, I've taken a lot of hits. A lot of them have been self-inflicted and deservedly so, to where if it's going to work, I got to do my part too. And I think it's been a combination of things where they just kind of turned it 180 in one season. Shaq picked him at the start of the year to win it all. I thought he was crazy. Looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, that was, in hindsight, it was a better trade than everybody was giving them credit for. Because now it has, and where do you want to put that backcourt in the history of the game, whatever. But it's one of the best backcourts right now. And they have a 1-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals and 3 games away from getting to the NBA Finals. The Ringer did they had a top 25 or under. They had a bunch of panelists. They had a bunch of people rank these players that are 25 or under. They used current performance, projected future performance, gets the people going. I don't know why that's a factor. Charisma, marketability. They had intangibles, and then they had foundational qualities. So they listed the top 25, 25 or under. Number one, they had Wemby. They had Victor Wembanyama at number one, ahead of Anthony Edwards at number two.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty silly. I would take Anthony Edwards if I'm starting a team over Victor Wembanyama right now. Now I know Wemby has tons of potential, but give me Anthony Edwards. Give me Luka. Those two are in the Western Conference Finals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was 3. Number 4 was Luka, and number 5 was Halliburton with the Pacers. 3 Rockets landed on the top 25. Curious what you think of where they came in. You want reverse order or normal order?
Normal order.
Jabari Smith cracks the top 25 at number 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, number 25, Jabari Smith. Do you think Amin Thompson is ahead of Jabari Smith? Would you have him ahead of Jabari Smith?
Yep.
Okay, Amin Thompson did not make their top 25 players 25 and under. The next one, Jalen Green.
Okay.
At number 22, which I'm surprised the Ringer has Jalen Green in their top 25.
And he's not the highest Rocket?
No.
Wow.
Well, I mean, guess who the highest Rocket is?
So Jalen and Jabari.
It's a pretty big jump, too. This guy's number 12.
And Men's not on the list?
Men's not on the list.
Cam Whitmore?
Nope. No, it's Alpi.
Oh, Alpi, right. I'm sorry.
Alpi
I
at number
forgot
12,
Alpi. Yeah.
which I think Alpi at 12 is pretty high.
I think Alpi at 12 is extremely high. I think of all the guys that you would look at for all the criteria that you mentioned, I would think that Jalen would be the highest rated Rocket.
I mean, it's the Alpi Jalen debate, right? I say Alpi at 12 is high, but the guys behind him, Scotty Barnes, good player. Would you have him ahead of Alpi though? Cade Cunningham at 14, Trae Young at 15, probably. Evan Mobley at 15, Brandon Miller at 17. So 12 might be on the high end, but I don't think it's crazy.
I guess maybe it's because the way I look at Alpi, I don't look at him as a superstar. I think that he's a really good player in this league, but I think he is who he is and who he's going to be, where I don't know how much better he's going to get, and I know liability-wise defensively, I don't know if he's ever going to improve that. And when I look at the guys that are also we're talking about on this list and maybe just missing this list in a men, I think those are guys that have huge upsides. I think that from the criteria given, their ability to get better and improve because of their skill sets, I think are bigger jump possibilities than Alpi. But yeah, you're right. With the guys you mentioned in the same ballpark, I think Scotty Barnes is better than Alpi. I think I think Scotty Barnes plays defense too.
Yeah, Alpi doesn't do a whole lot of that. 7557, they went deep with Brunson, talking about the Mavs, lost him and missed the playoffs, traded for Kyrie to replace the point guard they should have never let go. I think Kyrie's better than Brunson.
Ooh.
I think Kyrie's better than Brunson.
That's a hot take.
I think Kyrie's better than Brunson.
I honestly was talking to some guys this morning, and I firmly believe if Kyrie doesn't have all the distractions off the floor, you appreciate his game so much more to realize he's the best ball handler in the game right now. And offensively, when you saw what he did with the left hand over Gobert late in the game, too, to realize he can shoot with both hands, he finishes around the basket, maybe better than anybody. He just doesn't dunk it. And the fact that he's a better than given credit for shooter, I think he should be higher on people's lists about best players in the game than he is. But Brunson's done a whole hell of a lot in the last year or so in New York to say that he is a premier player in this league.
2055, Wemby was the first rookie ever to get all defensive first team. You're whack, dude. Did you say something bad about Wemby's defense?
No, you were saying Wemby. You would take Edwards over Wemby, and I'm sure he's being defensive about that.
Yeah, I would take Edwards over Wemby, but I didn't blast his defense. I wonder if he thought what we said about Şengün's defense was like we were referencing Wemby. We said Şengün doesn't play defense, not Wemby.
Being surprised that Wemby was one.
Well, I think this guy's he's defending.
defending.
Us being surprised that Wemby was one, and he's defending Wemby.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah,
yeah I'm curious now because we did say Şengün's defense was bad. We didn't say Wemby's defense was bad.
Look, Wemby. Here's the thing. The difference between the two players is Edwards already shown you that he's come into his own. He's proven that he can do everything that was supposed to be based on potential. And now the sky's the limit. With Wemby, we're sitting there saying, hey, if he maximizes his potential, he could end up being a Giannis-type player with a better jump shot. He could be all these things with all these comparisons to all these players, but he's got to be able to put on weight. He's got to be able to get ready to do more offensively in the NBA.
Why does he have to put on weight, though? I don't know about that. Like, Durant never put on weight. Chet doesn't have weight right now.
But I don't think he's got the offensive skill set of Durant putting the ball on the floor.
No, but why? But have you seen where his weight is an issue? Like, his skinniness is an issue?
I think with him and Chet, they have to put on weight. I think that for the grind of the NBA, for the physicality of the NBA, and especially as they start getting older, I think the beatdown and the way their body's going to have to endure things, I think both guys have to put on
maybe
put
for
on
the
weight.
wear and tear, but I don't think that they're getting, like, bodied. You know what I mean?
the big thing, the comparison to me is always when you look at what Giannis looked like when he came in the league, he looked like Wemby. And then he was able to really fill out. He put on muscle and weight. He didn't lose any of his athleticism, and that's when he really flourished in the NBA. And I think that it can go a long way to maximizing your potential for both guys like Holmgren and especially a guy like Wemby.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's two different bodies. Like, Giannis had the room to bulk up and to be like this specimen. Like, I don't think that Chet and Wemby can blow up like him. I think that they're like, I think they have bodies like Kevin Durant.
I don't think I saw when Giannis was drafted on draft night and then early in the videos when he was shooting around stuff with his arms and everything, I didn't see him becoming a guy that was that muscular.
Yeah, he's yoked.
And he is absolutely ripped up and he's strong. And I think that you don't have to be that level of strong, but I think it really helps you in terms of your ability to take advantage of matchups when they put defenders on you and things like that.
Yeah.
If you're strong enough and as well as quick and able to shoot the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm nitpicking. I think it's more of a luxury than a necessity. But you might be right on the wear and tear in terms of like their career progressing forward. Year 12, year 14.
And think about like Chet's leg when it snapped. Like you got to have stronger lower half, or if you're going to take little bumps and kicks and things like that.
But is muscle going to help that? Like a leg breaking in half?
I think if you build more, like, for lack of a better term, but if you build more girth and stability in your lower half, I think you can endure more in terms of if you take a blow where it looks like it's like basically a wishbone when it looks like his legs could snap at any minute.
8950 Alpy bodied Wemby this year. He did for a few plays, but Wemby also got a little bit of Alpy a couple of times too. Let's be fair, but he did have a really good game against Wemby where he was taking him down low and
but that's the reason why
using
Wemby's
his muscle
bulk up.
Yeah, but Wemby at the same time blocked a few of his shots. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Speaking of the NBA, this is going to be the sixth champion in 6 years in the NBA, which begs the question, which sport of the big three, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, which sport has the greatest parity? 713-780-3776. Which sport has the greatest parity? It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's time for me to tell you about the greatness that is HR&P. Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, Go Cougs, used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you and your business. Let HR&P help you, you business owners, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, onboarding, payroll. HR&P can help in all of these areas. They can help in one of these areas. They can help in a couple. Whatever you need help with, HR&P is going to be there to help you. No boxes with HR&P. You're not ordering off the menu. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little off your plate, HR&P will find a way to help you. And they do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that, but you'll also love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business. I'm an email guy. I like to email. Anytime I have a question for HR&P, fire off a quick answer. Very easy to understand. Very thankful that we use HR&P here at Gal. So take care of your employees. Give them a call right now, HR&P that is, 281-880-6525, and let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Steaks here from Heart Brand, fantastics. Chef Cecil hooking us up. But all the best grills at the best price here at Texas Star Grill Shop. They also offer free design services for outdoor kitchens, provide all the components you need from top-of-the-line grills, sleek cabinetry, to outdoor refrigerators, side burners, sink stations, bar centers. Also a new product alert here at Texas Star Grill Shop. Texas Star Post Oak Cooking Wood, only $4.99 a bag this weekend only. Great for Texas-style barbecue. Get out here, all hundreds of dollars worth of savings on a variety of different grills for the Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Plus, if you join the club at 975grills.com, which you should have already been on this. They're going to email you their specials that they have whenever their specials pop up. This week's special, it was in my inbox this morning when I woke up. 20% off any one item during the Memorial Day weekend sale. And that's exclusive to the club members. 975grills.com. Costs nothing to sign up. They're not going to spam you. Just when they have a new deal, they're going to send it your way, and you're going to wish that you were on that list. So make sure you join the club, 975grills.com right now. All right, NBA will have its sixth champion in 6 years. This year, Denver, of course, last year they've been ousted. So this will be in Boston, Indiana, Minnesota, and Dallas. They have not won a championship in the last 6 years. So the NBA will have its sixth champion in the last 6 years. Amongst the big three sports, the big three, NBA, Major League Baseball, and NFL, the big three, which of the big three has the most parity?
I think to me it comes down to baseball and basketball because of the fact that Mahomes has won now 2 in a row. The dominant quarterback is also a dominant team, and they continue to show up winning championships. And so I would say that, and he isn't going anywhere, and it looks like the Chiefs may be better roster-wise than they were a year ago. I think it comes down to baseball and basketball. You mentioned the parity in the NBA, which is beautiful because we didn't have that for so long. The Rockets won 2, the Bulls won 2 different three-peats. You kind of got used to the usual suspects.
You were kind of a fraud champion if you didn't win back-to-back or win 2 in like a period of time.
Yeah, you were definitely questioned. I think it comes down to now today's basketball with the parity that you have there versus teams like the Dodgers that consistently spend money and the Yankees and continually blow their payroll up with more and more money spent only to find out that they're not winning World Series. And you have the Braves, and you have the Astros, and you have other teams. I think to me it's the NBA simply because of the fact that you have a different champion every year, whereas you've had multiple teams, like you have the Astros have won 2 out of the last 10. You have teams that can win more than one. So I'll lean a little bit to basketball right now for ultimate parity over baseball, but I think it's between those two.
I think it depends on the way you look at it. If you go strictly championships, Major League Baseball has the most parity. Because you said the last 10 years, like, teams have won multiple. Well, only the Astros have in the last 10 years. The Astros are the only team that has won 2 titles in the last decade of their last 10 champions. Major League Baseball has had 9 unique champions in the last 10 years. The NBA's had 7, and the NFL's had 6. So if you're going strictly titles, it's Major League Baseball 2 greater than NBA, NBA 1 greater than the NFL. Where I think that kind of maybe skews things, though, is because I think the MLB playoffs are the most random. Because, like, baseball is the biggest coin flip game. And now that they've added teams, you have 7 teams making the postseason each and every year. One team gets hot, and you have these unlikely champions. Whereas the NFL, really good teams are going to win more often than not. Like, the best teams in the NFL are going to win more often than the best teams in Major League Baseball because the sport, indicates that. That's just the way that it is. So the NFL is built for parity, though. Like the way that they schedule, they have the strength of schedule. The last place team gets a last place record. They also have a lot of teams that make the playoffs. So I think if you looked at this from a playoff perspective, you probably see more NFL teams over the course of the entire league that make the playoffs every 3, 5, 7, 10 years. Major League Baseball, you have these consistent winners, right? Like the Astros have been a consistent winner. The Yankees have been a consistent winner. The Rays have been a consistent winner. The Dodgers have been a consistent winner. And you have a bunch of teams like that in baseball, but the champions aren't always the same. In fact, they're the fewest that are the same of any of the big three. NBA, you see a bunch of teams kind of rotate in and out of the final few playoff spots, but when a team's good, they're usually in the playoffs for a long time, and you've had some multi-champions. So I think the NFL, like this texture, I think sums it up pretty good. NFL has the biggest regular season parity, but they have multiple back-to-back champs. Same with basketball. Baseball has the most parity in the postseason, no back-to-back championships in forever. And the reason, again, I think the reason for that is because Major League Baseball postseason is so random. So random.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you get into the potential of having to win a 3-game series, and like you said, and you get a team that's hot, and once they do that, as long as that they have a deep enough pitching staff to where they won't get completely annihilated with using pitchers that they weren't expecting to use, you can run the table. But I think you're right that that's the best way to sum it up, because when you think about it, think about how many really low seeds have won it in basketball. Or the Rockets were the lowest seed to ever do it as the 6th seed, and that was before they did the play-in and expanded playoffs. When you think about it, the Giants were the last wild card team the last year that they won it with Eli. The Packers, the last time they won it, were the last wild card team, got hot at the right time when they won it. So I think that in terms of still getting the best teams to at least be competing towards the end of the season in the playoffs, I definitely think that texture was right on.
I think it depends on how you define parity. To me, Final Four is a pretty good metric to use. I think that's fair. And I think it's different for each person that's talking about parity. Because baseball is weird. Like baseball, you'll have 5 teams that are good every single year. You'll have 5 teams that are bad every single year. And then the 20 in the middle are just kind of rotating around. NFL is more like cyclical, right? Like the Chiefs were pretty good before they got Mahomes, but before Andy Reid was there, they weren't all that good. Then Andy Reid gets there, they start winning, then they get Mahomes, and now you're winning multiple Super Bowl championships. Same thing with the Patriots. Like Patriots were not very good before Belichick and Brady. They get there, they win a bunch of titles, and then Brady leaves, Belichick is now gone, and now they're not a very good football team anymore. So I think football you can sustain being good for a longer period of time if you have good coach and you have good quarterback. And I think you can, find some 9-7 seasons, or now 9-8 seasons, 10-7 seasons with the added game. Basketball, if you get a really good player there and you can build a team around him, you're going to be good for at least 4, 5, 6 years. Like the Bucks with Giannis, LeBron, whether it was Cleveland, whether it's Miami, whether it's LA. I mean, the Rockets, even when they had Harden, were good. They were going to the Western Conference semis, Western Conference finals year in, year out. So if you have that star and you can build a good team around them, you can stay pretty good for a period of time. Baseball, you have to have this complete team. Like one superstar is not going to carry you to victory. Look at Mike Trout.
Yeah, you're right. You just look at it, and the sports are different from that respect, because from a basketball perspective, you can have a great player and you can have winning seasons. But in order to win a championship, these days you need 3. You need 3 legit players.
Or really good teams
to win on a championship level. Because you think about it, and until you
I mean, I don't know if any of these teams have 3 star players of any
Boston
of the Final
does.
Four.
Boston
Who's their
does,
third?
The thing is, they have more, because you have White, you have Holiday, and you have Porzingis.
That's kind of a reach, I think, for a third star.
Well, I don't think so, because I think to me, honestly, it's Drew Holiday. But when you look at White and how good of a player he's become, to where a lot of people think that depending on a given night, he's their second or third best player. Depending on what Brown and Tatum do, they are ridiculously deep with guys that could be their third guy. And I think
I just don't think their third guy's a star per se.
Drew Holiday was considered a star in Milwaukee, and before that in some of his other stops.
Was he?
Drew Holiday was their second best player in a lot of people's minds.
all-star, not superstar.
Right. I mean, look, from the standpoint of marketability and attention, look, he was all defense every year. He was all-star in multiple years. But in terms of, you're right, superstar recognition, he wasn't getting. He was getting salary-wise recognized as a max
I'm not
player.
arguing that he's not a good player. I'm just saying, what is his cachet in terms of stardom? He's not Bosch, he's not Bosch in Miami. He's not part of that big 3 that was there with the Heat when they were winning their titles. Or he's not, you look at the Celtics where they had Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett. That's a trio of superstars.
Yeah, but I think that Drew Holiday is a smaller version of Chris Bosh, because he's their best defender, because he's a great passer, because he can give you 20 on any given night or more, which he did in the last round, in which he's been pretty consistent. And it's just a matter of the fact they're so deep that White can do the exact same thing, because he's the same thing. He's an above-average defender. He can give you 20 on any given night. He can knock down threes. They just have a lot of talent now in the way that they've looked at who's their third best player because you have multiple choice. With Golden State, it was clear who their three best players were for the majority of their run, but that was enough to beat just about any other team. So it's getting that third player or players which puts you over the top to win the title. You could be a good winning franchise for a long time, but to win it in basketball, I think you got to have three.
Yeah, I think you almost have to define the regular season and postseason as two different, because I think Major League Baseball probably has the least amount of parity when you're talking about regular season only, but then the randomness of Major League Baseball playoffs makes the parity great in the postseason. I think that the NFL is going to be dominated by the top 2 or 3 teams, whoever it is that year, like Kansas City recently, Baltimore, San Francisco. Like when those teams are – like whenever you have really good teams, they're going to win a bunch of games and a bunch of championships. Hopefully the Texans get there. And then NBA, when you have the stars, you're going to be able to sustain winning.
Yeah, the main thing is, from a team perspective, you need every player on your team in baseball.
I think so. You can't have a weak link.
You could have a dominant pitcher. You could have a Cy Young Award winner pitching, and you could have an MVP candidate playing a position in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have the rest of those players, you have really no shot. You need talent across the board. In football, yes, you still need talent across the board because it's a big roster. But if you have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL and like a go-to guy offensively and defensively, you're going to have a chance.
See, I think that, yes, Major League Baseball, you can't have a stars and scrubs team. You have to be really balanced.
Exactly.
I think NBA, you can get away with a stars and scrubs team. Maybe you can't win a title,
Right,
but I think you can
win a
compete
division
for a title
or a playoff spot,
and maybe like get to a finals, and if everything comes together, maybe win a final. And then I think in football, you can have a star and scrub, but the star better be the quarterback, and the scrubs better be pretty good. Like I really don't think you can have a star and scrub team that wins the Super Bowl unless you have the best quarterback in the league, you have a good head coach, and then the rest of the roster is pretty balanced too.
Because to your point in basketball, no one ever thought that Giannis with Chris Middleton and Holiday as your two other best players were strong enough to win a title. But for 1 year, when it all clicked and everybody played like a team, you were able to win one.
Yeah, and what is your bar? What is your floor whenever you have the best player in the NBA? Or if you have a top 3, top 5 player in the NBA, what's your floor? Your floor is at least playoffs. And probably second round of the playoffs. 713-780-ESPN. Which sport do you think has the greatest parity? Also, which of these holdouts around the NFL are you making sure you better take care of before you get to training camp? It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville does so many things I don't think people are aware of. They know he does all these different great things with men and hair and getting your hair back, and whether he does PRP treatment, which literally is like fertilizer on your lawn, to get a thicker, more lush follicle for your hair, to all the different things I've told you about the Neograft procedure. The fact is he does so much more. He does plastic surgery. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. If you want to take care of your significant other while you're looking at possibilities with you and your hairline, he is the guy to go to. The great thing is, because you listen to us and you're considering anything with him, if you go to 975hair.com, you get a consultation with Doc and his staff for absolutely free. It normally costs $150, and you can get information on just about anything. Start out by, if you're a guy looking at PRP and looking at the possibilities of doing the Neograft. While you're there, ask questions about other options and other things that your significant other might be interested in too, and realize that Doc is the best in the business. 975hair.com gets you to avoid the $150 consultation fee and gets you a meeting with Doc's staff. That way, when you get in the door, they'll explain to you the Neograft. You can ask questions about it, get answers, no commitment, no anything on the dotted line, just you figuring out if it might be something you'll consider. And while you're there, ask questions about all the other services they offer and see if there's something else that might be interesting to you and your family. It's a great spot. He's the best, and I will highly recommend him to anybody. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd and 59. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Best grills at the best price. Huge sales on all top grill brands during the Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. $500 on Traegers you can save. $800 on Blaze grills. Save up to $900 on Weber grills. $300 on Gosney pizza ovens and up to $200 on Napoleon grills. Plus the huge truckload sale on Franklin barbecue pits. Save up to $1,000. Also, when you join the club at 975grills.com, they send you deals all the time. They're not taking, it's not going to cost you anything. They're not selling your information. Don't worry about any of that stuff. They just send you their deals, the best deals they have going on. I got my deal this morning in my inbox, 20% off any one item during Memorial Day weekend sale. I mean, you can come pick anything you want, 20% off, and it's yours. So why wouldn't you be on that list, even if you're not going to use it? Like, hey, get information. Are you anti-information? Why wouldn't you have that? Join the club. 3367, I see their sign from the freeway now. Thanks for sharing. He says he's going to stop by this weekend. Good. People here will take care of you. Best people in the business.
Good
if you're
people
buying
here.
a grill in this city, you got to be here at Texas Star Grill Shop.
No doubt. Gus and everybody else here, look, the guys, they know their stuff, and they're going to lead you in the right direction. No matter what you're looking for, they're going to take care of you. And then when you get the opportunity to have Chef Cecil in the house, whooping up great food all day long for you to show you just how good the food can be, it's just another win-win situation for you. Sample some grub, get something to drink, and check out what can make your entire summer barbecue season and all season long a whole lot better.
Thank you, Chef. Right on cue. He brought us,
Yes,
brought
he
us some
did.
more meats. I love meat. Meat's fantastic. Thank you, Chef. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Heart brand meat.
Nice
Nice
to meet
meeting
you too, sir.
You're a
Thank you for
fantastic
everything.
chef. It was all very, very good. Thank you so much. 1029, from a fan standpoint, NFL has the most parity because of the draft. Teams don't stay in the cellar as long like in the other two sports. This, again, goes back to how you define parity, though. Because in the last 10 years, the NFL's had the fewest unique champions, fewer than the NBA by one, 3 fewer than Major League Baseball. Because I agree with this, and it goes back to the regular season thing. Because, yes, it is hard to stay bad in the NFL for a very long time. It's easy to stay bad in, let's say, Major League Baseball for a very long time. These small market teams that really aren't committed to winning, Miami, and even they've won a couple titles. Pittsburgh is a team that's like that. Kansas City's kind of been up and down. They won a World Series kind of recently, actually. But it's easier to stay bad for a long period of time in baseball than it is football. And maybe basketball. Basketball, you have your runs of bad teams, though.
You do. And like Washington, there are certain teams that just can't get out of their own way, and they're so bad at using the draft that it actually hinders them more than it helps them with guys when they do have high picks. Because all three leagues do their best with draft to give the worst teams the best possibility for picks, except for with the lottery.
But the NFL draft is, I mean, you're getting the most talent there, though. Like in the NBA draft, you better have a good year or you're not finding that much talent. Like this year's draft, who cares? NFL draft, each and every year, you're getting a dude. You're getting a stud.
Plus, from an NFL perspective, I think they care about creating parity more than the other two leagues.
Yeah.
Because from a draft perspective, there is no lottery. There is no opportunity for a team that's the worst record to end up like the Pistons this year and be fifth. You're going to have the first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, from a scheduling perspective, in basketball and in baseball, you're playing the same schedule now every single year. When you're talking about it in football, if you're one of the best teams one year, you're going to have the hardest schedule the next year because they are creating the opportunity for as much parity as they can.
Columbus Crew has 2 to 4 titles since 2020 in MLS. That's neat. Major League Baseball does the lottery
Soccer
now.
matters.
Yeah, that's Glenn Davis, Monday to Wednesdays. Major League Baseball added that lottery. But Major League Baseball draft, you're drafting amateurs that are going to be, unless you're the Angels, that are going to be in your minor leagues for 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 years. Key from L.A., Blankers, you talk about championship pedigree with the Stros. Answer this question. Where were the Astros before 17 and all the cheating scandal stuff?
Well,
Where
in
were
15, they actually probably had the best chance to win the World Series. They fell short. But I'm not understanding the championship pedigree comment because I don't know the context you're using it. I do know, Key, that you're bitter because of the fact that I've called your Dodgers the Utah Jazz of Major League Baseball over and over again because they're the best team money can buy with good regular seasons, and then they pee all over themselves in the playoffs, and you don't like that.
Yeah, the Dodgers were cheating before the Astros, too, by the way.
Very true.
Yeah, they were doing that stuff way before.
Take that, Key.
And the Red Sox and the Yankees were doing it as well.
Take
and
that,
there's
Key.
actually proof of the Red Sox and the Yankees doing it. And Mookie Betts flat out said everybody was doing things.
Well, Eric Kratz said that the Dodgers were doing it.
Yeah. I mean, so did Reddick.
That's right.
so did Reddick. So, this stuff has been going on forever. It's just the Astros are the scapegoat there, Key. But we understand what your narrative is. We understand where your bias is.
We know who
at.
you are.
Yeah, we understand. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. These are holdouts in OTAs. OTA holdouts are nothing. But they're expecting these guys to hold out as well in training camp. How much are you breaking the whatever? You need these guys in camp so bad that you're willing to break the bank to bring these guys in. Tua, maybe he's looking at a training camp holdout. How much are you breaking the bank to make sure that Tua's around, by the start of the year? Or is it maybe camp too?
I think everything is within limitation. I don't think when you start talking about the ceiling from a quarterback perspective, he should be I don't know if he should be the highest paid, but again, it's always when your contract comes up. It's not whether you're the best ability quarterback in the league. We see that with Mahomes, but it's essential for Tua to be the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, or they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty high.
It's extremely high.
Justin Jefferson, Vikings.
It's really high, but if you saw the numbers, he's looking for $40 million a year. No receiver in the NFL is getting $40 million a year. If you want to be realistic with $30 million and be the highest paid receiver in football, he deserves it. He's the best receiver in football, in my opinion. And that whole franchise right now, he is the face of the franchise. He's their best player.
Yeah.
I think it's very high.
I just don't think that they're going to be that good to where it doesn't really hurt them as much. I think there's a chance he's traded before the season.
I think if he's adamant about getting that much money, he's basically telling you he wants to be traded without asking for a trade. And I think that there are teams that are going to pay him. I don't think anybody's paying him 40, but if it gets him out of Minnesota with either Sam Darnold or trying to get a rookie ready knowing that he's going to make mistakes, and it gets him with a better football team with the kind of money ballpark that he's looking for, I'm sure he'd love it.
I think he's going to get traded. CeeDee Lamb, the Jets. Put him alongside Garrett Wilson.
Is that because people said he's got a hotel room
right
near the facility?
I'm probably buying too much stock into that. That it wasn't even a rumor. It was just he was staying near where they're doing OTAs. CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb, again, CeeDee Lamb is their best offensive player. I don't care what you think about Dak. And I think that they need
sleeping
him.
on Zeke.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, the big picture, long-term, CeeDee Lamb is on offense. They have to take care of him. I think the priority has to be extremely high for him.
See, I think it's higher for him than it is Jefferson, and I don't think that CeeDee's a better player than Jefferson. This is more about the team. The Cowboys are a team that's expecting to defend their NFC East title. They're expecting to compete, be a playoff team. The Vikings really aren't. So I think that's more imperative for CeeDee Lamb than it is Justin Jefferson. Last one, T. Higgins.
Oh, I don't think it's very high at all. I think the Bengals can move on from T. Higgins, find another receiver to play the role of Robin to Batman on the receiver room, and they're going to be okay. I mean, look, I think they're going to go for it for one more year with these two guys. I don't think – and the Bengals are cheap. I don't think they're going to give him a long-term deal. I think that they may entertain a trade for him at some point because they know they're not going to re-sign him and sign him to the long-term deal that he wants. They might franchise tag him again. I don't even think that's a high percentage possibility. So I think it's low.
Yeah, this one's weird to me. I don't think it's as high as the other two. But the Bengals, again, supposed to be a contender. They franchise tagged him. I think they've missed the boat to trade him at this point. He's not in the same class as Lamb, and he's not in the same class as Justin Jefferson. I think the Bengals would love to have him, obviously, for one final year because it does make that offense pretty good. I don't really see T. Higgins holding out. I think that T. Higgins is going to just play on the tag, and then he'll enter free agency next offseason and go to the highest bidder.
Because I think that when you look at it, who's guaranteeing that T. Higgins is a true wide receiver one? I mean, look, he's got talent, but a lot of the reason why he's gotten the numbers that he's gotten is because he's playing alongside a guy that gets doubled on every play because Jamar Chase is that good. So, yes, he has skill. Yes, he has ability. Yes, he's an above-average receiver, but he wants wide receiver one money. And we don't know if he can actually be a wide receiver one.
Yeah, he's kind of he's very similar to kind of like Harden whenever he was with the Thunder.
Yeah.
Like he's behind in Higgins' case, he's behind Chase. Harden was behind Russ and Kevin Durant. And the Rockets trade for him. He's like, can he be a number one? And he did. Now the question's there for T. Higgins.
Or Russ
in the same
with
way.
KD. Russ wanted to be Batman. When he got to be Batman, was he capable of carrying the load of a Batman like KD did?
Texter says, don't forget that they lost Tyler Boyd. Is it just me that I don't think Tyler Boyd's that good? I think Tyler Boyd's just kind of a guy.
Well, if Tyler Boyd was that good, wouldn't he have caught that ball against the Texans last year?
I mean, it's one play.
I know it is one play, but I'm just saying, to your point, he was the third receiver on that team yeah, you're playing behind two talented guys, but now let's see what he does in Tennessee. I question.
He's 30 years old. He's gonna be 30. Like his best years were before
I didn't
Chase.
realize he's that old.
He had 2 good years in 18 and 19, so that was probably before Jamar Chase. He had 76 catches over 1,000 yards, 90 catches 1,000 yards, and then he went 79 catches, 67 catches, 58 catches, 67 catches. Like he's a solid veteran. Like he doesn't really move the needle. Like he's gonna be 30. Like I like the potential of Jermaine Burton more than I like Tyler Boyd.
I didn't realize he's gonna be 30.
Yeah, I mean I don't like. Am I the only one that thinks that Boyd really isn't that huge of a factor?
Well, it's like people saying that their receiver room is that good.
8835 T Higgins to the Ravens would be special. I don't think that the Ravens are the team that's going to spend big money on receiver. Like,
nope.
It doesn't seem like that's really their focus because they think that they have a quarterback who's kind of wide receiver proof where he's going to. And look, they drafted Zay Flowers. Like, I don't see them spending big money on receiver. They brought in Odell last year. He was really disappointment there, I thought.
That was a 1-year just flyer.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to spend huge money at receiver. Like, you really don't need to when you have Lamar. Like, Lamar is going to put up really good offensive numbers no matter who's around him. They're a team that's built with their running game. They brought in Derrick Henry. Now, that's probably more short-term than long-term. I don't think that they spend $35 million on a wide receiver.
Agreed.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our Will of Bits. You never know what you're going to get on the Will of Bits. You just know it's going to be some really good stuff. It's the Bees broadcasting live from Texas Star Grill Shop on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You also know that it's always going to be really, really good whenever you get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. My kid's out for the summer now. He had his graduation today, so we're looking at the entire summer where they're going to be at home, which is great. We love that, but sometimes we want them to get outside. We want them to get outside and enjoy the elements, get out of our hair for a little bit, and the best way to do this is with a goal from Pro Dunk. Pro Dunk makes the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, better than anything you'll find in the big box stores. We already know that. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel that you find in the pro arenas, the college arenas. It's got a breakaway rim, which is going to keep you safe when you're throwing down some jams. And you can throw down some jams because you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet. Raise it all the way to 10 feet if you're working on your shot. Stainless steel hardware, rust-proof, which is massive in Houston, of course, and it's height adjustable like we mentioned. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's how easy it is. It's fun to do. Lightning adjust feature. You can raise the goal anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories next level as well. LED light kits for night play. Those kids, you're going to want those kids out at night as well. We understand it can get hot in the summer. We'll get LED light kits. That way they can go shoot some hoops whenever it's dark. It will never be dark with these LED light kits. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, lots more. And you can order everything online, including professional installation. You're a little worried about the installation process. You're not great with a ladder. The levels kind of intimidate you. You don't have to worry about that with the goals from Pro Dunk because the pros at Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal for you. Perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to worry about a thing. You sit back inside, watch the game while they're installing your goal from Pro Dunk. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Oh, dumb questions and pressers today. I like that. Killer Bees at Texas Star Grill Shop. Cody tweeted at us that I bought my big Komodo Joe from Gus at Texas Star Grill Shop a few years ago. Great company. Even replaced an expensive digital attachment that was faulty a few months after I bought it. Legit great place to do business. So there's a testimonial for you. That was unwarned. Like, we didn't call for it at all. Nope. He just took it out of his, he just said, hey, you guys are out there today. This is my experience at Texas Star Grill Shop, and they are. They're fantastic. And then Memorial Day weekend extravaganza is your place for all of the huge sales on all the top grill brands. Hundreds of dollars in savings from Traeger to Blaze to Weber to Napoleon. Also the $1,000 savings on the Franklin barbecue pit. So if you're in the market for a grill, you've just been thinking about it, been in the back of your mind, man, I really could use a grill. Just come look. Just come shop. And they're going to talk to you. They're going to be very friendly. They'll be honest with you. This is the spot if you're thinking about buying a grill, even if you don't buy here. Just come talk to them first, and you'll be thankful that you did. 713-780-ESPN.
Accessories, too.
Yeah, accessories. They even have meats.
The meats.
The meats. The Heart brand meats that they've fed us a lot of, and they're all very delicious. Thank you, Chef. Thank you, Chef. But, yeah, all the accessories. And then, if you're you need to join the club. Like I know we're trying to tell you this over and over. It takes nothing. Just go to 975grills.com, put in your email. That's all you need to do. They're going to email you the deals that they have going on, and this week's offer is 20% off of any one item. So head to 975grills.com, sign up for the to be a member of the club, and just have these great deals sent to your inbox. You don't even have to do anything. Just look at them, see if it catches your eye. If it doesn't, no big deal. Just delete it. So it's time for our Will-A-Bits, which are bad press conference questions. Something like that. I paraphrased. Here was one yesterday. Alex Bregman's not playing really well. We know that. But Bregman was he did the media thing, which I admire whenever players are poor and they're not playing very well and they do the whole media thing. I do tip my cap to that, take some accountability. So I do admire that from Bregman. Listen to this question he was asked about Jose Abreu.
Have you talked to Abreu at all since he's been down in Florida?
Just one time, but I hear he's doing well, and yeah.
Are you looking forward to having him back whenever he comes back?
Of course, yeah. He's an unbelievable teammate, hard worker, 100%.
There you go. I wish you could see the video of this, because the eye roll that Alex Bregman did to this question was similar to what James Harden did to Matt Bullard.
Yep.
That is a famous GIF now, or GIF. Don't want to settle that argument again.
Brian's not here today.
Bregman looked at him from the corner of his eye with this "Are you kidding me?" face. Like, what do you expect Bregman to say? Even if Bregman didn't want Jose Abreu around, he's like, "No, I'm not looking forward to Jose Abreu around. I wish they kept him in West Palm Beach." Like, what do you expect him to say on that question?
It's such a loaded question because of just that. Because unless you're just and I don't give a you-know-what guy and no locker room wants that guy anyway, but you're just looking for something there. Because you're right. What are you going to say? No, John Singleton's done a really good job, and I think he's deserved and earned the starting first baseman's job. It's not my job to keep payroll and worry about who's getting paid what. Just put the guy out there that's performing, especially when my ass can't hit 225 right now, and I suck.
Yeah, like I mean, it would have been kind of funny if Bregman's like, no, we should have never given that guy $19.5 million a year. But what are you getting there? Like, what is the purpose of the question?
Especially
like,
in his situation, too, right, where he's hunting money and he's not playing well?
I just don't know what you expected Bregman to say. Like even if Bregman's lying through his teeth, that was the answer you're going to get no matter what. Of course we're excited to have Jose Abreu back. He's not going to be like, no, we don't want that dude that's robbing money from us back, that's hitting under 200, that's flirting with the cologne line. Like, I don't understand the purpose of the question. Because if you're a media member, you're asking a question, there's always a purpose for it. Like, you're trying to get something for your story. You're trying to get information. Like, but your questions aren't, like, unless he was trying to stir up some controversy. But even then, you have to be smart enough to know he's not going to give you anything.
Right, and you also know that in those things, it's one thing if you're doing a one-on-one at a guy's locker because you're trying to do a hit piece, but you're trying to see if there are guys that might tell you, hey, at this point in the season with where the team's at, we just need the best players on the field. But when you do it in a media scrum where you know there's TV cameras on, there's microphones that are and a broadcast that's probably carrying that interview live, there's no way even if that's what you're after, you're not getting it in that situation.
Yeah, it was carried live on the Shin. I couldn't figure out who the reporter was, but I was like, man, that's not a great. And again, like, Maybe I'll post the picture of it.
Oh,
But he
asked
gave
the question?
Yeah,
I was going to ask you if you could recognize
I couldn't
the voice.
recognize the voice. Yeah, but Bregman gave the eye roll whenever he got that question. It was. I'm gonna try to post it on the Twitter. All right, here's the other bad press conference question. This one came after Denver was eliminated by Minnesota in the Western Conference semifinals. Michael Malone was not too pleased with one of the questions he was asked in that post-game press conference.
How hard is it just to absorb a loss like this after going ahead by 20?
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid questions.
I feel bad for coaches sometimes whenever they have to answer these questions. Like, you just had the worst loss of your year. You're eliminated from the playoffs. You're the defending champions. You are up 20. How does it feel right now? How does it feel that you got beat?
I saw people killing Mike Malone for this. And
I'm
like, how do you kill a coach that is so invested and so believing in his squad that literally didn't get their doors blown off and look like crap? They were up big. They had a massive comeback in the series. Your roller coaster of emotions have probably left you absolutely drained. If you have a little venom in your answer, it's understandable because of what you've just been, the grueling path you've just been through and the way that game ended. Are you going to, what's the right answer there?
Yeah, could he have been nicer? Probably. Could have been nicer. But do I blame a guy in the heat of the moment after they've been eliminated whenever you had championship aspirations? No, I don't really. I can understand where he's coming from. Could he have been nicer? Yes. Am I going to critique him for not being nice in a moment like that? No, I have no problem with it.
You could sit there and say, well, of course it's frustrating because we were in a position to win. We had all these things going for us. But at that point, that's something for your end of the year press conference the day later or 2 days later when you're holding, your exit interviews and you've got a chance to kind of fully step away from it for a bit. But in the heat of the moment, coming right off the floor, because they normally send them right to the podium, right after you just did what you did, you got to be careful what you ask for because that's what you're going to get a lot of times with guys that are as invested as they should be as head coaches in this league.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for our car wreck of the day? What is the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to give you a word or two about Allstate Siding and Windows. I've been telling you about them for quite a while because I had them at my house. I got new windows on my house. I can't tell you how great the windows have been, how they've lowered my energy bills, how the fact that they've given a great upgraded look to my entire house and the curb appeal has gone way up. But I also want to tell you about the siding because the siding is also just as good. If you're looking for a home facelift like I got with the windows, you can also do it with the siding because you can forget about painting and staining when you get the siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding has a huge selection of colors, and their product is energy efficient and impact resistant from wind and weather like hurricane season and all the heat and all the cold that we get from time to time down here in Houston. The great thing about this is it's a family-owned and operated company that is deeply concerned with Houstonians and taking care of them. They're experts in their field, and they've been doing it for over 40 years. So Mary keeps the headquarters locked down, and then her brother gets out there and gives you free estimates when you want to see what they can do. You could do windows, you could do siding, you could do both. Right now they got 30% off on windows, $2,500 off siding jobs. All you got to do to get a free home estimate is just give them a call. 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. They'll come out. They'll tell you how they can help. You can tell them what you're considering. They'll tell you the best products and the best answers and solutions for your specific job that you're thinking about doing. They have discounts for first responders, senior citizens, and others. But the fact of the matter is they are going to be treating you right the entire way with people that are dedicated to Houstonians. All you need to do if you want to start also browsing around and seeing all the different varieties of things that they have to offer, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. But I encourage you, just what do you have to lose? Just have them come out and give you an estimate and a free consultation to see what they can do to help. 832-204-1936, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
What are you guys nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Get those nominees in, 713-780-3776. Thanks so much for Texas Star Grill Shop for having us out. Great savings this Memorial Day weekend. Their Memorial Day weekend extravaganza, huge sales on all the top brands, free delivery in the greater Houston area. You can't beat that. Save up to $500 on Traeger grills, up to $800 on Blaze, $900 on Weber, $300 on the Gosney pizza ovens, $200 on Napoleons, huge package deals on the Big Green Egg. They offer free design services for outdoor kitchens, all the components you need from top-of-the-line grills and sleek cabinetry to outdoor refrigerators, side burners, sink stations, and bar centers. Also, new product alert, Texas Star Grill, or Texas Star Post-Oak cooking wood, only $4.99 per bag this weekend. Great for Texas-style barbecue. The sale ends May 31st. Make sure you get yours before they're gone. And also join the club, 975grills.com. Take advantage of all their offers anytime they have them, 975grills.com. Current promotion, 20% off any one item. Anyone. It could be an accessory. It could be a grill. 20% off any one item during Memorial Day weekend sale. All right, what are you nominating, Blakers, for car wreck of the day?
I mean, the Louisville Police Department and the mayor of Louisville have to be at the top of the list. I mean, once this video came out of the arrest of Scotty Scheffler, and when you think about the fact that the mayor is adamant about not dropping the charges and saying wait till all the facts come out and wait till you see the video, then they didn't have body cam. And then when we got that video that they were talking about from across the street that kind of showed Scheffler's car, and you hear a cop that said that his pants were torn beyond belief and that he had all these injuries, and when you look at it and see it and wonder now, why are you still trying to prosecute Scotty Scheffler? Because the fact of the matter is, he should be the guy considering suing you guys, because that was ridiculous.
Yeah. I have a hot take about it. It's not really a take. It's more of a theory. What you see with the evidence that has been provided is not enough to charge Scotty Scheffler on. I think everybody knows that. You don't see anything that was reported by Detective Gillis. You don't see, like, he's not injured. Like, he runs to the car. Like, what happened before that? Did something escalate there? I don't know. Scheffler's not really speeding away. So everything backs up Scheffler's point. What I think what is going on here is I think that this is a massive, like, PR thing for Louisville. And the Louisville Metro Police Department, LMPD, has had tons of issues over the last few years. Google them, look them up. And they deal with race relations. They've had riots there and stuff like that. I don't think that their department, like the LMPD, I don't think that the mayor of Louisville, who's actually like this co-owner of some really weird wrestling promotion, which is weird to me that he's a co-owner of a wrestling promotion and a mayor of Louisville. But anyways, I digress. I don't think that they want to come out and be like, okay, you're a rich white guy, you get off scotch-free, and we're not even going to look into the case. I think they want to give the impression that they're looking into the case, because if you go look at that interview today, the press conference that they gave, what did they talk about in the press conference? They said Detective Gillis didn't have his body cam on, and that they wrote him up, and he broke these codes, and he should have had it on. They threw their detective under the bus. They told Scotty Scheffler's attorney, hey, here you go. Here's us admitting fault from our own detective. You can use that against us to get this case thrown out. I don't think that the police department and the mayor want to be the people that throw it out. I think they want it to be the judge that throws it out, and that's why they gave this ammunition to Scheffler's attorney. Hey, look, our cop was in the wrong. Why don't you use this whenever you go to, arraignment on June 3rd?
Arraignment, yeah.
Because I think it's going to be thrown out on June 3rd, and I think that they gave them the ammunition to do it.
It's valid. I just think that when you look at the fact that when you heard the initial reports of what happened, when you heard the witnesses say what they saw, or you heard the cop's version of this, the fact that his pants were torn beyond whatever, that he sustained all these different injuries, that he was dragged while trying to stop the car. When you look at the fact that he yells to stop the car, Scheffler didn't hit the gas pedal. He brakes. He stops. And then the cop goes in attack mode and slams his papers off the window and then kind of reaches in the car. And the next thing you know, they're cuffing Scotty Scheffler. Like, this cop completely blew everything out of proportion. I don't even care about his body cam being on or not. I'm talking about a guy that basically wrote something up and gave an opinion of what happened that didn't happen.
You don't see. I mean, he might have done something before you see him turn left. Like, he's on the other side of the bus.
The bus, yeah.
Like, you don't know what happens in Scheffler's car in the initial interaction on the other side of the bus. Now, it's not about what happened. It's about what you can prove happened. And everything we've seen is Scotty Scheffler calmly stopped for the cop. The cop saying he had injuries. He's running after them. He kind of slaps at the
He slams the papers against the window.
He, like, slams it. So, like, I'm with you. And, like, there's nothing that you have no proof here. You have no proof to, like, try Scotty Scheffler. I just don't think they want to be the ones that make the decision. I think they want to leave it in the hands of the judge. Now, like, did something happen prior to him turning left? We can't tell. There's a bus there. But you also saw the dash camera from the other cop car. Did you see that one? Which it shows it's the one in front. And it shows Scheffler calmly turn left.
Yeah, I've seen two different angles.
And you don't see the cop.
Yep.
You don't see the cop. So there's zero evidence
that he was
that
dragged.
Scotty Scheffler, yeah. So, like, could it have happened? I guess plausibly. Is there any evidence that it did? Not that we've seen. Not even close to what we've seen.
He's lucky that Scotty Scheffler is probably not going to press charges or try and sue the police department for all of this. But legitimately, when you admit fault and you didn't have the body camera, you have all you need to not only be exonerated, but to say, guess what? You dragged my name in the mud, probably cost me maybe up to millions of dollars with me not winning the tournament. Well, guess what? I'm going to sue you.
I was talking to my attorney, bud. And I was like, this is the easiest case ever for Scotty Scheffler's attorney, right? Yeah. And he's like, yeah, this is a joke. This is like the easiest money he's ever going to make in his life because there's zero evidence. There is zero evidence for against Scotty Scheffler, period.
Go get the money you probably would have won at the tournament.
Yeah. I'm going to nominate the Cavs for firing J.B. Bickerstaff.
That was brutal.
How do you fire J.B. Bickerstaff? You had a deep run. He got the most out of that team, and he gets axed. He gets fired. And then they're probably still going to trade away with their star.
Improved every year. Had 2 of your 5 starters out for the majority of the playoffs, 2 your best player for 2 of the 5 games of the Celtics series. You still held your own, and you get canned.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's bad. Alex nominates Bregman for the eye roll. I posted the eye roll on my Twitter. It is pretty funny.
How about that shirt he was wearing? Looks like he was going clubbing.
He did, and he was hopping a flight to L.A.
Because I asked you about that. I was like, "What's he doing?"
They might have been going to the club. All right, what's winning? I think it's pretty.
I think it's pretty obvious. It's the Louisville Police Department.
Is it the police department? Or is it the mayor?
I think it's all the above.
All the above. There's just a press conference in general. Congratulations, you win it, Louisville Police Department. Thanks again for Texas Star Grill Shop having us out. Get out here, take part of their savings this Memorial Day weekend extravaganza. Thanks to Austin Rodriguez doing all the hard work. He's blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.